Chapter 281 The Goo King Champion is out. Time earrings. Now! Promise senior sister that you will never get involved in court disputes. Let's not think about those rights and status. Okay? After that night, Wang Yanqing's words often echoed in Li Guanqi's mind. And many years later, this sentence also made him face his true heart. After he had grasped something, he also took the initiative to abandon those things and just be his original self. But these are things for later. That night, the moonlight was beautiful. As for Li Guanqi that night, he actually didn't fully understand why his senior sister said this to him. And Wang Yanqing did not give an answer to his questioning. But there is certainly speculation. Shi Yuanan, the legendary poetry and painting general, should have a very bright future. The 5-element level is definitely not the limit. And the 7-star level may not be the limit. With his cultivation speed, it is very likely that he will reach the level that even the ancestors of the Qi family have not been able to reach. Arrive at the 8th realm of martial arts. But no one can see it. Due to the power struggle within the Daluo dynasty, he died forever outside the walls of Jinjing City. Of course, that man understood the machinations of Yun Guozhu, Shou Xuanwu, and Wei Guozhu. But he finally chose to fight to the death. For the Jinjing City's Jinjing inventory. And for the countless ordinary people in Jinjing City. If Qi Yuanan had not led the army and joined the army, wouldn't he have been involved in this whirlpool of power, and wouldn't have died young? Promise senior sister that you will never get involved in court disputes. Let's not think about those rights and status. Okay? These words were Wang Yanqing's dissuasion to Li Guanqi, and the heartfelt words from the senior sister to her junior brother. Rights are poison. But that night, Li Guanqi did not give a good or bad answer. He just hugged Wang Yanqing gently and said, I will always be me. Then the pair of senior sisters and brothers tacitly agreed not to talk about the matter anymore and began to practice the 4 pillars of heavenly Ju. It's just that all the mysteries of this martial arts secret can only be realized after truly breaking through to the 4-image level. For Li Guanqi now, the only thing that needs to be considered is to open up the first section of the divine vein in his left arm to reach the 4-image level. Of course Li Guanqi failed. Under Wang Yanqing's guidance, he had mastered all kinds of theoretical methods and techniques for opening pulses. But if he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. The time has not yet come. The opportunity to break through has not yet appeared in front of Li Guanqi. He didn't rush things. Breakthroughs in martial arts cannot be rushed. In the next few days, Li Guanqi continued to practice step by step, trying to open his pulse, waiting for the opportunity to break through. Of course, if you still can't wait, then you can only fight for it. But before that, the first person to arrive was the chance to break through the realm of the 3rd level of conjuration. The Goo King contest begins. I am Mo Xie Lin. On behalf of the Mo Xie family, I welcome you all. The sun is high. The market square of Moigu village, the largest open space in the entire village, did not have any vendors setting up stalls on this day. However, the number of people gathered here was several times greater than usual, with nearly 50,000 people crowded. At this moment, countless whispers gathered together, forming huge waves of sound one after another. The structure of the market square is also very different from usual. It's not flat anymore. Instead, it turned into an underground stepped structure leading to the ground, which lay directly hundreds of meters underground. Rows of steps formed rows of seats, and countless spectators sat on them, cheering and waiting for the start of the game. At the bottom, there is a circular arena with a radius of several hundred meters, made of special brown rocks. Soon, the cursed insects of all the contestants will collectively enter the arena and fight in a melee. At this time, Mo Xie Lin, the young patriarch of the Moi family, and the person in charge of all external affairs of the Moi family. This young man, who covered his eyes with a piece of white cloth and was wearing a luxurious purple robe, stood next to the ring and delivered his last speech before the game to the tens of thousands of spectators around him. He is 16 years old this year, barely reaching the average age for the awakening of natural magic. He has not yet awakened his own natural magic, and has not yet condensed the core of the spell. A mere unworthy apprentice. But those 4 level foreign magicians around him had to be polite to him, because Mo Xie Lin is not an individual in many cases. He represents the voice of the entire Mo Xie family. And even if he is a person, even if he is weak now, he actually represents a 5-element level magician in the future. The young patriarch of the Moi family has almost never produced waste in history. Perhaps some of the friends present are not attending this event for the first time. Mo Xie Lin made a secret with his right hand, flashed black light, and released a loudspeaker spell, spreading the sound to every corner of the venue. But in order to take care of some of our new friends, please don't find me emotionally too verbose and reiterate the rules of the Goo King contest. First of all, the person who can be called the King of Goo is not a type of cursed insect, but a cursed insect. Therefore, this competition does not support the participation of group cursed insects, but only supports the participation of individual cursed insects. Secondly, according to the rules of our Moi family over the years, only Liangyi level cursed insects can participate. Also, in this competition, the insect of the King of Goo is selected, not the owner of the insect of the Goo King. So the auxiliary spells of the insect spell master are not allowed to be used. In the competition, any action that interferes with the killing of cursed insects will be regarded as cheating and a provocation to our Moi family. Please respect yourself. Then, this competition is a melee elimination system. Fight to the end. There is no rest. There is no best of 3 games. And there is no resurrection mechanism. One battle determines life and death. The cursed insect that survives to the end is the Moxie Goo of this competition. King! The real Goo King insect should have been born in continuous melee fighting, rather than fighting for 1 round and resting for 1 round. Now, let's welcome this year's contestants. Oh! The entire venue suddenly burst into cheers, like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Naturally, those magicians will not make any noise. But the people who come here to watch are not only the magicians, but also a large number of ordinary people who come to join in the fun. As people from southern Xinjiang, what they like to watch most is insects fighting. Countless strange noises were heard, and entrances opened one after another below the arena area, from which cursed insects poured out one after another. Among them are cursed insects the size of ordinary mosquitoes and flies, which at first glance want to win with poison. And there are also large cursed insects the size of tigers and leopards, which want to fight purely physically. There were about 100 cursed insects of different shapes gathered together. And there are several top-grade Liangyi level cursed insects in excellent condition, which have attracted the attention of many spellcasters. For example, one is about the size of a tiger and looks like an enlarged version of a black mantis, but it has 6 slightly transparent green wings on its back. It attracted the attention of many people as soon as it appeared. And discussion. This is the cursed insect belonging to Li Guanqi. It was the ending reward of the original simulator. According to the simulator's usual style, this kind of cursed insect should be the most expensive one he bought in the simulator, with the Goo City's championship trophy, and an old 4-elephant level magician. Curse bug. Junior brother, I saw your bug. In the first row of spectator seats closest to the ring, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing sat side by side. The Goo King tournament is a competition for cursed insects. The master is not allowed to interfere. He can only give the order, "Allow to fight," and then he can't do more. So there is nothing wrong with the contestants sitting in the audience. How's it going? Does it look good? Li Guanqi looked at his huge mantis and asked Wang Yanqing with a smile. Wang Yanqing was speechless. What kind of woman do you think would find these disgusting bugs attractive? SHHHHHHH. Senior sister? Keep your voice down. This is southern Xinjiang. In the myths and stories of the southern Xinjiang people, the Goo gods often wander around the world in the form of insects. I can't say it's disgusting. Somewhere in the audience, an old conjurer at the level of 4 elephants looked at the black mantis in the ring with surprise on his face. Master, why does that cursed insect look so much like the mantis fawn you recently cultivated? Next to the old magician, a man from southern Xinjiang dressed as a wealthy businessman asked in surprise. I can't even figure it out. The old spellcaster glanced at the mantises in the ring, and then at the mantis tees sleeping in his space ring, with an increasingly surprised look on his face. It's really weird. Perhaps this is the secret of insects. In another place in the world, another person who has never met the old man has actually cultivated a cursed insect that is exactly the same as the old man's masterpiece. Huh? It can be considered fate. Now, as the young patriarch of the Moi family, I announce that this Goo King tournament has officially begun. On the arena, following Mo Xiaoling's order and departure, the owners of the hundreds of cursed insects also issued instructions to allow the battle. And a melee of cursed insects that swept hundreds of meters across the arena finally began. There was an undetectable small cursed insect that penetrated into other cursed insects and poisoned this large cursed insect to death in just a few seconds. There was also a cursed insect that neighed and exploded with spiritual power, killing all the cursed insects around it, including the little poisonous insect hiding in the corpse. Several large cursed insects also began to rampage. Those sharp mouthparts and sharp-edged limbs were like the most terrifying murder weapons, setting off a whirlwind of flesh and blood on the ring, with countless carapace and blood splattering in different colors. The bloody and brutal melee between cursed insects is extremely fast-paced. If the fight continues like this, it will hardly take half an hour before Goo King emerges victorious. Soon, out of the hundreds of cursed insects, there were only about 70 left, then more than 50, then more than 30, then more than 20, a dozen or so until now. A black mantis was unstoppable on the field. The two mantis blade arms were simply the most powerful killing weapons. All the cursed insects that dared to attack it were chopped into pieces. The black mantis is no longer black now. Its carapace is stained with colorful cursed insect blood, and its scarlet eyes are turning, as if trying to find the next target. But no more. For a time, none of the cursed insects on the field dared to approach it anymore, and they all found other opponents. Since there are still soft persimmons to pinch, why do we have to deal with hard ones? The black mantis just stood in the corner, getting a brief respite. In addition to Li Guanqi's cursed insect, there are actually 3 other cursed insects that also received this treatment. They stood at the 4 corners of the arena, like the four heavenly kings, looking at each other and confronting each other. Junior brother, I feel like you can't win. In the audience, Wang Yanqing glanced at Li Guanqi next to him and said hesitantly, although I don't understand curse bugs, judging from the ability shown, your curse bug is obviously not enough to defeat the bugs in the other 3 corners? Or is it? Say, that big black mantis of yours. What other special abilities does it have? Li Guanqi just smiled and said nothing. Gone. Mantises have no special abilities. But he, the master, does. Soon, in the center of the ring, a cursed insect that looked like a 7-star ladybug, but was about the size of a goat, with 2 broadsword forelimbs, killed the cursed insect in front of it. And there were only 5 cursed insects left on the field. Goo King contest. What is Goo? Raising Goo means fighting in a melee. Among the killings, the strongest person who survives to the end is chosen. And now, the Goo King of this Goo King competition will be selected from these 5 cursed insects. However, the next moment, the four heavenly kings in the corners seemed to understand each other tacitly, and they all started to attack the 5th cursed insect in the center. After joining forces to attack the enemy, the cursed insect instantly fell apart and turned into pieces. Grass! How can the 4 of them join forces? Somewhere in the auditorium, a burst of angry curses suddenly erupted. Obviously, it was definitely the owner of the dead cursed insect. Chong! Jia. After the 5th cursed insect was eliminated, the remaining 4 cursed insects picked their opponents almost instantly. They caught each other and fought each other, dividing them into 2 battlefields. Li Guanqi's mantis faced a similar strange cursed insect with 2 long-bladed limbs. They fought back and forth with each other. When the long-bladed limbs collided, there was a sound of gold and iron, and bursts of sparks. The 2 of you come and go, causing danger. However, the mantis finally made one wrong move and gradually fell below. If it continued, defeat was doomed. Auditorium. Li Guanqi sat on the stone steps, watching the scene expressionlessly. His gaze was firmly fixed on the long-bladed cursed insect. The talent of accessing the secluded world. Order the same level of cursed insects. Stop! Suddenly, the body of the long-bladed cursed insect froze. Although it only lasted for an instant, this moment was enough for the mantis insect to seize the opportunity. With several swings of the mantis blade arm, it directly cut the long-bladed cursed insect into dozens of pieces. Hack! So powerful! Sudden counterattack! I saw it wrong. Why did I feel that the cursed insect opposite suddenly stopped? Have it? Have it? Whatever. In the audience, there was a lot of discussion after seeing this scene. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was sitting next to Wang Yanqing, smiling. The activation of the netherworld talent will not cause fluctuations in spiritual power and mental power at all. No matter how the people around you look, there is no sign of outsiders tampering with it. Huh? Wang Yanqing also smiled. He didn't say. She didn't ask either. But she knew that this junior brother must be up to something again. Boom! At this time, the winner was also decided on another battlefield. A cursed insect, which was the size of a brown bear and looked like a large upright cockroach, waved its meteor hammer, right arm, and directly smashed the cursed insect in front of it to pieces. Only 2 left. Final! This is the final! Who will win? Who will be the Goo King? I bet on that big mantis. Are you kidding me? That sledgehammer is so powerful. It hits everyone with a hammer. It must be the Goo King. It's Mantis. It's a hammerworm. Mantis! Hammerworm. The noise in the auditorium became louder and louder. As the melee between cursed insects came to an end, the audience's emotions were also brought to its peak. Jia, the hammer-cursed insect, let out a violent scream, waved its right arm with the hammer, and rushed towards the mantis insect. Auditorium. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, he activated his talent to connect to the underworld again. In fact, the best strategy is to fight until they are inseparable, and then use some tricks to let his mantis win. This is the most seamless. But the mantis doesn't live up to expectations. Anyone in the know can see that under normal circumstances, the mantis bug is definitely no match for the hammer bug. If a fight really breaks out, it will never be inseparable, and they will basically be at a disadvantage once they fight. So, the next best thing, the second best strategy, is to make dangerous moves and make people think that the mantis won by gamble. Call out! The mantis worm waved its mantis blade arm and advanced instead of retreating, charging towards the strong hammerworm. What is it going to do? It wants to compete for speed. It wants to bet. Before the hammer bug's bolus hits it, it can use its own blade arm to cut off the forelimbs of the hammer bug's bolus. In the audience, the hearts of countless viewers were in their throats. On the stage, mantis bugs and hammer bugs rushed towards each other. The mantis's mantis blade arm is raised high. The hammer bug's meteor hammer front limbs have already been swung out. Li Guanqi watched this scene quietly. Activate the talent to connect to the secluded world. Slower. Suddenly, somehow, the swing speed of hammer bug's meteor hammer slowed down for no reason. And this time, it was fatal enough. The mantis worm rushed in front of the hammer worm in an instant. And before the meteor hammer hit it, it swung its mantis blade arm and cut off the hammer worm's bolus forelimb. Green blood splatters. A meteor hammer's forelegs flew high into the air. Without this most lethal organ, the hammer worm is like fish meat that is left to be slaughtered. It is directly cut into pieces by the mantis worms like crazy. Oh! Win! The mantis won? The soldiers made a dangerous move. What a risk of life! Win! 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 Mantis wins the bet. I win the hacking bet too. Get rich. Woohoo! The audience immediately burst into earth-shaking cheers. And soon, these completely different cheers gradually turned into a rhythmic sound. Goo King! Goo King! Goo King! On top of the entire arena, the only cursed insect still standing is the mantis covered in blood. Sister, I won! Li Guanqi adjusted his sitting posture and prepared to go on stage to receive the award. Uh-huh. Yes. Wang Yanqing half smiled. You won. It's not the mantis that wins, but Li Guanqi, the cheating master, won. Let us congratulate the birth of Goo King. And Mo Xiaolin, dressed in a luxurious purple robe, slowly walked onto the ring, passed by the remains of a cursed insect, stood next to the bloody mantis, and shouted loudly, Goo King! Goo King! King of Goo! The people in Goo village above the auditorium all cheered and shouted. Mo Zealand pressed his hands around to signal silence, then looked up at the ground above and laughed loudly. Next, let's invite the High Priest to award the Spirit Refining Worm to the owner of this Goo King's championship that he deserves. Of course, in addition to this, there are also hidden rewards that everyone knows about. So let's look forward to it. Looking forward to whether he can win the favor of the High Priest. Let us also welcome the arrival of the High Priest. Whoa, whoa. Amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of people, the sky above the underground venue, a beautiful woman wearing gorgeous sacrificial clothes, holding a wooden staff in her left hand and an exquisite red box in her right hand, slowly descended from the sky and landed next to Mantis and Mo Xiaolin, the High Priest of Moxie Goo Village. Sikong Wei. At this time, the 5-element level conjurer was still wearing a white veil on his face, but his body was changed into a sacrificial robe made of branches, leaves, and rattan. He wore a wreath on his head and his left earlobe, wearing a delicate little earring that looks like it is woven from grass and vines. Ding! You have discovered the rechargeable item time earrings. Chapter 282, the world's first 3-level magician. Time earrings? Li Guanqi's pupil shrank suddenly. The High Priest. The grass vine earring worn by Sikong Wei at this time on his left ear is the time earring. A charging item from the Time series. Gotta get it. This time. It was the second time that Li Guanqi met the High Priest. But that night a few days ago, the High Priest did not wear the time earrings woven from grass and vines. I wore it today. Is it because of the matching decoration of the sacrificial robe? Forget it. It's not important. The important thing is to get it. How to get it? Li Guanqi's thoughts were like lightning for a moment. His brain was running rapidly. And he came up with 3 plans. But he rejected them one by one within a few seconds. 1. Ask the senior sister to help with the robbery. But it's difficult. If you want to get the earrings from a spellcaster's ear, this close range is no less than killing a 5-element level spellcaster. However, no one knows whether Sikong Wei is at the early stage of the 5 elements level or at the great perfection level of the 5 elements level. And there is more than just Sikong Wei at the 5 elements level in Moxigu village. Sikong Wei is the high priest of Moxigu village. In the Moi family, there is at least one old patriarch of the 5 elements level, who is the current head of the Moi family. According to rumors, the old man was already a 5-element level Dzogchen spellcaster 16 years before he gave birth to Mo Xiaolin. The strength of the Moxie family is too strong. After all, they are the small overlords who dominate Yiqing district in southern Xinjiang. Even the senior sister is unable to deal with it. There is no way to fight one against many. Hard grabs won't work. Plan 1. Let the senior sister grab it hard and reject it. 2. After taking the stage, he grabbed it by himself, facing her senior sister, a practitioner who was also at the 5 elements level. Sikong Wei was absolutely wary, and would not let the other party get too close. But not when facing him. Anyway, the time earrings can be absorbed by just touching them. When he went on stage to receive the award, he and Sikong Wei were absolutely close to each other. At such a close distance, should he just grab it head on? Well, of course not. What a nonsense. It can't be done. A 5-element level conjurer may appear to be physically weak, but in fact, his entire body is protected by the power of law at all times. Of course, it can be said that warriors of different blood, who are also at the 5 elements level, can be killed at close range. But if you are not a 5-element level different blood warrior, there is nothing you can do. For example, Li Guanqi. What if he and Sikong Wei were very close to each other after taking office? Once he dares to take action, a massive amount of metal law power will instantly condense into a Gung Jin spiritual shield to protect Sikong Wei. The speed at which this law spirit shield will appear is definitely faster than his action. Moreover, a physical body that is less than the 5 elements level definitely does not have the power to break the law spiritual shield. So, this plan doesn't work. Not only is it meaningless, but it also loses the last chance to fight for it. It may be considered a hostile move and be attacked by the Moi family. Plan 2. Go on stage and grab it head on. But reject it. 3. Sleep with her. Although the strange world is a world where the law of the jungle is respected, the strong is respected. But the law of the jungle is not only about killing and killing. Sometimes you can also think differently. Time items only need to be touched to charge. In other words, Li Guanqi only needs to be able to touch Sikong Wei's earrings. Sleep with her. When a man and a woman are happily together, loving each other, kissing and hugging each other, he can't believe that they can't touch each other's earrings. But this plan will most likely not work, because Sikong Wei is still a virgin. This shows that in the past 300 years, she should not have really let the Gu King champion touch her body at all, but used a hypnotic spell to fool her through. In order to maintain the past traditions and sacred ancestral precepts of High Priest Moi, Sikong Wei might not be allowed to sleep. Plan 3. Sleep with her. Rejected. None of the 3 plans worked. But Li Guanqi quickly came up with a 4th plan, which seemed reasonable, but always felt that it would not succeed. 4. Beg her. Ask her directly. He first won Sikong Wei's favor, then went to her boudoir at night, explained the matter to her, and made up a random reason to see if he could directly let Sikong Wei touch the earrings for him. Just take off the earrings and let him touch them. This isn't too much to ask, right? Nothing seems wrong. But Li Guanqi always felt that it was not that simple. Next, let's invite the master of the Gu King insect, Mr. Xianli. At this time, young Mo Xiaolin had already looked towards Li Guanqi's position, and the tens of thousands of spectators around him also cast their gazes, their eyes full of envy and hesitation. Of course envy is envy, but he also doubted whether such an ordinary face could win the favor of the high priest. Come up, Mr. Xianli. And Mo Xiaolin laughed loudly and said, Your cursed insect is the Gu King of this year, and you are the champion of this Gu King competition. You should get the glory and rewards that the champion deserves. And you should be cheered and refined by all of us. Spirit Worm. Whoa whoa. Champion. 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 The surrounding people in southern Xinjiang cheered loudly again. Ordinary people who join in the fun are always happy. However, the participating magicians who had died from the cursed insects looked at Li Guanqi with less kindness. Sister, I'm going first. Li Guanqi whispered to Wang Yanqi beside him, then stood up, and slowly walked to the ring with a smile on his face, and came to see Kong Wei. Congratulations, Mr. Xianli. At this time, Kong Wei was no longer wearing a simple white dress, but was wearing a sacrificial dress with a strong southern Xinjiang style. This sacrificial dress made entirely of branches, leaves, and rattan made her whole body. Exudes a unique wild charm. Xianli, meet the high priest. Li Guanqi followed the local customs, bowed slightly and said, Okay, as a courtesy of the Moi family. Congratulations, champion. This is the reward you deserve. Kong Wei looked at him, holding a wooden stick in her left hand, and slowly handing out an exquisite red box with her right hand. Many thanks to Moxie Gu Village. And many thanks to the High Priest. Li Guanqi took the red box with both hands. After opening it, what came into view was a piece of straw and a fat white silkworm lying on the straw, sleeping soundly, completely ignoring external interference. Spirit refining insect. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. After seeing this spirit refining insect, he almost immediately felt a throbbing in his chest, as if the spirit refining insect in his body was urging him to eat this same kind of animal quickly. Generally, very weird feeling. If he eats this spirit refining insect again, the spirit refining insect in Li Guanqi's body will die naturally in an instant, since he has already eaten the spirit refining cordyceps rewarded by the simulator before. There is a 100% chance that the spirit refining insects will turn into a complete spirit refining array after death and be engraved in his body to help him break into the third level of magic. Soon, the realm of the 3 talents of a conjurer is already within sight. Also, our Moi family has a unique secret method of using spirit refining insects. Suddenly, Kong Wei stretched out a green jade finger and tapped Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information slowly emerged in Li Guanqi's mind. It is a secret method used to increase the probability. Using the spirit refining insect in this way can increase the chance of leaving a complete spirit refining array after the death of the spirit refining insect to 1%. Although it is still not high, it is still much higher than the original 0.01%. Soul transfer? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Can the soul be transferred without touching the eyebrows between the eyebrows? Apart from the eyes, the human body is closest to the sea of consciousness, which is also the position closest to the soul. The eyebrows are close to the eyebrows, making it easier to transmit the soul. However, Kong Wei did not need to do this. It seems that her research on the soul is very profound, and her use of the power of the soul is also perfect. Good luck. Kong Wei was wearing a white veil, revealing only her charming eyes. After glancing at Li Guanqi, she turned around and seemed to want to leave. After delivering the spirit refining insects and using the secret method, she is leaving? What about sleeping with you? Ah, the high priest didn't like it. That's right. How can the high priest like you if you look like this? Hee hee. What a pity. A group of male spectators in the auditorium suddenly made sounds of gloating. High priest, wait! Li Guanqi quickly closed the lid of the red box and looked at Kong Wei's graceful back in front of him. After saying that, he quickly used the transformation technique to change his appearance. However, he did not restore his appearance, but turned into a handsome guy who was 1.9 meters tall. If Lin Xianbai appeared here, he would be stunned to find out. Isn't this just him? There is no way. Among the men Li Guanqi has seen with his own eyes, Lin Daochang, who looks both male and female, is the most handsome. He is simply more handsome and elegant than the male stars on the big screen. In this situation where he urgently needed a handsome face, but didn't want to expose his appearance, the first thing Li Guanqi thought of was Lin Xianbai. However, considering the simulation situation, southern Xinjiang women like the high priest obviously like tall people, so he changed his height to 1.9 meters. So handsome. This is fake. Right. How can he do it by disguising himself? This is obviously fake. If he does this, all the previous champions will have different faces. No. Ordinary disguise spells have a feeling of being out of place. especially in the eyes of a 5-element level spellcaster like the High Priest. This strange feeling will be particularly clear and very uncomfortable. So she will not agree. But this Xian Li's disguise technique is perfect. That's right. At least judging from my 4th level cultivation, I can't see anything strange at all. It's impossible. Liang level spells can't do this. Is it a natural technique? Good guy. In order to have sex with the High Priest, this conjurer actually exposed all his innate magic skills. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Si Kongwei also turned around and looked at Li Guanqi, who was staring at Lin Xianbai's handsome face after the disguise. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was thinking about something. A long while. She smiled softly. Her beautiful eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons, and her voice was as clear and gentle as an oriole. It's a very interesting disguise. Tonight, my bed will be your extra reward. Oh, he. As soon as this statement came out, the male audience members in the auditorium immediately cheered and howled like ghosts. Li Guanqi didn't even know how excited they were. And they weren't the ones who could sleep with the High Priest. Although he was favored by the High Priest, Li Guanqi was not in a good mood now. Sleeping with the High Priest is definitely not easy. I'm really going to go tonight. I don't know what will happen. And I don't know if I can really touch her earrings. But in a head-to-head confrontation with Moxie Gu Village, he couldn't defeat him. For the time earrings, I can only go to the Moy family's castle tonight. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger's cubs? Are you really going to sleep with that High Priest tonight? In room. Colorful spiritual energy points spread out in all directions. In this top-level suite with a spirit-gathering spell array, spiritual energy gathers at a high concentration, forming various spiritual powers visible to the naked eye. Wang Yanqing was sitting on the soft blue bed, holding a green pillow in his arms, looking at Li Guanqi in front of the dressing table. His eyes were indescribably complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I need to get something. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai's handsome face in the dressing mirror, adjusting his luxurious purple robe. This is the southern Xinjiang dress sent by the Moy family after the game. They said that someone would be sent to pick him up in the evening. It was best to put on the dress before entering the Moy family's castle. But he ignored the other conjurer's friendship, took the dress and the spirit-refining insect, and returned directly to the inn. What? Wang Yanqing asked curiously. Si Kongwei's earrings. The grass and vine earrings on her left ear. Li Guanqi loosened the collar of his dress and said in a deep voice. What do you want that for? Wang Yanqing was surprised. It means a lot to me. Li Guanqi looked sideways at Wang Yanqing and said. It's very important. Wang Yanqing frowned and shook her head helplessly after a while. No. It's too difficult. The Moy family definitely has more than 2 5-elements levels. Senior sister can't help you snatch it. If you want to snatch the earrings, if you want to get close enough, it's not that difficult. You killed her directly. I know. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. So I have to get it myself. This is too dangerous. Wang Yanqing looked worried. Then if you want to sleep with that woman, senior sister can't be by your side. Right. Even if you are willing, the High Priest won't. But if senior sister isn't by your side, what if Yin Chengping comes here again? What should I do? Will not. Li Guanqi smiled. That's the Moy family. And the High Priest is also a 5-element level conjurer. If Yin Chengping dares to come, she will definitely find it earlier than you. Senior sister. This is the territory of the Moy family. And I am a guest of the Moy family. If I die in their castle, it will destroy the reputation that the Moy family has worked hard for hundreds of years. They will not stand idly by. So Yin Chengping didn't dare to come. But the conjurers are all in cahoots. Wang Yanqing was still worried. That's when you face foreign enemies and you collude, Li Guanqi said calmly. In the world of magic, when magicians face magicians, they are full of regional discrimination and factional hostility. Yin Chengping came from the Violet Council, and the conjurers in that council look down upon the conjurers from southern Xinjiang. What's more, Yin Chengping is still a new school magician, and he looks down upon the old school magicians even more. Moreover, a conservative magic family like the Moy family would not look good on any new magician. Anyway, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said with a smile, Senior sister, don't worry. Don't even think about going head-to-head with the Moy family. After all, it is a big family of magic. When he died in the strange world, he didn't really die. At most, he paid some price. But if the senior sister died, he didn't know whether the senior sister would be resurrected in reality like Qi Xiao Xiao, and he didn't dare to bet on this possibility. Who could risk their lives? After all, Shi Xiaoxiao is still the only special case so far. I can't rest assured. Wang Yanqing sat on the bed, looking depressed. In fact, she was a little confused, whether she was worried or unhappy. I have to get that earring. Li Guanqi chuckled and said. But think of the good in everything. What if I told the high priest that I wanted her earrings and she gave them to me? This is the best ending. Everyone is happy. But usually, the cruel reality will tell everyone that the happy ending you fantasize about will never happen. So although Li Guanqi said this, in his heart, he had almost no hope for this possibility. Thinking of the best in everything? His life creed is actually to always think of the worst. It's still early. It's not even noon yet. And there are still 7 or 8 hours before night. Senior sister, I'll break through first. If something happens in Moi's castle at night, it will be easier to deal with it if I become stronger. Li Guanqi walked to the table next to him and sat down. He opened the delicate red box on the table and pinched the spirit refining insect inside. The chubby spirit refining insect did not wake up even if it was pinched by someone's hands. It was still sleeping. You said a breakthrough is a breakthrough? Wang Yanqing sat on the bed and looked at Li Guanqi with great interest. I have never known about this spirit refining insect before, but today I heard about it in the audience. It is said to be a pure natural spirit refining array. If it can succeed, it is of course the best spiritual refining array. But the problem is that the 1% chance is too small. How can you succeed? Sister. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and smiled. Remember, what your junior is best at is making the impossible possible. Wang Yanqing blinked and finally shook his head helplessly. Okay. Senior sister. Just watch. Okay. You have to watch and don't blink. Li Guanqi picked up the spirit refining insect, turned around, with his back to Wang Yanqing, and swallowed the fat white silkworm in one gulp. There is no nausea as expected from eating bugs. You don't even have to eat it. The spirit refining insect is almost like a high-grade elixir. It melts in the mouth. As soon as it is put into the mouth, it turns into a warm current that spreads throughout the limbs and bones. Finally, this warm current began to converge towards one location, inside the chest. That was the sleeping place of Li Guanqi's first spirit refining insect. Wrapped in this warm current, the spirit refining insect's vitality gradually passed away, and finally it completely went from sleep to death, ending its life. And its body gradually became thinner and turned into a circular white pattern, imprinted on the flesh and blood in Li Guanqi's chest. Buzz? Li Guanqi's clothes suddenly glowed with white light. He directly took off the luxurious purple robe that he had just put on. On Qigua's upper body and strong chest, a circular white light array suddenly appeared, with complex lines on it. At first glance, it seems chaotic. Looking at it again, I can feel a natural charm. Spirit refining seal. Done! Buzz. The spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body began to flow out, and the purple-blue spiritual light flickered in and out of the formation. In the end, the impurities were completely removed, leaving only the last spiritual essence, which returned to the body. Refining spirit. Refining spiritual power. Under the refinement of this spirit refining array, Li Guanqi's spiritual power directly leapt to a higher level. It was a complete qualitative mutation, and turned into a high-level energy that far exceeded his previous spiritual power. There is no new name for this refined spiritual power in the world of magic. But Li Guanqi completely felt that it could be renamed, named mana or something, to express the difference between high and low. After all, this is completely different from the original spiritual power. Compared with the current spiritual power, the previous spiritual power was completely muddy, dirty and smelly. But now, it is a clear spring. Clear and clean. Ding! The world's first 3-level magician appears, and his name is King. At the same time, he is also the first in the world to have reached the level of 3 talents in both the realm of spells and martial arts. Spiritual power, LV39 LV.40, 40.6. Comprehensive level, LV 4647. The qualitative change of spiritual power breaks the limits of shackles. The 3rd level of incantation is broken. After practicing all the way till now, Li Guanqi finally became a genuine 3rd level magician at this moment. The 3 levels of talent are Jing, Qi and Shen. The essence is the physical body. The previous burning body refining method has helped Li Guanqi reach the essence refining state. Qi means spiritual power. The spirit and energy are integrated into one body. And the spirit refining also refines the spirit. The spirit refining array formed by the spirit refining insect helped him enter the state of refining the spirit. God is the soul. Li Guanqi had already cultivated a third-level soul of the God refining realm through the Tying Guan Yu Eju. Refining essence, refining energy, refining spirit. Essence, energy and spirit are all three in one. Today's Li Guanqi is the most perfect three-level talent. The truth behind Chapter 283, The Enchanted Soul in Gu Village. Spiritual Power, LV 40. 40.6. Comprehensive Level, LV 47. A conjurer at the early stage of the third level should have spiritual power of level 30. But Li Guanqi's spiritual power, which has been refined for hundreds of times, is still effective even at the third level. The spiritual power that has been refined for hundreds of times, 100 times the total, allows him to obtain a spiritual power that is comparable to the 4-image level curse. The magician's spiritual power evaluation. By the way, he is the world's first 3-level magician. It seems that Lin Xianbai's progress is still slow. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. On his chest, the white light emitted by the spirit refining array began to flicker in and out with his breathing until it was completely invisible. Different from the previous breakthroughs, the breakthrough of the third-level conjurer seemed calmer, causing no drastic changes in spiritual power and no pressure explosion. Because his spirit refining array is the natural transformation of the spirit refining insect. The way of heaven is natural. God's will is like spring rain, moistening things silently. This time the breakthrough was quiet. Perhaps to a certain extent. Peace is also a part of the way of heaven. Or maybe, the sky is just the sky. The way of heaven is natural. And everyone is one. Thunder rage? Soft flowing water? Flame is merciless? In fact, in the eyes of heaven, there is no essential difference between all things. The so-called labels of various characteristics are just forcibly given by intelligent beings. What am I thinking? Li Guanqi shook his head. It seemed that after obtaining the purely natural spirit refining array, his affinity for this world also increased, causing him to suddenly have some insights that he had never had before. Is this a way of understanding the way of heaven? Li Guanqi was thoughtful. You really broke through. At this time, Wang Yanqing also came over, looking at Li Guanqi, who had successfully broken through. His face was full of disbelief. How did you do it? Didn't I just say that? Li Guanqi came back to his senses, picked up the luxurious purple robe on the ground, put it on, looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, and said with a smile, Remember, your little junior brother will always make everything impossible possible. No, it becomes reality directly. You? Wang Yanqing had no choice but to laugh. So she stretched out her hand and tapped Li Guanqi's forehead hard. At this time, Li Guanqi noticed that the sky outside the window had darkened, and he was stunned. Is it going to rain? Why is it raining? It's dark. Wang Yanqing couldn't help laughing. You've broken through to the third level of conjuration. Are you so happy that you're stupid? Dark? Li Guanqi's face was full of doubts. But wasn't it just morning? What just? Wang Yanqing became increasingly helpless. You think you just sat there for a while? As soon as you sat down, more than 8 hours passed. Li Guanqi was stunned. More than 8 hours? He didn't feel it at all. Listen. Wang Yanqing suddenly turned his head and said, It seems like something is pulling a car and driving towards our inn. It's night. Maybe it's the Moy family's carriage. Li Guanqi turned around and walked to the window of the room, opened it, and looked out at the streets of Daisy and the dark sky. As expected, in the street not far from the inn, a luxurious and exquisite horse carriage was slowly approaching. But the cart was not pulled by horses. It was a 3-headed lizard with white scales all over its body, somewhat similar to a velociraptor, with thick hind limbs and short forelimbs. It was a monster lizard species that stood on 2 legs. Although it is a lizard, it is not ferocious. The scales of this lizard are like jade, extremely beautiful and beautiful. It's a white jade lizard. When it matures, it will be a Liangyi-level demon species. It is said that one can cost 800,000 gold coins. The Moy family is indeed rich. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help but say something. What is this? The eldest lady of the Wang family on the bed didn't take it seriously at all. When she was a child in the capital, the aristocratic young masters played so extravagantly. Stop talking. Senior sister, this is the carriage of the Moy family. Li Guanqi turned around and walked towards the door of the room. It's time for me to go. It seems that the time for my breakthrough is just right. Not too early and not too late. I'll accompany you. Wang Yanqing got out of bed. At least escort you to the gate of the Moi family's castle. Otherwise I'm afraid Yin Chengping will attack you on the road. And the guards next to the lizard car won't be able to protect you. That's fine. Li Guanqi nodded. Mr. Xianli, your car is ready. As soon as Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing came downstairs and pushed open the door of Yin, a one-eyed young man wearing a dark blue robe came over and greeted Li Guanqi with the courtesy of the Moi family. This is my sister. Li Guanqi pointed to Wang Yanqing beside him. She wants to accompany me into the Moi family's castle. Is that okay? Sure. The one-eyed young man smiled. Li Guanqi was stunned. He just said it casually. Is it really okay? No. Wait. It shouldn't be for his sake. Wang Yanqing is a 5-element level martial artist. The elders of the Moi family should have greeted this young man. It's just entering a castle. But you still have to give me 5-element level face. However, it can only be the reception area of the castle. The one-eyed young man said again. Mr. Xianli, you have won the favor of the high priest. What you need to go to is the residence of the high priest. This young lady cannot follow you there. Please stay outside and wait. Don't worry. Moi the family will take her to visit the fortress. It must be a worthwhile trip. No need. Wang Yanqing said calmly. Just give me a room to stay alone. The room closest to the high priest's residence. The closer the better. As you wish. The one-eyed young man saluted her again. This time he bit much lower than the one he saluted to Li Guanqi just now. Li Guanqi saw this and shook his head helplessly. In this weird world, fists are the last word. And only the strong can be respected. Then let's go! Don't delay, eh? Li Guanqi was just about to get on the lizard cart. But he found something was wrong with the 3 white jade lizards pulling the cart. He walked up to the 3 white jade lizards and took a closer look. He even reached out his hand and opened the mouths of the 3 white jade lizards to examine them carefully. In the empty mouth, there were no sharp teeth or barbs. Only 2 rows of large white teeth similar to human teeth. Li Guanqi quickly came to a conclusion. This is not a jade lizard. In other words, this is not a wild and domesticated white jade lizard. The white jade lizard has sharp teeth, and the inside of its mouth is equipped with numerous sharp barbs just like a camel. However, the mouths of these 3 white jade lizards do not have sharp teeth and barbs. Instead, they have become blunt teeth similar to those of humans, which are not suitable for biting raw meat. And the white jade lizard is a docile demon species, but it is definitely more violent than a horse. However, Li Guanqi opened their mouths to check. But the 3 white jade lizards showed no reaction at all. They were so docile that they didn't seem to care if they were manipulated by others. This is a cultivated variant of the white jade lizard. After rounds of crossbreeding, the teeth were removed and the character became more docile. Whose work is this? Li Guanqi asked the one-eyed young man. A masterpiece of the Moi family. The one-eyed young man smiled slightly. Obviously, he did not say the identity of the breeder. But Li Guanqi already had a vague guess. High Priest Xikong Wei. That night when Wang Yanqing first met the 5-element level female conjurer, he felt that there was a strong smell of demons on her body, which was made up of countless kinds of demons mixed together. Obviously only bestiality masters would deal with a large number of different kinds of monsters for a long time. But it doesn't seem to be any of his business. Let's go! Li Guanqi got into the carriage. Wang Yanqing followed closely behind. The one-eyed young man who followed him also sat at the front of the carriage, driving 3 white jade lizards, and slowly drove towards the top of the tree city, where the Moi family's castle was located. The night is like water. On the cold street, there were few pedestrians. The lizard car went further and further away, and soon disappeared into the night. Moi Castle. Deep. In a green room. All kinds of tables, chairs and furniture are made of grass, wood and ivy, and the overall decoration is mainly green. At a glance, you will feel a sense of freshness. The refreshing feeling of spring. Xikong Wei, who was dressed in sacrificial robes, sat in front of the dressing table and slowly pulled off the veil on her face. In the mirror, there is a flawless face. Priest's sister, Mo Zealand, a young man in purple robe, sat beside the bed and looked at Xikong Wei eagerly. You won't really accompany him, will you? How can I violate the traditions of Moxigu village and the sacred precepts of the high priests of all generations? Xikong Wei did not look back. Mo Zealand's complexion changed slightly. Also, it's time for you to go to the 7th floor, to your sister's room. Xikong Wei's voice was calm. This is what you should do as a Moi tribesman. Don't procrastinate every time. If you do this again, I will tell your father to delete all memories of the so-called Daluo ethics in your soul. Do. Remember? You are from the Moxie tribe in southern Xinjiang, not from Daluo. The continuation of the Moi family and the purity of the Moi family's bloodline are the only things you need to consider. Mo Zealand was silent, but this noble young man had no choice but to lower his head and leave the grassy residence belonging to the high priest. Si Kongwei was sitting in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror, raising her white left hand and gently touching the grass vine earrings above her left earlobe with complicated eyes. If I am not the high priest of this generation, and he is not the young patriarch of this generation, can I take him away? But I am the high priest after all, and he is the young patriarch after all. In an empty room, a woman sighed, melodious and melancholy. This is the closest place to the high priest's room. Miss Qingyan, you can wait here for Mr. Xianli to come back. Moi Castle. Outside the door of an exquisite room, the one-eyed young man leading the way stopped and spoke respectfully to Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. Where is the high priest's room? Wang Yanqing asked. Right there. The one-eyed young man turned around and pointed to the window at the end of the corridor. Through the window, you can see that in the night. In a courtyard of the castle, there is a towering tree with dense branches and leaves. Stairs, doors, and windows, and other facilities extend from it. It seems that it is another tree house that has been transformed into a house. According to this, it is only 500 meters away. For a 5 elements level warrior, this is almost a negligible distance. However, if the opponent is also at the 5 elements level, then this distance is not close. But there was nothing we could do. After all, this is their territory. Is it okay if I just wait here? Wang Yanqing said and walked directly to the window at the end of the corridor. The one-eyed young man hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. As you wish, Miss Qingyan. Junior brother. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and blinked. ? Li Guanqi didn't understand what this meant. Let's go, Mr. Xianli. The one-eyed young man had already stepped away and led the way again. Li Guanqi nodded slightly to Wang Yanqing and left with him. Moi Castle is actually not very southern Xinjiang, because this place does not have a grassy atmosphere. It is somewhat similar to a Western medieval castle structure. Most of it is made of stone, and the corridors are paved with long and exquisite red carpets. Along the corridor walls, Li Guanqi also saw many decorations such as statues and portraits. I have one thing I don't know whether I should ask. Li Guanqi kept the doubts in his heart for a long time, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Is it about this tradition of our high priest? The one-eyed young man looked calm. There's nothing you should or shouldn't ask. Almost every outsider champion wants to ask. But I can only say, every place has its own folk customs. This tradition of having a night of revelry with a high priest appeared as early as 800 years ago, when our Moi family first took root here, and the first generation of high priest was elected. For head? Li Guanqi was stunned. No. Do as the Romans do. I respect your traditions. That's not what I want to ask. What I want to ask is that the high priest's surname is not Moi. Nor is she one-eyed. She is not a bloodline of your Moi family. Then, she is a curse. Where exactly is the magician's shortcoming? Li Guanqi looked at the one-eyed young man curiously. Infertility. The one-eyed young man seemed a little surprised by his question, but he still replied, This is not a secret. If you live in Gu village for 2 years, and the locals treat you as one of their own, they will be willing to tell you. The high priests of all generations, they are all infertile girls selected from Gu village. Li Guanqi was stunned. Infertility. God does not give people the fertility they deserve, which of course falls into the category of God refuses to grant it, and the magic skills in return are generally very powerful. But it's best not to mention these in front of the high priest, the one-eyed young man said and stopped, because the door leading to the courtyard is already in front of you. Go through this door, then enter the entrance of the courtyard treehouse, and walk to the 2nd floor, which is the residence of the high priest. The one-eyed young man lowered his head slightly towards Li Guanqi. Not only the treehouse, but the entire courtyard is actually the residence of the high priest. It is inconvenient for me to enter. I asked Mr. Xianli to go on his own for the rest of the way. Okay. Thank you. Li Guanqi stepped forward, walked through the gate to the courtyard, stepped on the soft grass, and walked straight to the entrance of the treehouse. Squeak. Pushing open the door at the bottom of the treehouse, Li Guanqi entered the treehouse. After casually looking at the decoration and layout on the first floor, he walked up the stairs. Come to the second floor. After walking through a short corridor, an exquisite mahogany door appeared in front of you. On both sides of the gate, there was a guard wearing vine armor standing on each side. 3 talented level different blood warrior. 3 talented level different blood warrior. The high priest is waiting for you. One of the guards lowered his head and said, and then pushed the door open with another guard. Li Guanqi walked into it. After walking into this brightly lit room, the first thing that caught my eye was the back figure sitting in front of the dressing table. The round buttocks, slender waist, and this back view alone are enough to arouse people's imagination. Still wearing grass and vine sacrificial clothes. The left ear is still wearing the time earrings woven with grass and vines. High priest! Li Guanqi suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked towards her. As he walked, he said, please listen to me. Your beauty is incomparable. But I have a request. I want to ask you first. Just after Li Guanqi approached the dressing table, the high priest suddenly turned around. That beautiful face with the veil removed. Even Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel slightly lost. Who is the most beautiful among the women he has come into contact with so far? Han Mengyao is very cute and fulfills all his fantasies about young girls. But when it comes to beauty, the senior sister Wang Yanqing who transforms into a succubus is the number one. She is full of devilish charm and is even higher than the beautiful Qin Lubai. But at this time, after seeing Si Kongwei's face, Li Guanqi felt like seeing an angel. The kind of holy beauty that could not bear to be blasphemed. High priest. But Li Guanqi was not that obsessed with women after all. He quickly came to his senses and talked about the business of tonight. I want to ask you to lend me your earrings. Si Kongwei put a finger in front of her red lips, and then gently blew out a mouthful of pink mist towards Li Guanqi. Go to sleep. You're going to have a great night. Li Guanqi was in a daze, and soon he closed his eyes and fell back. In the haze, Li Guanqi seems to be entangled with a beautiful snow-white body. Topsy-turvy, clouds and rain in Wushan. But eventually, everything ceases to exist. He suddenly appeared in the middle of a vast ocean. Lower your head. Above the calm, mirror-like water surface is the reflection of a god and demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. This is the spirit body of Li Guanqi. I see, he whispered to himself. Si Kongwei, your dream creation can completely affect me during the simulation, allowing me to spend a so-called happy night in a psychedelic state. But now I have a 3rd-level soul that I didn't have in the simulation. In addition, I can't figure out the mystery of my own soul, so your dream making can no longer affect me. Now, it's time to wake up. Call. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he was naked and lying on a big blue bed, with his clothes scattered on the ground. As for the side, of course half the figure was gone. The dresser next to the bed was also empty. The whole room was empty. A dream trick made him believe that something really happened between him and the high priest. Then he took off his clothes and threw him on the bed. Finally, you can easily create the illusion of dual cultivation by just using any potion that is used to improve your cultivation level. His guess was not wrong. In 300 years, Si Kongwei had never really played with a man. Li Guanqi's expression suddenly changed slightly. Strangeness? Why so much dust and cobwebs? He got up and put on his clothes and looked around with a look of surprise on his face. The high priest's room at this time was completely different from the room he had seen before. It had been carefully cleaned and tidy before. But now, it seems to be a rotten and dirty place that has been uninhabited all year round. The corners are covered with cobwebs. And the tables, chairs and floors are covered with dust. If you blow a gentle breath, the dust will fly all over the room. It would take at least 7 or 8 years for no one to clean it to have this effect. What's the situation? Li Guanqi frowned and quickly ran towards the door of the room. Squeak. The door seemed to have not been moved all year round. When it was pulled, it made a very loud sound. After completely opening the door, Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. Outside the door, lying 2 white bones covered in rattan armor. These are the 2 3-level vine armor guards he met outside the high priest's room earlier. And now, dead? And turned into bones? Moreover, even the swords on their waists became rusty, as if they had passed through the years. Wrong. Li Guanqi frowned, squatted down, and carefully inspected the 2 bones. He has been dead for some years. At least 10 years. Li Guanqi stood up, frowning, turned his head, and looked at the deep treehouse corridor, his face full of surprise. Dead for 10 years? In the end, what happened? Has he slept for 10 years? How can it be? Call out! Li Guanqi's player pinched Yu Fengju and turned into a blast of wind. Next, he walked around the entire priest's treehouse, trying to find the second living person. But the result is, no. All he saw were white bones one after another, and all of them have been dead for at least 10 years. This treehouse, the residence of the high priest, is very huge, with as many as 7 floors, and many rooms on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. There are 2 white skeletons lying on the bed, pressed together, and they all look like that, making posture. The skeletons of men and women are very different. As long as some bones are still there, the gender of men and women can be easily distinguished. Not to mention that these skeletons are all complete. All were one man and one woman. For 800 years, the Moy family has had no left eye for generations. In fact, the left orbit of the skull has long been genetically deformed. Based on this specific information, Li Guanqi could clearly see that the bones of men and women on the bed belonged to the Moy tribe. Nothing. At this time, a female voice suddenly came from upstairs, 7th floor, the top floor of the priest's treehouse. And this is Sikong Wei's voice. Young patriarch, you and your sister have to fight for some energy. Do you understand? The bloodline of the Moy family needs you to work hard to continue it. You must work hard enough so that the Moy family can survive forever. Do you understand my good intentions? Well, I know what you two said. I know everything. But I promised your grandfather that I would protect the Moy family and let the Moy family continue forever. But if you are like this, what can I do? Shall we? What did you say? Nonsense. It's been so long. You two can't do it once a day. Not even at noon. Li Guanqi looked ugly. He suddenly thought of a terrible possibility and slowly walked towards the 7th floor. I know your family has a low fertility rate, and it's very difficult. But you also have to. Sikong Wei kept thinking incessantly, as if she was talking to the young patriarch and Xiao Hui. But Li Guanqi only heard her voice from beginning to end. Finally, Li Guanqi arrived at the 7th floor of the treehouse, followed the sound, and pushed open the room where the sound came from. Squeak. What came into view was still a decayed and dusty scene. On the big bed, the skeletons of 2 children were hugging each other. They were obviously the skeletons of a boy and a girl, bones that had been dead for at least 10 years. When he died, he should have been only 5 or 6 years old. Bedside, the beautiful high priest, Sikong Wei, wearing a sacrificial robe, sat on a chair, looking at the 2 bones of children, and said something serious and heartfelt. Young patriarch, you and Xiao Wei. You too, huh? Sikong Wei said, suddenly turned around and looked at Li Guanqi coldly. Why are you awake? No, why are you here? Where are the guards? Where are the guards? The high priest suddenly became furious and shouted around. Guards. What are you doing for food? The guards are all dead a long time ago. And why do we need guards? How come a powerful 5-element level conjurer can't notice my awakening? Li Guanqi looked at Sikong Wei in front of him with complicated eyes. Unless this 5-element level conjurer is mentally abnormal and his perception ability has hit rock bottom. It turns out that the Moy family was completely destroyed 10 years ago, and their bloodline was cut off. Sikong Wei. And you were already crazy 10 years ago. Chapter 284. Goodbye Thunder Dragon Lizard. How can we forget the kindness of teaching? Insane? Crazy? Sikong Wei frowned and looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. Xianli. What are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about yourself? Li Guanqi glanced at the dusty bed, as well as the skeletons of a man, a woman, and 2 children on it, with complicated eyes. They were long dead. And what was lying on the bed were just the bones of 2 children. Mo Zealand died 10 years ago. At that time, he was only a 6-year-old child. 10 years ago, all members of the Moy family died overnight. Sikong Wei, you couldn't accept this reality and used illusions to cover the entire Moxie Gu village, creating the illusion that hundreds of Moxie clan members were still alive. 10 years. A full 10 years. You have deceived all the people of Gu village, deceived many outside tourists, and also deceived yourself. Li Guanqi has figured out everything. He had mixed feelings at this time. He just felt sad. Is it terrible to lie? But what's even more terrifying is that he lied to himself. And he still believed it. Question mark. Sikongwei seemed completely confused. What on earth are you talking about? Suddenly, she seemed to have a sudden realization. Did something go wrong with the dream-making technique and damage his brain? It seems that I am really unfamiliar. The high priest shook his head with a wry smile, then looked at the dusty bed and the two child skeletons, and said with a smile, "Okay, young patriarch, take your sister and leave first. I need to tamper with this person. Memories, lest he go out and talk nonsense." "Sister!" Li Guanqi suddenly shouted. Boom! The dome of the treehouse exploded, and bricks and branches fell down. Wang Yanqing, holding a bloody spear in his hand, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Li Guanqi in an instant. But almost at the same time, a 9-color shield appeared on Sikongwei's body, which not only wrapped herself, but also protected the big bed next to her, protecting the two child skeletons on the bed. 9 colors? 9 series of laws? Great perfection. It turns out that Sikongwei has long been a 5-element level Dzogchen spellcaster. "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Wang Yanqing stood in front of Li Guanqi and stared at Sikongwei. "Well, you're here." Before Li Guanqi could say anything, Sikongwei looked at Wang Yanqing and said helplessly, "Your junior brother seems to be crazy." "Oh?" Wang Yanqing was stunned. "Look at them." Sikongwei pointed at the two child skeletons on the bed. "Your junior brother. You insist that they are bones. Point at 2 living people and say they are bones. And also say that all the people in Moxigu village are dead. Isn't this crazy? What is it?" Wang Yanqing carefully looked at the bones on the bed, then turned to look at Li Guanqi with a strange look on his face. "Junior brother, what exactly did you find?" I think they are both alive. Isn't this Mo Zealand and a girl from the Moxia family? There is no perfect illusion in the world. Every illusion must have loopholes," Li Guanqi said calmly. Psychedelic spells are actually just like programming codes in reality. No matter how you do it, there will always be bugs. Just more or less serious or insignificant. As for Sikongwei's giant illusion that enveloped the entire village, it seemed wonderful, but it actually had a huge and serious flaw. Li Guanqi had already found this loophole by accident with Sikongwei's personal help. Illusion superposition. This illusion is so powerful and advanced that Wang Yanqing, who possesses a 4th-level soul, is not even aware of it. However, if within the scope of this high-level illusion, a low-level illusion is superimposed on the subject, then the subject only needs to break the low-level illusion, and can also escape from the high-level illusion together. This is a serious flaw in the advanced illusion spell that Sikongwei applied to the entire Moxigu village area. Want to verify? It couldn't be simpler. "Sister." Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing beside him and said seriously, "I will cast an illusion on you. Don't resist it in your soul. Accept it first, and then break it. Okay? Don't worry. This is just a 2-level illusion. Even if you let go of your mind and accept it, your soul will automatically reject it after a few seconds. At that time, you can break the illusion." Wang Yanqing nodded. She never had any doubts about her junior brother. "Buzz?" Li Guanqi raised his right hand and kneaded with one hand, releasing a light red halo that enveloped Wang Yanqing's brain, and her eyes became distracted. 3 seconds later, boom! The reddish halo shattered. Wang Yanqing's eyes were clear again. The next moment, she looked around with a look of astonishment on her face. Finally, he looked at the dusty bed next to Sikongwei and the 2 bones of children nestling tightly together, with a shocked expression. Living person? Bones? The living people she had seen before turned out to be illusions. "You saw it too," Li Guanqi said softly. This. Wang Yanqing didn't know what to say for a moment. "What game are you 2 siblings playing?" Sikongwei was confused and couldn't understand the actions of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. Wang Yanqing glanced at the beautiful high priest, and then looked at Li Guanqi with a strange expression. "She's already gone insane," Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. "The Moxie family was destroyed 10 years ago, and the castle under our feet lost all living people overnight 10 years ago. The Moxie people the people of Gu Village, and the tourists who have traveled to and from Gu Village in recent years have seen before are actually all illusions. These are all illusions created by this crazy woman in order to escape reality. The people in southern Xinjiang of Moxigu Village are living people, but not the hundreds of people in the Moi family. This is also the reason why the members of the Moi family have never left the Gu stronghold in recent years, because these illusions of theirs only exist within the confines of the Gu stronghold. For 10 years, no one found out. Because of this illusion, even 4th level souls cannot directly see through it. 5th level soul? Excluding those top geniuses, only Lyoha level practitioners can possess it. And practitioners at the Lyoha level would not come to Moxie Gu village for no reason. So Sikong Wei deceived herself and others like this for 10 years. Li Guanqi said. Wang Yanqing's complexion changed slightly, and she completely understood. Sikong Wei was speechless, with a look of helplessness on her face. I just used a dream-making spell on you. What part of your soul is missing to make you become like this? Who did you lie to? Li Guanqi looked at the beautiful high priest and shook his head gently. No, you didn't lie to anyone. From beginning to end, you were actually just lying to yourself. Not for profit or conspiracy. You're just trying to escape reality. I guess, 10 years ago, the reason why the Moi family died mysteriously overnight was precisely because of you. The path of a magician has always been filled with conspiracies. Wei Mo, Yi Sen, and Zhuang Yuan are all like this. All 3 times. But this 4th time, what Li Guanqi saw was not a conspiracy for his own benefit, but just a mentally disturbed woman who used illusions to blind her eyes and escape from reality. A poor woman. I think you 2 siblings need to find a soul master to have a good checkup. Sikong Wei looked helpless. Seeing this, Li Guanqi already had a vague guess in his mind. This woman deceived herself the most. It was most likely that she had sealed her memory or even deleted it. Sister, let's do it. Li Guanqi stared at the time earring on Sikong Wei's left ear. Kill her, and we will find a way to break this illusion formation. And help me get that straw earring. There is no need to worry. Our previous scruples are actually meaningless. All members of the Moi family died 10 years ago, including the former old patriarch. Among the current Moxie Gu village, she is the only one who is a 5 elements level. 5 elements leveled Zhaojin spellcaster. Senior sister, you should be able to do it. Right? Certainly. Wang Yanqing tightly grasped the blood-colored spear in his hand, quickly raised his body, burst out of his red clothes, and transformed into a 3-meter-tall charming demon. She looked at Sikong Wei in front of her with her amber vertical pupils, and said in a deep voice, Senior sister will help you get the earrings. And by the way, let this woman wake up. This person has passed away, and the illusion is recreated. But disrespect to the dead. For Daluo people, using illusions to pretend that the dead are still alive and letting them accompany them is not a true feeling worth touching, but a kind of blasphemy against the dead. This person has passed away. You can only pay attention to the time. But, Li Guanqi frowned slightly when he looked at Wang Yanqing beside him. Because this matter is not about respecting the deceased at all. But the High Priest's soul illusion formation has a fatal impact on ordinary people. If it takes more than 10 years, the souls of these ordinary people will be overwhelmed and burst to death. Because of this, they must break this illusion formation. No one cares about you if you miss the dead. But Sikong Wei's nostalgia for the dead has affected all the living people in the village. Sikong Wei must die. And this illusion formation must be broken. 2 lunatics. Boom. Sikong Wei turned around, hugged the bones of the 2 children on the bed, turned into a gust of wind, smashed the wall, and flew out. Come on. Take down these 2 intruders. The High Priest gave an order, and countless strong winds and thunder shot out from the entire Moi fortress, all of which were 4 elephant-level law attacks. In Sikong Wei's eyes, these are all members of the Moxie family's 4th-level clan. However, they are all self-deceiving illusions. In the eyes of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing, these attacks were substantial, but the perpetrators were completely missing, because those who performed these attacks are not human in the first place. Senior sister, this illusion is obviously a large formation. It is essentially a curse formation. It can issue 4 elements level formation attacks. I guess it cannot simulate 5 element level attacks, but I am not 100% sure. In short, you have to be careful. Son! Li Guanqi quickly reminded Wang Yanqing. Clear. Wang Yanqing nodded. And then the demon behind him flapped his wings, smashing the dome of the treehouse and flying into the night sky, chasing Sikong Wei in the distance. As for the 4-level law attacks around them, in front of the 5 elements level Wang Yanqing, he basically didn't even have to resist. And it was too easy to resist. Roar! 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 At this time, roars belonging to the demon species suddenly appeared in the underground of Moi Castle. The wild pressure of the demon species almost enveloped the entire Moi Gu stronghold. Sikong Wei, the beast spell master, Deep underground in Moi Castle is where the Beast Curse Master raises demon species. Facing Wang Yanqing's offensive at this time, Sikong Wei, as a beast spell master, naturally had to mobilize his own spell beasts to attack the enemy. Various 4-element level, and even 5-element level demonic auras erupted one after another. The strength of the Beast Curse Master is very terrifying. A 5-elements level Beast Curse Master can even control 5-elements level demon species at the same time, as well as a large number of 4-element level demon species. Once the beasts are mobilized to attack, they can cause great damage. Extremely powerful. However, to capture the thief, capture the king first. When dealing with a beast spell master, almost no one would think of entangled with her spell beasts. They would try their best to attack her herself, and the beast spell master will naturally mobilize the beast to defend himself. At this time, it depends on the methods of both parties. Call out. Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand, turned into a gust of wind and shot out, flying madly towards the outside of the castle. He didn't have time to watch the battle between his senior sister and Sikong Wei. Through the last battle with Yin Chumping, Li Guanqi already knew very well that in the battle at the 5-elements level, he was completely the laggard. Even if he lends the God-killing sword to Wang Yanqing, it won't work. Even if Sikong Wei's 4th level soul cannot block the God-killing sword, it can actively attack after being breached to offset the remaining power of the God-killing sword. So soul confrontation is a complete waste of time. In the case where the souls cannot tell the winner, the battle between Sikong Wei and Wang Yanqing still has to fall on the 3 competitions of spiritual power, cursed beasts, and physical body. The battlefield between these 2 5-element level women was in the sky above the castle. Li Guanqi now wants to leave the entire Gu village as soon as possible to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle. If possible, he would also inform Tulip Sorceress Arya, the ancient scholar father and daughter, and the people of the entire Gu village in southern Xinjiang to evacuate as soon as possible. After all, the aftermath of the 5-elements level battle was enough to raise the entire Moi Gu stronghold to the ground. Roar! Li Guanqi was flying, and a roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a large shadow suddenly appeared in the area where he was. Li Guanqi raised his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank, covering the sky and the moon. I saw an extremely huge monster standing on the spire of Moi Castle, with its giant wings spread out, covering the sky and the bright moon. 30 meters long, like a lizard, with thick scales like purple steel all over its body, like heavy armor. That's the Thunder Dragon Lizard. 5-elements level demon species. The person who killed teacher Xiao Li was also a 5-element level Thunder Giant Lizard. It's you? The Thunder Giant Lizard stood on the top of the mountain, uttering human words, roaring and roaring at Li Guanqi. The hatred and killing intent in the blood-red vertical pupils were about to solidify. Li Guanqi was stunned. It's me? Does this Thunder Giant Lizard know him? Roar. Rumble. The Thunder Lizard raised its head and roared. And suddenly thick dark clouds gathered in the entire sky. Waves of purple and blue thunder exploded in the clouds. And the thunder shone, lighting up the night sky. I smell Xiao Li. You must be his relative. You are his descendant. He killed my wife and children. I want his descendants to be cut off, and all his relatives and friends to die. I want you to die. Li Guanqi was immediately shocked beyond measure. This Thunder Giant Lizard actually happens to be the one that was seriously injured and fled in the Leilu Mountains. Was teacher Xiao Li killed by this giant lizard? Thunder! At this time, Sikong Wei's voice boomed from the distant sky. Come here quickly! What are you doing there? Come here quickly! No! The Thunder Dragon shook its head crazily and roared, as if it was struggling for something. As it resisted, a pale golden mark quietly appeared on the forehead of this Thunder Monitor Lizard. Spell Slave Mark. Li Guanqi guessed the general cause and effect in an instant. At the beginning, Xiao Li killed the female Monitor Lizard with 1 against 2 in the Leilu Mountains to avenge the Gushue branch. But in the end, the seriously injured male Monitor Lizard escaped. Not long after, Xiao Li was also seriously injured and died. The seriously injured male Thunder Dragon Lizard fled all the way across the land of southern Xinjiang, but was eventually caught by Sikong Wei of Moi Gu village, and forcibly enslaved him into his own cursed beast for his own use. Is it a coincidence? No, it's not. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Weird World arranged for him this Gu Village Fascination mission. This is the opportunity given to him by the strange world. A chance to avenge the teacher. Call. Li Guanqi let out a heavy breath, took out some snow spears and water moon swords from the space ring, and at the same time, his whole body transformed, instantly returning to his original appearance, turning into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, white hair flying. In the center of the head, Li Guanqi's blue eyes were full of murderous intent. The kindness of teaching should not be forgotten. He needed to give an explanation to Xiaoholi, the teacher who taught him the 100 refinements of spiritual power method. We also need to give an explanation to the centaur girl Misha, who lost her adoptive father. What about the 5 elements level demon species? The warrior takes a breath and is allowed to advance but not retreat. Lei, you dare to disobey my order? What are you resisting? Sikong Wei's voice came from the sky again, already filled with anger. I want revenge. The thunder dragon roared angrily. The murder of my wife is related to this human being. I want to kill this human being to vent my anger. Sikong Wei on the horizon was silent for a moment. Good. Then, she spoke again. I'll leave that human to you. But you can't kill him. Capture him first and bring him back to me. Blackmail. Sikong Wei obviously felt that this female martial artist was not easy to mess with after a brief fight with Wang Yanqing. After determining that she could not win quickly, she wanted the Thunder Lizard to catch Li Guanqi first to blackmail Wang Yanqing, the senior sister. Call out! A purple rainbow swept across the sky. Junior brother, let's retreat first. Wang Yanqing, who turned into a succubus, actually left the battlefield, flew here, picked up Li Guanqi and flew towards the outside of Moigu's stronghold. In the blink of an eye, she flew thousands of meters away, quickly left the range of Moxie Gu village, and flew quickly over the vast mountains. Senior sister, let me go! Senior sister! Sister! As Li Guanqi's voice and resistance became louder and louder, Wang Yanqing had to lower her head, looked at him and yelled, Don't be brave! That's a 5-element level demon species. Senior sister, if I have a real fight with Sikong Wei, I have no time to be distracted. Take care of, huh? Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. Wang Yanqing stared blankly at Li Guanqi in his arms. I saw this white-haired man with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 arms on the left and the tips of the 3 middle fingers all had a little white smoke. White smoke, pulse opening method. This is the precursor to the opening of the 4 pillars to heaven. I got it. Li Guanqi raised his 3 left hands, which were all emitting white smoke, and looked at Wang Yanqing seriously. I have seized the opportunity to open my pulse. The opportunity to break through the 4-level martial arts. Senior sister, I don't want it to flow away at my fingertips. I can't give up this opportunity. And facing the Thunder Dragon Lizard, I should have an end. One of my teachers was killed by that Thunder Dragon Lizard. The reason why I have the power to kill enemies beyond the level now is due to that teacher. The kindness of teaching should not be forgotten. I, Li Guanqi, must give an explanation to my mentor. Chapter 285, the world's first 4-elephant level martial artist. An explanation to my mentor? An opportunity to break through the 4 phenomena of martial arts? Wang Yanqing bit her lip with a tangled expression. Revenge for my mentor can wait. We can talk about it someday. But how can we wait to break through the situation? The opportunity for Li Guanqi to break through the 4 realms has come. And the opportunity to break through cannot be missed. Once the opportunity comes for the first time, if you don't seize it to break through, then it will be hundreds of times more difficult to get the opportunity to break through the second time than the first time. But compared with life, which one is more important? No! Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and shouted in a deep voice. If you fight with that Thunder Giant Lizard, Sikong Wei and her herd will definitely intervene. But if I am responsible for blocking her, I will not be able to distract you from protecting you. If you were raped by that giant lizard, senior sister? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted loudly by Li Guanqi. Senior sister, believe me. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, her beautiful amber eyes on her lavender face, and said seriously, I am your little junior brother, but I am not a child who needs your protection for everything. Believe me, sister, I will chop off the head of the Thunder Dragon. I will give an explanation to my mentor. I will return in triumph with a martial arts cultivation level of 4 elephant levels. Wang Yanqing stared blankly at Li Guanqi. For a moment, she seemed to see the look that man once had in the big boy's eyes. No. Li Guanqi's gaze was far more intense than that of Qi Yuanan back then. As bright as the sun. Unrivaled high-spiritedness. That is absolute confidence. Call. Finally, Wang Yanqing took a deep breath. I understand. She turned her head and looked into the distance, looking at the thundering giant lizard flying rapidly towards the horizon, as well as Sikong Wei and the herd of beasts further away. Wang Yanqing's eyes gradually became firm, and she tightly held the blood-colored spear in her hand. Then let's go and fight. Sister, I believe you. You also believe that senior sister. Your battle with the thunder giant lizard will not be interfered by any external force. When you cut off that giant lizard's head, senior sister will come back with Sikong Wei's earring and hand it over to you. Call out! As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic wings behind Wang Yanqing flapped violently, and his whole body turned into a violent wind and flew away. He ignored the oncoming thunder lizard and crashed directly into Sikong Wei and her herd behind the thunder lizard. Boom! 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 Loud noises suddenly erupted. The battle between Wang Yanqing and Sikong Wei was on the verge of breaking out, and under Wang Yanqing's deliberate control, the battle quickly moved thousands of meters away, completely opening up the battlefield. Roar! The thunder dragon came to Li Guanqi alone, its giant purple wings flapping, floating in the night sky. This 5-element level powerful demon species looked down at Li Guanqi, who was standing in the wind, and roared, Tell me, where is Xia Holi? Tell me his whereabouts, and I can make your death more pleasant. The giant lizard clan, as a branch of the giant dragon clan, possesses extremely high intelligence. They also have the love and hatred that humans have. The thunder lizard has always been obsessed with the death of his wife. Even though he was enslaved by Sikong Wei and turned into a cursed beast, he still grudges against Xia Holi, the enemy who killed his wife, and always wants to take revenge one day. However, that day, after the thunder dragon escapes, Xia Holi was also seriously injured and died. He's long dead. Li Guanqi stood against the wind and stared at the thunder dragon lizard coldly. The one who wants revenge today is not you, but me. There was an obvious look of astonishment in the thunder dragon lizard's scarlet eyes. The enemy had gritted its teeth to kill day and night, turned out to be dead? Dead, 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 ha 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 ha. The thunder dragon suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Have a good death. What about you? Human. The thunder lizard lowered its head and looked at Li Guanqi. His scarlet eyes were filled with a joking smile. What is a mere third-level magician doing to seek revenge on me? How can you kill me? You want to laugh me to death. Ha ha ha. Boom. Li Guanqi took the initiative to unlock the acupoint seal of the acupoint sealing technique, and his physical aura, which belonged to the third talent level and was on the verge of the fourth elephant level, immediately escaped. The thunder lizard was silent for a moment. A 3-talented magician. A 3-talented warrior of different blood? I vaguely remember. It seems that individuals like you should not appear among humans. But so what? After learning that Xia Holi was dead, this 5-element level demon seemed to be in a good mood and completely lost his previous murderous intention. It flapped its wings, its huge body hovering in the night sky, and smiled at Li Guanqi again. 3 talents in spell cultivation. 3 talents in blood cultivation. So what? Human beings, do you know that I am a powerful demon at the 5-element level? Call. However, Li Guanqi lost his interest in talking nonsense and let out a breath of turbidity. Next moment, the compassionate head on the left suddenly opened its golden eyes. Supernatural power, God-killing sword. Call out. The invisible sword of soul power shot out and instantly rushed into the depths of the thunderous lizard sea of consciousness, crashing into its soul. But the thunder dragon lizard soul is firmly protected by a purple-blue soul shield. Chong! 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 Li Guanqi's God-killing sword failed to achieve even an inch of success. After hitting the shield several times, it had no choice but to return without any success. There was no winner in the soul-to-soul battle, and no result was achieved at all. Li Guanqi was not surprised by this. The thunder dragon is not a wild demon species. It is a cursed beast enslaved by Sikong Wei. In order to protect their cursed beasts, beast spell masters will of course teach them soul defense techniques. Humanity. Above the night sky, the huge thunder lizard was hovering in the sky, and the amusement in its eyes was gradually disappearing, replaced by a murderous intent. Although he was not injured, being stabbed by the god-killing sword still made this 5-element level monster's mood hit rock bottom, because being enslaved by a beastmancer is a disgrace to the demon race. But the soul defense technique given to it by the beast spell master was also a gift. How could the thunder giant lizard accept such a humiliating gift? This is a scar. The soul defense skills that Sikong Wei taught it are equivalent to its tattoos as a slave. reminding it of its status as a human slave at all times. And Li Guanqi's sole attack just now was equivalent to showing it its scars. Roar! The thunder lizard looked down at Li Guanqi, roared, flapped its huge wings, and fell from the sky. Call. Li Guanqi didn't panic at all and breathed out a sigh of relief. The fingertips of the 3 hands on his left were still emitting white smoke. He put the water moon sword and the snow pointing gun into the space ring. And then all 6 hands made the same handprint. And ice blue spiritual light emerged. The 4 elephant level spell. Gravity God's Guide is another advanced spell. Gravity God's Guide. 6 arms. 6 methods performed simultaneously. 6 methods superimposed. Boom! 6 terrifying gravitational forces fell from the sky, superimposed on each other, and the resulting gravity increased exponentially. In an instant, the thunder giant lizard flying towards him in the sky was directly blasted to the ground. The huge thunder dragon suddenly hit the ground and immediately crushed the forest land hundreds of meters in radius. For a moment, the earth cracked and smoke filled the sky. The thunder dragon lizard, which was still condescending just now, was now embedded in a huge pit in the ground, completely losing its previous arrogance. The superposition of 6 layers of gravity is not the effect of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 11 is equal to 6 at all. The gravity of the 6 gravity divine induction techniques is superimposed on each other, one layer after another, and the final gravity increases exponentially. This terrifying gravity can even make 5 element level monsters unable to compete. Roar! The thunder dragon struggled to get up, but being suppressed by this terrifying gravity, it struggled several times and was unable to get up for a while. This 5 element level monster did not forcefully get up, because the dull pain in its back and spine was warning it of the danger of this move. Rumble. The next moment, there was a sudden surge of wind and clouds in the sky, and a black thundercloud with a radius of tens of thousands of meters appeared. The thunder was rolling, and the purple-blue lightning flashing in it illuminated half of the night sky in an instant. In addition to the physical body, the Thunder Dragon Lizard clan is also proud of its ability to control lightning. Logically speaking, the 5 elements level demon species must have controlled the law of gold. However, as Thunder Dragon Lizards, their clan's talents are destined to make them more skillful in using the law of thunder. It's far from Yan Qingping's thunder. Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the thunder in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. If the guess is correct, the Thunder Dragon Lizard should be in the early stage of the 5 elements and has just understood the 5th law, the law of gold, in addition to the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light and darkness. According to the laws, theory of mutual complementarity, Thunder Dragon's law of thunder should only be at level 5, which is certainly not as good as Yan Qingping's law of level 9. But this is still powerful. There is no need to waste spiritual power and use the gravity divine guidance to resist this thunder. My thoughts were like lightning, and the pros and cons weighed in my mind only took a short moment in reality. Li Guanqi made a decision in an instant. Rumble. The lightning flashed, and a purple-blue thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and hit Li Guanqi hard. Call out! And one of Li Guanqi's right hands slightly changed the fingerprints, moving a force of gravity, allowing the force of gravity to push him away from the place, and avoided the thunder's bombardment at an astonishing speed. Boom! Immediately afterwards, thunder struck down, and a deep crater suddenly exploded where he had just been, and charred earth and rocks flew into the sky. Roar! However, without the suppression of gravity, just adding 5 layers of gravity divine induction technique cannot continue to suppress the Thunder Dragon Lizard. This 5 element level powerful demon species stood up against the 5th layer of gravity and roared towards Li Guanqi's position. While roaring, this lizard, which was comparable to a giant dragon, also raised its huge right paw and swatted at Li Guanqi like it covered the sky and the moon. However, Li Guanqi actually advanced instead of retreating. His 3 left hands no longer perform kneading, and the 3 kneading right hands control 3 layers of gravity to move to the position of his left arm. Then, 3 left hands burning with white smoke clenched into fists. And with the blessing of the 3-layer gravity divine guidance technique, they smashed hard at the Thunder Dragon Lizard's right claw. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the earth cracked, with Li Guanqi's feet as the center of the circle. The ground with a radius of 100 meters exploded instantly, with grass clippings, earth and rocks flying everywhere. However, this claw of the Thunder Giant Lizard was also blocked by him head-on. Tongue! Not only that, Li Guanqi's 3 left hands also used this strength to break through the last layer of shackles on the opening of the veins, and successfully opened up the first divine vein in the left hand. What is emitting from the hand is no longer white smoke, but burning white flames. Open your pulse. The 4th level of martial arts. Ding! The world's first 4-elephant level warrior of different blood appears, and his name is King! Physical body, LV 3940. 40.2. Comprehensive level, LV 47 LV.48. In the battle of life and death, Li Guanqi had no time to pay attention to the system notification sound in his mind. He concentrated on activating the power of the divine veins in his 3 left hands to the extreme. And at the same time, he also used the secret techniques recorded in the 4 pillars of heaven. With a body of 3 heads and 6 arms, he also has 3 left arms and 3 left arm divine veins that ordinary people don't have. Tongue! The next moment, Li Guanqi's 3 left hands instantly ignited with blazing white flames, exuding a coercive force that distorted the surrounding air. The divine veins have been opened. Wow! Li Guanqi flipped one of his left hands and took out the blue water moon sword from the space ring. And then a vast ocean emerged behind him. In the middle of the sea, a bright yellow full moon is extremely dazzling. Sword intent. Moon in water. Boom! The bright yellow full moon emerged from the water, turning into a golden sword energy that was 100 meters long, and slashed at the thunder dragon lizard in the distance. Li Guanqi borrowed the power of the divine veins in his left arm, coupled with the power of the moon sword intention in the water, and the gravity blessing of 3 layers of gravity divine induction technique. The 3 were superimposed to create the strongest sword in his life so far. Roar! Rumble. Faced with this kind of sword energy, the thunder giant lizard also chose to mobilize the law of thunder. The purple and blue thunder light was blessed on the right claw. The power of the law and the power of the body were superimposed on each other, and it struck hard at the golden sword energy. Boom! Lightning pours down under the full force of the thunder lizard's claw. Even the moon sword chi in the water was unable to do anything. It was smashed into pieces, and golden light splashed everywhere. However, this is far from the end. Before the thunder lizard even had time to raise its right paw, another martial arts image suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Amidst the wind and snow, on the top of the vast snow-capped mountains, there stood a man in a black gold emperor's robe, no longer showing his back to all sentient beings, but facing the thunder giant lizard with a majestic expression and fiercely swinging his left fist. Li Guanqi's power is invincible. Boom! 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 The image of martial arts looks like an emperor's punch. But in reality, what actually falls on the thunder dragon lizard is 3 divine left fists burning with white flames. And it also has 3 layers of blessings from the gravity divine induction technique. Boom! The softest part of the thunder lizard's body, the weak abdomen that was not covered by scales, was hit by Li Guanqi's 3 divine veins left fists. And a large hole was immediately opened. Blood spattered, and all the intestines, internal organs, and other organs spattered out. Moreover, the huge body of the thunder dragon flew hundreds of meters upside down in an instant, plowing a long ravine on the ground along the way. Boom! Li Guanqi didn't stop at all. He stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, while crushing the grass beneath him. His whole body shot out, pursuing the victory. Wow! While he was running wildly, a circular water mirror appeared in the sky, and a large amount of seawater spewed out from it and flooded the forest, as if it connected a vast ocean. Power, water realm. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi took out the snow gun from the space ring. Li Guanqi's mental power exploded in full, and with the help of the snow gun's ability to increase the ice attribute and the surrounding seawater environment, he instantly turned the world, with a radius of several kilometers, into an ice sculpture paradise. For a time, the sky was filled with ice and snow, and they kept falling. As for the thunder dragon lizard, which had a big hole in its abdomen, it was completely seriously injured, and its body functions had plummeted. Before it had time to turn over, Li Guanqi rushed to it. Roar! Boom! The thunder lizard roared and roared, mobilizing the power of the thunder law, summoning thousands of thunders to fall from the sky, turning the world into purple and blue. But this is precisely the end of its power. Li Guanqi is just a small one. What is it doing by summoning thousands of thunderbolts to bombard an area of several thousand meters indiscriminately? The only reason for such a meaningless move was that a seriously injured thunder dragon lizard was no longer able to control the thunder law in detail. Summoning thunder in a large area was not intentional, but out of necessity. Boom! 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 However, at this time, there were 5 terrifying gravitational forces flying back and forth in the sky, blasting away the surrounding thunder falling from the sky, without allowing any of the thunder to hit Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi was holding the snow gun with one left hand at this time, and the other 5 hands were all holding the fingerprints of the gravity divine induction technique. It's over. Your wife Lei Luo has died a long time ago. Now, it's time for you to accompany her. White hair flying. Li Guanqi's snow-white hair covered his forehead, and in the gap between the hair, his blue eyes showed no emotion. With a snow gun in hand, he was covered in cold mist. He looked like the coldest and most ruthless ice god, coming to harvest the lives of the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Boom! Li Guanqi rushed to the Thunder Dragon Lizard's abdominal wound, holding a snow gun in his left hand, and stabbed hard into the flesh and blood inside its body. His mental power exploded in full force, and the icy blue mist suddenly exploded under the amplification of the snow-pointing gun. Li Guanqi's ice-controlling ability froze the 5-element level demon species from the inside out, from the body of the Thunder Dragon Lizard into a giant ice sculpture 30 meters long. And then, he changed his hand seals, and rode the strong wind to fly to the head of the giant lizard ice sculpture. He raised 3 left fists burning with white flames, and smashed the head of the ferocious ice sculpture in front of him. Boom! After a loud noise, countless blood-red ice crystals splashed in all directions. The Thunder Dragon, a 5-element level monster that was frozen into a huge ice sculpture, was directly blasted into ice slag all over the sky by Li Guanqi's 3 left arms. Who? In the deep night, ice and snow were flying, and blood crystals were like rain. Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, stood among the ruins of ice debris, holding a snow gun in his hand, his head lowered, his white hair flying, and he was breathing heavily. Teacher Xiaoholi, your spiritual power 100 refinements really helped me a lot. As the founder of the 100 refining of spiritual power, I will definitely return the honor you deserve in the future. And now, I, Li Guanqi, have avenged your death. Chapter 286, the world's first LV50 Transcendent. Special perfect ending, drawing the ground as a prison. Call. In the snowy night, Li Guanqi stood on top of a piece of ice crystal ruins. A large black mist suddenly spewed out of his body, plundering all the flesh and blood around him that had been frozen into ice crystals, including the soul power of the giant lizard that was gradually dissipating. Under the sweep of the black mist, no one was left alive. Survived. The technique. Plunder. Soon, the black mist returned to Li Guanqi's body, carrying the flesh, blood and soul power of the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Boom! In just a short moment, a majestic pressure exploded on Li Guanqi's body. All beginnings are hard. Since the first divine vein in the left arm has been opened, there is no difficulty in the next entire divine vein in the left arm. At this moment, Li Guanqi is borrowing the flesh and blood power of the thunderous giant lizard, and wants to completely open up the divine veins of the 3 left arms, and penetrate them all at once. Tongue! Soon, on the muscles of Li Guanqi's 3 left arms, 3 magical veins emitting white light were clearly visible, and the white flames were burning, and they rushed from the position of his fists directly to the top of his shoulders. The 3 divine veins of the left arm are completely connected. At this time, Li Guanqi's 3 arms on the left were all burning with blazing white flames, and the pressure on his body had reached its peak. Ding! The world's first LV50 Transcendent appears, and his name is King! Physical body, LV40 LV.46, 46.9. Soul, LV32 LV.34, 34.6. Comprehensive level, LV48 LV.50. Ordinary humans only have arms, legs, and 4 divine veins. That is to say, ordinary martial artists need to connect all 3 divine veins in the left arm, right arm, and left leg in order to reach the strength of LV46 in the physical body. However, Li Guanqi is different. His Liangyi form is 3 heads and 6 arms. He has 6 arms and legs, and a total of 8 divine veins, which is twice as many as ordinary humans. Counting the 3 arms on his left side alone, he already has 3 divine veins. So now that all 3 of his left arms are connected, his physical strength has reached level 46, and the overall level is also rising. With LV40 spiritual power and LV46 physical growth, Li Guanqi finally achieved a comprehensive level of LV50. becoming the first LV50 transcendent in the world. This means that from the perspective of the system of the strange world, Li Guanqi at this time, even if he has not yet understood any of the rules, even if he does not need to use external objects such as the snow gun and the water moon sword, he can completely rely on his own strength to follow the 5 principles. The magician who cultivates the 5th level law fights head-on. After the war ended, Li Guanqi suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is there no movement? He looked at the horizon. In the calm night sky, there was no sound or light of law. Where did senior sister and Sikong Wei go? So far away that he couldn't even see the movement? Li Guanqi looked around and didn't know where to look for his senior sister. Continue to stay here? Or should we go back to Gu village and wait? There is something wrong with both. But before Li Guanqi could make a decision, a purple rainbow flew over from the horizon and floated in midair. It was the stunningly beautiful Wang Yanqing who transformed into a succubus. Senior sister? Li Guanqi suddenly smiled when he saw her returning safely. Junior brother, you successfully opened your pulse. Wang Yanqing also showed a surprised smile. At this time, Li Guanqi did not perform the sealing the aperture technique again, so Wang Yanqing could clearly feel the aura belonging to the divine vein in his body. Open up the divine veins and develop the 4 aspects of martial arts. Forehead. Then, Wang Yanqing looked at the traces of the battlefield around him and was a little confused. By the way, where is that big lizard? Li Guanqi's previous plundering technique had directly swallowed the thunder dragon lizard until not even the bones and dregs were left. Naturally, there was no corpse left. Died. Li Guanqi just smiled. Wang Yanqing was stunned for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth and showed an excited smile. The demon behind her flapped its wings, swooped down, hugged Li Guanqi tightly, and then lifted him high like a child. Then spun him around in circles, with a face full of joy. Kill the 5-element level demon over the top. Damn! I knew my junior brother was the best. Sister. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Who would have thought that a 2-meter tall man would one day be lifted up by a woman? Sister. Put me down quickly. Okay. After putting Li Guanqi down, Wang Yanqing took out his left hand hidden behind his back, stretched it out in front of his eyes, and then opened his palm. Dang, dang, dang. Look! What is this? In the lavender palm, there is an earring woven from grass and vines. Time earrings. When Li Guanqi saw this, he couldn't hide his joy and quickly reached out to touch it. Buzz! The moment his fingertips touched the time earring, the earring woven with grass and vines emitted a dazzling golden light, quickly escaped into Li Guanqi's body and disappeared. Oh! Wang Yanqing blinked her amber eyes. But there was nothing magical about this earring when it was in her hand. You have successfully absorbed the charged item time earrings. Sister, thank you. After absorbing the time earring, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him and said seriously, I'm your senior sister. Why are you thanking me? Wang Yanqing smiled. The junior brother did not take the initiative to mention this earring. The senior sister also tacitly did not ask. Nothing else matters. He is her junior brother. That's enough. Li Guanqi looked at the succubus King Yanqing in front of him. After looking at it for a long time, he always felt that there was a ball of evil fire desire surging in his belly. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the frost-covered grass to calm down. The first time was his problem. But it can't be his problem the second time. I'm afraid that this ability to arouse desire is completely the characteristic of Wang Yanqing's succubus body, and has nothing to do with his concentration. Huh? Kid. Seeing this scene, Wang Yanqing seemed to have guessed what was going on. After smiling softly, he turned around and exited the succubus body. After returning to his normal appearance, he took out the clothes from the space ring and put on a red outfit again. Okay, look up, she said softly. Uh-huh. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, who had returned to normal at this time. And then he also quit the 3-headed and 6-armed state. His white hair turned black, and his blue eyes turned black. When Wang Yanqing activates the succubus body, she will become more than 3 meters tall, and all her clothes will be stretched. Although Li Guanqi's 3 heads and 6 arms were not that big, the clothes on his upper body would still be burst. So he also took out a black top from the space ring and prepared to put it on. This scene was noticed by Wang Yanqing. Junior brother, conjurers can use space rings. It doesn't matter, because they can't hit people with their hands at all. But we martial artists can't do it. Wang Yanqing pointed to an emerald ring on her left hand. I also have a space ring. Although this kind of ring can automatically adjust its size, so that I can grow bigger when I transform into a demon. But my senior sister is a martial artist and often needs to if you hit someone with your fist. The space ring will also be affected. Although under normal circumstances, this ring will not be smashed by the power of the 5 elements level. There is still a risk. Therefore, senior sister's valuables are basically not placed in this space ring. But here, as he said that, Wang Yanqing pointed to a ruby necklace around his neck. My weapons and flying magic weapons are all stored here. Compared with the fists that I often use to hit people, the necklace around my neck is better. Li Guanqi was stunned. It's shameful to say that he didn't realize until now that there was an extra necklace on Wang Yanqing's neck. In addition to the original ruby necklace, there was also a sapphire necklace. He remembered that it was on Sikong Wei's neck. Nah. Wang Yanqing took off the sapphire necklace and put it on Li Guanqi with her own hands. This is the High Priest's space necklace. It's a pretty good size. Senior sister doesn't even understand what's inside. Apart from a little money, it's just a lot of messy things. Senior sister can't even understand it and doesn't need it. It's a gift. You? Oh. Li Guanqi looked down at the sapphire necklace around his neck, and then checked the space inside. Extremely huge. At least 1000 m, which is 10 times larger than the ring on his hand. And there are several large boxes inside, used to hold stacks of money notes. Li Guanqi did a rough count, and found that the total amount actually amounted to 3 million gold coins. This is not the market value of family real estate or industry, but actual cash flow, which can be used as soon as you take it out. Get rich instantly. Sure enough, hunting and doing business. Trying to make money through these methods are too slow. The gold belt for murder and arson. If you want to make money, the fastest way is to rob. Well, 30 million gold coins. This is what Wang Yanqing calls a little money. In addition, Sikong Wei's space necklace also contains a large number of medicinal materials and countless demon seed materials, which are basically used to cultivate demon species. Wang Yanqing cannot understand these. And he, Li Guanqi, actually can also read them. Don't know? The cultivation of cursed beasts is a profound subject. But Li Guanqi has never learned this stuff at all. Forget it. Let's keep it for now. Li Guanqi moved the snow spear, water moon sword and so on into this space necklace. He did not say thank you to his senior sister again. Words are the payless things. I will repay my gratitude to my senior sister with concrete actions in the future. By the way, senior sister, did you kill Sikong Wei? After Li Guanqi sorted out the items in the space necklace, he casually asked Wang Yanqing. In fact, I have nothing to say. I have got the space necklace, so I will definitely. No, I didn't kill. Wang Yanqing shook his head. Li Guanqi was confused. Why? I can't find a reason to kill her. Wang Yanqing's eyes were complicated, and she sighed softly. Besides, that woman has lost her will to fight. Facing such a person, senior sister really has no interest in killing. In the end, what happened? Li Guanqi was a little confused. What you said earlier was wrong. She was not insane. But, I don't even know how to describe what she did. Wang Yanqing looked at the horizon, looking at the bright moon and the stars in the sky, and said softly, the battle between me and Sikong Wei didn't last long. I didn't even kill a few of her cursed beasts. While fighting her, he kept talking about illusions. I also told a lot of my guesses about the truth. Then as I was talking, I didn't know which sentence I said hit her. She suddenly didn't know what happened. Screamed, covered her head, and fell from the sky. And no spell protection has been cast. If I hadn't caught her, she would have been smashed to pieces on the spot. After landing, Sikong Wei seemed to be crazy, running around and spitting on the ground, whining and screaming, and she doesn't know what happened. The cursed beasts and enslavement seals under her hands all disappeared, and all the monsters ran away, leaving Sikong Wei alone to go crazy. And then, her soul power rioted, causing her soul seal to dissipate. And then she knelt on the ground and cried, and kept crying. I stayed next to her, because her soul was completely undefended. So I saw many of her memories. Memories that she had sealed for herself with her own hands. 10 years ago, she and the contemporary patriarch of the Moi family worked together to perform a spell experiment. This is a kind of spell similar to witchcraft. Using the blood of the Moi family as a guide, he cast a super large witchcraft spell. According to her and the old patriarch's deduction, once this spell is successful, the low fertility problem that has plagued the Moi family for 800 years will be completely solved. allowing the Moy family to flourish and prosper. So, that night, the Moy family recalled all the Moy clan members, and 92 Moy clan members gathered at Moy Castle. But the spell failed. The consequences of the failure of this spell are extremely serious, since it is guided by blood. At the moment of failure, the aftermath of the spell radiates to the entire Moy Castle, including everyone in the area, including guards and servants, especially the Moy tribe. All died in an instant. That kind of death is like the onset of blood cancer. The spell that Sikong Wei collaborated with the old patriarch was originally intended to allow the Moxie family to solve the fertility problem and make the family prosperous. However, in the end, the failure of the spell caused the entire Moy family to be destroyed overnight and become indifferent. Everyone in Moy Castle died. Only Sikong Wei survived. But this is torture instead. Sikong Wei's surname is not Moy, but she was raised by the former high priest and the Moy family. Her emotions and love for the Moy family are so deep that outsiders like us can't imagine. But the Moy family was completely destroyed. Into her hands. She single-handedly destroyed the Moy family she loved so much. So, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept this fact. On the day after all members of the Moy family died, Sikong Wei sealed Moy Castle and blocked the news. Then, she took out all the property of the Moy family for 800 years from the Moy family's treasury. She took these properties and went to other places to exchange for large quantities of formation materials. Finally, under Moy Castle, an illusion array was set up that enveloped the entire Moxie Gu village, allowing all Moxie tribesmen to be resurrected again in the form of illusions based on their own corpses. At last, Sikong Wei sealed her relevant memories, deceived herself and others, and once again lived happily with the Moxie people. And due to the advanced level of this illusion formation, the illusions of these Moxie people not only have self-awareness, but can even change the appearance of the illusions as they grow older. The materials consumed by this illusion array are so expensive and the level is so high. Under normal circumstances, even my 5th level soul, let alone my 4th level soul, would have difficulty discovering it. In the past 10 years, a Liuha level conjurer came here, but he didn't see through the strangeness of this spell formation at all. Sikong Wei spent 800 years of Moy family's wealth and spent huge sums of money to set up this illusion array. It would take at least a 6th level soul to see through it. But after all, she is only at the 5 elements level and only has a 4th level soul. Her own strength is seriously inconsistent with the level of the magic array. This superstandard arrangement of the formation left a huge flaw in this illusion formation, which is the illusion superposition loophole that you discovered. Junior brother, if it weren't for you, to be honest, I don't know how long this illusion of the Moy family will last. It's possible that tomorrow, someone will find out by coincidence. It's also possible that no one knows about it for hundreds of years. After all, if you want to see through this illusion directly, you must have a 6th level soul. However, not counting the top elites and wealthy geniuses of the Conjuration Academy, those with 6th level souls are all 7-star strong men. And such strong men are basically not found in small local families, like the Moy family. Contacts. Junior brother, if it weren't for the two of us, I'm afraid Sikong Wei would still be sinking into the illusion. But I really don't know whether this is good or bad. Is what we do right or wrong? I can't figure it out. So I let her go. Speaking of this, Wang Yanqing looked at the night sky and let out a faint sigh. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. It seemed that the senior sister didn't understand the fatal impact of this illusion formation on ordinary people. So she let Sikong Wei go. Ding. After listening to the senior sister's narration, Li Guanqi, who learned all the truth behind the Moigu village incident, finally heard the cold mechanical female voice in his mind. You have received an S-level plot rating for the main mission, Gu Village Enchantment. Gu Village Enchanted Soul. He ending, special and perfect. Ending, draw the ground as a prison. Ending evaluation. You came to Moxie Gu Village. Became the champion of the Gu King competition. Obtained the spirit refining insect. And successfully broke through to the 3rd level of spells. Becoming a 3rd level spell master. Not only that, you finally succeeded in seeing through the illusion. Discovered the truth about the death of the Moy family. And learned everything behind the matter. Sikong Wei, the high priest who loves the Moy family deeply, failed in the spell experiment and single-handedly killed everyone in the Moy family. Unable to accept this reality, she used illusions to draw ground as a prison and deceived herself and others. She deceived the outside world for 10 years and also deceived others. 10 years by myself. However, this person has passed away. The so-called illusion is nothing more than deceiving others and deceiving oneself. In fact, it has no meaning at all. Those who died, let them rest in peace. The world is so big that people should not always look back at the past, but face the future and go further into the future, which is the right path in life. Ending reward. 1. The realm of incantation is directly upgraded to the peak of the 3-level chi refining realm, gold. 2. The soul realm is directly upgraded to the peak of the Sankai level god refining realm, gold. Extra reward for S-level plot evaluation. 1. Golden talent. The eye that breaks delusion. You are born with the ability to see through illusions of confusion, and are 100% immune to illusions that are 1 level higher than your soul. For other illusions that are 2, 3, or even higher levels than your soul, you have a high probability of discovering flaws and flaws. Chapter 287, the Moy family's 800-year-old book collection and ancient ruins. The quality of the ending reward is divided into 10 levels. 1 white, 2 green, 3 blue, 4 purple, 5 red, 6 black, 7 gold, 8 black gold, 9 platinum, 10 colorful gods. Please note that talent type rewards are not the same as ending rewards. Innate quality is only level 7. White, green, blue, purple, red, gold, colorful, god level talent. After the ending reward appeared, this piece of information suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. There are only 2 rewards at the end of the Gu Village Enchantment mission, which are to directly upgrade his soul realm and spell realm to the peak of the 3 talents level. This is not the first time that Li Guanqi has received this kind of ending reward that does not follow the logic of cultivation at all, and directly helps you improve your cultivation through insight. This kind of reward, which directly reminded the cultivation level, had previously been shown as a golden quality reward, so he was not surprised. However, the reward of S-level evaluation made him somewhat overjoyed. Golden talent. The eye that breaks delusion. See through the illusion of confusion, and be 100% immune to illusions 1 level higher than your own soul. For other illusions that are 2 levels higher, 3 levels higher, or even higher, there is also a probability of finding flaws and flaws. This is a talent of golden quality. According to the improvement of the system, talents are divided into 7 levels. The highest level of colorful talents is the talent of gods. In other words, among the talents belonging to people, the highest one is the golden talent. And the Tong Yu and martial arts furnace he had before were all red talents, which were still 1 level away from the ultimate in the world. However, this delusion-breaking eye is the most advanced golden talent in the world. Ding! Please choose, continue the side mission, or return to reality. The cold mechanical system prompt sounded again. Continue the side mission. Li Guanqi didn't hesitate at all. The main mission is different from the side mission. The ending reward of the main mission is not given out now. But when returning to reality, please confirm whether you want to continue the side mission. Continue. There is only 1 side mission in your current mission library, and it has been automatically selected. Ancient Ruins. Mission Introduction. The Incomplete Diary. She seems specious. Maybe in the depths of that ancient ruins, you can find more of her figures in history? Discover more connections between this world and reality? Mission requirements. Follow Yuhao and explore ancient ruins again. Mission clues. Follow Yuhao. Listen to the experts, and you will be right. Otherwise, whatever you find may be ruined by accident. Mission success reward? Penalty for mission failure? There are 10 days left in your trip to this strange world. Once the 10 days are over, you will return to reality regardless of whether the side mission is successful or not. The system prompt stopped abruptly. This series of choices are all made with thoughts, so there will be no idiotic behavior like Li Guanqi talking to himself. Junior brother, where are we going next? The night is like water. On top of the ice debris ruins, Wang Yanqing crossed his arms and looked at the vast starry sky in the distance. Do you still want to hang out in southern Xinjiang? Sister, where do you want to go? Li Guanqi asked back. Shogunate. Sakura Shogunate. Unexpectedly, Wang Yanqing suddenly gave such an answer. Li Guanqi was stunned. Why? I met a Shogunate samurai before. His name was Ryota Miyagi. Wang Yanqing turned around, looked at Li Guanqi, and said with a smile, that was more than 10 years ago. That samurai was very interesting and full of justice. He also told me and Yuan that after he returned to the shogunate, he would definitely starting from the grassroots level. Corruption and chaos were eliminated step by step. so that the true Bushido spirit could be spread throughout the Sakura shogunate. Interestingly, the Bushido that Miyagi believed in was fundamentally different from the so-called Bushido of the Sakura shogunate. Although he is from Sakura, his parents have traveled around the world for a long time. It was after he was born that they settled in the Tulip Empire for nearly 10 years, and then started traveling around the world. Ryota Miyagi was born and raised in the Tulip Empire. To put it bluntly, what Miyagi believed in his heart was actually the code of chivalry of the Holy Sea Knights, which was chivalry, humility, honor, sacrifice, heroism, mercy, honesty, spirituality, justice. That shogunate is really interesting and just. However, in the court, if there is only justice, then this person is destined not to live long, or even live long. This is true for any authority, whether it is daimyo or the shogunate. At that time, Yuan Yasu and I made a bet with him that he would definitely be depressed in the officialdom of the shogunate. He didn't believe it. Later, he returned to the Sakura shogunate, and I lost contact with him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Junior brother. Speaking of this, Wang Yanqing looked up at the stars and whispered softly with blurred eyes. My father-in-law said, "Let me go out more often." I have also thought about it. It is also time to talk to the friends who have lost contact with him. Junior brother, if possible, let's go to the Sakura shogunate as our next stop. Okay. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. Actually, coincidentally, I also happen to be going to the Sakura shogunate. Wang Yanqing looked at him curiously. Why are you going to the Sakura shogunate? Find a goat man. Li Guanqi had nothing to hide from his senior sister, so he immediately said, That guy. That goat man is a master of ancient studies. I want to go to him and ask him about ancient history. I know about the ancient history. Very curious. Oh. Wang Yanqing nodded lightly. Obviously, she has no interest in ancient history or anything like that. Fine. Wang Yanqing quickly cheered up again and said with a smile, I heard that the Far East Sea is very beautiful. After we finish visiting the Sakura shogunate, we can also visit other island kingdoms in the Oriental archipelago, and then go to the Far East Sea and see. This female martial artist dressed in red immediately started planning her next travel itinerary. Wait, senior sister, I have one more thing to do before I leave for the Sakura shogunate. Li Guanqi said quickly when he saw this. Oh, Wang Yanqing asked curiously. What else do you want to do? Ancient ruins. Li Guanqi explained. There is an ancient scholar in Moxigu village. His name is Yu Hao. I want to follow him and go to an ancient ruins first. That ancient ruins are very important to me. I must go and take a look. Wait. Let's get out of the ancient ruins and go to the Sakura shogunate. Okay. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Yanqing nodded slightly, with a look of hesitation behind him. By the way, do you know what kind of place ancient ruins are? Li Guanqi was stunned. What other kind of place could it be? Aren't they just ruins like ancient tombs and caves? It turns out you don't know anything. Wang Yanqing smiled helplessly, and then explained. I actually don't understand much, but I heard a few friends say before that every ancient ruins is an independent and broken world. Independent small world? Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. The independent, broken little world is actually just a small space. Wang Yanqing corrected. What about the others? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Do not know. Wang Yanqing spread his hands and said with a smile. I have already said it. Senior sister, I have only heard a little bit about it from others before, and I didn't ask about anything else. And didn't you say that there is an ancient scholar in Moxigu village? Go and ask directly then. He won't be fine. 2. Li Guanqi nodded, then made a secret with one hand and rode a gust of wind to fly to the horizon. Sister, without further ado, let's go back now. He only has 10 days left to complete this ancient ruins side mission, so he can't waste it. Although there is not much time, but some things still have to be done, such as reading. The Moy family's treasury had been emptied out by Seacombe Wait 10 years ago. Everything was sold to replace the materials for setting up the illusion array, and nothing was left. But some things cannot be sold out. Knowledge. Those kinds of knowledge that are not restricted by secret techniques, but are recorded in books, such as spells and the like. Even if they are sold, they are just copies. Of course, such things will still be kept. The Moy family has 800 years of heritage and countless collections of books accumulated over the years. With the help of his third-level soul, Li Guanqi memorized all the hundreds of thousands of books in just 2 days. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he memorized them all anyway. The knowledge is broader, and the skills are not overwhelming. What if it comes in handy later? And these books naturally include the spells of the Moi family. The Moi family's 800-year foundation means that their library has countless spells from the 1 yuan level to the 5-element level, and even a few Liu level spells. Without exception, Li Guanqi memorized everything. Moreover, he is the son of Tongyu. There is no need to practice these spells at all. He only needs to know the methods. He can be as proficient as a proficient person when he performs the spells for the first time in the future. However, most of the 4-image and 5-element level spells actually require the power of laws to cooperate. If the laws are not understood, the power of the spells will be greatly reduced. Same. Although the spell can be broken and counteracted by clever tricks. If Li Guanqi doesn't even understand the rules, then it is completely nonsense to think about breaking the 4-image level and 5-element level spells. It is equivalent to knowing the shape of the unlocking key. But just knowing is useless. He needs to have the key. The reward for this, Gu Village Ecstasy, mission can directly push Li Guanqi's level of magic to the peak of the 3-talent level. At that time, what will be in front of him is the gate to the 4-image level of magic. So, the first 4 of the 9 laws, the first of the 4 symbol laws, and the understanding of the law of wind should also be put on the agenda. In addition to these spell books, the Moi family's library also contains a large number of books on other subjects, including knowledge on alchemy, cursed beasts, cursed insects, sacrificial vessels, and so on. If you want to understand everything, it will take decades, or even hundreds of years. But you can memorize all the content first. And when you have nothing to do, recall it again, read it again in the memory palace, and learn slowly. Li Guanqi's favorite thing to do is read, because this can quickly increase his knowledge. Just like a sponge that absorbs water, those books are water. No matter what kind of water it is, it will absorb all the water anyway. It's interesting to say that although Li Guanqi was admitted to the Nanjiang main school, he is not actually an academic magician at all, because he has never attended a serious class for a day. It can be said that he is a grassroots magician born in Yaluzi. Magician. The amount of knowledge in his mind now, apart from the dungeon rewards, was all gained through reading books. If I don't have a good teacher, books are my good friends. Relying on his third-level soul, Li Guanqi spent 2 days and 2 nights in the library, memorizing all the contents of hundreds of thousands of books, and then took Wang Yanqing to the residence of ancient scholar Yu Hao. It is worth mentioning that, during these 2 days, Xikong Wei did not return to Gu Village and seemed to have disappeared. It's all empty! Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing were walking on the streets of Moxie Gu Village. But there was no one on the empty streets. The only ones who appeared occasionally were people from southern Xinjiang carrying large bags and small bags ready to move. After that night, the illusion formation in Moxie Gu Village disappeared. Li Guanqi suspected that this formation had some kind of soul connection with Xikong Wei. Once Xikong Wei left Gu Village too far away, the formation would close. And this seemed to prove in disguise that the beautiful high priest was real. Far from, okay. Perhaps, due to some mistake, the soul seal she had imposed on herself was lifted. Thinking of all the past, Xikong Wei finally decided to let go of the past and get out of the prison she had drawn for herself. The truth of this incident has generally been figured out, but some details are still unclear. For example, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing still don't quite understand how Xikong Wei's memory seal dissipated when she fought against Wang Yanqing. Was it really because Wang Yanqing said a few words that his defense was broken? But that doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that Xikong Wei left Moxie Gu Village, and the illusion formation disappeared. The illusion of the Moxie people also disappeared. Then Moi's castle was empty, full of bones. The news that all Moi's family was dead, and there was no one alive soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of Moxie's Gu Village. Why do humans need gathering places? Because cursed spirits and demons are rampant, especially in places with dense rainforests like southern Xinjiang. If there is no protection from strong humans, they may be eaten by monsters at some point. Moreover, without the rules and laws formulated and implemented by the strong, the basic human rights of ordinary people cannot be protected. This is truly a case of respecting the strong and the law of the jungle. So, after Moi Gu Village lost the Moxie family, ordinary people in southern Xinjiang began to pack their things and prepare to move to other settlements or cities in southern Xinjiang. After all, for ordinary people, it is impossible to live in a settlement without the protection of the strong. Seeing them like this, I suddenly regretted it. Wang Yanqing was dressed in red and looked at the street in the distance. The group of people with their families in southern Xinjiang were negotiating the price with the mercenaries and asking them to escort him away. His eyes were complicated. If we hadn't destroyed the illusion formation, maybe these innocent people continue to live peacefully in Gu village? Senior sister, what are you thinking about? Li Guanqi shook his head and chuckled. If it weren't for us, these southern Xinjiang people would all be dead within 1 to 20 years at most. Eh? Wang Yanqing looked at him in surprise and said blankly, They all have to die? Why? Why? Li Guanqi was speechless. Senior sister, I now believe that you really didn't like reading when you were a child. You have reached the 5 elements level, but you still know nothing about the soul. Soul! Li Guanqi pointed to his head, looked at Wang Yanqing, and explained seriously. Senior sister, you said before that you couldn't find a reason to kill Si Kongwei, so you didn't kill her. Since everyone else ran away, I didn't say anything at that time. However, I can actually give you this reason. Si Kongwei's illusion formation is a type of soul spell formation. It does not simply create virtual illusions to deceive our eyes, but directly affects our souls. In other words, the 30,000 people living here are living in the illusion of souls every day and every moment. It's enough to have a first-level soul. This kind of impact is insignificant, but it is a huge burden on the soul of ordinary people. It will be fine for 1 or 2 years. If you live in this soul illusion for 20 or 30 years, it will basically be fine. Not far from soul collapse. And the ordinary people here have been living in this illusion formation for 10 years before we too arrived. So, senior sister, it was not us who caused these 30,000 people to become homeless. On the contrary, it was us who saved the future lives of these 30,000 people. Illusion formation? No wonder. As soon as Li Guanqi finished speaking, a female voice sounded from the street next to him. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing followed the reputation and left. Wearing a white dress, her beautiful blonde hair shines in the sun. Arya, a blonde sorceress from the Tulip Empire. It turns out there is an illusion formation here. Arya looked at Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing and smiled helplessly. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how long I would have stayed in Moigu's stronghold. And let me tell you, in the past 2 years, the incidence rate of intelligence among newborns in Moxigu village has been so high. I didn't understand it before, but now I think about it. It was this illusion formation that oppressed the weak souls of newborns, causing their souls to grow and deform, eventually leading to low intelligence. In fact, ordinary people will not die in 10 or 20 years, because they won't stay for 10 years at all. At most, in 2 or 3 years, the people will have to move away because of the frequent intellectual problems in newborns. Hearing Arya's words, Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Yes, he just remembered. The mentally retarded baby I met in Arya's pharmacy last time turned out to be a victim of the illusion array. On behalf of those kids, thank you. Arya bowed to Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. You're welcome. Li Guanqi smiled indifferently, and then asked curiously, By the way, where are you going in the future? Southern Xinjiang is so big, you can just take a stroll around. Arya smiled softly. Okay, I still have to pack up my belongings and prepare to move. So let's take a step first. See you again in the future. See you soon, Li Guanqi said. Okay, and saluted. Arya turned and left. The blonde sorceress in a white dress walked away on the empty street. After bidding farewell to Arya, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing went straight to the home of ancient scholar Yu Hao. When they returned to Gu village 2 days ago, they came over once and told him not to move yet. Dong dong. In a mushroom house alley, Wang Yanqing stood with his hands behind his back, while Li Guanqi gently knocked on the door of the mushroom house in front of him. Who is it? A girl's voice sounded. It's me, Xianli, Li Guanqi said calmly. Quick, open the door. A man's voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Squeak. The door of the mushroom house was opened, and what came into view was a cute little girl and the excited face of ancient scholar Yu Hao. Can we finally set off? Of course. Right now. Ancient ruins. Let's set off. Chapter 288 New features of the simulator. Time travel. Brush. Sunset and dusk. Wang Yanqing was dressed in red, with 2 red wings extending from the flying instrument on his back, flying at high speed above the sky, passing through the clouds, as if he was flying to the red sunset on the horizon. Her left and right hands were like carrying a chicken. with Yu Hao on the left and Li Guanqi on the right. As for Yu Hao's youngest daughter, she still stays at home. Of course, Yu Hao hired a team of mercenaries who often cooperated with each other and asked the mercenaries to protect his daughter at home. After all, without the protection of the Mui family, Gu village was no longer safe. In fact, Wang Yanqing wanted him to take his daughter with him. The reason for Yu Hao's refusal is also very interesting. It's not that I'm afraid of the danger in the ruins, but he is afraid that his daughter will become addicted. According to him, his daughter has his blood on her body, so she will never be able to resist the charm of ancient ruins. If his daughter really goes to the ancient ruins, then his daughter's interest in ancient ruins will probably be overturned. And he has been frightened by ancient ruins all his life. And he really doesn't want his daughter to follow the same path as him as an ancient scholar. However, Yu Hao, who said these words, was on his way to an ancient ruins at the moment. Yu Hao? What kind of place are ancient ruins? Li Guanqi, who was carried by Wang Yanqing on his right side, turned his head to the left, looked at Yu Hao, who was carried by Wang Yanqing's left hand, and asked curiously. After hearing this, Wang Yanqing also lowered his head and looked at Yu Hao. They're all different. Yu Hao smiled and said, the architectural style of each ancient ruins is completely different. Some buildings are very special. They are all made of steel materials, and the entire exterior is made of glass. From a distance, they look like a glazed high-rise building, and they are often hundreds of meters high. I followed my teacher to visit an ancient ruins. It was very large, covering 100 miles in radius, with many glazed high-rise buildings stacked together. Being in it was like entering a steel jungle. Others, like the Daluo dynasty, have Zujekahu, pavilions, jade rooms, and numerous palaces. Some are like the Violet Empire, with magnificent castles and field manors. But most of them are actually rough houses similar to those of wanderers in the wilderness. They are residences made of various materials. They are simply habitable. They are only practical and have no artistry. Oh, like this. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Aren't the steel jungles just modern high-rise buildings? As for the rough houses made of various materials, they should be in the wasteland style of the apocalyptic era. They have been reduced to that. Who the H.L. cares whether the house looks good or not? Speak. Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao and continued. That's not actually what I want to ask. What I want to ask is, it is said that every ancient ruins is a small world. What is this specifically? This, Yu Hao groaned, as if he was organizing his words. A long while. Only then did the ancient scholar speak again. In this way, we see the world as a mirror. One day, cracks appeared in some parts of the mirror, and several mirror fragments fell out. The mirror is our main world, and these mirror fragments are fragments of the world. That is, ancient ruins. And because the world fragments are separated from the main body of the world, the time and space in the world fragments also stagnates. Inside, time is stagnant, everything is static, and everything remains unchanged. Then, one day, these world fragments somehow return to the main world. After merging with the main world, the time and space where the world fragments are located becomes an auxiliary space similar to a space storage device, which is connected to the main world, and the time and space inside the world fragments will resume flowing again. For example, this year is New Era 4871. Then, a fragment of the world in New Era 4871 falls out, and the things in this fragment stay at this second in New Era 4871. But time in the main world is still flowing. Years change. Time keeps flowing, until the next 6,000 years of the new era. At this time, the fragment of the former world returned to the main world. Although the things in the fragments of the world have resumed flowing, they started flowing from that second in New Epoch 4871. In other words, the outside world has been in New Era 6000, but the time and space in that fragment of the world is still in New Era 4871. So, many people say, before the discovery of ancient ruins, time in the small world usually stood still. Only after the ruins are discovered, time will resume its flow. This is completely a misunderstanding, a rumor, and is wrong, because the cause and effect relationship is wrong. It should be said that the reason why the small world of ancient ruins restored the flow of time is precisely because it is connected to our main world. It is connected first, and then the flow of time is restored. It is precisely because the two are connected that the entrance to space will appear, and it will eventually be discovered by us. At this point, Yu Hao stopped and looked at Wang Yanqing and Li Guanqi, as if asking them if they understood. Wang Yanqing didn't look at him at all. The female martial artist felt dizzy after listening to half of it, and was completely too lazy to listen to the rest. I understand. But Li Guanqi listened to everything, and even took the initiative to ask. So according to what you said, it is completely possible to find living people from the old era in ancient ruins, or in the fragments of the world. After all, as you said, time stands still. If this is the case, when the world fragments were formed, if there were ancient people living in the old era in that area, the world fragments could have allowed them to live until today. After all, time stood still. The theory is true. Yu Hao nodded. But in fact, such a thing has never happened. So far, every ancient ruins discovered around the world are dead, and there are no living things in them. Well, the premise is that we do not regard plants as living creatures. In every ancient ruin, there are no living animals or people. In the ancient ruins we will enter later, we will encounter many cursed spirits and demon species. But in fact, they are all nearby creatures. They are new age creatures that ran in from the entrance of the ruins, and used the ruined space as their lair, rather than being originally found in ancient ruins. It is easy to distinguish. By the way, how long do we have? Before Yu Hao finished speaking, Wang Yanqing stopped moving forward. The red wings behind him flapped and hung in midair. It won't take long, because it's already here. Wang Yanqing looked at the yellow mountain peak at his feet and said calmly, You said it. Huanfeng Mountain. There are a lot of yellow trees growing on that mountain peak, and their yellow leaves dye the entire mountain peak a golden yellow. With the eyesight of Wang Yanqing and Li Guanqi, they can clearly see that there are many demon species thriving on the mountain, and their levels are not low, ranging from 1 yuan level to 2 level. The emergence of demon species of this level is no longer a low level risk area, because generally speaking, areas where there are a large number of 2-level demon species wandering around will also have a small number of 3-level demon species. If luck is better, there should still be a 4-elephant level overlord. The last time you hired a 3-level mercenary group, you dared to come to a place like this. Li Guanqi looked at Huanfeng Mountain and was speechless. You are so bold. Those mercenaries are masters who want money rather than their lives. Forehead. Yu Hao smiled awkwardly. Let's go! Without saying a word, Wang Yanqing swooped down with the two of them and flew straight to Huanfeng Mountain. Boom! At the same time, the majestic pressure belonging to the 5 elements level in her body burst out, scaring away all the demons and cursed spirits along the way. Even those 3-level monsters were all trembling with fear, and no one dared to step forward. The journey was smooth. Seeing this, Yu Hao couldn't help but sigh. When I came here before, I was very nervous and cautious. When I came here this time, it was a sideways speed pass. Finally, a group of 3 people passed through the cave entrance and arrived inside Huanfeng Mountain. What appeared in front of them was a twisted and swaying silver-white light curtain, illuminating the entire cave. Is this the entrance to the ancient ruins? Li Guanqi stood on the ground, looking curiously at the silver screen of light. Yes. Yu Hao nodded. When the world fragments have not returned to the main world, only 7-star or above strongmen can pass through the space turbulence and try to find and enter. But since it has returned, it is actually nothing. It is equivalent to a large space ring with an auxiliary space inside. Then when will we go in? Do we need to make any preparations? Li Guanqi asked. No. Just go in, oh. Right. Yu Hao just took a step, then retracted his foot and looked at Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. I seem to have forgotten something. That, do you know? Some ancient ruins are actually similar to forbidden places, containing individual special taboo rules. And this ancient ruins is one of them. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing were immediately shocked. Heck! Why did you say such a dangerous thing? Wang Yanqing seemed to react greatly to the word forbidden place. She grabbed Yu Hao by the collar and glared at him. No! 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 Calm down! Calm down! Yu Hao quickly explained. I know that the taboo rules are dangerous, but it depends on the situation. I have been in this ancient ruins, and the taboo rules inside are not dangerous. Say clearly. Wang Yanqing's eyes were gloomy. If you keep hiding anything, you can make your daughter an orphan. Temperature. It's temperature. Hearing this, Yu Hao suddenly trembled and said quickly. In this ancient ruins, the taboo rule is the exchange of temperature. Here, when we encounter flames, we will not feel hot. but will encounter ice and the like. Something that feels hot. Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned at the sight. He raised his hand to condense an ice cone emitting ice blue mist, and said blankly, in other words, in this ancient ruins, this piece of ice of mine can ignite objects? No, that's not the case. Yu Hao shook his head. The taboo rules are twisted rules without any logic. And the most important thing is that you must not extend the taboo rules to reason. This taboo rule is simply the feedback change of organisms to temperature. Here, fire can still ignite objects, and ice can still freeze water. The only thing that is abnormal is our perception and the feedback of temperature to us organisms. For example, in the outside world, extreme ice can cause us frostbite, and extreme fire can cause us burns. But in this ancient ruins, due to the influence of taboo rules, ice will burn us and fire will cause frostbite. But that's it. The taboo rules will no longer affect other aspects. Wang Yanqing was silent for a moment. Then she walked up to Li Guanqi, took his hand and prepared to walk out. You must not go to places with taboo rules. Junior brother, let's go! Senior sister, wait for me first. Li Guanqi patted her arm and signaled Wang Yanqing to let go. Then he walked to the other side of the cave alone, leaning against the rock wall, and casually cast a black mist spell to block sight. In the dark mist, a bloody light emerged from Li Guanqi's feet, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Simulator, open! If there is any danger, you will know after a simulation. The main mission is the same as the previous copy and cannot be simulated during the process. But the side tasks are just like the real situation. You can imitate them anytime, anywhere. Weird World Simulator. Currently the simulator has absorbed Time Ring, Time Necklace, Time Earrings. Suggested functions are as follows. At present, the simulator has sufficient energy and can fully simulate the tech simulation and personal simulation of the next main mission. In addition, you can also conduct a large number of side mission simulations and real-life simulations. If the loss in a certain simulation is too large, the simulator will proactively prompt you. Before that, you can safely perform unlimited simulations. After absorbing 3 charging items, I finally became rich. Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh. Please note, the simulator has absorbed 3 time items, unlocking new features. Special ability, time travel. You can go back in time in a small area, currently 100 meters in radius, and see past events in this area. However, due to your current strength and the imperfections of the simulator, you can only see a few short-lived screen fragments at random, and you can only watch them without interfering. Improve your cultivation and obtain more charged items. You will increase the effect of this special ability until you can go back in time, tamper with the past, and change the present and future. Li Guanqi looked shocked. Going back in time, tampering with the past, changing the present and the future? Is this so outrageous? Well, however, this ability is currently limited by his own strength and the simulator, and he is still in a state where he can only see but not move. And I haven't finished watching it yet. I can only watch a few random clips. It is estimated that if he wants to make this special ability so incredible, by then, his own strength may already be very incredible. People without thought, he must worry about. Therefore, it is necessary to think ahead for future problems. However, it is useless to be happy in advance for future benefits. Li Guanqi cannot yet rely on this ability to tamper with the past. So there is no point in being happy now. He quickly calmed down and began to focus on the current situation. Simulating side missions. Ancient ruins. Li Guanqi said to the light curtain panel of the simulator. Start simulation. On the first day, you, Wang Yanqing, and Yu Hao entered the ancient ruins. You passed through the snowfield and saw a dilapidated building with an architectural style that resembled a doomsday wasteland. Yu Hao guessed that it was a human shelter in the apocalyptic period. You decide to head to the shelter. Along the way, you encountered many demon species and cursed spirits, but they did not dare to come forward. Soon, you entered the shelter. During the exploration, a monster species that used the shelter as its lair broke out. It was the peak of the 4-elephant level. Then it was slapped to death by Wang Yanqing. You walked around the shelter and finally found a secret room underground in the shelter. You found an obscure diary and several damaged photos in the secret room. The ruins have been explored and you have left safely. Simulation ends. Ending, past time. Ending evaluation. You have found a lot of diaries and photos from the past. But these things are all blurry. According to Yu Hao, The degree of wear and tear is too great. Even the most advanced repair methods are unable to do anything about it. It seems that they were completely destroyed once and for all. Harvest Heritage Tour. Ending reward, chance to repair a damaged photo, red. Buzz. Just as the simulation ended, a red light appeared in front of Li Guanqi's eyes. That's a red stone. The moment Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand and held the red stone, the information on how to use the red stone appeared in his mind. Putting red stone on a damaged photo can repair the photo and restore it to the point where it can be seen clearly. It can only repair photos and cannot be used to repair damaged treasures. Repair one? Li Guanqi put the red stone into the space necklace. No. According to the simulator style, if nothing else happens, the mission reward in Weird World should also be this red stone. Then I can repair too. Exit the simulator. Junior brother, what are you doing? In the cave, Wang Yanqing watched helplessly as Li Guanqi walked to the back, released the black mist to cover himself. And then in the next second, the black mist dissipated and walked out, suddenly confused. Come on, senior sister. There's no danger. Li Guanqi walked up to her and said with a smile. Believe me, just like when we were at the fortress. Fortress? Which fortress? Red Blood Fortress. Wang Yanqing was startled, and she suddenly remembered what her father-in-law Qi Gongming once said to her. Li Guanqi's supernatural powers, or innate spells, are suspected to be precognitive abilities. Foreknowledge? Huh. What else can be done? It's whatever you say. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly. Anyway, senior sister, I can only accompany you up the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire. It's not that serious. Li Guanqi smiled. Then walk to Yu Hao, patted the ancient scholar on the shoulder. His smile faded, and he said coldly in his ear without expression. Yu Hao, remember, there is no next time. If you have anything else to say, I advise you to say it all right now. Don't forget about this or forget about that. My senior sister and I have good tempers, so you are lucky. If it were someone with a bad temper, you would be dead for leading the party without finishing your words. Brother Ming, understand? Yu Hao's body trembled and he nodded quickly. But I really said everything, and there is nothing I forgot. Li Guanqi responded calmly, then turned his head and looked at the silver-white light curtain at the end of the cave, looking at the space entrance of the ancient ruins. His eyes slightly focused. Let's go. Let's go! Chapter 289 Doomsday Shelter. 2 old photos from the past. Call. The sky and the earth are dark, and the wind and snow are howling above the snowfield. In the harsh weather with heavy snowfall, a silver-white light curtain was vaguely visible, from which 3 figures slowly stepped out. It was Li Guanqi, Wang Yanqing, and Yu Hao, who passed through the space entrance and came to the small world of ancient ruins. This is the world of ruins? Li Guanqi looked around, observing the unfamiliar environment around him. This snowfield world is not big. You can see it all at a glance. It was only about 50 miles in radius, and the boundaries of the snowfield were filled with twisted 8-color lights, just like the scene inside the cracks in space. And the sky in this snowy world is also like this. There are no white clouds, sun, moon, or stars. It's all a distorted 8-color light. Because of this, the world is not pitch black, because the 8-colored rays of light at the boundaries are actually light sources. Although the light emitted by those twisted 8-colored light is not strong, making the world seem a bit gloomy, Li Guanqi and others are not ordinary people, and night vision is no longer a problem. Snowfield is nothing to mention. In fact, compared to the snow and the twisted 8-color light, the first thing in this world that attracted Li Guanqi's attention was the dilapidated buildings in the distance. From a distance, it looks like a prison standing in the wind and snow. It was an area surrounded by high cement walls. It was unclear how large the area was, but the cement walls were very high, probably 20 or 30 meters high, and were full of holes and mottled marks. Then, there are several 50 or 60-meter high towers inside, which seem to be watchtowers used for reconnaissance, but they are all damaged. The tops of 2 watchtowers are broken. As for other things, you have to go in to find out. Is that a human sanctuary in the last days? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought it would be as uncomfortable as the teleportation array. At this time, Wang Yanqing next to her stretched her limbs and said, I didn't expect that I felt nothing at all. It was just like walking through a piece of water, and it was a bit comfortable. Li Guanqi finally discovered something was wrong. It was clearly a scene of whistling snow on a snowy field. But he felt a little hot. Yu Hao? Li Guanqi looked at the ancient scholar next to him, and found that he was already sweating profusely. No, it should be said that he was sweating like rain, as if he was in a hot desert. This is the taboo rule here. Yu Hao wiped the sweat off his face and breathed heavily. Although you are in a snowfield, your body will feel extremely hot. This ancient scholar was no ordinary person, but a 2-level warrior with different blood. To be able to heat a Liang level warrior of different blood to this level, the high temperature here is enough to burn an ordinary person to ashes. However, with the physical bodies of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing, this temperature is not enough to cause them to sweat. It is not enough at all. Tongue! Li Guanqi squatted down, opened his right hand, and released a ball of fire, melting the snow at his feet into water. An 800 degrees flame can still melt snow into water. However, the ambient temperature here is far higher than this temperature for living organisms. Otherwise Yu Hao, who is 2 meters high, would not be able to sweat due to heat. The high temperature environment that can burn ordinary people to ashes has formed a snowfield with heavy snow. The most important thing is that this snow is not special and can be melted with an 800 degrees flame. Taboo rules that have no effect on other things and only affect living organisms. It's a mess. Li Guanqi did not study the taboo rules in depth. The purpose of his trip was not to study the taboo rules, but to explore this ancient ruins. Sister, take us there. Li Guanqi pointed to the dilapidated shelter in the distance of the snowfield. Good. Wang Yanqing picked up the chickens again, one in each hand, and lifted Li Guanqi and Yu Hao up. She didn't use the flying magic weapon anymore, and just ran like a bolt of lightning. Like a flash of lightning, she directly smashed into large pieces of flying snow and moved forward at high speed. Moreover, Wang Yanqing also took the initiative to unlock the sealing the aperture technique. The terrifying coercion belonging to the great perfection of the 5 elements level poured out, causing all the monsters and cursed spirits lurking in the snowfield to act like turtles. They all buried their heads in the snow and shivered. This scene made Yu Hao sigh with emotion again. When he and the mercenaries arrived here, they almost had to fight their way through the monsters around them. This time, however, it was completely unimpeded. Those monsters and cursed spirits didn't even dare to move. Under Wang Yanqing's pressure to open the way, the group of 3 people quickly crossed the large snowfield and arrived directly in front of the dilapidated shelter. The shelter's steel door had long since collapsed, and most of it was buried deep in the snow. Wang Yanqing approached the steel gate buried in the snow, narrowed his eyes, and carefully looked at the huge dents on the door. This door seems to have been forced open by some kind of large demon species. Monster invasion? Li Guanqi frowned and stepped into the shelter. Although the shelter is called a shelter, it is not a single big house, but an area surrounded by high cement walls, just like a human tribe or village, with a large number of houses inside. These houses are either made of wood or stone. However, most of the houses made of wood have collapsed and are buried deep in the snow. Even among the houses made of stone, only a few are still standing alone. Li Guanqi walked to the front of a stone house, looked down at the bloody broken armor and swords on the ground, and raised his eyebrows. The corpses were eaten up. Not even the bones were left. Only the cold armor and weapons. These are the mercenaries you brought last month? Li Guanqi looked back at Yu Hao. Yes. Yu Hao looked at the bloody armors with complicated eyes. So you were bitten by the cold wind scorpion here too? Li Guanqi walked into the stone house and said casually. Yu Hao nodded and looked around with a scared expression, as if he was worried that another one would come out somewhere. Don't worry. With my senior sister here, they won't dare to show up. Li Guanqi looked around in the empty stone house, trying to find something in this stone house. But there was nothing. There isn't even a cold wind scorpion. Speaking of the cold wind scorpion, this is a very interesting demon species. Although they have a cold wind in their name, they actually don't like cold areas. This kind of monster lives near the underground lava all year round. Only when the poison sac in the body is almost empty will it go to cold areas and absorb the cold air to condense the cold poison. After being filled with cold poison, he went to live near the hot underground lava. And what about this world of ruins? The snow is falling heavily, and there is cold air to absorb everywhere. But due to the existence of taboo rules, the environment here is very hot for living creatures. For the cold wind scorpion, this is a complete paradise on Earth. It can absorb cold air anytime and anywhere to replenish its poison sacs. And it is also a hot and comfortable living zone. If he were replaced by the cold wind scorpion, Li Guanqi would feel that this place couldn't be more enjoyable. In this case, it is not surprising that the cold wind scorpions of Huangfeng Mountain would choose to enter this ruined world to settle. Why is there nothing? Li Guanqi looked around in the stone house for a long time, but found that it was cleaner than his pocket, not to mention any relics. Not even a single pot or pan was left. Empty. Because this is not actually a monster invasion of human sanctuary, Yu Hao explained from the side. The last time I came here, I encountered a large number of cold wind scorpions at the end. Before that, I had already checked most of the shelter area. The diary fragments stored in my basement were found in the corner of a room. Beyond that there was nothing to be found. Nothing nearby. So I speculate that this place was not attacked by monsters back then. The humans living in this shelter must have migrated away long ago. During a normal migration, you will naturally have time to pack and take away everything you can before leaving. As for the diary fragment, it must have been forgotten by some ancient child. So I picked it up. As for the traces of these monsters breaking open the door and destroying the shelter building, I checked the traces and found that they should not be from the old era. It's something that happened in recent years. I discovered this ancient ruins 2 months ago. But before that, the demon species and cursed spirits in Huangfeng Mountain had already discovered and entered. Those who broke open the door of the shelter should be the monsters from Huangfeng Mountain. This is also one of the biggest difficulties in exploring ancient ruins. Many times, years, even decades, or hundreds of years before we humans discover certain ancient ruins, these ancient ruins have been discovered and inhabited by monsters. Even if there are ancient relics inside, they will be destroyed. They are destroyed inadvertently. Speaking of this, Yu Hao's face was full of regret and helplessness. So in this ancient ruins, where else do we need to explore? Li Guanqi looked at the ancient scholar. For example, a certain basement? How do you know? Yu Hao was shocked. Li Guanqi just smiled. It's the basement. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yu Hao could only say, the last time I came here, just after I found the basement, there were many cold wind scorpions around. So I was forced to stop the exploration. It won't stop this time. Li Guanqi walked out of the stone house and said, lead the way. Go directly to the basement. The reward from the previous simulation was only red stone, but it did not give him a route to the basement. But fortunately there is Yu Hao. Under the leadership of Yu Hao, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing finally arrived in front of a stone house in the center of the shelter. Although this stone house is also broken, the roof is missing, and a piece of the wall on the right is broken. But it's still special. It is the only large house among the existing buildings in the shelter that is made of stone and cement. It is also 3-story, and looks like some small villas in reality. It is even painted on the outside. Painted with blue and white paint. However, under the erosion of wind and snow, these paints have become very light. Li Guanqi also found a steel bar in the broken wall of this small villa. Reinforced concrete. In the apocalypse, other people in the shelter can only build the simplest houses out of wood and stones. But this villa can follow a more stable reinforced concrete structure. It is obvious that the owner of the house has an unusual identity. This should be the residence of the Lord of the Sanctuary. Human beings naturally follow the law of the jungle. It's just that modern laws have blinded many people. Once the end of the world arrives, during the transitional period when world forces are reshuffled, the social system of slavery will surely reappear in small areas and become prevalent. Therefore, Li Guanqi was not surprised at all that the owner of the shelter was called a lord. He wasn't even surprised that the emperor appeared in the apocalypse. It was perfectly normal. Roar! Li Guanqi was standing next to the broken wall of the small villa, looking at the steel bars of the villa and thinking about something. Suddenly, the snow beside him suddenly exploded into white snow, and a black shadow broke out of the ground, roaring like a beast, and the peak of the 4 elephants leveled the demonic aura. Boom! For a moment, Wang Yanqing rushed to Li Guanqi's side, raised his hand, and slapped the black shadow's head off hard. Then she kicked out again, sending the black shadow's headless body flying dozens of meters. Boom! In midair, the dark energy left by Wang Yanqing and He Ying's body exploded, directly exploding it into a bloody mist. Instant kill. And it's exactly the same as the simulator. Facing the demon species at the peak of the 4 elephants level, Wang Yanqing killed it with one slap. It's a pity that he is a black mandrill who cannot communicate. Li Guanqi glanced at the demon's head on the ground and said, no wonder you, senior sister, are so decisive. Above the snow is a ferocious monkey head, which looks a bit like a mandrill, with purple and red eyes. A monkey with 4 elephant-level cultivation, purple pupils and black hair. It's the demon species black mandrill. The demon species is a collective name for countless demonic creatures. These demonic creatures are all kinds of strange and different. And not all demon species are intelligent. Like the thunder dragon lizard. There are actually only a few, very few, intelligent demon species that can not only speak human words, but also have feelings of love and hatred. There are more beasts, like this black mandrill and the tiger-bodied banshee that Li Guanqi encountered before. There is really no difference between this kind of demon species and wild beasts, apart from possessing extraordinary power. They are simply beasts without intelligence and cannot communicate. Wang Yanqing would not kill any monster that could communicate, because at least he could capture it and ask what the ancient ruins were like before. Follow me! At this time, Yu Hao finally couldn't hold back his excitement and walked towards the villa. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing followed closely behind. The villa was also empty, with nothing left. Moreover, the interior decoration was severely worn by the wind and snow, and nothing valuable could be found at all. Oh no! I can't say it's all empty, because there are still a few pieces of bloody broken armor and swords from several mercenaries that Yu Hao brought last time and lost their lives here. There is no way to tell who killed whom. Mercenaries are a high-risk profession where they work for money entirely on their own volition, lick blood on the tip of a knife, and walk on the edge of death. As long as Yu Hao explained the dangers in advance, there would be no problem. But did Yu Hao really fully explain it? Li Guanqi didn't know. He didn't bother to know. Anyway, after leaving this ruins, he will most likely not see this person again, but will go to find this guy's teacher, the Goatman Ancient Master. Squeak! Finally, Yu Hao took them to a room. After he pushed open the room, a basement entrance also appeared in the corner of the room, but it's made of iron and has a lock. Right here! Boom! Yu Hao stepped forward excitedly, half-crouched and stretched out his hand. His Liangyi-level power exploded, crushing the lock that had been in disrepair for a long time. He then carefully opened the iron door and took the lead to follow the stairs into the ground. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing continued to follow. There's something! After entering the secret room completely, Yu Hao became more and more excited. There is indeed something, but not much. This underground secret room, like the other houses in the shelter, is basically empty. The only difference is that there is an almost rotten diary on the table at the end of the secret room. On the wall next to the diary, a total of 8 huge photos were hung. They were not palm-sized photos, but large wall-mounted photos that were 20 or 30 centimeters long. But these photos are too blurry to see clearly. This has nothing to do with eyesight. It is simply that the material of the photo has been severely deformed, and the damage is so serious that it is impossible to see what is in the photo. Ding! You completed a side mission. Ancient Ruins. Mission Introduction. You followed Yu Hao to the ancient ruins and entered the final underground secret room. However, faced with the blurry diaries and photos, you helplessly understood that this was a meaningless journey. Mission Success Reward. Chance to repair a damaged photo. Red? Yes! Li Guanqi glanced at the space necklace. Sure enough, with the extra small red stone, plus the one given to him by the simulator, he now has 2 pieces in total, which can repair 2 photos. Strangeness! At this time, Yu Hao stood next to the table, looking at the rotten diary on the table, and frowned. On the broken pages of the diary left in the stone house outside, I could barely read the writing. Why can't I read clearly the writing in this diary sealed in the underground secret room? Mr. Xianli, please wait and let me check to see if there is any way to restore some of the handwriting. Yu Hao put on a pair of special white gloves, took out a bunch of strange tools from the space ring, and started tinkering with the almost rotten diary on the table. Should it be the method of antique protection and identification by ancient scholars? Li Guanqi didn't pay much attention. Anyway, according to the simulation, after Yu Hao checks it, he will be told that the diary is too worn, and even the most advanced repair methods cannot do anything about it, and cannot restore it. So Li Guanqi ignored Yu Hao, and went straight to the bottom of the wall. He looked up at the 8 large photos above, and fell into deep thought. He only has 2 pieces of redstone. Which 2 should he repair? It makes no difference. Li Guanqi looked carefully, and found that the 8 photos were all severely worn, and there was no difference at all. Try your luck and choose 2 out of 8? Wait. Why try your luck? Use the simulator first. Li Guanqi walked to the corner of the secret room, and cast a black mist spell to cover himself. And then blood appeared under his feet, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 290. She in the photo. Fourth reward settlement. Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him and said calmly, "Simulation. Counting from left to right. Restore the 2 photos on the left first." Fortunately, this is not a main quest and can be simulated at any time. Otherwise, he would really have to choose 2 out of 8. Li Guanqi has never been confident about his luck. Simulation begins. You restored 2 photos. It is a picture of the life of the lord of this asylum, which is meaningless. Reset. Restore 3-4 pictures. You restored 3-4 photos. It is a picture of the life of the lord of this asylum, which is meaningless. Reset. Restore 5-6 pictures. You restored 5-6 photos. It is a picture of the life of the lord of this asylum, which is meaningless. Impressed, Li Guanqi was speechless. Reset. Restore 78 pictures. If these last 2 pictures are meaningless, then there is no need to really waste the red stone. Keep them, and maybe you can restore other pictures later. You restored 7-8 photos. You find that these 2 photos are very crucial. Only by seeing the content of the 7th photo can you better understand the information of the 8th photo. You finally found her. Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. Back to the outside world. Buzz. Li Guanqi dispersed the black mist spell around him, and eagerly took out a red stone and pressed it on the 7th photo on the wall. Then the red stone flashed red and blended into the photo. Soon, the photo began to recover at an astonishing speed, and finally looked brand new, as if it had just been taken from a photo studio. Wang Yanqing was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Junior brother, what did you do? This. Yu Hao next to him also attracted attention, his face full of disbelief. Forehead. Li Guanqi didn't know how to explain it for a while, so he simply didn't bother to explain it, and began to look at the restored photo carefully. This should be a family photo. A family of 3. They are all Chinese faces. In the middle is a middle-aged man with a beard. He looks ugly but has an arrogant smile. He is wearing black pants and a white shirt, with both buttons on the collar unbuttoned, which further complements his unruly temperament. The big man's left and right arms each held a beautiful young woman. The clothes of the 2 women are also very cool. The woman on the left has blonde hair with heavy makeup and wavy hair, and is wearing a pink tube top miniskirt. The woman on the right has black hair with twin tails, and is wearing a tight-fitting JK costume that exposes her navel. A family of 3. A bearded man and his 2 beautiful wives. If it really is the end of the world, it would be normal. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Many people like to say that when the end of the world comes, women will be the playthings of the strong. In fact, this sentence is not accurate. For a strong woman, handsome men are also her playthings. So to be precise, there is no distinction between men and women. But in the last days, the weak are the playthings of the strong. Why does the simulation say that this photo is so critical? You have to see this one to understand the information of the 8th photo? Li Guanqi frowned. This family photo seems meaningless, because the background is also a red screen, and no effective information can be seen at all. The only valid one may be that it proves that this ancient ruin, this sanctuary, is from the time period of the early apocalypse, because that woman was wearing sexy JK. So, you still have to watch it together with the 8th one. Li Guanqi took out the last red stone and placed it on the last big photo on the wall. Buzz. The red stone turned into red light and spread into the damaged photo. Soon, the photo also took on a new look. When Li Guanqi saw this photo, his face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. This is a group photo. Dozens of men and women stood together, and the background was the gate of Yuqing Chaofan University. And the uniforms these people wear. Mao suit style. Taoist patterns. This is Ping Lai's uniform. The bearded man in the family photo just now is obviously among them. But in this photo, the man is standing at the edge of the queue. He is still very young and does not have a beard. But in this group photo, what really shocked Li Guanqi was not this big man. Campus group photos will basically follow one basic principle. Around the students stand. School leaders stand in the middle. The largest leader on campus, the principal, will stand in the center C position. However, in this photo, even the school leaders are wearing black and white suits. Only the woman standing in the center, standing in position C of the group photo, standing in the position of the principal, is different. She was wearing a long red dress. tall and black heels, with an expressionless face. She seems to have grown up and no longer wears a high ponytail. The silky waist-length black hair was scattered on her back, making her look more mature and possessing the charm of an adult woman. And those beautiful eyes looking into the camera are also full of the aura of a superior person who is not angry and confident. Dream! Li Guanqi looked at the campus photo, looking at the indifferent, female principal of the extraordinary university, and was in a daze. Meng Yao? In the photo, the woman in the red dress standing in the C position of the group photo is clearly Han Meng Yao. It's just that the Han Meng Yao in the photo is completely different from the Han Meng Yao in Li Guanqi's impression. She has changed too much. She is no longer the innocent and cute girl she once was, but more like a superior person who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. There is no girl's poetry and distance in my eyes. There are only the interests and machinations of the powerful. Many times, just one look can tell others a lot. And Li Guanqi has also seen this look along the way. He's seen it in the original Gu City, when I met the king of southern Xinjiang. The ruler of southern Xinjiang also had such indifferent eyes. Suddenly, Li Guanqi discovered another detail in the photo. Standing next to Han Meng Yao was a white-haired old man with a straight back and a serious expression. But that's not the point. The point is, Li Guanqi has met this old man, Xiao Yu. Before the strange world came, Li Guanqi saw Xiao Yu on the news when he was 16 years old. He was an army officer. At that time, Xiao Yu was 45 years old, very strong and did not look old. And now, Xiao Yu in the photo has gray hair and a stooped body, coupled with his face that looks like old tree bark and covered with many age spots. He looks like he is 70 years old. But Han Meng Yao standing next to him was still young and beautiful. Throwing away those calm eyes, she looked like a young beauty in her early 20s. Li Guanqi looked at the photo and frowned slightly. Han Meng Yao is the same age as him. When he was 16 years old, Han Meng Yao was also 16 years old. And Xiao Yu was 45 years old. If Xiao Yu is 70 years old, that means 25 years have passed. 16 years old plus 25 years old equals 41 years old. In other words, if Xiao Yu in the photo is 70 years old, then Han Meng Yao, who is standing next to this military boss and standing in the C position of the photo, must be 40 years old and a middle-aged woman. However, Han Meng Yao in the photo still looks young and beautiful. If she wasn't dressed maturely, she wouldn't be out of place for a high school student. But this is actually nothing surprising. A one-level alien blood warrior can maintain a 20-year-old youthful appearance even in his 40s. And Han Meng Yao is really 40 years old. But she still can't figure out her cultivation level. It's normal for her to stay young forever. But that's not the point. The point is, Li Guanqi looked towards the edge of the queue for the group photo, and towards the bearded man, wearing a Penglai uniform with a bright smile on his face. At this time, the big man was still very young and did not have a beard. He looked like he had just graduated. If nothing else, the shelter where Li Guanqi is staying now belongs to this bearded man. Let's not worry about the relationship between age, appearance, and cultivation. It is difficult to distinguish. Judge based on photo information first. In other words, when Han Meng Yao was about 40 years old, she had already become the president of Yuqing Chaofan University. What about Lin Xianbai? Lin Xianbai was the first principal. Did he hand it over to Han Meng Yao later? It's hard to say. But what is more terrifying than this is the coming of the end of the world. One of this extraordinary university graduates, a bearded man, became the lord of an apocalyptic sanctuary. In other words, the end of the world came after Han Meng Yao turned 40. However, considering that Xiao Yu in the photo only looks 70 years old, he may not really be 70. He may be 65 or 75. So Han Meng Yao's age at that time was probably between 35 and 45 years old. And how old is Li Guanqi this year? Not counting the years spent in the strange world. His actual age is actually only 18 years old. Han Meng Yao is also 18 years old. In other words, about 20 years later, Han Meng Yao became the female principal of Chaofan University. And the end of the world did not come until at least Han Meng Yao became the female principal. Li Guanqi probably still has 15 to 20 years to save it. What happened to bring about the end of the world? Is it a sharp revival of spiritual energy? Is it the large number of cursed spirits and monsters? Or are Lu Gui's group of Yu Chao strangers collectively awakening? We must discuss countermeasures with Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi looked ugly, and took down all 8 large photos on the wall, and put them into his space necklace. Junior brother? At this time, Wang Yanqing watched for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know the woman in this ancient portrait?" Just now, Li Guanqi looked at the photo and couldn't help but say the word Mingyao. Both she and Yu Hao heard it. Because of this, Wang Yanqing and Yu Hao looked at Li Guanqi with strange expressions and disbelief on their faces. This is an ancient ruin, no matter what period it is in the old epoch. As long as it is the old epoch, even if it is the last day of the old epoch, it is at least 4,800 years ago. Did Li Guanqi know an ancient woman from 4,800 years ago? This is ridiculous. She means a lot to me. Li Guanqi just explained this sentence, and then looked at Yu Hao. You can't repair that diary, can you? Forehead. Yu Hao hesitated slightly. Based on my judgment, unless there is a Bagua-level magician to cast a spell to restore the body, there is absolutely no way to restore it with the existing recovery methods. A Bagua-level spellcaster is capable of restoring an apple that has been bitten a few times to its unbitten state, but they can't invite a Bagua-level conjurer. Give me. Li Guanqi stepped forward and carefully put the diary into the space necklace. Then, he looked at the empty underground chamber and frowned slightly, as if waiting for something. And his prediction was right. 10 seconds later. Ding! You have completed a main mission, the Lost Souls of Gu Village, and a side mission, Ancient Ruins. Your fourth trip to the strange world has come to an end. Please choose a suitable location to save and return to reality. The behavior will be forced to return after 24 hours. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, and then looked at Wang Yanqing beside him. Sister, let's go back. The exploration of ancient ruins comes to an end. Is there any gain? There are no treasures. Because the period where these ancient ruins are located is not the age of the gods that was at its peak in the old era, nor the glorious era when the gods were rampant, but only the earliest stage of the old era. A period of shelter not long after the end of the world has just arrived in modern society. But for Li Guanqi, this trip to the ruins is of great significance. After he returns to reality, he must hold the portrait and discuss it carefully with Lin Xianbai, and then give him the diary to see if there is any way to restore it using the technological means of modern society. Sister, after bringing Yu Hao back to Moxie Gu Village, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing returned to the inn. And in the inn room, Wang Yanqing looked confused, because at this time, Li Guanqi was standing in front of her and said seriously, Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king for successfully returning from his fourth trip to the strange world. Your progress in the strange world has ended the low difficulty, unified copy mechanism, opened a new, exclusive mission system, and is on your way to a path of becoming a strong person unique to you. You are already at the forefront of all the extraordinary beings, so much so that they can't even see your back. The strong do not need to care about the joys, sorrows, joys and stories of the weak. So the unified copy ending inventory of other extraordinary people is cancelled. Ding! The extraordinary king. You have chosen the conjurer route this time, and you have obtained the exclusive mission, Gu Village Enchantment. However, if you choose the martial arts route, you will get an exclusive mission called Leicheng No. 1. Sure enough, my guess was correct. The difficult Leicheng No. 1 is not a unified copy, but Li Guanqi's personal exclusive mission. There are 7 endings for those who have not participated in the Wufu mission, Leicheng No. 1. The details are as follows. Since you have not participated in the mission, the reward details are not displayed. 1. Dreaming B. Final rating. You couldn't tell how much you weighed, and you were beaten to death in a double life and death duel in the vain hope of obtaining the 4 elephants performing martial arts order. 2. Lightning Strike B. Final rating. You joined a certain sect in Leicheng, watching the 4 sects compete in martial arts and looking at the demeanor of the younger generation. You admired them in your heart. You spent a month in your own sect. And finally the plan of spell master Chen Yu was successful. Floods and thunderstorms occurred in Thunder City. And you, like 300,000 people, were electrocuted to death by the law of thunder. 3. Respect the teacher. My teacher is like my father he. Final rating. You joined a certain sect in Leicheng. Finally, the plan of the conjurer Chen Yu was successful, and floods and thunderstorms occurred in Leicheng, because you work hard in martial arts and are highly valued by Master for your conduct. Master gave you all the secrets of the sect and gave you a chance to escape with your life. You survived with the secrets of the sect and vowed to fight against Jinmen sect. Repay the Master. 4. Witness with your own eyes, special ending. Final rating. You passed the Liangyi level life and death competition. Obtained the martial arts order. Entered the top 30 of the 4 martial arts competitions. Joined one of the 4 major families. And learned one of the 4 elephants boxing. Since you joined the Qinglong/Suzaku/White Tiger/Xuanwu family. You finally survived with your family after witnessing the death of 300,000 people in Leicheng. 5. Give up. Lu Bai, perfect ending. Final rating. You met Qin Lu Bai. And you are a delicate person. In your daily interactions, you discovered Qin Lu Bai's plan. In the end, you and Qin Lu Bai fell in love. Under your persuasion, Qin Lu Bai finally understood that Bai Yang was not her enemy, but a victim like her. She is no longer Qin Lu Bai. She has let go of her hatred. Bai Yang is not dead. Xin Yu didn't dare to take action. As a result, floods and thunderstorms never happened. And the 300,000 people in Leicheng survived. You also survived. And you are ready to leave Leicheng with Qin Lu Bai to travel around the world and act chivalrously. 6. The warrior takes one breath and never retreats. Special B ending. You witnessed the tragic deaths of 300,000 people in Leicheng with your own eyes. And the flames of rage burned in your chest. On that rainy night with thunder pouring down, you fought back to Leicheng, furiously beheaded the ancestors of the 4 elephants, and killed 4 of the 4 elephants. A powerful warrior at the peak of elephant level. You have completed the 4 elephants challenge again after many years. Became the number 1 in Leicheng of the new generation after Bai Yang. The purpose of practicing martial arts is not to kill, but only to stop fighting? Kill them all and stop the war. But it is a pity that you stopped the martial arts. But it stopped there. You killed the 4 elephant ancestors and Chen Yu's 4 guards. However, you are no longer able to fight. Facing Chen Yu and this unprecedentedly powerful conjurer, there is nothing you can do. Finally, you died in Chen Yu's hands. 7. Number 1 in Leicheng. Special perfect ending. You furiously killed the ancestors of the 4 elephants on a rainy night. Stepped on the bones of these 4 warriors at the peak of the 4 elephants level. And after many years, you once again completed the 4 elephants challenge and became the number 1 in the new generation of Thunder City. However, you can no longer fight. Facing Chen Yu, this unprecedentedly powerful conjurer, there is nothing you can do. Finally, it's Qin Lu Bai. It was that young woman who never forgot about you before she died, which caused Chen Yu to be affected by this remaining will and unable to hurt you. So he had to leave temporarily. Leicheng has been destroyed. The people and things you met in Leicheng have also come to an end for the time being. This is your first stop in Jianghu. The arena is huge. Life is still very long. You chose the Conjurer route. And the Conjurer mission, Gu Village Enchantment, you obtained has 5 endings. The details are as follows. 1. You still have to abide by the law as a human being. B ending. Final rating. You chose to use your netherworld talent to steal the cursed insects. Unfortunately, the incident came to light, and you were eventually disqualified from the competition by Moxie Gu Village. You failed to obtain the Spirit Refining Insect, which led to the failure of the mission. Ending reward. 1. Cursed Insect Breeding Expertise. What you have some superficial knowledge in cultivating cursed insects. 2. People's hearts are sinister. B ending. Final rating. You bought the cursed insect honestly this time. But unfortunately you bought a waste cursed insect for cheap. But ignored the waste counterattack. Of course, it is possible to counterattack. But you cannot always counterattack. And you have counterattacked several times in a row. In the end, you still failed to obtain the Spirit Refining Insect, resulting in the failure of the mission. Ending reward. 1. Specialization in cultivating cursed insects. Blue, you have most of the knowledge of cultivating cursed insects from the 1 element level to the 4 elephant level. And you have mastered most of the auxiliary spells of the Insect Curse Master. 3. Gu King Champion. He ending. Final rating. You became the champion of the Gu King competition. And got the Spirit Refining Insect and the accompanying secret method. Ending reward. 1. A top-grade Gu insect of the Liangyi level. Green. 2. 1 Spirit Refining Insect. Purple. 3. The Spirit Refining Insect comes with a secret method. Purple. 4. Increase the chance of leaving a complete formation diagram after the death of the Spirit Refining Insect by 30%. 4. The Charming Night of Ecstasy. The King of Poisons once in the spring night. Perfect ending. Final rating. Not only did you become the champion of the Gu King competition, and obtain the Spirit Refining Insect and the accompanying secret method, but also because of your excellent appearance, you successfully gained the favor of the High Priest, and had a romantic night with this famous beauty. Ending reward. 1. A top-grade goo insect of the Liangyi level, green. 2. 1 spirit refining insect, purple. 3. The spirit refining insect comes with a secret method, purple. 4. A piece of spirit refining cordyceps, red, can increase your chance of using the spirit refining insect to break into the 3rd level chi refining realm to 100%. So you will definitely break into the 3rd level chi refining state. 5. Draw the ground as a prison, special perfect ending. Final rating. You came to Moxie Goo Village. Became the champion of the Goo King competition. Obtained the spirit refining insect. And successfully broke through to the 3rd level of spells. Becoming a 3rd level spell master. Not only that, you finally succeeded in seeing through the illusion. Discovered the truth about the death of the Mui family. And learned everything behind the matter. Sikong Wei, the high priest who loves the Mui family deeply, failed in the spell experiment and single-handedly killed everyone in the Mui family. Unable to accept this reality, she used illusions to draw ground as a prison and deceived herself and others. She deceived the outside world for 10 years and also deceived others. 10 years by myself. Ending reward. You have reached this ending and the rewards are about to be distributed. Ding! The number 1 transcendent. Wang, here is your current information. Comprehensive evaluation. You are the first LV50 transcendent in the world. There is no doubt about your power and talent. You are also the first and only one in the history of the weird world who can possess 3 talents level spells at the same time. A human practitioner in the martial arts realm and the 4 elephants level martial arts realm. You have created human history. Spiritual power, LV40. 40.6, Sankai level chi refining realm. Physical body, LV46. 46.9, for elephant level pulse opening realm. Soul, LV34. 34.6, 3rd level god refining realm. Comprehensive level, LV50. Chapter 291, the unacceptable reality. Ding! You have completed the main mission, the lost souls of Goo Village. And the rewards for this special perfect ending will be distributed soon. Ending reward. 1. The realm of incantation is directly upgraded to the peak of the 3-level chi refining realm, gold. 2. The soul realm is directly upgraded to the peak of the Sankai level god refining realm, gold. Extra reward for S-level plot evaluation. 1. Golden talent. The eye that breaks delusion. You are born with the ability to see through illusions of confusion. And are 100% immune to illusions that are 1 level higher than your soul. For other illusions that are 2, 3, or even higher levels than your soul, you have a high probability of discovering flaws and flaws. This is my 4th time here. Li Guanqi opened his eyes and looked at the room in front of him, which was covered with white ceramic tiles. He walked to the table in front of him with ease. This time, there were only 3 golden badges on the table. Buzz? Li Guanqi reached out and grabbed the first golden badge. And then it exploded into a burst of dazzling golden light, covering Li Guanqi's entire body. Under the shroud of this golden light, the spiritual power in his body was continuously purified, refined, and re-refined, completely washing away all impurities, and continuously improving the quality of the spiritual power. Boom! Soon, the spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body began to explode, and as if there was no upper limit, it began to increase at an alarming speed. First reward. Elevate the level of incantation directly to the peak of the 3-level chi refining level. Boom! The spiritual pressure on Li Guanqi was like a wave, 1 wave higher than the other, surging. During this process, his data panel also began to beat rapidly. Spiritual power, LV40, LV41, LV42, LV43, LV44. Li Guanqi's spiritual pressure continued to rise. The data panel also keeps beating. Until the end. Boom! The spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body exploded, and the pressure no longer increased, as if it had finally reached its peak. Spiritual power, LV40 LV.49. 49.9, 3 talents chi refining realm. Comprehensive level, LV50-55. The spiritual power has been upgraded to 9 levels in a row. The comprehensive level has been upgraded to 5 levels in a row. Li Guanqi possesses the 100 refinements of spiritual power. Due to the huge amount of spiritual power that is 100 times greater than that of ordinary people, he is in the realm of spells at the peak of the 3 talent level, and his level of spiritual power can reach the level of the peak of the 4 elephant level. LV49. Call. Li Guanqi's whole body was burning with blazing ice blue spiritual flames. As he breathed, these spiritual powers also converged into his body. Is this the peak of the chi refining realm at the 3rd level? The spiritual power that has completely changed qualitatively is completely incomparable with the previous spiritual power. It is simply the difference between a lion and an ant. It is outrageous that they still use the same name. When I become the god of spells, I must give the 3 talents level the spiritual power was renamed as mana. Li Guanqi felt the surging spiritual power in his body, and couldn't help but smile. The quality of this spiritual power is too strong. There's a second one. Li Guanqi looked at the table, and reached out to grab the second golden badge. Second ending reward? The Soul Realm has been directly promoted to the peak of the Sankai level God Refining Realm. Boom! Just like before. With the touch of his fingers, the golden badge exploded into golden light that filled the sky, tightly wrapping Li Guanqi's whole body. This golden light power began to escape into his sea of consciousness, raising the strength of his soul crazily, like an enlightenment, directly raising the power of his god-demonic soul body to the ultimate level of a third-level soul. Soul, LV34, LV35, LV36, LV39, 39.9, third-level God Refining Realm. Comprehensive level, LV5556, third-level soul. The pinnacle. Call. When the golden light gradually dissipated, Li Guanqi raised his head, his face full of contentment. The improvement of the soul is so refreshing every time. There is a sense of refreshing, clear eyes and ears. It is simply 1,000 times more satisfying than the pleasure on the sensual level. The wonderful feeling coming from the depths of the soul is almost irresistible. Spiritual power, LV49, 49.9, Sankai level Qi Refining Realm. Physical body, LV46, 46.9, for elephant level Pulse Opening Realm. Soul, LV39, 39.9, third level God Refining Realm. Comprehensive level, LV56. This is Li Guanqi's current strength on paper. In addition to these 3 statistics, he also has the Snow Spear, the Water Moon Sword, the martial arts power called Invincible Heart, the Water Moon Sword Intent, and even the trump card ability, Burning Blood, that he uses desperately. Li Guanqi even doubted that he could compete with a strongman at the peak of the 5 elements level after turning on the blood-burning power and killing 1,000 enemies and damaging himself 800 in a free-for-all fight. As for Liuhe, if it were within the time period when a Liuhe-level powerhouse could control the power of heaven and earth, it would definitely not work, and he would definitely die. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap at each level. And it is getting bigger and bigger. There is even a saying that is widely circulated in the magic circle. During the period of time when a Liuhe-level conjurer can control the power of heaven and earth, the gap between him and the 5 elements leveled Dzogchen conjurer is 1,000 or 10,000 greater than the gap between the 5 elements leveled Dzogchen conjurer and a dog. Times. When he reached the next level of cultivation, it would be completely impossible for Li Guanqi to imagine killing someone 2 levels higher than when he was at the first level. Starting from the 4 elephants level and the 5 elements level, being able to be invincible at the same level is already a gift. After practicing in the 5th realm, if you can still kill enemies beyond the level, it will be even more incredible. Ding! During your mission in Gu Village Enchantment, you created a total of 5 records. 1. The first transcendent person in the world to reach the 3rd level of Soul Refining Realm. 2. The world's first 3-level magician. 3. The first in the world, the extraordinary person who has reached the level of 3 talents in both the realm of magic and martial arts. 4. The world's first 4-elephant martial artist. 5. The world's first LV50 transcendent. Ding! Records created in reality will also be included in the overall record list. But only records created in the weird world will receive corresponding rewards. Rewards begin to be distributed. Integrate rewards based on the level of records you have set so far. The rewards are as follows. 1. A 5th level magic weapon, the Huiyang Sword Red. In places with strong fire attribute spiritual power, the power of the sword will be greatly increased. Tongue! As soon as the cold mechanical female voice finished speaking, a long knife burning with blazing flames appeared on the wooden table in front of Li Guanqi. Its overall structure is similar to a tang sword, with a long and narrow blade and a slightly curved tip, creating an arc that can cut mountains and cut rivers. And on the silver-white blade, there are sections of red lines engraved on it. At this time, the flames burning on the long knife were emanating from these lines. The end of the blade is engraved with 2 simple small seal characters. Fire Yang. 5th level magic weapon, Huiyang Sword. Good guy! Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. Fire Sun Sword. Water Moon Sword. One fire and one water. One sword and one sword. They all belong together. Bah! Li Guanqi stretched out his finger, forced a wisp of blood from his fingertip, and dripped onto the blade of the Huiyang knife. Magical weapons of level 4 and above require a drop of blood to identify the owner. Tongue! After recognizing his master, Li Guanqi held the handle of the Huiyang knife. With a flick of his wrist, he poured his own strength into the blade. Then he swung the knife and easily slashed out a stream of flaming sword energy, slashing towards the wall of the white room. Boom! After a loud noise, sparks flew everywhere, and the white tile walls didn't leave even the slightest trace. Li Guanqi was not surprised. This was a reward space in a strange world. He even suspected that even if a Jilgon level expert came, he might not be able to knock off a tile from the wall. Okay, it seems that from now on, I will have 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 hands. One hand will hold a snow gun, one hand will hold the water moon sword, and the other hand will have the fire sun saber. Li Guanqi smiled and swung the Huiyang knife to disperse the flames on the blade, and then put the 5th level magic weapon into the space necklace. Ding! Immediately afterwards, a cold mechanical female voice quietly sounded. Now that all the rewards have been received, are you going to return to reality? Return. Li Guanqi nodded. However, this time, the surrounding area became quiet, and there was no movement for a long time. Li Guanqi was a little confused. A long time. The cold mechanical female voice sounded again. Please be mentally prepared. The road to becoming a strong person is always full of surprises. Brush. In a flash of white light, Li Guanqi disappeared instantly. Roar! Li Guanqi had just regained his sight when a beast-like roar came from behind him. However, what appeared earlier than this roar was the warning of the talent, Dark Insight. Boom! Li Guanqi's scalp felt numb when he sensed the approaching danger. He subconsciously turned around and punched something, directly blasting something into a ball of blood mist. Then, Li Guanqi looked at the blood stained on his right fist and the headless body underneath. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he froze in shock. This was a ragged corpse, covered in dirt, blood, and rotten flesh. But just now, it was this rotten corpse that was roaring at him, and even attacked it. Zombies? Looking at this rotting corpse, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered some unpleasant memories. Back in Yicheng No. 1 middle school, the teachers and students were turned into zombies by diluted alien blood. Hack, what's going on? Li Guanqi looked around, only to find that everything he looked around was desolate. Looking out from the cave, it is all a piece of withered yellow grassland. Withered tree trunks are bare, and the entire sky seems to be filled with lead, with gray clouds and mist covering the entire sky. The sun was covered by gray clouds, and not even much sunlight could shine through. The sky and the earth were dark. This is a cave in the wilderness. The location has not changed. The last time Li Guanqi entered the strange world, he was also in this cave. But the environment has completely changed. The outside of the cave in his impression was full of green grass, lush trees, and the mountains and fields were filled with all kinds of colorful flowers. There were mountains and waters, full of vitality and beauty. And now, the creek is dry. The grass and trees are all withered. Looking around, the whole mountain is withered and yellow, full of death, and even the sky became gray, making people feel an indescribable depression and dullness. The most important thing is that the time when he entered the strange world was a cloudy afternoon with heavy rain. But now, there is no rain. Times have changed. Li Guanqi looked ugly and quickly figured out the key. Damn it! Why the sudden change? The previous 3 journeys to the strange world lasted less than a second in reality. No matter how long these 100 million extraordinary beings have stayed in the strange world, to reality, it is equivalent to coming back in the blink of an eye. But this time, this 4th time, things have changed. How much time has passed? Li Guanqi rushed out of the cave and looked at the surrounding yellow mountains and the gray sky in the distance. The anxious look on his face could hardly be concealed. His expression changed slightly. Li Guanqi's amazing eyesight allowed him to clearly see a dozen figures walking in a dark withered forest thousands of meters ahead. Their steps are weird. Their limbs and joints are twisted, but they are still moving hobblingly, and their bodies are covered in rotten flesh and blood. There are even a few figures that are dragging their intestines around. Zombies? Why do zombies appear? Could it be? Li Guanqi's heart sank. And the most terrifying guess that he didn't want to believe appeared in his heart. Is the end of the world? The end of the world already here? He has only been in the strange world for more than a month. But decades have passed in reality? What about his parents? Grass! Li Guanqi quickly took out his mobile phone from the space necklace, but found that, as he expected, there was no signal on the mobile phone at all. And he couldn't help but curse angrily. Buzz? His face was ferocious, and there was blood under his feet. Simulator. Open. Weird World Simulator. Simulate. Simulate what happens next in reality. Hurry. Simulation begins. On the first day, you return to reality. You may guess that many years have passed in reality. Countless zombies have appeared on the desolate land. These undead creatures, monsters composed of cursed spirits, and demons are constantly wandering and wreaking havoc on the land. On the 10th day, you are exploring the desolate land. You don't know why, but there are many huge bomb craters on the ground, and they even directly changed the terrain. Although the terrain has changed, you followed your previous memories and took the wrong path several times before finally returning to Yucheng. However, this city is no longer what it used to be in your memory. Everything here has been turned into ruins, and the streets are full of zombies, cursed spirits, and demons. You found no human survivors in this city. You left this former hometown. On the 12th day, you met a group of human survivors holding firearms and wearing animal skin armor in a wilderness. You follow them back to the tribe, and then you learn from them that the reality at this time is a full 100 years have passed since your original era. Century? Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. His eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Why did it suddenly fast forward 100 years? Boom! Li Guanqi looked ferocious, unable to accept this reality at all. He roared and punched the black mist, shattering the ground for a kilometer in radius. And the black mist dissipated. But the next second, the land of black mist returned to its original state. The text simulation on the light curtain panel still continues. You ask these human survivors about their parents and Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao is very famous, even in this doomsday wasteland. These survivors have heard of it. It turns out that Han Mengyao succeeded you and became the new #1 extraordinary person in the world. He has also been supporting your parents and serving them. Retirement. However, these people don't know where Han Mengyao is now. They only know that there are traces of her in another city. You follow the clues and continue to move forward in the wilderness. You find that all extraordinary beings are just like you, arriving 100 years late. You wandered all the way in the wilderness, passing many ruins of cities, many human tribes and human sanctuaries. You keep looking for survivors, trying to find out from them the whereabouts of your parents, Han Mengyao and Lin Xianbai. On the 20th day, you met a group of extraordinary beings like you from 100 years ago. They occupied a human tribe and began to dominate and play with the women in the tribe. Before this, even extraordinary beings could not ignore the law in modern society. However, after 100 years, in this wasteland world of the end of the world, they finally have no scruples. You killed all these extraordinary beings and liberated this tribe. The human survivors in the tribe are grateful to you. From their mouths, you learned that Han Mengyao took your parents and established a human sanctuary in the north called Guanming. You start heading towards the Dream Viewing Sanctuary. On the way to the wilderness, you met many ruins of cities and human survivors. You asked for directions one by one, collected intelligence one by one, took the wrong road, returned, took the wrong road again, returned again, and kept exploring the route. On the 50th day, you finally saw the towering walls of Guanming Sanctuary from a distance. However, the 50-day period has expired, and the fifth strange world has arrived again. You have stopped here and entered the strange world again with regret and unwillingness. Simulation ends. Ending, 100 years in the future. Final rating. 100 years in the future. The desolate land is filled with countless monsters. But you, who have returned from a strange world, are still the king of this apocalyptic wasteland. Unrivaled. But so what if there is no one to beat? You found the dream viewing shelter, but you spent too much time finding it and collecting route information. You looked at the wall of Guanming Sanctuary. You haven't even been able to enter. You haven't found Han Mengyao. You still don't know whether your parents are dead or alive. So you entered the fifth strange world again with regret and unwillingness. Ending reward. 1. A guiding light ball that can take you to the Dream Viewing Sanctuary. Buzz. On the land shrouded in black mist, a ball of white light emerged from midair and slowly fell into Li Guanqi's hands. The white ball of light emitted flickering light. After Li Guanqi reached out and held it, he understood its use. Just follow it. Dad? Mom, Li Guanqi clutched the white light ball tightly, lowered his head, and could not see his expression clearly. But his body was trembling, and he let out a suppressed cry. On the black ground at his feet, water stains suddenly appeared one after another, hitting the ground and spreading out. Those are tears. This tall man, who was 1.98 meters tall, couldn't help the grief in his heart at this time. Tears burst out of his eyes, and his face was filled with tears, and he couldn't stop them no matter what. Mom and Dad, are you still alive? Have you become a spiritual practitioner? Or, after 100 years, it will turn into nothing but lust? Li Guanqi was unwilling to accept the reality, and even dared not hold the guidance light ball and conduct the second simulation, because he is afraid. I'm afraid of seeing that paragraph about parents' graves. But the reality is actually already before our eyes. If his parents could become practitioners, if there was a way to extend the lifespan of ordinary humans, he would have helped his parents extend their lives long ago. Why would he wait? But the problem is that it doesn't work. His parents are too old to become different blood warriors, nor do they have the qualifications to become a spellcaster. So they cannot become practitioners at all. Those life-extending drugs in the weird world have never been for ordinary people. Only practitioners can withstand the power of those drugs. Ordinary people would commit suicide if they drank them. As for the different blood potion that can unconditionally make people become different blood warriors, he has just brought it back now. 100 years later. Dad? Mom? Li Guanqi covered his face. His voice was hoarse, with a suppressed cry. There must still be a chance. There must be. This is 100 years from now. Maybe decades ago. The research on extraordinary power has been highly developed, maybe. Maybe my parents have become practitioners and can survive. They must have become practitioners. Their lifespan must have been extended. And they must have survived. Must be alive. Li Guanqi suddenly put down his hand, holding on to the guidance light ball with his right hand, his eyes full of grief and self-blame. Simulation. Reset. Chapter 292, Wasteland Era. City ruins where monsters are rampant. Simulation begins. On the first day, you follow the direction of the guiding light ball and move forward. You arrived at your former hometown, Yuqing, and rescued a new wasteland human from the Minghua tribe. His name is Feng Yao. You learned a lot of information about the wasteland world from him. You continue to move forward, following Feng Yao's prompts, to the Minghua tribe, and see a larger human sanctuary. Along the way, you encounter the Heavenly Master Army, the Red Blood Army, and meet many people and many things. It's just that in front of you now. These people and things are all small people and things. There is no need to worry about them at all. They can be wiped out with a wave of your hand. You only want to find Guanming Shelter, Han Mingyao, and your parents. On the 12th day, you finally arrived at the Dream Viewing Sanctuary. You found Han Mingyao. You saw your parents' graves. Simulation ends. Ending. The sun wants to be raised but cannot be kissed. Ending evaluation. Life is helpless. Ending reward. Time fragment. Find the residence of your parents in the Dream Viewing Sanctuary, and use the Time Recall ability. You will no longer randomly rewind, but will be able to 100% see several time fragments about your parents. Dad, Mom. On the land shrouded in black mist, the tall man knelt on the ground like a child, lowering his head and crying. He cried for a long time. He was afraid of the second simulation because he was afraid of seeing this kind of thing and seeing what he didn't want to see. But reality is always like this. Always has been. It never goes as planned. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Rain City. This beautiful town 100 years ago has completely changed its appearance. Among the ruins of the city, those drizzles are no longer unique to the Jiangnan region, but have evolved into the most deadly humid climate. The bacteria, viruses, and eggs of carrion all accelerate their development in this humid climate. The humid air, coupled with the fact that humans are no longer the masters of the city, has caused the streets and alleys of the city to be covered with various plants. Towering trees hundreds of meters tall, piranha flowers with sharp fangs, and various plants that should not belong to this world fill the city. And this lush plant environment has also attracted countless species of monsters. Settled here? Roar! In the city, the roars of wild beasts can be heard from time to time, one after another, never ending. Call out! Suddenly, a branch flew out, picked up a human corpse on the street, and dragged it away at an alarming speed until it was dragged to a tree trunk not far away. This big and strong tree actually cracked a crack, and the carrion was stuffed inside the trunk. Then the tree trunk closed again, and bursts of sizzling sounds came from it, like the sound of flesh and blood being melted. A little further, there is a huge strange plant moving on the mossy zebra crossing. It looks like a purple flower as tall as a person, but it is actually separated from the ground. Its dense root system is like a black tentacle, moving quickly on the road, leaving a black slime on the ground. Soon, it found a human corpse lying on the ground, looking like it had just died, with a rifle in its hand. The giant purple flower moved to the corpse, and then the flower buds burst open, revealing a bloody mouth, and the corpse was swallowed directly into it. The sharp teeth chewed the flesh and blood, and the blood flowed from the gaps between the petals, mixed with a few broken pieces. The meat fell to the ground. Such man-eating giant trees and plants are not uncommon in this neighborhood. You can see more than a dozen at a glance. Man-eating tree, man-eating flower, natural selection, survival of the fittest. In this era when the sky is covered by gray clouds and fog, the sunlight is weak, but the aura is rich. Plants also have the opportunity to achieve more powerful evolutionary development. But the direction of evolution is definitely not photosynthesis. Damn! Why are there so many man-eating trees and piranha flowers? Under the wall of a moss-covered alley, 7 men wearing thick animal skin armor and animal skin hats were fully armed, holding firearms. They relied on the cover of the wall to carefully observe the group of food wandering on the street. People plants. They are a pioneer team from the Purple Leaf Tribe. Okay, let's have some fun. At the front of the team, a strong man with an unshaven beard and wearing bearskin heavy armor smiled. He is different. The other 6 members of this 7-man team hiding in the alley all held rifles, and even had a few grenades hanging on their waists. Only the man walking at the front only held a black pistol in his left hand, and a blood-stained Mo Dao in his right hand. Mo Dao is an extremely long and narrow blade. It is said that during the ancient Cold War, the Mo Dao army, which the imperial court spent heavily on, could even restrain its cavalry with a single strike, resulting in a bloody scene of both men and horses. The man leaned against the wall of the alley, glanced at the piranha on the road, then turned to look at the 6 people around him, and said with a smile, "We are lucky this time. There are very few monsters in this street, and there are them in several nearby areas. The zombie army is blocking the way, and the monsters can't get in, and the zombies outside don't know why. They don't enter here at all. Therefore, there are only a few local zombies here, and there are no demon species. Just some mutant plants. Such a low-risk place. What else can we complain about?" As soon as the man said this, the 6 people around him looked at each other, and finally looked at the man with awe and admiration in his eyes. These 6 people are all pioneers from the Zai tribe. They were born and raised in the Zai tribe since childhood. And this man's name is Feng Yao. It was only half a month ago that I came to their Zai tribe from other wilderness areas, to be able to travel alone through the wilderness, through the zombies, monsters, and cursed spirits, and come to the vicinity of their tribe. My personal strength is simply terrifying, because he is a first-level alien-blooded superhuman. It was because of this man that they dared to run out of the tribe in the cave and go to the city to search for supplies. Before this, they did not dare to come to the city, a restricted area of life. Although the tribe leader is also a first-level superhuman, the leader needs to protect the entire Zai tribe from attacks by monsters in the wilderness. It is impossible for the leader to lead the team out. Otherwise, if the leader has an accident and cannot come back, the entire tribe will be lost. Okay, those piranha flowers are gone. Let's go. At this time, Feng Yao stretched his neck and glanced out of the alley. After confirming that the piranha flowers had left, he quickly headed to the street with the 6-person team behind him. Their target was the convenience store that was almost hidden by countless vines. Convenience store with bottled mineral water. In the wasteland, drinking water without nuclear radiation is the most important first-class resource, and newborn babies must rely on this to survive. As he moved forward, a saying he had heard before suddenly appeared in Feng Yao's mind. It is said that all the mineral water in urban convenience stores has been produced for more than 80 years. If it were the era before the wasteland, it would be completely expired and undrinkable. Expired items that you can't drink? It's unimaginable. But the expired bottled mineral water in these cities is already clean, compared to the river water contaminated by nuclear radiation in the wilderness. Drinking radioactive water would make the adult humans in the wasteland fine, but children are not. Okay, 8 babies were born in the Zai tribe this year. Without enough clean water, these 8 babies would not survive next year. If you don't want to die, then during their trip, they must take water out of the city and bring it back to the Zai tribe. Tear. Feng Yao walked to the front of the convenience store, raised his right hand Mo Dao, and slashed at the vines blocking the door several times, clearing them away. Then he tried to open the door, but the door lock device, which had been soaked in humid air all year round, had long been rusted, and it could not be opened regardless of whether it was locked or not. Damn it. The psychic door lock from Chaofan 20 years ago is so powerful, and it hasn't broken down even after 80 years? Feng Yao vigorously shook the door of the convenience store, and when he found that he couldn't open it, he immediately cursed. Boom! He put the pistol in his left hand back into his waist, then grabbed it with his left hand and crushed the door lock device made of special material like a ball of plastic. Squeak! Feng Yao opened the door and entered the convenience store. The rancid smell of various foods that have been expired for decades mixed together and hit your face. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie with rotting flesh and flesh sprang out from behind a row of shelves, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Feng Yao. Bang, 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 bang! Before Feng Yao made any move, the 6 people around him fired in unison. The muzzles of the rifles were spitting fire, and the bullets poured out, directly beating the zombies into sieves. After a few seconds, everyone finally ceased fire, and the zombie also fell to the ground. But it's not dead. It was lying on the ground twitching, although it was covered in blood holes. The rotten flesh was gradually healing. Even the half-beaten head had flesh buds writhing in it. It seems that given enough time, this zombie can recover as before. Oh shit! When Feng Yao saw this scene, his face suddenly turned ugly. He turned to look at the 6-man team behind him. Are you hacking deaf? Or are you all hacking idiots? Did I tell you before we set off that when facing zombies, don't shoot? Your tribe only has so many bullets. Can you just waste them? I said it several times. The zombies are all hacking humans infected by the alien blood virus. In other words, you can completely regard zombies as alien superhumans who have lost their minds. And due to the influence of the virus, they have not suffered fatal injuries to their hearts and brains. So they cannot be killed without cutting them into pieces. When shooting with bullets, how many bullets do you have to waste? Want to beat it to pieces with bullets? Grass! Feng Yao became more and more angry as he spoke, and his eyes towards the 6-man team were full of murderous intent. Also, fortunately there are no demons and cursed spirits in this area. If it were placed in other neighborhoods of this city, you guys would have opened fire like this. Lure all those monsters here, and we can say goodbye to the tribe in the next life. The 6 people around looked at each other. One of them said solemnly, We just want to protect. Do I need your protection? Feng Yao did not forget to lower his voice when cursing, and cursed angrily in a low voice. I am a hacking first-order alien-blooded superhuman. I can fight my way into your tribe from the dense siege of zombies in the wilderness, and still be beaten by mere mortals. Kill a zombie in the city? Everyone was silent. Grass. Feng Yao turned around and couldn't help but curse. Such a safe wilderness area has been taken over by a bunch of fools. He is very angry. But Feng Yao actually understands why. Wilderness areas that are not safe are taken over by fools. It is a safe wilderness area that breeds a group of fools who lack tempering. The wilderness area where this group of people's Purple Leaf tribe is located is very similar to this city street because they are both strange. There were obviously many zombies outside, but they just refused to come in. To put it simply, there are no zombies around the Zai tribe at all. Only some weak demon species and cursed spirits. So, the people of this Zai tribe have almost never experienced fighting against zombies of different blood. So they don't know how difficult the zombies of different blood are. Living in this kind of safe zone for a long time without experiencing the baptism of zombies will indeed raise a group of wastes. And there is no way around it. The 6 of you stay at the door while I go clean the convenience store. Feng Yao held the Mo Dao in his right hand and waved it lightly. The right hand holding the knife turned into an afterimage. The speed was so amazing that it was impossible to tell how many times he had swung the knife. Before the 6 people around him could react, the zombies on the ground turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, and were then kicked away by Feng Yao. Remember, after turning the different blood zombies into mincemeat, the safest way is to separate the mincemeat as well. After that, Feng Yao checked back and forth in this fairly large convenience store. Roar! 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 From time to time, Feng Yao would find traces of zombies in the corners of shelves and convenience store warehouses. And then without firing a shot, he would chop all the zombies into mincemeat with an MO knife. 10 minutes later, when Feng Yao returned to the door of the convenience store again, his body was covered with scarlet blood and mincemeat. The MO knife in his hand was even more bloody, with blood dripping from the tip. It's safe. Feng Yao had an expressionless face and exuded a fierce aura that made the six-man team dare not say a word. See the scene. Feng Yao sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, the safer and more comfortable the area, the easier it is to breed waste. If the Purple Leaf Tribe were placed in other wilderness areas, it would probably be destroyed in less than half a month. Hurry up and load up supplies. Feng Yao was carrying a black mountaineering bag. It was empty before, but now after returning, it was already a big bulging bag, filled with bottles of mineral water. Obviously, in these 10 minutes, he was not just killing zombies. Hurry up! Following Feng Yao's low voice, the 6 people around him quickly started sweeping supplies. Feng Yao, on the other hand, was leaning against the threshold of the convenience store, holding the MO Dao in his right hand and pressing the pistol on his waist with his left hand, observing his surroundings vigilantly. Crap! It's really heaven on earth! He looked at the green plants sweeping across the city, then looked down at the blood stains on his body. Such a strong smell of blood can't attract half a zombie or a demon species. This street is as exciting as the Purple Leaf Tribe. It's simply... boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the basement of the convenience store. The sound spread hundreds of meters around, attracting the piranha and man-eating trees in the distance to cast their eyes here. But it seemed that due to Feng Yao's strange blood aura, none of them came close. Grenade? Feng Yao's expression changed drastically. He turned around and rushed into the convenience store's basement warehouse with the MO Dao in hand. Who the H? Al threw the grenade? You, huh? As soon as Feng Yao rushed into the basement, he saw corpses and broken limbs all over the ground, and the rich smell of blood rushed straight to the tip of his nose. The 6-man team was completely wiped out, all hacking dead. Oh shit! Feng Yao held MO Dao tightly with both hands and looked at the end of the basement warehouse with cold eyes. On that wall was a mass of twisting vines. The numerous green vines were like tentacles, twisting and turning, rolling up the broken pieces of limbs on the ground, sending them into the big fang mouth of the vine root system, and then chewing the flesh and blood. Mutated plants? Or plant-like monsters? Cannibal vine monsters. But why? When he entered the basement warehouse earlier, this man-eating vine demon didn't show up. Why did he wait until 6 ordinary people entered the warehouse to collect supplies before killing people? Could it be bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Feng Yao looked ugly. Oh shit! Could it be that he met an intelligent plant demon? At this time, the cannibal vine demon on the wall stretched out a flesh-stained vine and pointed to the basement stairs. That's the exit from the underground warehouse. Then, the cannibal vine demon stretched out 2 more vines, which was a humane opportunity to show hands helplessly. Let me go! Feng Yao frowned. Because you can't beat me, and I can't beat you. So there's no need for us to fight? One of the cannibal vine demon's tentacles actually nodded up and down, as if it was a nodding motion. Damn! You are really smart. Feng Yao held MO Dao tightly in his right hand, bent down slightly, picked up a blood-stained hiking bag on the ground, and left slowly with the bag filled with mineral water. During this process, he did not turn his back to the cannibal demon, but kept staring at it, slowly walking backwards until he completely walked up the stairs and returned to the first floor of the convenience store. Revenge? Report a fart. Of course he ran away. We have to get back to camp quickly. Feng Yao carried a bulging hiking bag on his back, a mountaineering bag in his left hand, and an MO knife in his right hand, and quickly ran towards the outside of the convenience store. However, grass! Feng Yao stood at the door. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his scalp was numb. At this time, not even a single piranha flower was visible in several streets with a radius of several hundred meters, and they all disappeared into nothing. And on the moss-covered road, a 3-meter-tall blood-red figure stood there quietly, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura. This monster was covered in rotting flesh and blood, like an enlarged version of a zombie, and its arms turned into 2 huge bloody blades, with a few purple-red grass leaves and various flower petals stained on them. Call. Its breathing sound was like the death horn, making Feng Yao's face turn pale, and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Evolved zombies. This is a hacking evolved zombie. This terrifying coercion was something that even the leader of his original tribe didn't have. Level 3? Is this a level 3 zombie? Grass. Dead. Roar! The figure of the third level zombie flashed across 100 meters in an instant, and cut Feng Yao in half with one knife, splitting him into two, flesh and blood flying. Then, the third level zombie swung its blade arm, and directly blasted Feng Yao's upper body into the convenience store, smashing the back wall of the convenience store, and flying dozens of meters upside down in midair before landing on the ground. Puff! Feng Yao's upper body fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and he was still holding Mo Dao tightly in his right hand. But he had no intention of fighting again. No wonder. On the verge of death, Feng Yao finally understood why the city street was like paradise. The zombies in the nearby neighborhoods dare not come in because there is a third-level zombie king here. This is its territory. Not only are zombies unable to enter, but all other demon species and cursed spirits are also prohibited. Grass! Feng Yao closed his eyes in despair. However, the imagined death never came. Instead, a ball of light suddenly appeared in his closed eyes. Feng Yao opened his eyes blankly. What caught his eye was a faint ball of white light, suspended in front of his eyes, floating gently up and down. What? The next moment, Feng Yao's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. On the moss-covered road, the third-level zombie that had made him despair was now kneeling on the ground, trembling. In front of this zombie king, there is an extremely tall figure in black clothes, at least 1.9 meters tall, with a head full of white hair fluttering in the breeze. Boom! Then, under Feng Yao's shocked eyes, the tall figure slowly raised his right foot. It seemed that he didn't use much force, but he easily kicked the third-level zombie hundreds of meters away and hit it hard against the ruins. On top of the building, the already dilapidated high-rise building was completely bombarded into collapsed ruins. As for the zombie king, the moment he hit the surface of the building, his entire body exploded into a pool of blood mist. Dad? Mom? I'm back, but our hometown is no longer what it used to be. Whitehair back. In other words, Li Guanqi looked at the ruins of the city covered by mutated plants with a complicated expression, looking up and sighing. In 100 years, things have changed. Cities become ruins. The world is a wasteland. Parents are no longer here. Chapter 293, Human Survivors in the Wasteland Era. The Purple Leaf Tribe. After the second simulation, Li Guanqi cried for a long time, unwilling to accept the reality. But the reality is like this. Whether you accept it or not, it has happened. Now Li Guanqi just wants to find Guangming's refuge. At least he, an unfilial son, must kneel down in front of his parents' graves. You? Li Guanqi slowly turned around and looked at the bloody body on the ground. Feng Yao and Li Guanqi's cold blue eyes met, and their bodies suddenly trembled, and their faces turned pale. He clearly felt the high-level suppression coming from the different blood. What happened to the new era of different-blooded superhumans in 100 years? Li Guanqi slowly walked up to Feng Yao, looking down at this new apocalyptic human being with only half of his body left. His eyes narrowed slightly. You are even more sensitive to strange blood than the natives of the strange world. I have restrained my breath, but the alien blood in your body can still feel the power of the alien blood in my body, and even responded to the resonance between the alien blood and this. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand and grabbed the white ball of light floating in front of Feng Yao, feeling a little confused. This white ball of light is the reward given to him by the simulator, and it is the map leading to the dream viewing sanctuary. He ran all the way here in the wilderness, following the guidance of the light ball. Due to the guidance of the light ball, he came completely along the shortest straight line. In the first simulation, it took Li Guanqi 10 days to find the right path. But now, with the help of the light ball, it only took him half a day to reach his hometown of Yuqing. However, the ball of light arrived in Yuqing, but at this moment, it was suspended in front of this one-dimensional metahuman with different blood, unable to leave. So, the next root information and intelligence need to be obtained from this person's mouth? What's your name? Feng Yao. Drink it. Li Guanqi forced a drop of his own blood from his fingertips and sprinkled it into the mouth of the half-dead Feng Yao. And Feng Yao did not resist. As a one-level metahuman with different blood, after drinking Li Guanqi's powerful blood, his lower body grew almost instantly. Not only did his injuries remain intact, but his own aura even increased a bit. Thank you. Feng Yao quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Guanqi several times. Stop. Li Guanqi frowned. Yes, yes. Feng Yao trembled and stopped kowtowing. Instead, he knelt on the ground with his forehead close to the ground and did not dare to look directly at Li Guanqi. After more than 30 years of crawling around in the wasteland, this man understood one thing very clearly. Some strong people don't like to be looked at directly by weak people. The slightest disrespect is death. And those good-tempered and strong people who don't care about superiority and inferiority will not lose a piece of flesh even if they kneel down. In the wasteland world, the more stable you are, the longer you can live. Tell me. Li Guanqi looked down at Feng Yao, who was kneeling on the ground and shivering, and said calmly, "What is the situation in this era? When exactly will the end of the world occur? Why can't human technology resist it? How did these different blood zombies break out? Also, this is Yuqing. Not far outside the city is the world's first extraordinary university. Forget about other cities. Why did even this place fall? And forget it." Li Guanqi shook his head. "I have a lot of questions, and I can't finish them all in a while. Take me to the camp where you survivors live and tell me the whole story." "Camp?" Feng Yao was stunned for a moment, and then realized. I will take you back to the Zai tribe right now. Just outside the city. You come with me. Just point in the direction." Li Guanqi grabbed his shoulder with his left hand and directly lifted the man, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Then he made a seal with his right hand and used his LV-49 spiritual power to exert the wind control technique with all his strength. In an instant, it turned into a gust of wind and shot straight into the sky. "Hey, wait! My knife! And my water! Those hiking bags are full of water!" However, Feng Yao looked at the ruins of the convenience store below and shouted anxiously. "Boo-hoo!" Li Guanqi hooked his fingers slightly, and a few wisps of strong wind flew out, sweeping away the remains of the ruins of the convenience store. He rolled up the Mo Dao and 7 hiking bags, held them in the breeze, and suspended them by his side. And then, Li Guanqi no longer held back. His spiritual power exploded, and his whole person turned into a raging storm, quickly passing through the sky above the ruins of Yuqing at an astonishing speed far exceeding that of an airplane. "This is the Purple Leaf tribe you mentioned? Purple leaves. No wonder they are called Purple Leaf. But this is your tribe? Are you sure?" After a few minutes, Li Guanqi dispersed the strong wind, grabbed Feng Yao, and landed in a strange purple-black forest. He first glanced at the dark cave in the distance, and then looked at Feng Yao beside him in surprise. In the simulator situation, shouldn't this guy be from the Minghua tribe? It's not mine." Feng Yao held Mo Dao in his right hand and stood next to 7 huge hiking bags filled with water bottles. His eyes were complicated, as if he was recalling some bad memories. "I had been hanging out with the Minghua tribe before, but a month ago, I went out with the team to collect supplies and was chased by the zombie army. I got separated from the team, and then I wanted to break out of the encirclement, but I couldn't tell the direction. So I just killed, hunted, hidden. After fleeing all the way in the wilderness and hiding for more than 10 days, I felt that there were fewer and fewer zombies, or even none. I just realized that zombies don't dare to come into this area. I knew there must be something wrong here, but I had no choice. It was either coming in or being eaten by zombies. I had no choice but to keep coming in. After coming in, I quickly followed some human footprints and found this Purple Leaf tribe. I can only be regarded as a temporary outsider. Forehead." Speaking of this, Feng Yao's expression changed slightly, and he looked around with a worried look on his face. "Speaking of which, no zombies dared to approach that city block just now. I thought it was some kind of paradise on Earth. It turned out that it was the territory of a zombie king, so the nearby zombies did not dare to enter. Then, could it be possible for the Purple Leaf tribe? Zombie king?" Li Guanqi's eyes remained calm. "That's just a zombie that is comparable to the 3rd-level body refining realm, and it can only barely reach the sides of the 3rd-level body. Feng Yao, the strongest you have ever heard of, well, forget it." He shook his head. "I have too many questions to ask. Let's ask them together later. I will tell you everything I know. Boss, please come here." Feng Yao quickly tied the 7 hiking bags on the ground with ropes, then carried them all up, and then began to lead the way towards the dark cave ahead. "Boss, this way." Feng Yao carried a mountaineering bag and swerved in the dark and tangled cave, heading deeper into the cave. It seems that the real location of this Purple Leaf tribe is in a more hidden part of the cave. "Oh, I almost forgot. If you don't wipe it off, it will be corroded." While walking, Feng Yao suddenly murmured, and then took out a white towel from one of the hiking bags, wiping his mo Dao as he walked. Soon, the white towel on his hand turned blood red. The mo Dao in his hand became clean and tidy again. The silver-white blade was not stained by dust, and the tip of the knife shone with a cold light. Second-level magic weapon. Li Guanqi glanced at it and said, "This knife of yours is interesting." 100 years ago, Lin Xianbai once told him about the magic weapon assembly line factory, and he didn't know what scale it would become. "It's okay." He. Feng Yao smiled and said, "I snatched this out of a spiritual power research institute in a ruined city 2 years ago. If it hadn't been for it, I would have been dead." Well, as he spoke, the smile on his face was a little stiff. Rest assured, Li Guanqi didn't need to guess what he was worried about. "I don't like these things of yours." Yes. Of course. After all, boss, you can kill the zombie king with just one kick. Feng Yao suddenly smiled apologetically. "So, what is the Spiritual Power Research Institute?" Li Guanqi asked. "I'm not too sure either." Feng Yao shook his head and said with emotion, "I couldn't understand what the pile of equipment inside was for. But I knew it was a big building, and the words Spiritual Power Research Institute were written on the door outside. I was following the pioneer team of the Minghua tribe at that time. I went inside and took a look around. There were a bunch of zombies of different blood inside. I almost died inside. Fortunately, I took out this knife before I left. It was finally worth it." Li Guanqi frowned slightly. "This guy doesn't look like a big shot. So why is the guiding light ball hovering in front of this guy? What exactly does he want to know from this person? Just the route to Minghua tribe? And information about the current world? Or something else? Forget it. Let's ask together later." Feng Yao. Walk faster. Yes. After picking up the pace. About 2 minutes. Li Guanqi finally followed Feng Yao's footsteps and came to the real location of the Zai tribe. This is an empty underground world. However, Li Guanqi suddenly, no, not just for a moment. He was stunned for half a minute, unable to think of how to describe this tribe. In the empty cave, there were many rough houses built of wood and stone, closed together. There seemed to be more than 30 houses in total, but they are all very primitive. Matchbox houses. The stone house in the center looks decent. Barely a 2-story structure. Beside the house, there are many men and women wearing animal skins and fur clothes. Some are chatting. Some are doing laundry. There are almost 70 or 80 people staying outside the house alone. And now it seems to be mealtime. And many women are cooking. But here's the outrageous point. The human tribe deep in the cave, with its rough houses and animal skin clothing, looks like a group of primitive people. However, this group of primitive people are actually using various high-tech equipment. It is clearly deep in the cave. But this tribe is not dark, because one street lamp after another stands in various locations of the tribe. Soft white light emits from the bulbs, providing illumination to the entire tribe. Then, the group of women wearing animal skins were actually cooking on a large silver-white induction cooker. It is said that it is an induction cooker, but it is actually just because of its appearance. In fact, the induction cooker has no base equipment underneath for heating the induction cooker. It is just a simple pot placed on the stone slab. But the body of the pot has a high temperature, which continuously heats the ingredients in the pot. But neither the lamp nor the induction cooker are the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is, in the tribal square, there are more than a dozen young men with bare upper bodies and animal skins around their lower bodies. They hold rough wooden sticks and are slashing and waving at a full-scale projection screen. Yes, holographic projection. It was a silver-white steel ball, placed on the ground, and projected a light blue holographic projection. The picture showed a man in military uniform practicing sword skills. The children of the tribe followed the projection to learn sword skills. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated when he saw this scene. Is this the new human race in the wasteland? Although it has regressed back to primitive society in all aspects, it still has the benefits of a technological society. And one piece of technological equipment can be fished out from the ruins of the city, forming a wonderful combination of high technology and primitive. Of course, the tribe has no electricity, and Li Guanqi could tell at a glance that those street lamps, iron pots, holographic projection steel balls, etc. were not powered by electricity. It's spiritual power. The energy source of those technological equipment is the spiritual power in the air. In other words, Those things are all psychic devices. Just like solar devices. They only need solar energy to work. Of course, they are psychic devices and only require psychic energy. But spiritual power does not need to wait for daylight. In this day and age, spiritual power is everywhere. Feng Yao. At this time, in the tribal house, 7 or 8 big men wearing animal skin armor surrounded the middle-aged man and slowly walked towards Li Guanqi and Feng Yao. The middle-aged man wore a pair of thick gray bearskin armor, carried a machete on his back, had a scar on his face, and looked majestic. One-dimensional alien blood superhuman. Li Guanqi looked at the big men next to the scarred man. In addition to him, there are 2 inferior superhumans of different blood. It seems that this scarred man is the leader of the Zai tribe. Feng Yao. The scarred man walked up to Li Guanqi and Feng Yao, glanced at Li Guanqi with a frown, and then looked at Feng Yao with an ugly expression. Where are my 6 tribesmen? Is it interesting to ask knowingly? Feng Yao's face was also a little gloomy. You know the answer, but you insist on me telling you? Woo! As soon as these words were spoken, a young woman among the tribe's crowd burst into tears and cried sadly, leaning on the shoulder of the woman next to her. In addition to her, several women could not help crying. Mommy, mommy! A little girl about 3 or 4 years old gently tugged at the hem of the crying woman's clothes, blinking her big eyes in confusion. What are you crying for? Where is your father? Didn't you say that when Uncle Feng Yao comes back, Dad is coming back too? What? The woman didn't know how to answer, let alone how to tell her little daughter this cruel reality. She just squatted down, hugged her daughter and cried sadly. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi's eyes flashed with a hint of unbearability. Was he late? Yes and no. When he followed the guiding light ball and went to that neighborhood, the first thing he saw was Feng Yao being chopped into 2 pieces by a 3rd-level zombie. Those 6 tribesmen were already dead. And it's not a matter of going early and leaving late at all. At this moment, humans are being killed by monsters all over the world. How can he save them? Even if we try to save them one by one, Superman can't save them. As long as the world is still a wasteland. As long as this era is still dominated by monsters. This kind of thing will never disappear. There is only one way to do it. Lead humanity to rise and fight through this apocalyptic wasteland. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi subconsciously raised his right hand and touched the space necklace around his neck. His eyes solemn. There are herbal seeds for the strange blood potion. However, now that the apocalypse is coming and social order has clearly collapsed, without the support of a country's scientific research, can he still transplant all the raw materials for refining the alien blood potion into reality? And in today's wasteland apocalypse, with this indescribable environmental condition, is it really possible for normal cultivation? It's hard to say. Hard to do. How did they die? Zhang Shang, the leader of the Purple Leaf tribe, asked in a hoarse voice after being silent for a long time. It's a plant demon species, Feng Yao said in a deep voice. We encountered a man-eating vine demon, and all 6 of them entered the vine demon's belly. How about you? The scarred man suddenly became furious. Before Feng Yao could finish his words, he grabbed Feng Yao's collar and roared. They are all dead. So how the hell did you come back alive? Grass. Feng Yao looked ferocious and raised his finger to point at his bare lower body. Didn't you see that my lower half of clothes is gone? Half of me is gone. I almost won't be able to come back. Li Guanqi was a little confused when he saw this scene. It's not right. The scarred man's attitude was wrong. He is such a strong man standing here. Even if the scarred man has the backbone and will not kneel down directly like Feng Yao, then he should not ignore him from beginning to end. Unless the scarred man doesn't know that he is a strong man at all. It's true that Li Guanqi was using the sealing skill, but he had always been using it before. But Feng Yao can still feel it. Previously in the ruins of Yiqing, when Feng Yao faced him, the foreign blood in his body would resonate, causing Feng Yao to feel fear and awe. This was not because he killed the zombie king in front of Feng Yao. Li Guanqi, see, it's not Feng Yao's own subjective emotions, but different blood. When Li Guanqi first met Feng Yao, he could clearly see that the strange blood in Feng Yao's body was afraid of him. And he was afraid of the powerful strange blood in his body. And Feng Yao himself could also feel the fear of the strange blood in his body. And this scarred man is just like the aboriginal people of the strange world. He is not very sensitive to the strange blood in his body. And he is not aware of the power of the strange blood in Li Guanqi's body at all. The scarred man is different from Feng Yao. The special person is Feng Yao. Is it a supernatural effect? Or is the ritual of being infused with different blood different? Okay. Zhang Shang. Have you had enough hacking? At this time, Feng Yao finally shook off Zhang Shang's hands, grabbing his collar with some displeasure, and then said in a deep voice, "Where is the city? It's a hacking-restricted area of life. Go to the ruins of the city to collect supplies. There are already many big risks. It's normal for people to die. I told you when I went out. That's 6 people." Zhang Shang roared angrily. "What do you want their families to do? What can I do?" Feng Yao looked unhappy. "Should I pay for your life? Huh? Also, this is your tribe. The 6 of them died working for the tribe. Aren't you the one who needs to be responsible for their families? What about him?" The scarred man, Zhang Shang, looked ugly. He obviously wanted to have a fit, but he was a little concerned about Li Guanqi beside him. The scarred man named Zhang Shang's eyes lingered on Li Guanqi's white hair and blue eyes, and he said with some fear, "Friend, where are you from?" Obviously, this scarred man can be the leader of the tribe, but he is not a fool. At least I know the simple truth that those who are different from ordinary people should not be underestimated. "Your name is Zhang Shang?" Li Guanqi said directly. You and Feng Yao. I have many things to ask you too. Find me a quieter place." "Well, no. Just here." Li Guanqi looked around at the dozens of members of his Ai tribe. "If anyone knows more about the questions I'm going to ask later, please tell me. I won't treat you badly. Hey, friend." However, Zhang Shang seemed unhappy with Li Guanqi's commanding tone. Chapter 294, in 100 years. Some people missed it, and some became famous all over the world. Be careful. This is the Purple Leaf Tribe. My territory. Boom! As soon as the scarred man Zhang Shang finished speaking, an invisible force of gravity came out of thin air and pressed him down. His knees suddenly hit the ground, and the ground collapsed, with gravel flying. "I know." Li Guanqi had no expression on his face, looking down at Zhang Shang, who was kneeling in front of him. "I know this is your territory. I'm not here to compete with you for the leadership position. I just want you to be more obedient. Also, I'm in a bad mood right now, real." After saying that, he dispersed the gravity. With his current level of spells, there is no need to pinch the magic at all when using a small intensity of gravity. Yes, yes. After the gravity dissipated, Zhang Shang was still kneeling on the ground. His pupils shrank suddenly. His whole body was trembling, and his face was full of fear. "Very good." Li Guanqi scanned the hundreds of people around him and said calmly, "Now, I ask and you answer. If you know additional information, tell me and I will reward you. First of all, Feng Yao." Li Guanqi looked at him. "Your alien physique seems to be different from Zhang Shang's." "Why?" "Of course it's different." Feng Yao's face was full of pride. "I am in the Minghua tribe, but I am a super warrior of different blood who has passed the 025 different blood ritual and successfully mutated. How can people like Zhang Shang compare with me? 025 different blood ceremony?" Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. "It is the latest alien blood incarnation ritual developed by China before the end of the world," Feng Yao explained. 025 is its number, which means it is the 25th version of the alien blood ritual. "Oh." Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the reason why Feng Yao's body is highly sensitive to the alien blood and can resonate with the alien blood of the strong is because of this new 025 ritual. "What about Zhang Shang?" Li Guanqi looked at the scarred man. "What's your situation?" "I was born," Zhang Shang said. "My father is a first-order alien blood superhuman, and I was born with alien blood in my body. You guys have superpowers?" Li Guanqi asked. "Yes." Zhang Shang nodded. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Shang's situation is basically the prototype of a different blood family in a strange world. "So, what year is it now?" Li Guanqi decided to ask from the beginning. "Extraordinary 100 years. February 8th, Feng Yao said. "Extraordinary 100 years?" Li Guanqi was startled. "The new calendar used in Penglai? Now it has become the national new calendar?" "Yes." Feng Yao nodded. "Do you know Penglai?" Li Guanqi asked again. "I heard it." Feng Yao hesitated slightly. "I just heard from some seniors. They said that the word Penglai was the name before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Now they are called the Tianshi Army. They are a very powerful force with minions all over the south. The leaders of the Minghua tribe must be respectful when meeting the generals of the Tianshi Army." "Penglai. Tianshi Army. General? Li Guanqi frowned. What is the strength of their general? 3rd level. Feng Yao replied. It is said that there is a Penglai king above General Tianshi, who is the legendary 4th level. The legendary 4th level? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. The 4th level. Does it mean the 4-elephant level? Have you ever heard of the 5th level? I have never heard of the term 4-elephant level. Feng Yao shook his head. As for the 5th level, the 4th level is already a legend that is unknown whether it is true or not. And the 5th level, I have never even heard of it in legends. Okay, then when did the end of the world break out? Li Guanqi continued to ask. Forehead. Hearing this question, Feng Yao hesitated a little. I heard about this historical event decades ago in the Minghua tribe, and I don't know whether it is true or not. Just say it. Li Guanqi waved his hand. Yes. Feng Yao pondered for a moment, then said, 80 years ago, at the end of the extraordinary 20s, war broke out among various countries, and then there were scenes of nuclear bombs flying all over the sky and nuclear radiation contaminating the world. Countless humans died in that nuclear war, and many cities were razed to the ground. However, our place seems to be better, and the damage to the ruins of those cities is not particularly serious. 20 extraordinary years. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Extraordinary Year 1 was the year when the strange world first came. In other words, 20 years after he went to the strange world, the apocalypse broke out, and now, the entire world is a wasteland world that has experienced 80 years of apocalyptic life. 80 years, for such a long time. 4th level humans have been a legend, while 5th level humans have been unheard of. Moreover, after 80 years of post-catastrophic development, mankind has still not taken back the world from the monsters. Nuclear war, Feng Yao said with a rather emotional expression. Probably from that time on, the word apocalypse can almost be used to describe the world. Then came the reign of blood. At the end of the extraordinary year 20, the nuclear war was still going on. For some reason, blood rained all over the world for 3 days and 3 nights. The blood rain brought the different blood virus. A large number of humans were infected and turned into zombies of different blood. Their self-healing ability is not very strong, but their immortality is more terrifying than that of different blood superhumans. They can't die even if their hearts and heads are broken. They must be chopped into pieces to kill them completely. As the nuclear war intensifies, human civilization has been severely damaged. When the zombies of the different blood virus cause it, the order of civilization is completely lost. The city cannot stay any longer. It is full of zombies of different blood, as well as demons and cursed spirits that have absorbed the rain of blood and become extremely powerful. Our human ancestors could only leave the city and fight in the wilderness, where they established bases for human survivors one after another. I am from one of them, the Minghua tribe. As for Zhang Shang's purple leaf tribe, it's too small to be ranked. If this area wasn't isolated from the world, and there weren't any powerful monster species, and the strange-blooded zombies wouldn't come in at all for some reason, their tribe would have been gone long ago. When Feng Yao said this, Zhang Shang next to him was obviously unhappy. But Feng Yao didn't look at him at all. So, the cause of the end of the world is the alien blood virus brought by nuclear war and blood rain, resulting in countless alien zombies? Li Guanqi frowned. Anyway, this is what I heard in the Minghua tribe. Feng Yao spread his hands. I thought it would be a threat from cursed spirits and demons. Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. How can it be? Feng Yao couldn't help but laugh. The cursed spirits and monsters can't threaten us at all. Okay. By the way, I didn't just hear about this. I saw the book chip of the Minghua tribe with my own eyes. This is what is stored on it. History record. Book chip? Li Guanqi was stunned. What is that? A computer USB flash drive or something? No. Feng Yao turned his head and pointed at the tribal square, pointing at the light blue holographic projection of the sword-wielding soldiers. Similar to the full-scale projection. You can click on it, and a light curtain will appear. And then slide your finger down on the light screen. Browse the text and picture information recorded in the chip. Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Does this kind of high technology still exist in the wasteland today? It seems that the Purple Leaf tribe is very small, and cannot represent the current wasteland civilization. He still needs to go to a bigger place. No wonder the guiding light ball takes him to find Feng Yao. Next stop. Minghua tribe. Keep talking. Li Guanqi looked at Feng Yao. What does that book chip record? Yes. Feng Yao nodded and said. That chip said that at the beginning of the extraordinary year, the 100 million powerful extraordinary beings who could travel between the two worlds suddenly left among humans around the world, and never returned. Although cursed spirits and monsters often threaten humans, huh? Speaking of this, Feng Yao's expression changed slightly. His body shook violently. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was filled with disbelief. Why did he just remember it now? People who don't even know the common sense that this year is an extraordinary year. If it was a small place like the Zai tribe, and the Zai people were isolated from the rest of the world, it would be understandable that they didn't know this common sense. But this person is so powerful, stronger than the leader of the Minghua tribe. How could he not know these things? There is only one answer. This white-haired man is not from this era. He came from 100 years ago. Feng Yao looked at Li Guanqi with white hair and blue eyes, and couldn't help but swallowed. Those 100 million extraordinary beings who disappeared 100 years ago are back? Ah! Li Guanqi had complicated eyes and a bitter smile. It seems that future generations have not forgotten us. Feng Yao was shocked and speechless. After a long while, he said blankly, You are really back. Yes. Li Guanqi rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little tired. We are back. But today's wasteland world is definitely not what these hundreds of millions of extraordinary beings want to see. Well, no. Perhaps, for some extraordinary people, the current wasteland world is nothing better than paradise, because they were finally free from the constraints of the law. Keep talking. Li Guanqi felt a little depressed when he thought of this. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, What did that book chip say? Continue talking. Yes. After learning that Li Guanqi was an extraordinary person from 100 years ago, Feng Yao looked at him with even more awe. The book chip says that at the beginning of the extraordinary year, due to the disappearance of hundreds of millions of you extraordinaries, the power of the Pumlai organization was greatly damaged, and it was completely unable to deal with the threats of cursed spirits and demon species. It's okay to say that the demon species is better, but at worst it can be covered with cannons and heavy firepower. The cursed spirit is more difficult to deal with. Once the cursed spirit realm is opened, there is absolutely nothing we can do. Without you hundreds of millions of extraordinary beings, humans are completely helpless against the cursed spirit realm. However, this situation was gone forever in Chaofan 2 years, because in the second extraordinary year, spiritual cannons and spiritual firearms were developed. Using these spiritual cannonballs, we humans can smash the realm of cursed spirits. From then on, until the end of the 20th extraordinary year, the cursed spirits and demons neither species is a big threat. Such? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. What about the third-level cursed spirits and demon species? These third-level monsters cannot be hit by cannons. They run towards densely populated places like cities. Is it possible that they will also take the city with them? Let's blast together. There is no third level. Feng Yao was obviously a little confused. The book chip said this. According to the information of that chip, before the end of the world, from the extraordinary first year to the 20th extraordinary year, there had never been a third-level cursed spirit in the world, and the second-level cursed spirit had never appeared in the world. There are also fewer and fewer level cursed spirits, because after the 5th extraordinary year, the concentration of spiritual energy in the world began to decline rapidly. During the 10th extraordinary year, there were no sightings of second-level cursed spirits and demon species in the world for a year in a row, and only first-level ones remained. This, Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. In this era of great conflict where spiritual energy is resurrected, can the concentration still drop? Then why fight? Is it because these 100 million extraordinary beings have not come back? As a result, the connection between reality and 100 million weird worlds is cut off, so the spiritual energy cannot pass through? By the way, spiritual energy. Li Guanqi closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Really, when he returned to reality half a day ago, he felt that the concentration of spiritual energy was almost 10 times thinner than when he left. But the problem is, long time. Now that he has only been back for half a day, the concentration of spiritual energy in reality is changing at an extremely clear speed. After half a day, it has almost returned to the level when he left. It is estimated that it will be exceeded by tomorrow. In a few days, there will be another violent spiritual energy recovery, which will be far better than the previous spiritual energy recovery 10 times or 100 times. It should be that 100 million extraordinary beings are back. The spiritual energy of 100 million strange worlds poured into reality again, and another spiritual energy recovery completed. By the way, where is Yu Chaoyuan? Li Guanqi suddenly remembered the paper Taoist Lu Gui and the Great which wish. Of the Yu dynasty that guy said. Oh? But Feng Yao looked confused. Yu Chaoyi? Who is that person? I have never heard of the place named Yu Chaoyi. Well, it's okay. Li Guanqi nodded. It seems that due to the decrease in spiritual energy concentration, the strangers in Yu dynasty cannot be revived. As for the arrival of the end of the world, it was due to the nuclear war that lasted for 20 extraordinary years. And then the alien blood virus brought by that blood rain, which created alien zombies and gave human civilization the last painful blow. Humanity around the world had suffered numerous casualties due to nuclear war. And now that the alien blood virus had caused it, most of the people had turned into zombies. Coupled with the almost immortality ability of different blood zombies, the world order was destroyed immediately. The funny thing is, in the ancient ruins of the strange world, Li Guanqi found the campus photo of Han Mengyao and speculated that the end of the world would come in 15 to 20 years. He also thought that after returning, he would quickly discuss countermeasures with Lin Xianbai and become a savior. But what's the result? The strange world has played tricks on all of them. All 100 million extraordinary beings. No advance notice is given. When they come back, let alone the end of the world 20 years later, they will go directly to the wasteland 100 years later, when the apocalypse has just arrived for a few years or more. It can still be called the apocalypse. It's been 80 years since the end of the world. Now this world can only be called a wasteland. Fine. Li Guanqi looked at Feng Yao. After asking a few basic worldview questions, he finally got to the point. Feng Yao, do you know Han Mengyao? Of course. Feng Yao nodded without thinking, with an excited look on his face. How could you not have heard of it? As long as it is not a small place with no corners, like the Purple Leaf Tribe. Who in the current wasteland has not heard of the name of the evil Phoenix Queen? The dreaming sanctuary she built in the north is the largest human sanctuary in the wasteland. And it is the holy place that everyone longs for. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. There were so many questions in this passage that he didn't know which one to ask first. Feng Yao, Guanmeng Sanctuary, how to get there? Li Guanqi decided to ask the most important question first. I don't know. However, Feng Yao shook his head and said hesitantly. Everyone knows that Guanmeng Shelter is located in the north and is the strongest shelter in the wasteland. But in fact, we all heard about it from poems and legends. We have never seen anyone from the Guanmeng Sanctuary with our own eyes. And we have no idea where the Guanmeng Sanctuary is in the north, let alone how to get there. Maybe the leader of our Minghua tribe will know the route? Li Guanqi felt a little strange. Everyone knows that there is such a place, but they have never seen anyone there and don't know where it is. Okay, take me to the Minghua tribe later. Now tell me first, what do you mean by the northern border? Li Guanqi continued to ask. Forehead. When Feng Yao heard this, he was stunned for a moment. How to explain this? Anyway, since I was born, everyone has called the land near us the Southern Territory. The north should be opposite us. We usually call ourselves people from a certain tribe, but as a whole, we call ourselves people from the south. As for why, I don't know. Anyway, everyone calls us that, and I have been called that way since I was a child. Li Guanqi understood. This should be the evolution of the names of northerners and southerners before the end of the world, because Feng Yao called this place the southern border, and Yuqing was not far away. Yuqing is the rainy Jiangnan area. The south. It seems that Han Mengyao went north to build a shelter. What about the evil Phoenix Queen? Li Guanqi looked at Feng Yao and asked. Why does Han Mengyao have this title? With that girl's character, it's unlikely that she would have a title with the word evil. Because? No. Wait. As soon as Feng Yao opened his mouth, Li Guanqi reached out to interrupt. Let's start from the beginning. Where did your knowledge of Han Mengyao come from? What kind of person is she? What kind of story does she have? Start from the beginning. Oh. Feng Yao nodded, then pondered for a long time, seeming to be organizing his words. Then Zhang Shang and some people from the Zai tribe looked at this place in confusion. Li Guanqi's previous thoughts were meaningless. He originally thought that other people might also know other things. But who would have imagined that the Zai tribe is just a corner? A group of stop cavemen who have been hiding in caves for decades and know nothing. Fortunately, there is a new human being from the wasteland who is from the Minghua tribe and can at least be considered to have seen the world. Han Mengyao is a legend. Suddenly, Feng Yao spoke with admiration on his face. Before the end of the world, during the 5th extraordinary year, she represented China and went to the world arena to compete. With her second-level peak strength, She defeated all foreign superhumans in the overseas world arena and became the #1 in the world. It was also at that time that she won the title of Daughter of Fire abroad. Well, that should be the pronunciation. I also learned it by listening to the Chip Voice broadcast, so it may not be accurate. Translated, it's the Daughter of Fire. At that time, people all over the world called her the Daughter of Fire. And of course, some called her the God of Fire. But this is only the first time that Han Mingyao would become truly powerful in the world 5 years later. He used his fists to forcibly create the name Phoenix. Chapter 295. A baby with deformed nuclear radiation will be rejected by the magician. 10 extraordinary years. In the age of the end of the Dharma, when the spiritual energy concentration dropped to the bottom, Han Mingyao broke through the shackles, defeated all the so-called foreign experts, who claimed that the second level was the limit of human beings, and became the world's first third-level superhuman. Of course, many foreigners didn't believe it, and thought she was a liar. Then, the world arena convened again. That time, under the real-time camera of the global live broadcast, Han Mingyao directly convinced all the audiences around the world, and finally ended with a flaming phoenix on the field. Because of this, since then, she has another Phoenix Queen abroad. The title, Phoenix Queen. Since then, Han Mingyao has been occupying the top spot in the world, and his position is unshakable. Later, in Chou Fan's 15th year, she took over as the president of Yuqing Chaofan University. But she only served as principal for 3 years. When Chaofan was 18 years old, she resigned from her position as principal and then disappeared without a trace. It was not until 10 years after the end of the world, that is, the extraordinary 30 years, that she appeared again. And as soon as she appeared, she used thunderous means to suppress a large area in the northern wasteland and establish the Dream Viewing Shelter. It only took 3 years to build it into the strongest shelter in the wasteland. According to legend, the Dream Sanctuary has admitted over 1 million humans. As for her title, she gradually became the evil Phoenix Queen. The reason is, well, I heard about it, but she is almost a legend herself. So these falsehoods have actually become true. It is said that after Han Mingyao established the Guanming Sanctuary, she became moody. Sometimes she was very gentle and caring for the people in the sanctuary, and sometimes she was violent and bloodthirsty, killing and beheading people at every turn. On one occasion, she even went to execute the death row criminals in person, and even used her hands to crush the criminals' heads in the street. Then, with her face covered in blood, she smiled at the people around her and said, "From now on, call me Evil Phoenix." Since then, her title of Evil Phoenix Queen has been fixed and has been spread in the wasteland for decades, until the current extraordinary 100 years. However, she is moody, and when she is gentle, she often reluctantly asks people not to call her that. How dare people from Guanming Sanctuary? What if she gets angry again and crushes someone's head again? But no matter what, the evil Phoenix Queen Han Mingyao has always been a strong person that all of us wastelanders admire. And her Dream Viewing Sanctuary is the holy land that all wastelanders dream of. Speaking of this, Feng Yao's eyes were full of longing and yearning. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, had a complicated look in his eyes, which turned into a chuckle after a long time. Extraordinary 100 years. The 100 years he missed were the 100 years when Han Mingyao became famous and powerful around the world. Besides, Feng Yao seemed to be unable to shut up when talking about Han Mingyao. And now he continued to talk. The story about Han Mingyao is not just about her strength. She is also a peerless beauty. And she is an extremely infatuated beauty. It is said that the word Guanming in her shelter is to commemorate her former lover, a man named Li Guanqi. Watching dreams. Watching dreams. Li Guanqi's watching Han Mingyao's dreams. Moreover, I also heard that Li Guanqi was one of the 100 million extraordinary beings who disappeared 1 year after becoming extraordinary and never came back. And that Han Mingyao was really beautiful, powerful, infatuated and kind. And she lived a life like a living widow. Alas, she didn't even marry that Li Guanqi, but she had been supporting Li Guanqi's parents and serving their elders. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and he finally turned around, holding his right hand on a stone wall, lowering his head with a complicated expression, and let out a long sigh. Han Mingyao, in the years since he was gone, that girl has been fulfilling her filial piety to his parents on his behalf. How unfilial is he? How sorry are you for Han Mingyao? Well, Feng Yao seemed to really admire the evil Phoenix Queen. When he talked about her story, His whole emotions were completely absorbed in it. At this moment, he was still sighing. This poignant story of the evil phoenix Queen Han Mengyao and Li Guanqi is so beautiful in our wasteland. It has been passed down for decades, and it is praised by people and passed down from generation to generation. Some people even composed it as a poem. Well, but I'm tone deaf, so I won't show my shame. By the way, boss, haven't all of your 100 million extraordinary beings come back? In this case, that Li Guanqi should be back now. Right. I don't know how he will feel after learning this series of things. TSK. A man disappeared on his own, and a woman waited for him for hundreds of years, took care of his parents for decades, and remained a widow. He was both an unfilial son and a heartless person. He was simply not a man. But I also really envy that man. Oh, by the way. As he said that, Feng Yao suddenly looked at Li Guanqi and smiled respectfully. Boss, you saved my life. We have been chatting for so long, but I don't seem to know your name yet. Li Guanqi faced the stone wall, lowered his head, and said in a hoarse voice, I am the guy you said is not a man. The smile on Feng Yao's face was stiff. Well, Li Guanqi raised his head and sighed softly. His snow-white hair covered his forehead, but it could not hide the fatigue and self-blame on his face. I am Li Guanqi, the unfilial son and heartless man in the century-old story. King Penglai? Wasteland world. The top of Lunghu Mountain. The top of the mist-shrouded mountain seemed closer and more oppressive to the gray sky above. Lin Xianbai, who was wearing a black Taoist robe, was standing on the spot, looking at the layers and layers of densely packed thousands of heavenly master troops around him, and couldn't help but smile. He is laughing, but his eyes were cold. Penglai should not have a king. The Tianshi army. If the Tianshi mansion becomes an army that exploits the people of the wasteland, then this is a great disrespect to the ancestor. Lin Xianbai was very angry. The heavenly master army around him was all in full formation. Surrounding him, the soldiers in these wastelands are all wearing heavy armor and holding square shields and spears. The black and white armor is engraved with Taoist patterns. The black spear in his hand even exuded a powerful intimidation. This is special equipment specially used to condense the military formation. All of them have reached the level of second-level magic weapons and can provide energy support for the phantom of the military formation. The military formations of the Daluo dynasty, and a well-preserved magical weapon arsenal. The superposition of these two conditions formed the Heavenly Master Army. An army that was domineering in the wasteland and invincible. Tao Zhanglin, you are finally back. At this time, from the palace far away on the top of the mountain, an old man with gray hair and wearing a Taoist robe slowly stepped out. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding Celestial Master Army and several Celestial Master Generals, he came to Lin Xianbai and looked at him. For elephant-level conjurer, Lin Xianbai frowned. He has been in the strange world for less than a year. Although the rewards for the perfect ending of the dungeon are very generous, how can he withstand the cultivation of these people who have been practicing for hundreds of years in reality? 100 years is really too long. Lay down your weapon. Following the order from the old man in Taoist robes, the thousands of soldiers surrounding him put away their spears and shields almost at the same time, and took 2 steps back in unison, all in one unified movement. Do you still remember me? Taoist Lin? The old man in Taoist robe stood in front of Lin Xianbai and smiled slightly. The conjurer has photographic memory. Lin Xianbai looked at him, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, You are Gu Chao. At the meeting at the Penglai headquarters, you were the one who spoke on behalf of the Night Watchman of Yuqing Guard because you were the first to come into contact with the extraordinary king. The Night Watchman, I remember that you had no utilitarianism in your eyes. Only sincere enthusiasm. Hee hee. Hee hee. The old man in Taoist robes, or rather Gu Chao, who was over 100 years old, had a hunched body. He didn't say anything when he heard these words. He just smiled in a low voice. Have you stayed in reality? For 100 years? Lin Xianbai was very surprised. But why? Why are you, As he spoke, Lin Xianbai seemed to have finally thought of something, and said with some astonishment, Gu Chao, you are not an extraordinary person who can travel between 2 realms at all. Oh, look. The old Gu Chao smiled calmly and said, Our Taoist Master Lin is always aloof and never looks at the mortal world. He doesn't even know whether the Night Watchman representative of a city is an ordinary Taoist priest of Tianshi Mansion or a selected extraordinary one. I was never chosen. Gu Chao turned around, with his hands behind his back, looking at the Tianshi Mansion Palace in the distance, his eyes twinkling. I just succeeded in using the method you passed down after the spiritual energy recovered, and transformed the spiritual root into a magical organ, and then embarked on the spell. It's just the way of being a teacher. You are very old. Lin Xianbai looked at Gu Chao, who had gray hair and a stooped figure, frowned and said, a 4-image level conjurer who masters the law is only over 120 years old. He shouldn't be as old as you. If you want to become stronger, you always have to pay some price. Gu Chao's voice was hoarse. You broke our oath. Lin Xianbai didn't dwell on this, and changed the subject to talk about it. Oath? Breach? Gu Chao smiled and turned around. Daoang Lin, I have not betrayed you. What you said, if darkness will eventually come, then Pengli is the guardian who walks between light and darkness, and will always protect the fire of human civilization. And the leader of Pengli is the last and strongest line of defense to protect the fire. Hence the name, Firekeeper. Is this passage? I have been working hard for this. After the baptism of nuclear war and the end of the world, the fire of human civilization, my heavenly master army will still protect them firmly. Right. Protect? Lin Xianbai stepped forward and stared into Gu Chao's cloudy eyes. Is it protection? Or slavery? I just saw a tribute payer from the Minghua tribe coming to Lunghu Mountain to pay tribute. Pay tribute? Why does Pengli need the people to pay tribute? And the large amount of supplies you require them to pay is enough to kill hundreds more people in the Minghua tribe this winter. No more Pengli. Gu Chao did not retreat at all. His face was expressionless. Daoang Lin, times have changed. Now is the wasteland world, and your Pengli has long been gone. Now, those who live on Longhu Mountain are the Celestial Master Army, who belong to Gu Chao's Heavenly Master Army. As for paying tribute, that's what we deserve. Us. Gu Chao looked ferocious and raised his hand suddenly. We, the Heavenly Master Army, are the new kings of this wasteland world. King Pengli! King Pengli! King Pengli! Thousands of celestial masters surrounding them raised their spears high in the air, and their roars shook the heavens and the earth. When Lin Xianbai saw this scene, his expression turned extremely ugly. Base. Suddenly, from the cliff behind the Tianshi Palace, 2 rainbows flew out from the bottom of the cliff, turning into 2 rainbows, one black and one white, soaring straight into the sky. The terrifying sword energy penetrated the heaven and earth. Taoist Lin. Gu Chao looked at Lin Xianbai indifferently. The ancestors' 3-5 evil-killing male and female swords are now mine. Lin Xianbai's complexion changed drastically. Call out! Call out! The next moment, the black and white Changhong fell from the sky, carrying the surging sword energy pressure, and slammed into the ground, as if trying to kill Lin Xianbai here. Boom! However, after the 2 swords came, they just pierced the ground, splashed a burst of gravel, and then quickly retracted their strength to avoid smashing the mountain into pieces. Because there is no point in trying harder. Empty. Lin Xianbai disappeared out of thin air without a trace long before the 2 swords came. Gu Chao's face was expressionless when he saw this. After a long time, the old man in Taoist robes slowly turned around and walked towards the palace of Tianshi Mansion. A wanted order was issued for Lin Xianbai throughout the southern wasteland. Also, send an order to all the southern tribes and sanctuaries to tell the returning extraordinary beings, once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Those who kill will be rewarded. The person who shields us is guilty of the same crime, and everyone in the tribe and the sanctuary will be put to death. By the way, I haven't looked at the rankings for a long time. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV56. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV36. 3. Fist and ask the sky. 3rd in the world. Level, LV32. For Christopher, LV31. 5. Tion, LV30. 6. Arthur King, LV29. 7. I am invincible, LV28. 8. The breeze is casual, LV28. 9. Noise, LV28. 10. Jacob, LV28. Lin Xianbai LV36. After so long, this Wen Sanqian is still occupying the 3rd place. And there is also a level of LV32. It seems that so far, the pattern of the top 3 has basically been fixed. As for the rest, at the 3rd after 7, and counting 1,000 people, They are all around LD28. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. How is this strength? What is the level of second level strength in today's wasteland? According to Feng Yao, the fourth level is a legend. The third level is the ruling class at the top of the wasteland. As for the second level, they can be regarded as the upper echelons of various shelters in the wasteland. Boss, I've packed up and can leave for the Minghua tribe at any time. At this time, Feng Yao, fully armed and carrying a large mountaineering bag, walked out of a house in the Zai tribe and came to Li Guanqi. With Li Guanqi here, although Feng Yao did not bring back the 6 members of the Zai tribe, Zhang Shan did not dare to trouble him. Not to mention that this was an accident. Li Guanqi also explained the matter clearly to Feng Yao, asking this guy to pack his things and take him to the Minghua tribe. For some unknown reason, as long as the guiding light ball is released now, it will still float beside Feng Yao and not go anywhere. Therefore, Li Guanqi had no choice but to take Feng Yao with him. Feng Yao, who is the leader of the Minghua tribe? Li Guanqi glanced at him. What kind of strength? A woman named Asuka is a second-level metahuman with different blood, Feng Yao said. Asuka? Li Guanqi was stunned. This name is a bit strange. Japanese? What is that? Feng Yao looked confused. Fine. Li Guanqi didn't pay much attention. It seemed that there was no country in the wasteland anymore. He turned around and prepared to walk towards the exit of the cave. Okay, let's go. Show me the way. Let's go to the Minghua department now. Wow wow. Suddenly, loud sounds of babies crying came from a house in the Zai tribe. Oh, little sister Wan gave birth? Feng Yao turned around curiously, looked towards the house, and said with a smile, Okay, counting this, that will be the 9th baby. What? No hands? Immediately afterwards, there was a panic shouting in the house. Quick! Throw her out of the tribe and bury her. Quick! Who? Who's going? I come! Hurry up! Boom! The door of the house was knocked open, and a big man grabbed a thick animal skin stained with blood in his hand and ran towards the cave exit in a hurry. On the bed in the house, there was a weak woman with a pale face and tears streaming down her face. My child! Shut up! That's not a child! The leader next to him, Zhang Shan, yelled angrily. That's an ominous sign! Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Stop! He waved his right hand, and the man who was running anxiously towards the exit flew up out of thin air, suspended in midair, and the animal skin swaddling clothes in his hand also flew into his arms. Li Guanqi spread out the animal skin and took a look. Wow wow! Inside, there was a baby girl who was crying loudly. She was a deformed child without a left hand. Buzz! Li Guanqi forced a drop of blood from his fingertips and placed it on the baby girl's round belly. Then the drop of blood emitted a bright red light. Spell aptitude. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. If you want to test a person's specific spell aptitude, you need to use a blood test stone, or a blood test ruler that was newly released in 4871 of the New Age of the Weird World. But this is concrete. In fact, a spellcaster only needs a drop of blood to determine whether the opponent has spelling aptitude. Of course, it can only roughly determine whether it is yes or no. As for the specific level of aptitude, there is no way. And this baby girl without a left hand has the aptitude for spells. If God doesn't give it, it will give it. People have 4 limbs, but she has lost her entire left hand. There is no need to test this kind of spell aptitude. It is generally very powerful, at least at the level of the 4 elephants. You want to take her and bury her? Bury her alive? Li Guanqi looked at Zhang Shan and his group walking towards him in front, with a gloomy look on his face. Certainly. Zhang Shan looked serious. Deformed children are a bad omen. Dear strongman, I am afraid of you. But you can't take her away. The Zai tribe has rules. Deformed children born in the tribe must be buried near the tribe. In this way only then can we protect the tribe from giving birth to such deformed children in the coming year. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something. Apocalyptic wasteland. Nuclear war. Nuclear radiation. Disabled and mutilated deformed children. If God doesn't give it, it will surely give it to the disabled magician. Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly condensed. I see. Chapter 296 The Key to Unlocking the Path of a Magician. Minghua Tribe. Nuclear radiation. Deformed children. If God doesn't give it, he must have the ability to do magic. The point is not about God's refusal and deformed children. The point is nuclear radiation. Li Guanqi looked at the crying baby girl in his arms, who was born without a left arm, and was completely sure of this matter. Before that, Lin Xianbai had mentioned to him once that in reality, he had tried experiments on ordinary people who were born with disabilities, but it turned out that those people had no aptitude for spells. In other words, the spell qualifications of 100 million extraordinary people are actually just rewards from the strange world. Those with disabilities, regardless of congenital or acquired, were given corresponding spell qualifications after entering the strange world. And those who are not disabled can also obtain lower spell qualifications if they can pass the first level of Weimo's 2 bowls of curse insects test. But in reality, those with congenital disabilities, who are not selected to become one of the 100 million extraordinary beings, will not have the aptitude for spells at all. But this is a phenomenon before the end of the world. After an extraordinary 20 years of nuclear war, intense nuclear radiation spread all over the world, turning the sky into a gray cloud. The horrific nuclear radiation caused genetic mutations in some unborn babies while they were still in their mother's wombs. This also makes some human beings, who do not have spiritual roots like Lin Xianbai, find another way and obtain the talent of sensing and controlling spiritual power in another way. Nuclear radiation? No. It's more than that. In today's wasteland world, besides nuclear radiation, what else is there? Alien blood virus. It is most likely the combination of nuclear radiation and the thin alien blood virus in the air that gives some babies the gift of sensing and controlling spiritual power. And they also gain a kind of innate ability. A special ability similar to a superpower. That is, the magic organ. The so-called natural magic organ. The magician's magic organ is the product of nuclear radiation after the nuclear war. It is a mutated organ that is only possessed by the new humans in the wasteland. It is the new spiritual root in the era of nuclear radiation. But the price of excessive nuclear radiation is physical deformities and lesions. One less hand is actually good. More serious deformity should be more like monsters. But such people, such spell geniuses, are already very rare in the strange world of the new age. Mr. Strong! At this time, Zhang Shan walked up to Li Guanqi and solemnly stretched out his right hand. Please return this ominous baby to us. We need to bury it near the tribe. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. He looked at Feng Yao beside him, frowned and said, You said that the flower tribe is a big tribe. So how do you deal with such a thing? Said to be burned on the altar. Feng Yao said matter-of-factly, It is normal to give birth to deformed children. There can be 2 or 3 out of 10. We usually burn them to death because deformed children cannot become qualified laborers. And for ordinary wasteland for a family, it is completely unworthy and unaffordable to raise a person who cannot become a qualified labor force. Really? Li Guanqi could understand. After all, ordinary families in the wasteland had to live. But understanding this does not mean that he will do the same thing. Let's go back. Li Guanqi looked at Zhang Shan coldly. I'm taking this child away. This is not a discussion, but a notification. But Zhang Shan subconsciously wanted to refute. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a huge ice pick appeared in front of his mouth out of thin air. It seemed that if he dared to say another word, the ice pick would be inserted directly into his head. Feng Yao! Let's go! Li Guanqi held the baby girl in his arms and turned to leave. After a while, above the wilderness where countless zombies roamed, under the gray sky, a green storm swept past, flying into the distance at an alarming speed. In the center of the eye of the storm was Li Guanqi, dressed in black, holding a gray animal skin swaddling bag in his arms. Feng Yao was standing next to him. Due to Li Guanqi's exquisite spell control, Feng Yao didn't feel like he was being carried by the strong wind at all. Standing on the air current feels no different from standing on land. On the outskirts of the area where the Zai tribe was located, the zombie army that Feng Yao had previously regarded as a barrier to the abyss was meaningless in front of Li Guanqi. He flew over with a wind control technique, and the countless zombies below could only stare at him. Wow! Amidst the howling wind, the cry of the baby was particularly clear. Hey! If you cry again, I'm going to hypnotize you. Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the baby girl in his arms, feeling quite helpless. Ugh, hee. It's interesting to say that when Li Guanqi looked at her like this, the baby girl stopped crying. Instead, she blinked her big and lively eyes, laughed playfully, and wanted to reach out her hand to touch Li Guanqi's face. But she only had a fleshy right hand, and only a short fleshy arm at her left shoulder, which was moving slightly. If God doesn't give it, It will give it to you. Li Guanqi held the baby girl curled up in the animal skin swaddling clothes with his left hand. He stretched out the index finger of his right hand, gently teased her little hand, and smiled softly. You don't have a left hand. But it doesn't matter. You also have something that ordinary people don't have, which is the ability to perceive spiritual power and control spiritual power. You will come into contact with another world, the world of conjurers. Boss, what are you muttering about? At this time, Feng Yao next to him hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help but said, Also, boss, you have just returned to this world, so you may not know yet. The world now has become a wasteland, with nuclear radiation everywhere, and the survival rate of babies is very low. If you want to raise her, what if she dies later, and you have to give up your feelings for nothing, and you will be sad when the time comes? How uncomfortable will it be? Feng Yao? Li Guanqi was still teasing the baby girl in his arms, smiling without looking back. Feng Yao looked at him curiously. Has anyone ever told you that you are really bad at talking? Li Guanqi's smile remained unchanged. However, Feng Yao's expression froze, and a few drops of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He suddenly remembered that in the cave before, he was still saying that Li Guanqi, the man of the evil Phoenix Queen, was not a man. As it turned out, the Li Guanqi in the poem story was actually beside him. Feng Yao lowered his head and did not dare to speak anymore, for fear that he would die not from the monster's mouth, but from his own words. I'm not raising her. Li Guanqi looked at the baby girl in his arms with soft eyes. Actually, you are right. She is indeed a burden to me. I am going to Guanming Shelter, and it is impossible to take a baby with me on the way. Huh? Then why? Feng Yao was confused. Boss, I don't understand what you want to do. She is a burden to me, but not to this wasteland world. Li Guanqi looked at the disabled baby girl with only her right arm, and said seriously, She is the key, which will open up another extraordinary path in this world. An extraordinary power that all superhumans of different bloods have to face up to. That is magic. The power of law. Feng Yao was stunned. Li Guanqi held the baby girl with calm eyes. In one extraordinary year, 100 million extraordinary people disappeared. The apocalypse has not yet come. The world does not have nuclear radiation and abnormal blood viruses. In reality, no one can mutate magical organs, and no one has the qualifications for magic. In other words, there is no magician. Coupled with the 80 years of life in the wasteland after the apocalypse of Extraordinary Year 20, much of the previous knowledge has been lost. Those spellcasters who only appeared in Extraordinary Year 1 first became legends, and over time were forgotten. In this wasteland era, people, at least, most of the middle and lower class people don't know that disability represents aptitude for spells. Instead, they think it is a bad omen. Li Guanqi will change this perception. With this little baby girl in my arms. What kind of woman is Asuka? The leader of the Minghua tribe? Li Guanqi held the baby girl and suddenly asked Feng Yao. Ah? Feng Yao immediately guessed what Li Guanqi meant, and immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. 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 Boss, Asuka is a good leader, but she is definitely not a good mother. It is impossible for her to help you raise this baby girl, even if she has to agree in front of you because of your strength. She will definitely burn this disabled child to death after you leave. Good leader? Li Guanqi smiled. That's better. I need a good leader more than a good mother. If Asuka is really a smart leader, then she won't reject the child. Because this represents her tribe, the rise of... Rise? Feng Yao was confused. Boss, I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Li Guanqi looked forward calmly. You are just a leader. I am too lazy to explain too much to you. Feng Yao was speechless. Watch the direction and don't take it the wrong way. Yes, yes. The cyan storm swept across the gray sky, flying all the way into the distance, heading towards the Minghua tribe. However, what appeared before the Minghua tribe was a group of flying mutant giant birds. In other words, the bird demon species. It's the bone-eating eagle. Feng Yao looked at the group of gray giant eagles in the distance, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Old. Boss, be careful. Those giant eagles are all first-order demon species, but they come in groups and collectively spit out the bone-corrosive poisonous mist. Even a second-level alien-blooded superhuman can't handle it. He didn't finish his sentence. Li Guanqi waved his hand casually, without even bothering to pinch the seal, and directly above the group of giant birds, a huge fireball condensed out of thin air. Boom! The fireball exploded, and all the giant birds turned into barbecued meat and plummeted to the ground. On the withered yellow earth, countless zombies of different blood also opened their bloody mouths, waiting for this buffet of roasted birds falling from the sky. Fire! Feng Yao was stunned and looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief. Boss, you have two powers? Wind and flames. Energy attacks are superpowers? It doesn't matter if you don't know the spells. You haven't seen any Tao spells before? Li Guanqi frowned. What about the Punlai Heavenly Master Army? Don't the Heavenly Master Army know how to use Taoism? What is Taoism? Feng Yao was at a loss. Alright. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. The Celestial Master Army are all superhumans of different blood? They only use one kind of superpower. No. What else? Feng Yao now seemed to have been forcibly opened up to the world view. After seeing Li Guanqi using the two abilities of wind and fire, he was completely confused. But Feng Yao is still too weak. He is a first-level alien-blooded superhuman. He is not considered to be at the bottom, but he can only be said to be an ordinary class in the wasteland. His understanding of the world cannot explain anything. Minghua tribe. Li Guanqi has to go to a bigger place to know more things. Call. The cyan storm roared through the sky carrying Li Guanqi and Feng Yao. Occasionally, it encountered flying monsters looking for death, but they would kill them casually. Sometimes they didn't even bother to kill. The cyan storm would directly hit them and forcefully kill them. Make a way for life. Time passed little by little. Night falls. In today's wasteland, the sky is filled with gray clouds and mist. It looks very dark during the day. At night, it becomes even darker. For ordinary people, it is almost impossible to see. Fortunately, both Li Guanqi and Feng Yao are superhuman beings who can see at night. Time passes gradually. The world gradually regained a little light. The next day. This was the morning after Li Guanqi returned to reality. Wow. At this time, the baby girl didn't know why. She kept crying. Crying hard. Don't cry! Don't cry! Li Guanqi was a little confused for a while, awkwardly shaking the baby, trying to do what he had seen on TV before, where a woman held the baby and shook it. And then the baby stopped crying. It didn't work. The more Li Guanqi shook, the harder the baby girl cried. Suddenly, Li Guanqi glanced out of the corner of his eye and caught a glimpse of the mountaineering bag on Feng Yao's back next to him. The bag is full of mineral water. Want some water? Li Guanqi hesitated. Feng Yao was immediately stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he looked at Li Guanqi and said cautiously, Well, boss, is there a possibility that I don't know what it was like 100 years ago, but, well, that is, human babies 100 years from now will need more, milk? Speaking of which, she is also amazing. She was born overnight, didn't drink anything, and she is still crying loudly. Feng Yao, this new human being in the wasteland, is really afraid of saying the wrong thing again. Why am I so stupid? Li Guanqi covered his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes, the baby must drink a lot of milk. Is the Minghua tribe coming soon? Li Guanqi looked at Feng Yao anxiously. You said that the flower tribe is very big, so there will always be lactating women. Right. Forehead. Feng Yao looked around, carefully identified the obvious terrain nearby as a reference, and quickly gave a reply. If we follow our previous average speed, we should be able to get there in another 2 hours. Then speed up. Li Guanqi's eyes condensed, and the spiritual power in his body exploded. The surrounding wind suddenly became more violent, and its speed increased several times in an instant, piercing the sky. Brush. 10 minutes later, Li Guanqi and Feng Yao finally saw the outline of the Minghua tribe on the desolate land. It was a huge city surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It is somewhat similar to the shelter Li Guanqi saw in ancient ruins, but the scale is much larger. The towering cement and stone walls are more than 30 meters high and nearly 3 to 5 meters thick, forming a vast circle-shaped area. Within the towering city walls, there are countless wooden and stone houses, and a large number of new wasteland humans are thriving inside. On top of the city, a flag fluttered in the wind. It was a large pink flag with white cherry blossom petals on it. That is the family flag of the Asuka family, and it is also the symbol of the Asuka tribe. The entire Minghua tribe is clearly divided into 2 urban areas, inner and outer. The outer city looks extremely simple, which perfectly fits the word wasteland. As for the inner city, Li Guanqi found memories of modern society. Those exquisite apartments, small villas, and the towering castle in the center of the city. In addition, he even saw several suspended flying cars passing through the sky above the walled city. The strong collision between high technology and primitive society. This sense of difference is very strange. Li Guanqi is not surprised by the emergence of suspended speed cars. The end of the world only appeared after 20 extraordinary years. In the past 20 years, the discovery of new energy sources such as spiritual power will definitely make a huge leap forward in human technology. If it were not for the coming of the apocalypse, it is estimated that when Li Guanqi comes back 100 years later, he will see the world of Cyberpunk 2077, and it may be even more advanced. Boom! Li Guanqi controlled the strong wind and landed directly over the castle in the inner city. He unlocked the sealing skill, and the terrifying coercion poured out, covering the entire fortress. The airflow surged, causing his white hair to flutter and dance, while his blue eyes were as clear as the ancient well. Li Guanqi didn't want to keep a low profile. In a strange world, he still has to be careful. But when he returns to reality, especially the reality of a wasteland world, with his strength, why should he keep a low profile? And he still deliberately wanted to be high profile, because he wanted the entire wasteland to know that he, Li Guanqi, was back. What if Han Mengyao learned about this and came to find him? No matter what happens, Lin Xianbai can find him. Well, thinking of Han Mengyao, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered another thing. Luck. If nothing else, the luck of this era should no longer be with him. After all, he has disappeared from the real world for 100 years. So there is no reason that the luck of this era should still be with him. The peaceful life during the simulation also verified this idea. Li Guanqi guessed that the fortune of the current era should be concentrated on those centenarians who lived from before the end of the world to today, such as King Penglai of the Tianshi army, and Han Mengyao, the evil Phoenix Queen of Guanmeng Sanctuary. How to do it? Li Guanqi still wanted to get it back. Forget it about Han Mengyao. But for everyone else, Li Guanqi will definitely come to see them one by one to see how to get their luck back. Or maybe he actually needs to find the most powerful cursed spirit to kill. But this is all for later. What is urgently needed is to find a woman who can breastfeed the child. Dear Strongman! At this time, on the top floor of the castle, a young and beautiful woman wearing a cherry blossom dress walked to the balcony, with several armored guards behind her. She knelt down on one knee directly towards Li Guanqi to show respect. In today's wasteland era, which has experienced 80 years of apocalyptic life, human beings have extremely strict concepts of dignity and inferiority. I am the leader of the Minghua tribe, Asuka. The woman in the cherry blossom dress didn't even dare to look up at Li Guanqi. She just lowered her head and said loudly, Minghua tribe, welcome your arrival. Third level alien blood superhuman. Chapter 297, 100 years of dream viewing. She has been waiting for a full century. Call. The cyan storm slowly sinks. Li Guanqi held the baby girl in his arms. And together with Feng Yao, they stepped on the strong wind and slowly came to Asuka. Woo, woo! By this time, the baby girl was so hungry that she couldn't even cry. Sir, this child is very hungry. Asuka's expression changed slightly, and she shouted to Li Guanqi anxiously. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Asuka's delicate body trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. Li Guanqi smiled when he saw this scene. Is it? Good leader, but not a good mother. It seems that Feng Yao's judgment of his leader is not correct. You saw it too. Li Guanqi held the baby girl in his arms, and walked down from the strong wind step by step to the castle balcony. Standing on the floor, he calmly said to Asuka, Find a woman to help me feed this child. Clear. Asuka nodded, and then whispered to an armored guard beside her. Go to the butler. He knows which women in the city have breasts. Yes. The armored guard turned around and left, turning into a wave of afterimages and rushing out. His one-dimensional speed stretched to the limit by him. Are you addicted to riding the wind? Li Guanqi glanced at Feng Yao, who was still standing on the wind behind him. Why don't you come down yet? I'm right now. Feng Yao quickly jumped down from the wind, stood on the balcony, first glanced at Li Guanqi, then looked at Asuka timidly, and finally lowered his head, not daring to express his anger. Call, Li Guanqi thought, and the strong wind dissipated. Don't you know your name yet? Asuka asked cautiously. She spoke Chinese without any accent. Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi looked at her calmly. Have you ever heard of this name? Forehead. Asuka was obviously confused. That Li Guanqi from 100 years of dreams. What is 100 years of dreams? Li Guanqi asked curiously. A widely circulated poem, compiled by bards, about the love story of the evil Phoenix Queen and Li Guanqi. Asuka looked at him with a look of shock on her face. Are you really that one? Are you one of the 100 million people who are back? Li Guanqi nodded lightly. I am not Li Guanqi, and I'm back. Also, you need to do your best to send the news of my return, Li Guanqi, to every corner of the wasteland. By the way, help me find someone named Lin Xian. White people. Of course. The most important thing now is... He looked at Asuka seriously. Tell me first, how to get to Guanmen Shelter. This? Asuka looked troubled. Sir, the Minghua tribe will do its best to spread the news and find people. But there is really nothing I can do about the location of Guanmen Sanctuary. Can't do anything? Li Guanqi frowned slightly and took out the guidance light ball from the space necklace. Buzz? This light ball emitting white light floated up and down, no longer hovering in front of Feng Yao, but stopped next to Asuka, spinning around her. You must be of some help, Li Guanqi said firmly. Asuka looked confused. Is he from your tribe? Li Guanqi did not rush for a while, but pointed to Feng Yao next to him. Give him some reward, such as, weapons and armor, or a higher status in the Minghua tribe. After all, he helped me. Considered one of my friends. Yes. When Asuka heard the word friend, she nodded quickly. There is a position of city guard officer in the city that is still vacant. Since you have spoken, my lord, this position belongs to him. City guard? Feng Yao suddenly looked ecstatic. Is it a good job? Li Guanqi looked at him with a smile. Uh-huh. Feng Yao nodded crazily, from the excitement on his face. You can tell what kind of fat position this position is. Okay, you can go out. Feng Yao, thank you for leading the way, Li Guanqi said with a smile. It is Feng Yao's greatest honor in his life to meet you. Sir, thank you. Feng Yao immediately knelt on the ground, kowed out 3 times to Li Guanqi, and then ran out with great excitement. If he hadn't been in this castle room, he would have been so happy that he would have jumped several meters high. The fate of Feng Yao, a little man in the wasteland, took a huge turn just because he happened to meet Li Guanqi. Originally, he wandered to the Zai tribe. Due to the zombie army outside, he could only stay in that small place for the rest of his life. But the appearance of Li Guanqi not only brought him back to the Minghua tribe, but also made him directly become a city guard, thus becoming the powerful class in the Minghua tribe. And this was just a casual remark that Li Guanqi said to Asuka. Sometimes, a strong man's thoughts can make earth-shattering changes in the fate of countless little people. Think again. Li Guanqi looked at Asuka in front of him, stretched out his hand to hold the white ball of light suspended in front of the woman. This ball of light is following you, which means you can definitely help me. But, Asuka looked embarrassed. I really don't know how to help you. I only know that according to legend, the Dream Asylum is located in the northern part of the wasteland. In fact, 50 years ago, our Minghua tribe, my father, personally received people from Guanmen Sanctuary. But after 50 extraordinary years, the Dream Viewing Sanctuary disappeared, and their people never appeared in the southern wasteland again. As for the reason, no one knows. Leader. At this time, the armored guard, who left earlier, came over with a beautiful woman in a purple dress. Obviously, this is a woman who was found from the inner city. She looks like an exquisite medieval lady, which is completely different from the wasteland poor people in the outer city. Feed her. Li Guanqi walked up to the woman and carefully handed her the baby girl in his arms. As a result, the woman had just taken over the baby girl, and she opened her arms in front of Li Guanqi. With a pull of her collar, the eldest daughter jumped out. Hack! This scared Li Guanqi and turned around quickly, his back to them. This? What is this? Ah! The next second, the woman suddenly let out a terrified scream. Li Guanqi turned around quickly and saw the woman's face full of fear. Without even pulling up her clothes, she threw the baby girl high into the sky, as if she had been greatly stimulated. Hey! What are you doing? With quick eyes and quick hands, Li Guanqi caught the baby girl smoothly and then glared at the woman. Devil! He is the son of the devil! The woman slumped on the ground with a look of horror on her face. She pointed at the baby girl in Li Guanqi's arms and cried, That's a devil's son without a left hand. How could you let me feed such a disgusting thing? Ah! Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and his expression was extremely unkind. When the surrounding armored guards heard this, they all looked at the baby girl in his arms. After discovering that the baby girl had no left hand, they all showed expressions of horror, fear, and worry. The Minghua tribe is a large tribe. But in this place, the discrimination against disabled children is even more serious than in a small isolated place like the Zai tribe. The Zai tribe lacks resources and does not raise disabled children simply because the labor force is unqualified and cannot afford to support them. But here in the Minghua tribe, there is obviously some kind of discrimination against this poor child, such as belief, culture, or religious legend. Everyone get down. At this time, the Minghua tribe said expressionlessly, "Go down." Yes, yes. Several armored guards around him quickly picked up the woman on the ground and left the castle room. Wow. Asuka closed all the doors and windows and drew the curtains. The whole room became dark. My lord, give her to me. Asuka lowered her eyes and took the baby girl from Li Guanqi's arms. Then, like the previous woman, she did not shy away from anything, unbuttoning her clothes in front of Li Guanqi and began to breastfeed the baby girl. Li Guanqi naturally turned around quickly, facing away from this scene. Grown-ups? Asuka's voice came from behind. I think disabled children are also babies. Since they are babies, then it is a sacred and great thing for us women to breastfeed babies. Why do you have to avoid it? And, since you are willing to take her, I don't think you should discriminate against these poor children. Li Guanqi was stunned. No wonder neither Asuka nor that woman shy away from it. It turns out that in this wasteland era, people have also formed a unique new culture. The act of breastfeeding is regarded as sacred and great. Even if it is a bystander, it does not contain any evil thoughts. It's certainly great. Li Guanqi turned his back to Asuka and said softly, but it is not a taboo for me to turn around and not look at her. On the contrary, it is a sign of respect for every mother. Well, 100 years ago, we humans 100 years ago had this concept. I see. Asuka smiled lightly. Wow. Hee hee. The baby girl finally had her first meal of milk after she was born. And now she is drinking and laughing from time to time. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this voice. While the baby girl was dining, the two adults also started talking. Asuka? When were you born? You shouldn't have lived from before the end of the world to now. Right. No. I was born in the 50th year of extraordinary time. I am exactly 50 years old this year. Sir, 100 years ago, I would have been an old woman in people's eyes. After all, times have changed. You are a third-level metahuman with different blood. At 50 years old, you are actually still very young. Well, and you are very beautiful. Huh? Thank you. By the way, your name is Asuka. So you also created this Minghua tribe? No. The tribe was founded by my father. He was already in his 30s when the apocalypse first broke out after 20 extraordinary years. When he was born, the world was still following the AD calendar. This tribe was established by my father in the first year after the end of the world, and then slowly developed and expanded to what it is today. As for the name of the tribe, I'm actually mixed race. My mother is Japanese, and her name is Asuka Nanao. My father is from China, with a rare surname, Hua, and his name is Hua Chung. After the end of the world, many people turned into zombies. But my father and mother were very lucky. Not only did they survive the rain of blood, they also evolved and became superhuman beings with different blood. The couple worked together to create this tribe and saved many people. The name of the tribe is actually a combination of their names, taking my mother's, Ming, and my father's, Hua. So it was named Minghua tribe. 50 years ago, a few months after I was born, my mother died during a zombie wave. Since then, my father has asked me to take my mother's surname tomorrow in order to commemorate her. The name was also changed to Hua, which is not only my father's last name, but also my mother's favorite thing during her lifetime, which was also flowers. So, I called it Asuka. Then, 20 years ago, my father, like my mother, died in battle outside the city in order to resist that zombie wave. Since then, I have become the leader of the Minghua tribe. I see. Li Guanqi turned his back to Asuka, nodded slightly, paused, and then whispered, Your father and your mother are great. Really. And their love is also very enviable. Thank you. To be honest, I have always been proud of them since I was a child. Asuka's voice came from behind him, with a gentle smile. But speaking of love, don't you have it too, sir? If the stories in the poem are true, then your love with the evil Phoenix Queen will also make countless people yearn for it. She has been waiting for you for a full 100 years. Poetry? Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. Is that 100 years of dreams? Can you sing it? What's the story in it? Of course. This is a very simple poem with very ordinary words. Few children who grew up in the wasteland can't sing this poem. But whether the story is true or not. Huh? It is a poem after all. Who knows? Asuka smiled, and then hummed to a short rhythm of da-la-da-la. Soon, her singing voice sounded in the room. The dark night where demons are raging. She came to a deserted alley, where the black cat was roaring. The wind was howling, surrounded by tall walls, and man-eating monsters showing their claws. The white-haired man came from the north, holding ice in his hand, summoning wind and frost, and monsters turned into ice sculptures. She touched it lightly, and the sky was filled with ice crystals like stars. A campus where zombies roar. She was crying, and he was laughing. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. He held her hand and walked all the way. The campus was frozen, and the crisis was gone. A village shrouded in black mist. Bloody wedding dress. Crying girl. The confetti flew and flew, sweeping here and there. Red flames burned the night sky, and icy blue frost fell from the sky. He hugged her, laughing and crying, and his tears fell to the ground and turned into ice flowers. Hey, my baby. Please, please, don't sleep. Later. He's gone. She is waiting. Uncle and Aunt asked. Girl, who are you? She wiped away her tears and replied with a smile. I am his wife. She is waiting. She is waiting. From the prosperous times to the end. From the city to the wilderness. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. 10 years. 10 years later. Another 10 years. In the last few paragraphs, Asuka's soft voice and rhythmic accent gradually became deeper. This is the end of this wasteland poem that doesn't pay much attention to parallelism in rhyme. Asuka returned to her normal speaking tone and said softly, This is the story of 100 Years of Dreams, which is a pure love poem. There is no record of the evil Phoenix Queen's life achievements in it. What is there is just the story between her and him. And the story of how the evil Phoenix Queen helped take care of his parents after he left. I don't know how many years ago this version of the story was circulated. But now, it's not 10 years after another, but 100 years. In the past, the 100 years, in the name of this poem was just an exaggerated rhetoric by the bard. But now, it is a real century. From one extraordinary year to now. Sir, she has been waiting for you for 100 years. A full century. Asuka's voice was very soft. Sir, I believe she must still be waiting for you in the north. I also believe that you will find the dream viewing shelter and see her again. Li Guanqi turned his back to Asuka and remained silent. There was a long silence, but his eyes were already wet. Asuka didn't make a sound again. In the whole room, there were only the sucking sounds of the baby girl and the babbled laughter from time to time. Wow, hoo-hoo. Gradually, the baby girl's voice became quieter and quieter, until it completely turned into a small snore. Is she asleep? Li Guanqi finally spoke again, but his voice was particularly hoarse. Asuka responded, and then there was the sound of people adjusting their clothes. Sir, you can turn around now. Li Guanqi turned around immediately. Asuka looked down at the baby girl in her arms, with a mother's gentle smile on her face. The baby girl also fell into a deep sleep after eating and drinking. So cute. Asuka gently tapped the tip of the baby girl's nose with her right index finger, then raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Sir, what's her name? No name. Li Guanqi shook his head. I am not her father, and I have no right to name her. I just rescued her. As for the right to name her, it should be left to the people who raised her. Asuka was stunned. Thank you for feeding her, Li Guanqi said seriously. It's okay. Asuka smiled. People from the Minghua tribe. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Why are you so discriminating against these children? Sons of the devil? Is there any legend behind this? A lot. Asuka sighed softly and said to the point. The essence of this matter is actually that the parents are trying to alleviate the guilt in their hearts. There is nothing that can be done about it. In the wasteland, resources are always scarce, and the people at the bottom cannot support the disabled. The unqualified labor force is, unaffordable for the bottom families in the wasteland. But what parent can bear to abandon their own child? But they have to do this in order to survive. Over time, various legends have been circulated, which are nothing more than nonsense about what kind of demons or ghosts the deformed children are. The purpose is to alleviate the parents' own guilt and allow them to abandon the child with peace of mind. At this point, Asuka rubbed her brows tiredly and sighed. But if you tell too many lies, they become the truth. Decades have passed. And now in the extraordinary 100 years, the deformed child is the so-called son of the devil. This statement has become deeply ingrained in people's minds. So the essence of this matter is actually that those parents feel that raising a disabled child is not worth the gain. So they make up various excuses in order to give up the child with peace of mind. Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. Asuka nodded slightly. Then their ideas will change soon. Li Guanqi looked at Asuka seriously and opened his right hand. Flame, ice, air flow, thunder and lightning, etc. Energy of various attributes emerged in the palm of his hand and merged with each other. Asuka looked shocked. Why do you have so many superpowers? This is not a superpower. Li Guanqi said calmly. This is a spell, a technique, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth. You must know that some psychic technologies can use spiritual power as energy source. But you also need to know that aura cannot only be controlled by machines. People, too. Every disabled child in the wasteland has the talent to control this power. Therefore, the disabled children are not an unqualified labor force. On the contrary, they are a group of people who are more powerful than different blood superhumans in some aspects. Extraordinary species. Asuka was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Right. Li Guanqi smiled and said, Asuka, what you are thinking now is right. In the near future, disabled children will have a high status and get the respect they deserve. And your newly born child will also become one of them, providing his extraordinary power for the development of the Minghua tribe. Asuka's expression changed drastically. You, how did you know? Chapter 298 Hualu. Li Guanqi's disciple? Sir, how do you know that my child is also disabled? Asuka lowered her head and glanced at the disabled baby girl of the Zai tribe in her arms, then raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi with a complicated expression. That's a good guess. Li Guanqi just smiled. Tomorrow Flower was about to speak but stopped. Li Guanqi raised his right hand and once again demonstrated the ability of fire, water, ice, lightning, and various elemental powers to appear alternately. This is not a power, but a spell. Li Guanqi looked at Asuka and said seriously, your child can also control spiritual power and cast spells like me. But you are not disabled. Asuka's eyebrows furrowed tightly. I am an extraordinary person from 100 years ago. Li Guanqi said calmly. I can travel between two worlds. I am one of the 100 million people. We are special. But all new humans born in the wasteland era are different. Asuka, why do you need to worry about your faith at this time? Do you believe it or not? 10 years. At most 10 years. I will leave behind the knowledge of spells. When your child is more than 10 years old, he will naturally learn it. By then, you will know everything. 10 years? Asuka turned her head, looked at the corner of the room, and gritted her teeth. If there is a 16-year-old disabled child with normal intelligence, how long will it take for him to learn your spells? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, but he soon figured it out and replied, one day, just one day, he will be able to prove to you that he can control spiritual power with his own body. Please follow me. Asuka still held the Purple Leaf Tribe's baby girl, turned around, and walked towards the corner of the room. Click. She gently fiddled with the candlestick on the wall in the corner, and then a crack opened in the wall, revealing a staircase leading to the upper level. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Asuka's room was originally located at the highest point of the castle. Now going up, it should be the space between the roof and the ceiling. Some people would turn this space into a small pavilion for storage. However, it is not suitable for human habitation. However, when Li Guanqi followed Asuka's footsteps and walked up the high stairs to the pavilion, he saw a light blue translucent light mask. Noise barrier. Li Guanqi looked around and soon saw a palm-sized silver-white device on the wall, which looked a bit like a mobile phone. This thing is attached to the wall and has been absorbing the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. It is always supporting a sound insulation barrier to prevent the sounds in the attic from being heard by the people downstairs. Psychic device? It should be a technological product that appears from extraordinary 1 to extraordinary 20 years. The pavilion, shrouded by a soundproof barrier, was filled with various paper books, arranged very neatly. In addition, there were some silver-white chips, which were also neatly stacked on the table. Deep in the pile of books is a deformed boy. He was wrapped in a black robe, but his body was stooped and his spine was severely convex, forcing him to maintain a hunched posture. The sleeve of his left arm was empty, and he obviously had no left arm. But his right arm, probably at the elbow, actually grew another small fleshy palm, which looked deformed and terrifying. Not only that, his legs are also severely deformed, several times more exaggerated than bow legs. The gap between the knees of his legs is simply a complete circle. Nuclear radiation. We are now in the extraordinary 100th year, which is the 80th year of the end of the world. The nuclear radiation in the air is still extremely terrifying. What does the distortion of one missing hand mean? This can only be said to be common. At this time, the deformed boy was standing in front of a cradle, holding a rattle in his right hand, shaking it gently. Of course, due to the existence of the sound barrier, the sound that should have been dong 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 could not be heard. But he was probably playing with the baby in the cradle. His name is Walu. Asuka covered her mouth, as if trying to hide her crying, but her moist eyes could not be concealed at any cost. What about third-level alien-blooded superhumans? What about the leader of the Mingwa tribe? She is just a mother. Walu's father refused to recognize him, and did not want to let him live. Asuka couldn't hide her tears. I can only let him take his grandfather's surname, which is my father's. I can only. So you can only keep him in this narrow pavilion. Li Guanqi sighed softly. The pressure from your husband and the pressure from tribal public opinion have made it difficult for you. You are the leader of the tribe, and you need to take care of many things. So you can only hide the fact that this child is still alive and secretly raise him here. Then after 16 years, you recently plucked up the courage to have a child with your husband again. But the result has not changed. The second child was still a deformed child, and was what the tribesmen called the son of the devil. So you have no choice but to put the second child here and let his brother take care of him. What? Asuka could no longer control her emotions and lay on the wall of the corridor, crying softly. Why is it my child? Li Guanqi sighed silently. Due to the sound barrier, the communication between Li Guanqi and the female tribal leader did not disturb the deformed boy in the pavilion. Asuka's emotions were a little out of control. Li Guanqi was not in a hurry to enter. He just stood outside the light blue soundproof barrier and observed the pavilion and the deformed young man in black robe. The pavilion was not big, just equivalent to a narrow small room, and the height was very low. If Li Guanqi walked in later, he would have to bend very low. There is nothing else in this room. A bed, a small table, various books, numerous chips on the table, and a psychic lamp. The books are stacked neatly, with big ones stacked on top of each other, and small ones on top of small ones. The same goes for the chips on the table, which are square and square, making people look very comfortable. And although the pavilion is not large, it is very clean. There is no dust or garbage. It is obviously cleaned frequently. That 16-year-old deformed boy, for 16 years, he was trapped in such a narrow and depressing place. Instead of becoming irritable, could he still maintain a good attitude towards life? Asuka. Li Guanqi patted the woman's shoulder and said calmly, your son has not given up on himself. So why are you crying? You are a mother, and you should set an example for him. Instead of asking him to work hard to do everything well, organizing books and cleaning, just to make you, the mother, feel he is fine. Asuka's body trembled and her pupils shrank. He has been working hard not to make you sad. Li Guanqi said softly. Don't come in. Let me talk to your son alone. After saying that, Li Guanqi stepped forward, bent very low, passed through the light blue sound insulation barrier, and completely entered the pavilion. Li Guanqi's footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the deformed boy in the pavilion. He turned around, not shocked or afraid, but looking at Li Guanqi with some solemnity. And Li Guanqi was also sizing him up. Just looking at his face, he is a very handsome young man, with red lips, white teeth, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Obviously, he was affected by nuclear radiation. Only the parts of his body were deformed, and the neck and above were not affected. And considering the beauty of his mother, Asuka, this son, Hana Lu, is naturally a handsome boy. However, the severe deformation of his body still makes him look a bit ferocious and terrifying. I thought my mother told you my name. The young man looked at Li Guanqi calmly and said seriously, but I still want to introduce myself. My name is Hualu. I am very happy to meet you. You are the third person I have seen in person since I was sensible. After my mother and brother. And the first outsider. Li Guanqi smiled when he saw this scene. He was not in a hurry to talk, but walked to the flower building and took a look inside the cradle. He is a baby boy with a deformed right leg. Only a leg and no feet. Asuka's second child. Hualu's younger brother. Flower house. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and looked at the deformed boy with interest. I am also very happy to meet you. I have to say that I am really happy to see you in such a state. My status? Hualu raised his eyebrows slightly. Optimism. A positive attitude towards life. Li Guanqi looked at this deformed boy and said seriously, it's rare that you were not defeated by the environment. Rare? Ha! Hualu smiled. What you said is really strange. Do we, who are born with disabilities, have to lose hope in life and give up on ourselves? Why? Did I do something wrong? No. I was born like this. I haven't done anything. I haven't even taken my first breath of outside air. And I already have this deformed appearance. Is my deformity a punishment from God on my mother? But my mother's family has never committed any crimes. My grandparents established a tribe and fought hard all their lives, fighting to the death of zombies in the wilderness, just to protect a group of humans. My mother worked hard for decades to protect the people of the tribe and provide whatever they could. They offer a better life. My family, not to mention merit, I don't count these, regardless of merit. Is there any fault? No. So is my deformed body retribution? Neither. There is no God in the world, let alone retribution. This is pure nuclear radiation, which caused me to have genetic mutations while I was still in my mother's belly. Who can blame this? Is it to blame for this apocalypse with heavy nuclear radiation? This doesn't make sense. So there's nothing strange about me. It's just how it is by nature. As for the environment, the so-called son of the devil, the prejudice of those stupid and bad people who make up such lies just so that they can abandon disabled children with peace of mind. I cannot be angry with such people. I won't give up on myself. I shouldn't give up on myself either. I am Hualu. I am my mother's son. I want to live my life well. At least, at this point, Hualu was silent for a moment. At least, I want to live well and not make my mother sad. Interesting. Li Guanqi looked at this young man with a deformed body but a strong spirit, with a smile on his face and a bright smile. Nice to meet you. Li Guanqi said seriously. My name is Li Guanqi. It's really nice to meet you. Hualu. Li Guanqi? But the young Hualu's attention was on his name. Hualu looked Li Guanqi up and down, his eyes especially on his white hair and blue eyes. And he paused for a few seconds. Excuse me. Are you the extraordinary king from 100 years ago? Hualu said curiously. I consulted many books, pieced together various information, legends, and experiences, and finally came to a conclusion. The legendary consort of the evil Phoenix Queen. The extraordinary person Li Guanqi 100 years ago. It's the extraordinary king of the same period. The first extraordinary person 100 years ago. The extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes. Are you him? Li Guanqi was stunned. This kid. What if I say yes? Li Guanqi felt a little tired from bending down. So he simply sat on the floor in front of Hualu and looked at him with a smile. Tid be surprised. Hualu's expression was complicated. A little excited and happy, but also a little disbelieving. Ever since I learned to read at the age of 1, I have been looking for you in various books and materials. But now, you appeared in front of me 5 days after my 16th birthday. I doubt whether you were a surprise deliberately arranged by my mother for me. A fake surprise. 1 year old. Li Guanqi smiled and said, Are you sensible and able to read at the age of 1? To be precise, it's 9 months old. Hualu said seriously. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. This is an extraordinary young man. I am real. Therefore, Li Guanqi no longer smiled, but looked at the deformed boy very seriously. I am Li Guanqi, the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes. 100 years ago. No, even in this era, I am extraordinary first person. That spell isn't a legend anymore? Hualu suddenly became excited. You 100 million extraordinary beings are back. So the stories are true. You really know how to spell. Can you really control spiritual power directly with the human body? Tongue! Li Guanqi opened his right hand, first condensing a ball of fire, then water flow, breeze, thunder and lightning, and so on. A superhuman with different blood cannot have so many superpowers. Right. Li Guanqi smiled. Thump! Seeing this scene, Huolu knelt down and kowtowed heavily to Li Guanqi. Please teach me. Teacher, teach me the spell. Due to the severe deformation and bulging of the spine in his back, it was absolutely uncomfortable for him to remain in this kneeling position. And it also looked weird. Even your mother doesn't know about the existence of spells. How do you know about it? Li Guanqi did not directly answer whether he would teach spells, but asked about another matter. It's in the book, but they don't read it. And some who have read it don't believe it either. Huolu did not stand up, even though his severely deformed spine did not allow him to do so. But he still knelt on the ground, maintaining the kneeling and kowtowing movement without raising his head. In just a few seconds, his body began to tremble. Huolu gritted his teeth and said with force, although today's world is a wasteland, thanks to the durability of various psychic chips, in fact, there are not too many gaps in knowledge. Most of the things in the technological era, we are now also know. The big shots in the wasteland, including my mother and grandfather, all knew the word spell. But they didn't believe it and thought it was just lies and legends. Because 100 years ago, hundreds of millions of extraordinary beings disappeared without a trace, never to return. The ordinary disabled people who stayed behind were completely unable to practice spells. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, and then the apocalypse breaks out, and a decades-long wasteland era comes. Over time, most people in the world no longer believe that spells really exist, because no one can control spiritual power and cast spells with their own bodies like you. Some people always believe that seeing is the only way to believe. But in fact, seeing is not necessarily believing. And those that no one has seen with their own eyes are not necessarily fake. At the end of the sentence, Huolu, who knelt down and knelt, said it through gritted teeth, his body shaking violently, and blood oozing from his gums. Oh! Li Guanqi turned a blind eye to this and said calmly. Then Huolu, why do you believe so deeply? Because... Huolu's body trembled and his voice almost growled. I can do it myself. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, he made a hand seal on his right hand, which is the lowest grade incantation of the fire condensation technique. He even managed to condense a small red flame on his fingertips. Li Guanqi looked shocked. Boom! The next moment, the flames dissipated, and although Huolu's will was still holding on, his body could no longer bear it. At this time, he fainted and fell heavily to the ground. With the degree of distortion of his severely deformed spine, he could not perform the action of kneeling down and kowtow at all. But Li Guanqi did not speak, and the young man refused to get up. He just kept kneeling until his body could no longer support him. And he knelt until he could no longer support himself. Coma. However, before coma, vaguely, Huolu seemed to be in a haze and heard a sound. Boy, you're really good. Minghua tribe. Castle. The leader's room. Asuka held the baby girl of the Purple Leaf tribe and stood by the window with complicated eyes. Li Guanqi stood beside her with a smile. Why are you looking so sad? Li Guanqi looked at Asuka's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. I thought I was taking care of him for more than 10 years. Asuka wiped the corners of her eyes, with a hint of crying in her voice. I never thought that it was that child who was always taking care of my emotions, so I could live a positive and optimistic life in that small and depressing pavilion for 16 years. Nian, I really don't deserve to be a mother. You are the best mother in his heart. Li Guanqi smiled and said. And he is very good. Really. As for his previous life, believe me, it will soon be gone forever. Can he really become a strong man like you? Asuka looked at Li Guanqi, her eyes full of hope. Are you going to accept him as your disciple? Chapter 299 A Pioneer in the World of Magic. A Great Beginning. No, I will not accept him as my disciple. Li Guanqi shook his head. I don't have time. I have to go to Guaming Shelter, so I don't have time to stay here. The hope on Asuka's face disappeared instantly. But he doesn't need me as a master to become an excellent conjurer. Li Guanqi looked at the female leader and smiled slightly. Believe me. Of course. What I need to believe more is your son. Really? He is the best guy I have ever seen. If it were me, born with a deformity, and still living in that narrow and depressing pavilion for 16 years, I might have gone crazy long ago. And I wouldn't be as optimistic as him. A person with such a strong spirit can become an outstanding person no matter how weak his body is. Asuka lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then she looked at Li Guanqi. Hope rekindled in her eyes, and she nodded heavily. Yes, I believe him. Well, do me a favor. Li Guanqi looked at the baby girl of the Zai tribe in her arms. In other words, make a deal directly. I left the knowledge about spells to Hualu, and you are going to help me take care of this baby girl. In fact, she can also become a conjurer. When she grows up, she will be an excellent conjurer of your Minghua tribe. She is my daughter. From now on, she will be called Hualien, Asuka said seriously. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt her. Name it. Li Guanqi previously told her that the right to name the baby girl should be left to the people who raised her. And Asuka now named the baby girl Hualien, which is actually a statement. Humans in the wasteland need pure water. How do you get it? Li Guanqi suddenly asked about this matter. We have 3 relatively clean water sources. Asuka was a little surprised why he suddenly mentioned this. But she still answered. Is it enough? Li Guanqi asked again. Of course not enough. As soon as Asuka mentioned this matter, her face became gloomy. So, Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of status can a person who can purify nuclear radiation water into clean water by his own strength have? Asuka suddenly showed excitement. You mean? Xiao can do it. Tell me first. What status can you have? Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Even if he doesn't have the power to bind a chicken and can't kill a mutated mouse, he can still become the new tribe leader, Asuka said excitedly. Because he can purify the water. He has control over the lives of everyone in the entire tribe. Source of. Very good. Li Guanqi smiled and said. Go ahead and find some pen and paper for me. I need to lead knowledge to Hualu. Paper and pen? Asuka's excitement was suddenly interrupted, and she hesitated and said, Isn't the spirit brain good? This should be more efficient than writing with pen and paper. And it is also easier to store. Right. What is a spiritual brain? Li Guanqi was confused. Forehead. Asuka then remembered that Li Guanqi lived a century ago. Wait for me for a moment. Asuka turned and left. Half a minute later, when the woman came back, she already had a black laptop in her hand. This is the spiritual brain. Asuka handed the notebook to Li Guanqi. Oh! Li Guanqi started operating it and found that this thing was actually a computer that used spiritual power as energy. It seemed to be a technological product between Extraordinary 1 and Extraordinary 20 years. And these? Asuka handed Li Guanqi another chip. This is a knowledge chip used to store information. After inputting it with the spirit brain, you can directly use the chip to open the holographic projection and watch it. Good. Li Guanqi took the chip and said, By the way, don't leave yet. I still have some things to discuss with you. I do not know how long it has been. Hualu woke up slowly. He was lying on his side on a large bed. After all, his spine could not support him lying flat. The surrounding environment has completely changed. It is no longer the narrow pavilion, but has become an extremely spacious house. There are several large bookshelves around, all of which are the books he had in the attic. But overall, the house was a bit empty. There were many tables, but there was nothing on them. I have already made an agreement with your mother. In the future, various alchemical equipment such as distillers, beakers, and purifiers will be sent here. A man's gentle voice suddenly sounded. Hualu quickly got up from the bed. Candlelight flickers. I saw a tall white-haired man sitting on a chair not far away, with a calm expression. The swaying firelight illuminated his face. Next to it, there are 2 baby cradles. 2? One is his brother. But what about the other one? Where is this? Hualu was a little confused. Your Minghua tribe is located in a house on the edge of Beicheng district. From now on, this will be your residence, Li Guanqi replied. Hualu was stunned. Will you stay in our tribe for a long time? Of course not. Li Guanqi shook his head. I won't stay in the Minghua tribe for too long. It's already night now. After you fainted in the morning, I talked to your mother, and she promised to help me find information about Guanming shelter. I will leave when she gives me an answer. Then I can't stay here for long. Hearing this, Hualu's eyes suddenly darkened. You are the extraordinary king a century ago. You may be strong, But you don't understand the situation of the Minghua tribe. Since my grandfather died, the Minghua tribe is not my family. The final say. My mother is now the leader of the tribe. But the Minghua tribe is no longer under her control. Such a big house is a huge resource. And the forces in the city will not allow my mother to use it for unknown purposes. They will definitely come in and see what has been done to the house. If they discover my existence, due to the pressure of public opinion from the people and the pressure from various forces, I, the deformed son of the devil, will definitely be burned to death. At most, it will be another fake burning scene from my mother. Then he sent me back to the pavilion and kept me secretly there. So if you want to leave, then it will be meaningless for me to stay here. Even if you say something to protect me, it's useless. You said you would leave. But after you leave, your remaining power will not be able to deter those people for long. 1 year. 2 years? If you never come back, in the best case scenario, it won't take more than 3 years before those people break in. Leave? Why should you leave? Li Guanqi glanced at Hualu. If there is a person who can use water purification techniques to provide the entire tribe with water that is completely free of nuclear radiation, then this person has made such a great contribution to the tribe. Why can't he enjoy this? Plant a big house? What? Hualu was shocked. Purify the water? Spiritual power is an energy body that is much more advanced than nuclear radiation. Therefore, using spiritual power, you can easily purify water. Because of this kind of spell is not advanced. And it is not even high grade. It is just an apprentice level spell. It's not difficult if you want to learn. Li Guanqi looked at Hualu. His eyes narrowed slightly. But before that, Hualu, tell me first, where did you learn the fire condensation technique and hand seals you used this morning? It turns out that it's called the fire condensation technique. Hualu was stunned for a moment, and then replied, it's a video. When I was 12 years old, I found clues about spells on the book chip, and then I couldn't control it. I asked my mother to collect a lot of books and various knowledge chips for me. After 3 years, I finally got a video. Video taken in an extraordinary year. In the video, there is a picture of a disabled person in a wheelchair using fire. I learned that person's gestures. Tried again and again. And finally spent another year, 2 months ago, successfully performing the fire condensation technique for the first time. How can it be? Li Guanqi's face was full of bewilderment. You can understand it just by watching the video of the spell? Can you learn the spell just by looking at the handprints? What about the spiritual circuits in the body? There are also spiritual circuits of the fire condensation technique drawn in the video? What's more? Yes. Do you also have the method of absorbing spiritual energy and replenishing spiritual power? Spiritual power circuit? Method of entraining chi? Hualu was a little curious. What is this? I have never heard of these two words. Have not heard? Li Guanqi looked shocked. What is the most important thing when casting a spell? Handprint? Of course not. Mudras are only auxiliary. When a conjurer casts a spell of the same level, he must cooperate with fingerprints or even spells. But when casting a spell below his own level of cultivation, this is not required at all. Because the key to casting a spell does not lie in the fingerprints at all, but in the spiritual circuit, formed by the flow of spiritual power in the body. As long as the spiritual circuit can be formed, it is okay to do it without hand seals. Therefore, the most critical thing in casting a spell is the flow trajectory of the spiritual power circuit in the body of the magician, as well as the changes in the strength of the spiritual power at various stages along the circuit. However, Hualu said that he had never heard of this spiritual circuit and the air entrainment method. Isn't it in the video? Candlelight flickers. Li Guanqi's face was illuminated by the dim fire. He looked at the flower building on the bed. A hint of excitement appeared in his blue eyes. Are you sure? The video didn't teach you how to pinch. At the same time, how should the spiritual power in the body be coordinated? I only found that one video about the spell. Hualu became more and more confused. I don't know what you are talking about. Because the video is silent and only lasts 8 seconds. It is just a piece of grass. A man in a wheelchair made a gesture with his right hand and shot out a ball of flame. It blasted a big hole in the grass, and then it was gone. Then you must have feelings. Right? Li Guanqi asked again. When you condensed the flames in the morning, did you feel a cold feeling in your body? Like air currents traveling in your body? Certainly. This time Hualu nodded. The first time, I tried the fire condensation technique. I made a gesture. But there was no response at all. Even if the gesture was exactly the same, it didn't work. Later, I realized that spells require spiritual power. Does it also require the spiritual power in my body to cooperate? Then I kept trying. And kept trying. It wasn't until I tried for 3 years that I finally found a method, which is to let the spiritual power in my body form a characteristic trajectory. As long as I let the spiritual power in my body form this trajectory when I pinch the secret, I can successfully perform the fire condensation technique. So, this trajectory is what you call the spiritual circuit. But, I don't know why. But the power of my fire condensation technique is very, very weak. Not to mention blowing up the grass. It just condenses into a small flame. And the spiritual power in my body is empty. At the end of the sentence, Hualu seemed a little depressed. Li Guanqi was even more shocked. Create your own spell. Hualu just watched a video and learned a hand seal. But he didn't see the spiritual circuit. So he didn't learn anything. Just knowing a madra is meaningless. The same madra can be used with at least hundreds of different spiritual circuits to cast different spells. So it is meaningless to only learn madra. Hualu just had a belief that I could cast fire. But I needed to find a way. 3 years later, he succeeded. What is this behavior? This is a self-created spell that condenses flames. This is Hualu's own original spell. Homemade spell? Who is Hualu? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have any knowledge of magic. So he just stumbled into it and spent 3 years alone. In this world, most people don't believe that magicians exist. And he can't find any knowledge of magic. In the era of, he created a spell out of nowhere. Li Guanqi, who has the talent of bending into the secluded world, has never even created a spell of his own. Of course, this was mainly because he walked too fast, never stopped, and had no time to conduct any research on spells. What's more, after practicing both martial arts and spiritual power, most of his spells where it is used to increase strength by continuously stacking up the gravity technique to increase the strength of the physical body. Along the way, he has never had time to stop and study spells with great concentration. But what needs to be discussed now is not him, but Hualu. Do you know why your fire condensation technique is so weak? Li Guanqi stood up and walked to Hualu. I don't know. Hualu looked at Li Guanqi with burning eyes. The young man really wanted to know why. Because you don't have any airing training skills at all. As Li Guanqi spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. You have never practiced spiritual power at all. Assuming that flames need fuel, then you are just a small match. How can you create a raging fire? Hualu does not have the ability to draw energy, but the spiritual power in his body can be replenished automatically. This is actually nothing surprising, because from the moment Li Guanqi saw Hualu, he discovered that his body could automatically absorb the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth. Although the speed was very slow, it was indeed automatic. But this is not automatic cultivation. The practice of introducing qi into the body is to gradually expand a small water cup into a large water bowl. However, automatically absorbing spiritual energy can only fill the water cup with water, but cannot expand the capacity of the water cup. Hualu obviously has a special physique, but I can't be sure which one it is. According to the knowledge of the magic world and the weird world, there are at least more than 56 known special physiques that have the ability to automatically absorb spiritual energy. But this is only one of the abilities. Maybe Hualu's physique has other abilities that need to be discovered. However, Li Guanqi neither measured the bloodstone nor the blood ruler, so it was impossible to know his specific physical condition for a while. But none of this matters. If you want to be an excellent conjurer, the most important thing is spirit. In this day and age, most people, at least everyone around you, don't believe in the existence of conjurers. Li Guanqi looked at Hualu and chuckled. But you firmly believe that 4 years ago, when you successfully performed the fire condensation technique, as early as when you were 12 years old, and you have been pursuing this goal continuously. In the sea of books, pursue knowledge and seek truth. And later on, he spent a long time studying spiritual power circuits unremittingly, and finally succeeded in creating a spiritual power circuit and completing an original spell. Hualu, you already possess the most important trait to become a spellcaster. Explore. You have the spirit of searching for the truth and can persevere and never give up. Hualu, as a conjurer, you are far more qualified than me. Or in other words, you are excellent. So you should become a conjurer. Take it. Li Guanqi took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Hualu. This is. Hualu opened it and looked at it. He saw a bag full of various chips, which were storage knowledge chips. I borrowed a spiritual brain from your mother, and spent most of the day recording all the knowledge I know about spells and alchemy into these chips. Li Guanqi smiled and said, in other words, these chips are the copy and archive of my current knowledge. All the knowledge I know is in them. Speaking of which, using the Ling now is really very reminiscent. Except that it is except for using spiritual power as the driving energy. It is almost the same as the computer 100 years ago. So it's no wonder it's called a spiritual brain. Thank you. Hualu's only right hand was holding the bag full of chips tightly. His body was trembling slightly, and he looked at Li Guanqi with great excitement. There's nothing to thank me for. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I really don't have time to stay here and teach you how to learn spells. But with your talent of creating your own spells even though you don't know anything, you probably don't need anyone to teach you. Reading? No. It's okay. To teach yourself by looking at the chips. I made the chip numbers. You can start with chip number, which contains the Aaron training method for cultivating spiritual power, as well as the water purification spell that you need most at the moment. I've discussed this with your mother. Half a year. She can at least guarantee that no one will come into this house within half a year, and no one will ask what this house is for. And you must also meet the requirements for your spiritual power within this 6 months. Learn water purification techniques, and help the tribe purify nuclear radiated water, in order to prove the value of yourself and all disabled children like you. Remember, if God doesn't give it, it will give it. What God has given you less will be made up for in another way. Only people like you have the talent to learn spells. You are not an unqualified workforce. Nor are you some bullshit sons of the devil. You are also normal people. Another kind of people. Practice hard. Hualu. And prove to everyone that the magician is excellent and powerful. You have your own path to walk. I also have my own way to go. That's it. Hualu. I'm glad to meet you. You show me your strong spirit. After that, Li Guanqi walked towards the door of the house, ready to leave. Hey! The extraordinary king! Hualu immediately became anxious when he saw this. He grabbed the cloth bag filled with chips in his hand, endured the pain of his deformed spine, knelt down to Li Guanqi again, and cowed out heavily. Thank you. But how can I repay you? Repay? Li Guanqi turned around and looked at him with a smile. You don't need to repay me. If you really want to repay me, then be a pioneer. Hualu raised his head blankly. In today's wasteland world, there are many people like you. Even just babies. Before they grow up, they are regarded as a bad omen and buried alive. Li Guanqi said seriously. Be a pioneer and tell these people who discriminate against you that you are magicians. Powerful and knowledgeable magicians. Then, if you can, do your best to be a good person. Not a bad person, but a good person with principles. This is the greatest reward for me. Oh, yes. There is one more. I almost forgot. Li Guanqi pointed to the 2 baby cradles next to him and said with a smile. Have you seen the child next to your brother? She is a girl. Someone like you and your brother. Your mother has adopted her as an adopted daughter and named her Hua Lian. From now on, she will be your little sister. Remember, a sister is meant to be pampered. Hualu was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked to the cradle and looked at the baby girl. Hey! Coincidentally, the baby girl woke up from her sleep at this time. After seeing the flower building, she raised her only fleshy arm and smiled babblingly. Huh? I'm brother. Brother. Hualu smiled and stretched out his only right hand, his index finger gently touching the baby girl's palm. After a few seconds, Hualu suddenly raised his head and looked around. Only then did he realize belatedly that Li Guanqi had disappeared. Only he and his 2 younger brothers and sisters were left in the spacious and empty house. Disciple Hualu. The young man plopped down, knelt down in the direction of the door of the house, and cowed out heavily. Congratulations, Master! Chapter 300 Bizarre. Dream viewing shelter that only exists in legends. Inside the number 1 chip that Li Guanqi left for Hualu was the Aaron training method and some apprentice-level spells. As for chip number 2, it is about the method of curing the deformed body. Physical deformities can certainly be cured. For spellcasters, the more severely affected they are by nuclear radiation and the alien blood virus, the better their spellcasting abilities will be, or in other words, the more developed their spellcasting organs will be. But similarly, under the influence of the side effects of nuclear radiation, the body becomes more deformed. But in fact, Many of the Lioha and 7-star conjurers that Li Guanqi has seen look no different from normal people. Why? Of course, it was cured later. Advanced conjurers. As long as they want. They have too many ways to heal their bodies. And they can even grow another hand if they don't have one. Of course, in the world of magic in the weird world, a unique culture has formed a unique style. They prefer to use mechanical prosthetics to express the incomplete parts of their bodies to show their high talents, rather than choosing potions to regenerate severed limbs, or even completely keep your deformed appearance unchanged. But that is the culture of magicians in a strange world. At least for Hualu. Li Guanqi felt that he definitely wanted to cure his deformed body. Otherwise, his handsome face inherited from Asuka will be blinded in vain. Although, the medicine to cure the deformed body is a medicine from a strange world. They are all medicinal materials from a strange world. In this wasteland era, it is probably impossible to find them at all. But Li Guanqi is not worried. With the talent of that guy from Hualu, he would definitely be able to find a substitute or even create an original method. The most powerful thing about a magician is not step-by-step learning and copying, but exploration and creation. Late at night, the castle of the Minghua tribe. A study room. Soft white light emanates from the chandelier on the ceiling. It is a psychic device that absorbs spiritual energy to emit light. It is also a technological product between Extraordinary 1 and Extraordinary 20 years. In this era, electricity is no longer needed. It's becoming more and more similar to the era of the weird world. Did you make all these psychic devices yourself? Li Guanqi looked up at the chandelier and asked curiously. Of course not. Asuka walked into the study carrying a psychic computer and said helplessly. We found a lot of manufacturing blueprints for psychic equipment in the ruins of the city, but we are unable to recreate an industrial manufacturing line. Many precision parts cannot be manufactured, and we do not have a photolithography machine that meets the requirements for the high-precision chips required for psychic equipment. All in all, these psychic devices were almost all dug out from the ruins of the city. Thanks to the small leap in technology between Extraordinary Year 1 and Extraordinary Year 20, many psychic equipment are very durable and have a very long service life. At least this chandelier, not to mention when it was produced, has been used for 60 years since my dad fished it out from the ruins of the city. And it is still as good as new. In short, as long as we don't mess around with all psychic equipment, it can absorb spiritual energy and condense it into spiritual power, and then charge it to take effect. Moreover, the built-in smart chip and energy conversion equipment will absorb spiritual energy from time to time and automatically repair some aging parts. So you can see that in our Minghua tribe. On the one hand, many of the houses are like those of ancient times. But on the other hand, many of the equipment are very high-tech, such as holographic projections, suspended flying cars, and so on. But in fact, they are all the lingering effects of the technological age. Fortunately, in the middle of the extraordinary 20-year nuclear war, the blood rain came. Otherwise, when the nuclear war is over, the world will be destroyed and all cities will turn into flat ground. If we try to dig through the ruins of the cities, but can't find anything, and then we won't be able to find the knowledge chips that record history, then we will really it has regressed into a primitive society. After Asuka said that, she placed the psychic computer on the table, then sat in front of the spiritual brain, and directly touched the screen with her fingers to control it. Some file she clicked from time to time appeared directly in the mid-air in the form of holographic projections. What exactly is blood rain? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Why do you say that the blood rain brought the different blood virus? Who knows? Asuka operated the spirit brain intently and said with a smile. This is the news that came from the Dream Guan Sanctuary decades ago. It is said that they have re-established a very advanced scientific research institute. After the analysis of their scientists, that sudden scene was as unexpected as the blood rain that came was a giant meteorite that exploded outside our planet. The liquid in the meteorite spilled onto our planet, then burned and diluted during the high-speed fall, and finally turned into a rain, bringing all the viruses in the meteorite to our planet. As for the name of the heterblood virus, it was also named by scientists from Guanming Shelter. As for why, maybe the zombies infected by the virus have the same super healing abilities as the alien blood superhumans. As for whether these viruses are really related to the cursed blood, there is no relevant news in this regard. When Li Guanqi heard this, his expression became more and more surprised. Asuka, I really find it strange. Since Guanming Sanctuary is so well known, why doesn't it have a copy of, well, a map or something like that? No one knows about it. Where is it, and how can the survivors get there? Because the specific location of Guaming Sanctuary has been strictly kept secret by them. Asuka said solemnly. 50 years ago, the Dream Sanctuary would send out a team, called the Dream Rescue Team. They would go to the wilderness regularly to look for humans in need of help across the north and south. For some tribes and sanctuaries that are already capable of protecting themselves in the wasteland, they provide a large amount of materials and resource assistance. For some particularly weak and precarious small groups of survivors, they were taken directly to Guaming Sanctuary. However, since the extraordinary 50 years, the rescue team of Guaming Sanctuary has disappeared, and there is no news at all. Since they accept survivors by themselves and never disclose the route map, no one can go to the Dream Sanctuary after 50 extraordinary years. Because of this, the strongest shelter in the north has become a legend that only exists in poetry. So everyone knows that Guaming Shelter is very powerful. But in fact, this can only be seen indirectly, because everyone lacks resources. The Dream Shelter can selflessly donate a large amount of resources and provide help in times of need, providing great help to us survivors. But in reality, there isn't even a single photo of what Dream Watch Sanctuary looks like. But, Asuka smiled. But it is precisely because of this that those of us in the Wasteland era, especially people like me who were born after 50 extraordinary years, have such great illusions about the Dream Viewing Sanctuary. That is the paradise on Earth in the Wasteland era, the holy land of mankind. Is the address confidential? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Why keep it secret for no reason? Unless Guaming Asylum has a powerful enemy. Once the address is exposed, this enemy will come to her door. And this enemy is even stronger than Han Mengyao, making her fearful and afraid of being discovered. Asuka was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said with a wry smile, maybe. Who knows? There is a lot of speculation about the Dreamwatch Sanctuary. There are even conspiracy theories, saying that the human survivors taken away from the wilderness by Dreamwatch Sanctuary were used for human experiments. So those people never returned. But in fact, the stories about the evil Phoenix Queen, about how she wiped out large areas of the Northern Territory, and about the various rumors about how she sometimes loved the people like her own children in the sanctuary, and sometimes fought violently, are actually all stories. No one has ever seen these things with their own eyes. People heard it from the mouths of those on the Dream Rescue Team, and then some bards adapted it with added embarrassment. Until now, no one knows how true or false those stories are. Rescue Team? Li Guanqi asked curiously. There is no one left. After 50 extraordinary years, all these rescue teams have disappeared? Anyway, as far as I know, no one has seen them again, Asuka said softly. And the people from the Guaming Rescue Team will never stay. After completing the rescue mission, they will return to the Guaming Sanctuary. Think about it. If the Guaming Sanctuary is really as beautiful as they say, it is a high-tech city comparable to a technological society. So why would they want to stay outside? I still don't understand why the photo wasn't even posted, Li Guanqi said in surprise. According to the rescue team, humans in Guaming Sanctuary are not allowed to leave. Asuka replied. The rescue team members will be strictly searched before leaving the shelter to ensure that no photos of the Dream Guan Sanctuary will be circulated. Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Even the photos are not allowed to be shared? Why? Afraid of having your address exposed? In the age of science and technology, the best intelligence masters can sometimes identify the specific shooting location through the information in a photo. The extraordinary era is even worse. Li Guanqi once saw a historical figure in a book on Weird World. In the year 3000 of the new era, there was a third-level magician named Malvern. His cultivation level was not high, but he had a very buggy natural spell. He only needed to touch a person's belongings. It can accurately sense the location of the owner of the item. Because of this, he became the most famous hunting master of that era. He was treated as a guest of the Violet Empire and found countless criminals. Of course, there is no happy ending for such a person. At the age of 52, he was assassinated at home. So, Han Mengyao should be afraid? Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. She was afraid that if the photos spread, someone would use it to find the location of the dream viewing shelter? But that's a little strange, isn't it? Because Han Mengyao even dared to send people from the rescue team out. She was not afraid that these people would be followed and find Guaming shelter. But she was afraid that the photos would be leaked. Unless, she was 100% sure that the rescue team had a way to return directly to the shelter without being tracked, or teleport Directly back to the shelter? But she is also very sure that there is indeed one person among her enemies who has special powers and can directly lock the location of the dream viewing sanctuary based on the photos taken. So she will strictly ensure that there will be no one. Photos taken by Zhang at Guanming Sanctuary were circulated to the outside world. This is the only explanation. Then, the reason why the dream sanctuary disappeared after 50 extraordinary years. Grass? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. A terrible thought occurred to him. Could it be that the dream viewing sanctuary no longer exists? Oh no. Probably not. Li Guanqi smiled bitterly and shook his head. What was he thinking? By the end of the simulation, it was obvious that he had found Guanming Shelter and Han Mingyao. So it would definitely not be such a bad situation. It must be fear. Han Mingyao was afraid that as she sent people out again, her enemies would come to her door and find Guanming Shelter. So she started. Self-proclaimed a place. Enemy. Li Guanqi rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes a little cold. No matter who that guy is, he will make Mingyao's unknown enemy pay the price. Certainly, the most important thing now is to find the Dream Guan Sanctuary and find Mingyao. Has Han Mingyao ever made enemies with anyone? Li Guanqi looked at Asuka. A lot of. Asuka replied. Before the end of the world, the evil Phoenix Queen was the most extraordinary person in the world. Even if she is as good as Lin Feng, she will be destroyed. Of course, there are countless enemies. However, those who are particularly weak cannot threaten her. As for those who may threaten her, all those who arrived were killed by her. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. That girl Han Mingyao has really grown up. 100 years older than him. I wonder if there will be a generation gap between him and the old man of the century, who has been waiting for him for a full 100 years when they meet again. By the way, what is the situation in the wasteland now? Li Guanqi dismissed these useless thoughts, looked at Asuka, and said seriously, Tell me the general situation. Situation? Asuka sat in front of Ling now. Her fingers were about to click on a picture file. When he asked, she immediately retracted her hand and said in a deep voice, In the southern region of the wasteland, the powerful high-level forces are our Ming dynasty. Flower tribe these. Our tribe and sanctuary have more than 300,000 people. And the strongest one is a third-level alien-blooded superhuman. There are 27 forces like ours in the southern border. As for the Tianshi army, they are unique. The Celestial Master Army is the only one in the southern territory of the wasteland. They are entrenched in Longhu Mountain, under the leadership of the 4th-level King Penlai. They suppress the southern territory of the wasteland with absolute force. Our area is under the jurisdiction of the Tianshi army, and we have to pay them heavy tax resources on a regular basis. However, this is not actually unilateral exploitation. In fact, without the help of the Tianshi army in recent years, our Minghua tribe would have been destroyed by the waves of corpses. So, there are mixed pros and cons. If possible, I would prefer the Tianshi army to change to a kind leader instead of the Tianshi army disappearing directly. However, if a more ruthless leader is replaced, it is better to maintain the status quo. At least, Asuka's eyes were complicated, and she sighed softly. At least, although the tax is heavy, we can also get support from the Tianshi army, and we can have a way to survive. This kind of thing bothers me the most. Li Guanqi had no choice but to say, if the Tianshi army is completely a bunch of bastards, the worst I can do is kill them all. But they are not complete bastards. They are even protecting human survivors. But the fee is a bit expensive. Asuka just smiled, her eyes full of exhaustion. Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. If the current Penlai king is killed, will the next Penlai king be better? Who can say for sure? Never mind. Li Guanqi finally shook his head slightly. The affairs of the Tianshi army are too complicated. There are people who are good at handling them. But it is not him. Moreover, it is the Tianshi army, a wasteland force that evolved from Penlai. This should be left to Taoist Lin to handle. At worst, he will provide some military support when the time comes. That's it. It is not advisable to annihilate the Tianshi army rashly. What Li Guanqi is most afraid of is doing bad things with good intentions. I don't know how he would feel now that Taoist Master Lin is back and seeing that Penlai, whom he thought wholeheartedly wanted to protect all mankind, has become the largest, well, a force of both good and evil. And the north. Li Guanqi looked at Asuka again. You said that the southern part of the wasteland is the territory of the Tianshi army. But what about the northern part? It can't be Guanming Sanctuary. Right. It has disappeared. It's the Red Blood Army, Asuka said solemnly. Nantion Division and Northern Red Blood. I don't know much about the Northern Territory. I only know that it is the territory controlled by the Red Blood Army. I heard that the Red Blood Army is very good and treats the tribes in the north very tolerantly, unlike the Heavenly Master Army, which requires heavy taxes and tributes. But I just heard about it. I also heard that the relationship between the Red Blood Army and the Heavenly Master Army is very bad. The Red Blood Army and the Heavenly Master Army basically divide the rivers to rule. If it crosses the boundary, it will be a fight. Red Blood Army? Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. Is their leader a woman named Qi Xiao Xiao? Uh-huh. Asuka nodded, seeming a little surprised. Have you already learned about their information? No. Li Guanqi smiled softly. I just thought of a former friend. Red Blood Army. Red Xiao Xiao. Very good. She also lives to this day. By the way, what kind of force was the Red Blood Army in the previous technological society? Li Guanqi looked at Asuka curiously. Master of Justice, Asuka said sternly. I have a knowledge chip, which contains many news records from the technological society. The news inside clearly shows that when the Red Blood Army was in the technological society, it was a special force that dealt with cursed spirits and demon species. Fight and protect human beings. The leader of the Red Blood Army, Qi Xiao Xiao, is also known as the second most extraordinary person in the world under the evil Phoenix Queen. However, she has never been to the world arena, so there is no specific conclusion. Very good. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Qi Xiao Xiao fulfilled her dream. In reality, the Red Blood Army is a pure force of justice. So, where is the Red Blood Army headquarters? Li Guanqi asked Asuka again. There must be a map for this. Right. Is it possible that they also keep the address secret? That's not true. Asuka looked slightly embarrassed. But our Minghua tribe is in the southern border. We have nothing to do with the Red Blood Army, and we don't know their location. Then, she smiled and said, but if you go to the northern region, you should be able to find it by just asking around. As for the map to the northern region, I will give it to you later. Okay. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Also, sir, I called you here tonight to tell you the information about the Dream Viewing Sanctuary, which is actually about the Red Blood Army. As she spoke, Asuka stretched out a white-green jade finger, lightly double-clicked on the screen of the spirit brain, and opened a picture file. Buzz! The spiritual brain device immediately projected a colorful holographic projection. It's a very clear picture. Chapter 301 Qi Xiao Xiao and Han Mingyao. New information. The holographic projection screen is a photo of 4 people in front of the castle gate of the Minghua tribe. 4 people stood together and smiled at the camera. Count from left to right. The first man was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with his sleeves rolled up. He was very strong, had a beard, and looked somewhat like a handsome uncle. The second woman was wearing a pink kimono. Her hair was tied up, and she had a gentle smile. She looked a lot like Asuka and was very beautiful. The third man was wearing an ordinary set of casual clothes. He was a big name in Li Guanqi's era. The fourth man, unlike the 3 next to him, was actually wearing a set of red heavy armor. Red blood heavy armor, Li Guanqi said softly. This style and texture are completely the standard equipment of the Daluo dynasty and the Qi family Red Blood Army. It seems to be Qi Shushu soldiers. This is a photo taken in extraordinary 42 years. Asuka pointed to the picture on the computer screen and said softly, the 2 on the left are my parents, and the one in the middle is the person from Guanming Sanctuary who came to our Minghua tribe for the last time. He came to our Minghua tribe to exchange supplies. Ha. Actually, it was an exchange rather than a gift. Those materials are almost all unilateral gifts from their Dream Viewing Sanctuary to support our Minghua tribe. Our Minghua tribe couldn't even give away any decent specialties. In the end, we gave a few sets of kimonos sewn by my mother as a symbolic gift as a token of respect. The one on the far right wearing red armor is a captain of the Red Blood Army. He is responsible for escorting the team from Guanming Sanctuary between the various tribes in our area. Because the Red Blood Army is in the north and Guanming Sanctuary is also in the north, they have a very good relationship. When the rescue team from Guanming Sanctuary comes out, the Red Blood Army will send people to protect them. I don't know why, but every time the Guanming Sanctuary sends a support team, none of the team members exceed the 1st level, and all are below the 1st level. So if they want to travel, they must be protected by the Red Blood Army. This photo is all the information I could find about Dreamwatch Sanctuary. My father once told me that he learned from the people in the rescue team that the leader of the Red Blood Army, Chi Xiao Xiao, had a very good relationship with the evil Phoenix Queen Han Mengyao in Guanming Sanctuary. Therefore, my lord, I have racked my brains and come up with your only suggestion. And this is the only one I can think of. Having said this, Asuka looked at Li Guanqi and handed him a silver-white chip. It contains a road map to the northern region. Go to the northern wasteland and find Chi Xiao Xiao, the leader of the Red Blood Army, and ask her. Maybe she will know more things based on her relationship with evil Phoenix Queen. Li Guanqi took the chip and took out the white light ball from the space necklace. This time, the white ball of light finally did not hover next to Asuka, but flew directly to the window. However, Li Guanqi did not move, and the ball of light did not move any further. It seems that the white ball of light has a new destination. Thank you. Li Guanqi put away the chip and the white ball of light, nodded gently to Asuka. See you tomorrow. Congratulations, my lord. Asuka knelt down on one knee and bowed her head in greeting. Li Guanqi turned around and left, pushing open the study room. However, he did not fly out of the castle directly. Instead, he gradually walked towards the castle exit under the leadership of several guards around him. The Minghua tribe is here. He wants to see life in the wasteland today and see it with his own eyes. However, before Li Guanqi left the corridor outside the study, he passed by an armored guard at the entrance of the stairs. This person was walking in a hurry and looked anxious. Li Guanqi glanced at him, didn't care, and continued walking forward. And this armored guard walked straight outside the study and knocked on the door. Leader! It's so late. What's going on? Asuka's soft voice came from inside. The people from the Heavenly Master Army are here. The armored guard lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice. They are currently at the Waterflower Tavern in the inner city. The leader, he is a Heavenly Master General. Maybe I should have come during the day. Minghua tribe. Inner city. The night was dark, and the dark streets were empty except for a tall man with white hair and blue eyes, walking in the night. Now, it's the second night after Li Guanqi returns to reality. In the morning, he had just arrived at the Minghua tribe, and after solving the baby girl's milk drinking problem, he had a chat with Asuka's son Hualu. After Hualu fainted, he went back to discuss things with Asuka, and finally let Asuka raise the baby girl. He left a copy of all the knowledge to Hualu. In addition, he also read most of the knowledge chips Asuka gave him, and learned some basic common sense before and after the end of the world, including the rise of psychic technology after 3 extraordinary years. This took him most of the day. In the evening, he went to the flower house, chatted with the boy, and then came back to chat with the boy's mother, Asuka. Then it was late at night. Li Guanqi wanted to see human life in the wasteland era, but in the middle of the night, even in the inner city, most residents were asleep, and those families that could own psychic lights had already turned off their lights. As for the barren outer city, those people would have to fall asleep as soon as it gets dark. After all, for ordinary people's eyes, the night in the wasteland is extremely dark and nothing can be seen. A night when the moon and stars cannot be seen is truly invisible. Speed cars. How long can the remaining shadow of the technological era last in the wasteland era? In the dark street, Li Guanqi stopped under a stone 2-story house and looked at the hover car parked in the garage of this family, his eyes flickering. The biggest features of psychic technology are, firstly, automatic absorption of spiritual energy to replenish energy, and secondly, durability. The apocalypse that began in the extraordinary 20 years has now been 80 years. But these technological equipment fished out from the ruins of the city still maintain good functions. But this is not the right path after all. If mankind cannot return to the glory of the technological age, then if we wait another 100 or 200 years and these psychic devices are completely damaged, then mankind will really regress to primitive society. What's the use of having manufacturing drawings? If it cannot be created, it will gradually be questioned, then completely disbelieved, reduced to legend, and then forgotten later. Just like a real-life conjurer. I really missed a lot. Li Guanqi looked at the hovering car in front of him, his voice hoarse. The streamlined body full of technology, and the chassis without wheels seemed to tell Li Guanqi what he had missed in the past 100 years. A full century. He missed a lot. He missed his parents' later years. He missed the opportunity to honor his parents. Even if Han Mengyao fulfilled his filial piety for him, It would still be his own unfilial piety. He also missed Han Mingyo's 100 years. A full century. After such a long time. Is she still waiting? Well, in the dark night, a soft sigh sounded quietly. Li Guanqi continued to move forward, while he was looking at the styles of the surrounding houses, trying to understand the lifestyle of humans in the wasteland from these things. He was also thinking about another thing. During the second simulation, he said that he killed a group of Tianshi troops in the Minghua tribe, regardless of why they were killed. The question is, what about the people? He was about to set off again, and he didn't see any heavenly master army. Could it be that he did something else that caused the reality to develop differently from the simulation? Have it? Li Guanqi was a little confused. So he just walked around. If he went to the outer city area and still didn't find anything. Cheers! Li Guanqi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sound coming from not far away. He followed the sound. In a street hundreds of meters away, there was actually a house with lights on. The yellow light of the psychic lamp was very conspicuous in the dark night, and the signboard of the house was reflected very clearly. Splash Tavern. There was constant noise in the brightly lit tavern. Li Guanqi listened subconsciously. The sounds of wooden wine glasses clashing. The sound of wine rising and falling. The sound of men and women talking. Laughter. Gasping. And dry. Li Guanqi looked strange and quickly controlled his hearing to return to normal. Alien superhumans have super hearing, but in most cases, they don't turn it on all the time. Otherwise, all the noisy sounds from a radius of several kilometers will be poured into their minds. Even if their brains are also enhanced to analyze and process, it will be a kind of torture for their subjective emotions. Just like this moment. After Li Guanqi heard the sounds in the tavern, he subconsciously turned on his super hearing and listened. And then heard many unsightly movement sounds. It looks like a shady late-night tavern. Well, let's go check it out. Li Guanqi stepped forward. After all, this was the only place in the Minghua tribe that was still open at night. And he heard the voice of an acquaintance inside. Welcome! Li Guanqi just opened the curtain of Shuihua Tavern. And what he saw was a group of men and women who were drinking enthusiastically. Under the bright yellow psychic chandelier above, this group of people with different identities were raising glasses, drinking freely. As soon as he came in, there was a young girl in gray coarse cloth holding a tray and showing him a bright smile. Sir, what do you want? Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. At this time, most of the people in the tavern were looking at him. The tall man with white hair and blue eyes would certainly be special enough to attract attention. Then, whispers gradually began to rise. White hair! Blue eyes? Grass? What happened? Haven't you heard? At dawn in the morning, a man controlled the strong wind and fell from the sky. All the lords had to kneel to greet him. The man had white hair and blue eyes, and he was very tall. I heard these things from my uncle. Yes, he is a castle guard and saw it with his own eyes this morning. Really or not? The leader has to kneel? This. It's fake. Right. How can someone who even the leader kneels down come here to drink? What if people experience life? Grass. Xiao yeah. Give that adult a glass of sparkling wine. At this time, a man in black cloth laughed loudly at a nearby wine table. Okay. The young girl waiter, who greeted Li Guanqi as soon as he entered the door, seemed to be named Xiaoya. She nodded with a smile, held the tray in her hands, and walked towards the bar of the pub. The man who ordered wine for Li Guanqi was Feng Yao. The familiar voice that Li Guanqi heard outside just now was also this guy. Didn't Asuka appoint you as city guard? Li Guanqi walked to sit opposite Feng Yao. The new official has not been appointed yet. Do we have to wait for the process? My lord, look at what you said. You have spoken. There is no other process to go through. Feng Yao held a wooden wine glass in his hand and smiled happily. You just finished saying that I took office in less than half an hour. But didn't I just take office? I haven't officially patrolled yet. I'll wait for a few days. When I come here again, they won't call me Feng. They will call me Feng Weiguan. Oh, by the way, what is the currency of the wasteland? Li Guanqi looked around at the men and women who were drinking enthusiastically, and asked casually. He had seen some knowledge chips during the day and learned about the current wasteland. But those chips were not encyclopedias after all, and did not contain a lot of information, such as currency. Well, there's no universal currency. Feng Yao scratched his head. All tribes barter. Within the tribe, our Minghua tribe does have an internal currency. It is a currency system developed by the leader of Asuka and his parents. Basically, It depends on contribution. Get coins. Well, this is it. It's called Minghua coin. As he spoke, Feng Yao took out a round green coin from his pocket with a cherry blossom pattern engraved on it. Li Guanqi glanced at it, not paying much attention to this currency that was only circulated in the Minghua tribe, and continued to observe the men and women drinking around him. This place called Water Flower Tavern is obviously not very serious based on the values 100 years ago. There were many beautiful and scantily clad bartenders who stayed in the arms of men and allowed them to touch them. There were even some men who kissed, hugged and touched her passionately. They immediately picked up the woman and took her to the room on the second floor of the tavern, ready to have sex. Grown-ups? Feng Yao looked at the direction of Li Guanqi's eyes and said quickly, "Shall I order one for you?" Li Guanqi shook his head. "Then 2? 3? Feng Yao asked again. "Okay. I don't need it." Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. "No, sir." Feng Yao looked at him and smiled. "If you don't order it, I won't order it. What do those poor women do to make money? Eat and drink. You think so, right?" Li Guanqi's eyes darkened. Feng Yao, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. If these women living in the wasteland era were not forced by life, who would voluntarily do this kind of work? Why hasn't the wine come yet? Feng Yao was a little impatient at this time and shouted towards the bar. "Hey, Xiaoya, want a drink?" However, there was only a fat bartender in a black apron at the bar. "Big fat." Feng Yao shouted directly to him. "Where is Xiao Yuren?" The fat man looked around and said nothing. He just raised his hand and pointed vaguely upstairs. "What?" Feng Yao's expression changed drastically, and he immediately said angrily, "Again? What the I do you mean? There are so many women in your tavern doing this. Why the I do you always force Celia to go up?" "Shh." But the fat man panicked and glanced at the second floor in fear. Then he quickly put his finger to his mouth and cursed at Feng Yao. "Keep your hacking voice down. Grass." Feng Yao overturned the table, and the wine flew everywhere. This move immediately attracted the attention of the people around him, but they all dared not say anything in anger. Not to mention Li Guanqi, a suspected strongman. Just talking about Feng Yao. He is not a little gangster. Who is Feng Yao? First-order alien-blooded superhuman. Moreover, he was previously a member of the Minghua tribe's pioneering team, even though the news of Feng Yao's new appointment as city guard has not spread yet. His status as a first-level alien-blooded superhuman means that even if he is placed in the inner city of the Minghua tribe, he is still considered a member of a class that can get along. After all, he has extraordinary power. But Li Guanqi was really surprised. Feng Yao knew his strength and was obviously afraid of him. But now, he was sitting opposite Feng Yao. Although this guy overturned the table to the left, some of the wine still spilled on his trousers. However, Li Guanqi is not the kind of person who thinks he is noble because of his great power. So he is not angry, but smiles and shows some interest. Xiaoya, the waiter in the tavern, goes to the second floor to deliver drinks? What kind of thing is this? How could it force Feng Yao to lose his composure? Li Guanqi looked at the angry Feng Yao with interest and watched the development of the situation. "Fatty!" Feng Yao yelled at the fat bartender. "Let me ask you, when Celia came here, did she make it clear that she would only work as a waiter? Do you hacking agree? You said it well at first. But what do you mean now? Why do you keep asking her to go upstairs once or twice? You have to force a little girl. Right? Grass. Splash Tavern. This tavern opened late at night. And it also had high-tech equipment, such as a psychic chandelier. It was obviously not something ordinary people could open. And the fat man seemed to be both the bartender and the boss. So his status in the Minghua tribe must be extraordinary. Ordinary. Perhaps it was because Feng Yaoxin had obtained the status of city guard officer. Or maybe it was because Li Guanqi happened to be nearby. So Feng Yao had someone to rely on. And he could finally vent loudly and express the injustice in his eyes. The surname is Feng. The fat man looked ugly. He glanced at Li Guanqi next to Feng Yao fearfully, then looked at Feng Yao and whispered, "Don't mind your own business. Listen to me. And leave quickly." "What the hell? Hey, calm down." Feng Yao wanted to scold him again, but Li Guanqi tugged at the corner of his clothes. "What's going on? Tell me. What happened to sending wine to the second floor?" "Yes, sir." Feng Yao heard Li Guanqi speak and looked at him quickly, but he could not hide his anger. "This is both a tavern and a brothel. The first floor is for drinking, And the second floor is dedicated to that kind of thing. Moreover, this place has been here for more than 10 years. And there is an unwritten rule that any woman who delivers wine to the room on the second floor is a prostitute and can be hacked directly after closing the door. But that girl who greeted you earlier is not in this business. She's just a waiter on the first floor. And she agreed to it when she first applied for the job. But this damn fat guy always asks her to send drinks to the second floor. Do you think he is a bastard? I'll... Before Li Guanqi could reply, a big man in the tavern shouted to Feng Yao. This man was wearing animal skin armor, and was also a one-dimensional metahuman with different blood. He looked at Feng Yao and frowned. You are always like this. Always thinking to yourself. Are you really sure about Xiaoya's thoughts? Is that really what you think? It's not like you don't know how miserable ordinary people like Xiaoya live. Have you ever thought about what if Xiaoya just doesn't want to endure it anymore? And voluntarily goes to the second floor just for more money and a better life? Chapter 302 Outside the Simulation. Meeting Lin Xiaobai again. What if Satsuki volunteered? Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown when he heard the big man's words. Impossible! Feng Yao roared at the big man. I know Xiaoya. There is no way she would do such a thing. She was just forced to make a living and didn't want to lose her job as a waiter. So she had to listen to this damn fat man and deliver drinks to the second floor. Every day someone was rude to her on the second floor. And the poor girl had to endure it. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly understood. Simulation? There should be no accidents. It was time to run into it. But it happened anyway. Hey! You're the boss? Li Guanqi stood up and looked at the fat man. Is the person you asked Xiaoya to deliver drinks to on the second floor of the Tianshi army? What? Heavenly Master Army? Grass! When did they come? As soon as Li Guanqi said this, the expressions of the surrounding customers suddenly changed drastically. And they seemed a bit frightened. As if the three words, Heavenly Master Army, represented some kind of devil. You? The fat man looked at Li Guanqi with a tangled expression. Sir, I have no choice. What can I do in the face of their demands? It seems so. Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the second floor. A little strange. Because of his super hearing, he didn't hear Xiaoya's voice. Not only did he not hear her voice being insulted, but he didn't hear her voice at all. Feng Yao. Li Guanqi looked at the angry man and said softly. Suppose Xiaoya is really forced. But the person who forced her is the Tianshi army. What should you do? Do you still dare to stop it? Heaven. The Heavenly Master Army. Feng Yao's face suddenly turned ugly. He moved his mouth a few times, but finally lowered his head and remained silent. Silence is the answer. What kind of person is Feng Yao? He is just a little person in the wasteland. Even if he is a first-level alien-blooded superhuman. Even if he is above the common people at the bottom. He is still a little person. He has his own values. He wants to say, hack you, loudly to the injustice in the world. And he is also willing to seek justice. But it is justice within the scope of one's ability. How dare Feng Yao face a behemoth like the Tianshi army? In other words, even if he dares, where does he have the ability? Li Guanqi suddenly had mixed feelings. At this moment, he remembered an old story from long ago. King Zhou and Daji. Su Xian and White Snake. King Zhou knew that Daji was a fox demon and still loved her. Su Xian knew that White Snake was a snake demon, but chose to escape and became a monk. Some people once made fun of Su Xian because of this, saying that because of this, one is the 99 human emperor of the human race, and the other can only be a medicine seller by the broken bridge. Li Guanqi probably had this idea before. But now, after experiencing so many people and things, he has a new perspective. It is precisely because King Zhou is the emperor of 99 people that he can act without scruples. Do whatever he wants. And do whatever he wants. For example, overcoming controversy and falling in love with a demon. And Su Xian is just a small medicine seller. How can he resist the prejudice of the world? How could Fahai agree? Who is right and who is wrong? All correct. King Zhou is the emperor. So of course, he can be unscrupulous. Su Xian has no power. So in order to protect himself, he can only escape. If he must be wrong, it can only be that he is a weak mortal, not a practitioner who is stronger than Fahai. So, now, is Feng Yao wrong? No. If those who forced Xiaoya were just ordinary people, even if they were different-blooded superhumans on the same level as him, Feng Yao would definitely be willing to rush forward and rescue Xiaoya. No. Those who force Xiaoya are not ordinary people. nor ordinary superhumans of different blood, but the largest behemoth in the southern wasteland, the Heavenly Master Army. Where could Feng Yao find the strength to contend with them? Therefore, bowing your head, being silent, and escaping are not wrong. They are just ways of survival for a small person like Feng Yao to protect themselves. 100 years ago, 100 years later, the world has never changed. And things in the world are never right or wrong. Li Guanqi whispered to himself. What's wrong is just weak. Weakness is a sin. Li Guanqi looked calm and walked towards the stairs. When he passed by Feng Yao, he patted his shoulder gently and said, You are not wrong in escaping. You are just wrong in being too weak. And I am no longer weak. I can do what you dare not do. In the quiet first floor of the tavern, his gentle voice was extremely clear. While everyone was still immersed in the heavy thoughts these words brought to them, Li Guanqi had slowly walked up to the second floor. There are 16 rooms on the second floor, and in 15 of them, the sound of men and women panting while working can be heard from all of them. Only from the deepest and largest luxurious room, no sound came out, because a light yellow spiritual light completely enveloped and covered the room. Soundproof spiritual shield? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. No wonder I didn't hear the sound. But there is no spiritual power fluctuation? What kind of black psychic technology is this? It can even smooth out the spiritual power fluctuations. It is worth studying. While talking, he walked towards the door of the room. Boom! Li Guanqi smashed the door of the room with a wave of his hand. When the wooden board fell apart, the light yellow soundproof spiritual shield also collapsed, and the sounds and scenes inside the room were completely revealed to him. Let me go! Let me go! Woo 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 woo! A shrill cry reached his ears, followed by a strange smell of alcohol and fishy smell that hit his nostrils. Then came the filthy scene. Wine bottles were everywhere. The wine was spilled all over the floor. In the spacious room, there was a group of big men, 16 in total. At this time, they saw Li Guanqi suddenly breaking in, with surprise and anger on their faces. 3 of them were forcibly grabbing the young girl waiter Celia. What? Celia's face was filled with tears, and she was struggling wildly. It was obvious that this was not the so-called voluntary at all. In addition, on the ground, bed, sofa, and windowsill, there were 5 women covered with scars, lying on them like mud. 3 of them were howling miserably, and the other 2 couldn't make any sound. The first one's neck was purple and blue. He was obviously strangled to death, and his chest was covered with burn marks. The second one has many more shocking wounds on top of this foundation. These 2 people were dead. They were corpses that had been dead for at least more than an hour. Li Guanqi looked expressionless as he looked at the scene in the room. But the murderous intent in his blue eyes was already ready to come out, and was almost solidified. Are you the Heavenly Master Army? Li Guanqi's voice was cold, and he slowly raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. I believe that these women who voluntarily exchanged their bodies for money must have never promised you that they would exchange their lives for money. You know we are the Heavenly Master Army, and you dare to come in. Who the hell are you? One of the big men looked at Li Guanqi with contempt on his face. 3rd level alien blood superhuman. Level 3. At the same level as Asuka. He should be the so-called Tianshi general. The rest of the people are basically 2nd level. You, however, among the 16 big men, the only first-order alien-blooded superhuman looked at Li Guanqi with a horrified expression. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body was trembling. His cultivation level is the weakest, but the alien blood-adding technique he used was the most advanced one. Like Feng Yao, the alien blood in his body was highly sensitive, and he could clearly feel the suppression of the advanced alien blood on him. And this white-haired man gave him his sense of fear is more terrifying than that of all the celestial master generals. Hello! The 3rd level man glared at Li Guanqi. I'm asking you a question. You? Boom! Li Guanqi clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the big man's head exploded. And then his entire body exploded into a pool of blood mist. Bang! 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 1, 2, 3. In the entire room, the 16 strong men of the Heavenly Master Army, who had violently abused the slave girls, all exploded into pools of blood mist, covering the walls. However, under Li Guanqi's deliberate control, the women, including Celia, were not stained with any blood. What a kill girl sells is her body, not her life. However, there were already 2 women in this room who died tragically after experiencing inhumane torture. Feng Yao wanted to seek justice, but he didn't have the strength to do it. But Li Guanqi can. In today's wasteland era, he is powerful, even invincible. If he wants to be a bad guy, he can be so evil that no one can stop him. He wants to do good deeds, so the evil deeds he sees and encounters will be punished as they should be. He is the one who says, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Retribution. Good and evil. Saints and demons. All exist in just one thought. Buzz. Li Guanqi stepped on the blood and came to the three women who had been tortured but still alive. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of green nectar was released and sprinkled on their bodies. The scars began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2-level spell, Nectar of Life. Utilize the endless characteristics of Yang Realm spiritual power to provide healing effects. Get some sleep. After curing the physical injuries, Li Guanqi cast a sleeping spell on the three of them, so that the three poor women, who had almost suffered a mental breakdown after being tortured, fell asleep. Just treat it like a nightmare. Li Guanqi sighed softly. Then he turned his head and looked at the shocked girl Xiaoya, who was lying on the ground, covering her torn and ragged clothes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. I hate this era. In the end, Li Guanqi just whispered to himself and left. Before leaving the room, he casually searched for objects and used his spiritual power to capture a small yellow ball from the air. This was the spiritual technology device of the Tianshi army that released a soundproof spiritual shield but had no spiritual power fluctuations. He planned to study it carefully another day. Grown-ups! When Li Guanqi returned to the first floor, there were no guests in the Shuihua tavern. Some are just the leader of the Minghua tribe, Asuka, and a group of her armored guards. What would you do if it were you? Li Guanqi asked softly. Grown-ups. Asuka lowered her head, her voice hoarse. The times have changed a long time ago. Now is not the era of science and technology with strict laws that you lived in before. Now, it is the era of chaotic wasteland. In this world a century later, and in the wasteland, human life is worth less than grass. I thought you had to at least say something. Li Guanqi sighed. What can I say? Asuka raised her head and looked at him with complicated eyes. Sir, we are not you. For us, the Heavenly Master Army is supreme. In the southern part of the wasteland, no one can say no to the Heavenly Master Army. They want whatever we do. We can only obey. Today is not the first time, and it will not be the last time. Of course it's the last time. I promise. This gentle voice did not belong to Li Guanqi, including Asuka. All the armored guards' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a handsome man in a white shirt sitting on a wine table in the corner of the tavern. He was holding a wooden wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip, he shook his head slightly. The world 100 years from now will be in such a bad place. We can't find tea, and we can't find wine either. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a face like a crown of jade, he is truly more beautiful than a woman. The appearance of a boy and a woman is also a sign of good fortune. 3rd-level conjurer. Who are you? Asuka's eyes were serious. She had cleared the first floor of the tavern and stood here for so long. Why didn't she find this person's presence? Lin Xianbai? Li Guanqi looked at this handsome man in a white shirt, his face full of astonishment. Why are you here? The person who came was none other than the second extraordinary person in the world, Lin Xianbai. Very surprised? Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi with a smile on his face. You? Li Guanqi was speechless. Of course surprised, because Lin Xianbai's appearance never appeared in the simulation. The simulated situation only stated that he killed a group of Tianshi troops in the Minghua tribe. But he never said that he would reunite with Lin Xianbai here. Such an important thing cannot be ignored by the simulator. Lin Xianbai's appearance wasn't even expected by the simulator? How did you find me? Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. Coincidence? You happen to be nearby? How can it be? Lin Xianbai stood up from the wine table, walked up to him, and said with a smile, I came here specifically to find you. Without the help of the extraordinary king, I can't deal with those old guys who have been practicing for 100 years. You? Li Guanqi's face was full of doubts. You guys? Could it be that you relied on your intuition to find me again? Right. Why? Lin Xianbai pretended to be surprised. How did you know? Li Guanqi was speechless. Taoist Lin. After a long while, he said helplessly. A century has passed now. The era we were familiar with has long since disappeared. And only those of us who lived 100 years ago are left to depend on each other. Why do you have to hide this? Can't you just tell me? Tianyan Divine Strategy. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Xianbai didn't show any offense, and answered directly and neatly. In the Tianshi Mansion, there is a technique called Tianyan Divine Strategy. In the thousands of years before me, no one has been able to successfully practice it. But I can. In the era when the spiritual energy had not yet recovered, I successfully practiced this method. I was the first and only person in thousands of years. Because of this, a man named Lin, can hold such a lofty status in Zhang Tianzhi's Tianshi Mansion as a Taoist priest with a foreign surname. The method of Tianyan Divine Strategy has only one effect: get secrets. It is passive acquisition rather than active derivation. I can't choose between do and don't. At some point, I will automatically get some hints from heaven telling me what to do. If I fail to follow the hints, there will be unpredictable consequences. For example, dead people, depending on the severity of the consequences. The price I have to pay to obtain the secret hints is also different. The lifespan is different. I have no choice. If God wants to give me a hint of secret, I can only follow it and then be deprived of my life by it. Sometimes I can feel like I've just lost a few minutes of my life. Sometimes it's years. For example, the incident we had in Lugui village. That time, the reason why I fed Han Mingyao the phoenix heart was because of a hint from heaven. The secret reminder will not tell me why. It will not tell me why I do this. It will only tell me what I must do. The backlash of that prophecy was extremely serious. The most severe in my life. I could feel that because of this prophecy, I almost lost 1/10 of my lifespan. 1/10. Regardless of how much my own cultivation improved my longevity at that time. I only counted 100 years of life. And that time I spent at least 10 years. And it is like this now. Not long after I returned to reality, I lost about half a month of life again. Following the clues, I came to the Minghua tribe a few minutes ago, when you were killing people upstairs. Splash Tavern. Having said this, Lin Xianbai's smile remained the same. However, Li Guanqi already had a complicated expression on his face. This is not fair. You have to spend your life to save the world. But God doesn't even give you the right to choose. I'm used to it. Lin Xianbai shook his head and chuckled. This is my fate. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. How serious were the consequences of the Lugui village paper figurine incident? In the simulation, he saw Lucian in China. Millions of people turned into paper figures by Lugui. The end of the world coming early, and the world completely reduced to AHL that terrorized the Yu Dynasty people. But in the end, it was Lin Xianbai who saved everything. Li Guanqi's simulation can only rely on existing information. It cannot simulate situations that are completely beyond Li Guanqi's cognition, such as Phoenix Heart. If Li Guanqi simulated step by step, no matter what he did, he would not be able to simulate this one. Let Lin Xianbai feed Han Mingyao the Phoenix Heart, and then he would join forces with Han Mingyao and Lin Xianbai to successfully kill Lu Gui. Because Li Guanqi didn't know anything about the prehistoric phoenix before that. Li Guanqi finally understood why that time the simulator suddenly encountered unknown interference and actively displayed a simulation error. This is because Lin Xianbai suddenly received a secret reminder and followed the prompts, which ultimately changed the trajectory of the entire incident. The Lugui village incident. Lin Xianbai spent at least 10 years of his life, and the secret hint he got was the first achievement. To be honest, Li Guanqi's simulator is just a simulator and cannot simulate things beyond cognition. And Lin Xianbai, the only guy who has successfully cultivated Tianyan Divine Strategy in thousands of years, is the real prophet. His Tianyan Divine Strategy is the real one, able to ignore all rules, directly provide clues, predictor. Of course, the price of this predictor is too high to bear. Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi looked at the handsome man in front of him, who had been saving the world at the cost of his life, with complicated eyes. How much life do you have left now? Chapter 303 Lin Xianbai's plan to rebuild the civilized order of mankind. You want to ask how long I can live? Lin Xianbai had a light smile on his face. Huh? Who knows? Never mind that. He looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. I don't care. Why do you care about these things? Just live every day now wonderfully, and make it worthwhile. As for lifespan, I don't think about it. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, and finally bowed his head slightly towards the Taoist priest, and said in a deep voice, Lin Xianbai, you are a great person worthy of respect. I'm insignificant. Lin Xianbai smiled. The important thing is you, Li Guanqi. You, the extraordinary king of LV50. You are the one who can change the world. I need you too. Well, no. It's us. Useless, everyone here needs your help. My help? Li Guanqi was stunned. What should I do? The whole world has become a nuclear wasteland, and I don't have the ability to change the environment of a planet. Then make small changes first, such as the Heavenly Master Army. Lin Xianbai straightened his expression and said seriously, the Heavenly Master Army is not Palai. They are not worthy of this name. They are not Taoist priests. They are just a pure wasteland army, and they are not a good thing. We need to destroy this army. An army. They are rotten from the root and cannot be saved. My decision is to let the Heavenly Master Army completely disappear into the wasteland. In a new era, there should be new rules. This is also the reason why I broke the rules and told you about Tianyan Divine Strategy. Because it is now 100 years later, after experiencing the wasteland era of nuclear war and the alien blood virus, the Tianshi Mansion has become history. And those old rules are no longer suitable for this new era. We need to rebuild human civilization and order in this era. The existence of the Heavenly Master Army will hinder the establishment of this order. They are not a righteous force that can fight for mankind. They are only for their own interests. They cannot help the development of mankind and will only get in the way. So kill them. The Tianshi army must be wiped out. Of course, there are good people among them, and they certainly don't deserve to die. But at least King Pengli must die. At the end of the sentence, Lin Xianbai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Tianshi army betrayed Pengli's faith, making the founder of Pengli feel unprecedentedly angry. Have you already met the Heavenly Master Army? Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Yes, you must have entered the strange world in Longhu Mountain last time. When you returned to reality, you also appeared in Longhu Mountain. And that place has now become the territory of the Tianshi army. And you have also seen King Pengli. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly. I've seen it before. And I almost died there. Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it right? Are you not the opponent of King Pengli? Hard to say. Lin Xianbai said solemnly. I am now a 3-level magician. With all my trump cards added up, I won't lose in a fight with a 4-image level magician. But King Pengli is not a simple 4-image level magician. Master, he still holds the ancestral artifact of Tianshi Mansion in his hand. The 3-5 evil male and female swords. That was the divine sword left behind by the first generation of heavenly masters before they ascended. I don't know whether the theory of ascension is true or false. There is no evidence. However, the artifacts left behind by Zhang Tianshi are indeed real. According to my speculation, the 3-5 evil-slaying male and female sword, placed in a strange world, is at least a level 6 magic weapon, because it can control the power of heaven and earth and is powerful. So I didn't dare to fight against King Pengli. So I chose to run away, because the first second I saw King Pengli, my heavenly secret message came to me. It asked me to come here, and then I came, and then... At this point, Lin Xianbai raised his right hand and pointed at Li Guanqi. I saw you in this tavern. Therefore, the purpose of Tianji's reminder should be for me to find you and kill King Pengli with you. Wipe out the Tianshi army and clear the southern border of the wasteland. Oh, right. As he said this, Lin Xianbai seemed to suddenly remember something. You may not believe it, but you have seen this King Pengli before. I have seen? Li Guanqi was stunned. Which bastard? I don't remember being able to train the Heavenly Master Army like this. I even know such people. Gu Chao. Lin Xianbai said softly. Do you still have an impression of this name? Gu Chao. Li Guanqi frowned and thought for a while. The spellcaster has a photographic memory. So as long as he takes the initiative to recall these things, he will surely be able to recall them. So he quickly remembered. The young Pengli night watchman he saved on that rainy night. That was the first night watchman he saw. And it was from the young man's mouth that he first learned of the existence of Pengli. Gu Chao is the king of Pengli. Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. In other words, he has lived in reality for a whole century? He has been in reality all the time? I thought he was like us. An extraordinary person who transcended 2 realms. But he's not. Lin Xianbai shook his head with a wry smile. He is just a Taoist priest with a foreign surname in the Tianshi Mansion. After his spiritual energy recovered, He used the method passed down by me to transform his spiritual roots into magical organs, and thus embarked on the path of a conjurer. Then I don't know what evil method was used. It should be something like consuming lifespan, so that I could achieve the level of 4 elephants. For me, the 4-elephant level can be killed with a flip of a palm, Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. Even if your Tianshi Mansion's 3-5 evil-slaying male and female sword is really comparable to a 6th-level magic weapon, it doesn't matter if it is a divine object that can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. No matter how good the treasure is, it depends on the user. For Xiang-level cultivation cannot exert much power. Gu Chao is not a problem. The question is, Taoist Lin, do you know the nature of the Heavenly Master Army? They're not complete assholes, although they are bastards and have done many terrible things. But past is past. Work is work. The good things they do are real. At least the Minghua tribe we are staying in now has received support from the Tianshi army. Otherwise it would have been destroyed by the zombie tide. Therefore, the existence of the Heavenly Master Army has disadvantages and advantages. Annihilating the Heavenly Master Army is not a problem. The question is, if we wipe out all the Heavenly Master Army, who will protect the Wasteland tribe? Gather our country's extraordinary people who have returned to reality and let them come? But what I'm worried about is that this time fast forward of 100 years is not accidental. I'm very afraid. I'm afraid that the next time I enter the strange world for the 5th time and come back, another 100 years will pass. Or even 1,000 years. If this is the case, without the protection of the Heavenly Master Army, these humans in the wasteland will probably be completely destroyed by the zombie tide and various monsters in the absence of us extraordinary beings. When we return again, we will see an uninhabited wilderness and a planet of monsters. Isn't that the end? After Li Guanqi finished speaking, his expression became more solemn. Your concerns are justified. Lin Xianbai also nodded, and then said, So, we need to find another force that can protect the Wasteland tribe. A force that can stay in reality forever. Red Blood Army? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, that should be okay, Lin Xianbai said calmly. I asked around along the way. The leader of the Red Blood Army is still Qi Xiao. That boy has not forgotten his original intention. In the north, the Red Blood Army has a very good reputation. But judging from the information I heard, it's not enough. With the power of the Red Blood Army, it's already very difficult to protect the northern border. Don't forget how big China is. The Red Blood Army cannot take care of such a vast area like the north and south. What do you mean? Li Guanqi waited patiently for the next step. The Taoist priest must have already thought of a plan. Go find your wife first. Lin Xianbai looked at him with a half-smile. Well, I almost cried when I heard this poem. 800 years of dreams. I have provided for your parents in their old age. And I have been waiting for you for a full century. I have been waiting for you for a whole century. I thought this kind of love only existed in movies. But I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes now. Li Guanqi was silent. Sorry. My condolences. Lin Xianbai hesitated to speak, but finally said softly, I'm sorry about your parents. But, Li Guanqi, I am the same as you. My parents, grandparents, and all my family members do not have the qualifications to become practitioners and cannot extend their lives. Therefore, they should have turned into lust long ago. Because of this, I understand how you feel, because I feel the same way. However, this person has passed away, and I don't think you need my comfort. As he said that, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi seriously. Li Guanqi, you are the strongest extraordinary king. I am the only practitioner of Tianyan divine strategy. You and I are both chosen by destiny. We need to go. We still have our responsibilities to do greater things. Cheer up. Okay? I understand. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated, and he nodded slightly. I'm not decadent. You can continue talking. The Red Blood Army is not enough. We need to find Han Mengyao and find the Dream Guan Sanctuary. Lin Xianbai said in a deep voice. If the Dream Viewing Sanctuary established by Han Mengyao is as powerful as the legend says, then they must have the power to protect the southern wasteland. We need to find them. Help them solve their current difficulties. And they are liberated. Did you also guess that they have an enemy? Li Guanqi looked solemn. Certainly. Lin Xianbai nodded. You are so powerful. But you don't dare to reveal your address. And you disappeared after being extraordinary for 50 years. Isn't this because you have a powerful enemy? Or is it because of something else? And he looked hesitant. Actually, what I'm most afraid of is that the dream viewing shelter is no longer. You don't have to be afraid, Li Guanqi said seriously. Guaming shelter is still there. And Han Mengyao is still alive. That's for sure. I hope so too. Lin Xianbai nodded, looked at him, and said seriously, so, what we have to do next is clear at a glance. First, find the location of the Guaming shelter and find Han Mengyao. Then, solve their crisis and return to the southern border with the power of Dream Viewing Sanctuary. Finally, annihilate the Tianshi army, and let the power of Guaming Sanctuary take over the southern border and protect the wasteland people in this area. In this way, what we have to do this time is basically over. According to previous rules, our vacation this time should only be 50 days. After 50 days, we may enter the strange world for the 5th time. So, 50 days, Li Guanqi, doesn't leave us much time. Let's go! Set off. Before leaving, Li Guanqi simulated it again and found that having Lin Xianbai beside him did not cause any accidents. So he set off on the road with confidence. Call. In the deep night, 2 strong winds roared past. In one of them, a man with white hair and blue eyes stood with his hands behind his back, his whole body shrouded in the green wind. There was a white ball of light in front of him to guide the direction. But the other gust of wind was extraordinary. This handsome man has a long green sword at his feet and is wearing a fluttering white shirt. If he changes the white shirt into an ancient robe, he will look a bit like a romantic swordsman. Daoang Lin. You? When Li Guanqi next to him saw this scene, he suddenly felt that there were too many flaws, and he didn't know where to start. Is this thing a flying sword? No. This is just an ordinary iron sword at all. Not even a magical weapon. Lin Xianbai simply stood on top of the flying sword, and then used the wind control technique to make himself fly. He also used another ball of air to support the long sword, making the sword body fit tightly with the soles of his shoes. Pretending to be fake, he looked like he was flying with a sword. Don't you think he's handsome? Lin Xianbai glanced at Li Guanqi in surprise. I know you used to be a reserve member of the national basketball team. But is it possible that you have only played basketball since you were a child? Don't you watch movies and TV shows? Flying with a sword. Haven't you ever dreamed of dressing up in white, flying a sword, and traveling towards the North Sea at Dukangwu? It's a pity that we have nothing to do with Xianxia. Li Guanqi said helplessly. I now have a guess that the sorcerer's characteristic of being given something even if it is not given by heaven should be a side effect of nuclear radiation. The magic organ of the magician may be the product of the fusion of nuclear radiation and the alien blood virus. That's why the deformed children in the wasteland era have this extraordinary organ and the talent for magic. That's you. Lin Xianbai looked calm. I am a person who was born with spiritual roots. What I have is not a magical organ, and my spell aptitude is not modified by the rewards of the weird world. What I have is the 8 classics. The spiritual roots. I just transformed the spiritual roots into magical organs. So, if your Taoist heritage is not cut off, in this era of spiritual recovery, those of you with spiritual roots can really cultivate immortality and become gods? Li Guanqi asked curiously. I've always believed that. Lin Xianbai nodded while flying with the sword. Since there were strangers from the Yu dynasty millions of years ago, and this prehistoric civilization existed millions of years ago, then I also have reason to believe that there was an era tens of millions of years ago, or even billions of years ago, and that was it belongs to the era of immortals. I always firmly believe, well, although there is no evidence at all. Li Guanqi scratched his head. His spell aptitude is purely the netherworld talent rewarded by the simulator. If there was no simulator, he would at most be able to survive on the path of martial arts. With his martial arts qualifications, he might be able to do well, but he would definitely not be as powerful as he is now in both spells and martial arts. Correct. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai. You just said that you transformed your spiritual roots into magical organs. How did you develop the transformation method? Forehead. Lin Xianbai's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. If that's what you're asking, I didn't study that method. I just tried it on the spiritual roots according to the 1 yuan level spell core condensation method. And then the spiritual root becomes the core of the spell, and the natural spell is awakened. Oh! Li Guanqi nodded. He didn't ask what Lin Xianbai's natural technique was. This is a taboo, and in the world of magic, brothers cannot expose it to each other. By the way, what is the copy of the conjurer root this time? Li Guanqi often travels in pairs, but the other person is usually a woman. At this time, two grown men were walking together. It was too weird not to talk about anything. So another topic was brought up immediately. The mission system for his spellcaster route was turned on, and other people's endings were no longer displayed. So he was really curious. Can you ask that? Lin Xianbai glanced at Li Guanqi and smiled. You have also activated the mission system. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. So you are too. I am a student of the Conjuring Academy. Lin Xianbai said softly. My cultivation level improved too quickly. It took a lot of effort to come up with a barely convincing reason to explain it. Then I prepared to go to high school. I experienced some things with Annie. She is a destiny, a miserable girl. Annie? Li Guanqi was stunned. He was impressed. She is a very beautiful albino girl. But she is also blind, deaf, and aphasic. She relies entirely on her innate spells and the magical spirit that is as affectionate as her brother to share vision and transmit sounds to her. In the great competition at Nanjiang headquarters, only that girl could give him any threat. It's just that with his growth rate, even Annie can only catch up. He can only activate the mission system. After leaving the southern Xinjiang headquarters, he will basically not interact with that girl in his life. Director Lin, didn't you have something happen to that Annie? Li Guanqi joked casually. Well, when we were hunting a cursed spirit, we were caught in the poisonous fog of infatuation. And then we had no choice but to relieve our lust. So we had to, Unexpectedly, Lin Xianbai nodded and calmly revealed such a huge piece of information. Hack. Li Guanqi was stunned. But he remembered that Taoist Lin seemed to have another female Taoist priest from Lunghu Mountain, the Lien, who always wore a white dress. But forget it. It's other people's emotional and private matters. And you? Lin Xianbai rubbed his eyebrows, as if mentioning this incident made him not in a good mood. What is your mission? My mission? Oh yes. Li Guanqi seemed to have finally remembered something. He quickly took out a bottle of scarlet potion from the space necklace and handed it to Lin Xianbai, who was flying with a sword beside him. What kind of potion is this? Lin Xianbai took the medicine bottle, looked at the label on it, and read out word for word. Special blood potion. Inventor, Mars Clinton? What's this for? He handed the potion back to Li Guanqi and said doubtfully. It can unconditionally and 100% turn anyone into a different blooded warrior. Li Guanqi took the different blood potion back into the space necklace, looked at Lin Xianbai, and said solemnly, I also brought a lot of seed raw materials for the medicine. If we can transplant these raw materials into reality, we can realize the production of the different blood potion. Mass production. Turning all human beings into different blood superhuman beings. This? Lin Xianbai looked shocked. Unconditionally? 100%? Anyone? After a while, the handsome Taoist priest lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said in a hoarse voice, Why is it this time? If it hadn't been for the strange blood potion you brought back 100 years ago, it can completely change the reality. And, moreover, it can also make our parents and family members all. At the end of the sentence, Lin Xianbai's voice was choked with sobs. Who can face the death of a family member calmly? Being strong is just a disguise. Li Guanqi sighed silently when he saw this. Yes, because of this sudden fast forward of 100 years, he was not the only one to lose his parents. Li Guanqi? Chapter 304 Witness the future. Return to the present and change the future. This person has passed away, so there is no point in saying this. Lin Xianbai wiped his red eyes. Sure enough, it's better for people like you who are both skilled in magic and martial arts. People like us, when we are rushing by the wind, our eyes will always be hurt by the strong wind. Eyes hurt? Li Guanqi saw through it, but did not say anything. Lin Xianbai was actually no different from him. Facing the loss of 100 years and the loss of family members, they were all the same. The only difference is that Lin Xianbai always likes to wear a coat that looks strong. The strange blood potion is a potion from a strange world. After a long while, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi again and said in a deep voice, This potion is enough to change the pattern of the entire world. Not only the pattern of our reality, but also the pattern of the strange world. How did you get it? The inventor, Mar, who is S. Clinton. It's a side mission. Li Guanqi replied. Mars is a 7-star magician and an alchemist in the Tulip Empire. This is the potion he developed before his death. I guess The reason why I came across this mission is also it is inseparable from the deliberate arrangement of the strange world. Ah. Lin Xiaobai smiled. With a bitter smile. It allowed you to get the strange blood potion. But it made us miss 100 years. Li Guanqi was silent. The most uncomfortable thing in the world is not that it can't be done, but that I could. If he hadn't missed 100 years, he would have been able to use the different blood potion to make his parents become different blood warriors. As long as he became a different blood superhuman, there was always hope that he could break through the one-dimensional level, or even the two-yield level, and extend his lifespan. At least, it's possible. Not like it is now. We need to transplant medicine into reality. Li Guanqi no longer thought about these things and continued. I brought back 100 raw materials and 100 seed materials. We must transplant these raw materials for refining the alien blood potion into reality. Only in this way can we make it in reality. Mass production and self-sufficiency. We still have to find Han Mingyao, Lin Xiaobai said solemnly. The climate and environment of the strange world are very different from today's wasteland. Plant transplantation is too difficult. And in today's wasteland era, not to mention the nuclear radiation environment, the main reason is that we are gone. Scientific research team and the power of one country. However, according to legend, the Dream Sanctuary even retains 10 years of extraordinary technological standards. If there is any place that can support the scientific research of this kind of plant transplantation, it is only Guaming Sanctuary. If Guaming Sanctuary cannot do it, then there will be almost no hope of transplantation in a short period of time. Then spend the money to buy the materials, and we'll bring them back, Li Guanqi said calmly. In today's wasteland era, after experiencing nuclear war and the alien blood virus, the number of people is extremely small. The Minghua tribe has more than 300,000 people, and the other 26 large tribes of the same level have a population of only 30 to 500,000. After 80 years of living in the wasteland and recuperating for so long, the southern border now only has 1 or 20 million people at most. Counting the northern border, I reckon we still have 50 million people. There were many billions of people before the wasteland, but now there are not so many 50 million people. We can completely call on the extraordinary beings in our country to purchase as many materials as they can during the 5th time they enter the strange world, and then bring them back to reality collectively to refine the strange blood potion and turn the humans in the north and south into aliens. With superhuman blood, the survival rate in the wasteland can be greatly improved. Don't say it so easily. Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Calling extraordinary people and making them obey orders is a huge project, especially in today's wasteland era. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Brother, don't touch your mouth. Just say it. It's easy. This can't be solved completely with fists. It's the most difficult thing to deal with when it comes to obedience. I'll leave it to you anyway. Li Guanqi pushed the ball out directly. These things bother me the most. If you need me, come to me. Lin Xiaobai was speechless. Compared to this, it seems more reliable to let Guaming Sanctuary successfully transplant the herbs. After a long while, Lin Xiaobai said helplessly, Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. This is the best plan. Call. What followed was a long period of silence as 2 strong winds roared through the night sky, following the guiding ball of light in front of them and flying towards their next destination, the headquarters of the Red Blood Army in the north. A long time. It wasn't until dawn that Lin Xiaobai suddenly said, Li Guanqi, if after we return from the 5th strange world, we find that reality has fast-forwarded again, directly by 300, 500, or even 1,000 years, what will you do by then? Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. Do you know? After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, in this wasteland world now, I can't find any sense of belonging here. The only nostalgia I have for this world is only one person. She was the girl who took care of my parents and provided for them in old age, and who waited for me for 100 years. If 1,000 years have passed and that girl is no longer alive, then this so-called real world will no longer have any meaning to me. It's like we have become time travelers. Lin Xiaobai did not delve into the matter further, but changed the topic and suddenly said, We ventured into a strange world that is unknown many years later. Or in other words, the new age, and then returned to a reality that we are no longer familiar with. Back to this wasteland era. A bygone era of technology. The current wasteland era. The new era of the future. The 100 million of us seem to have lost our homes, and the place that truly belongs to us. We are like riding a small boat, rowing and rowing on a long river of time. Sometimes looking back, sometimes stagnating, sometimes leaping forward a lot. We are time travelers. We keep moving forward, but we have nowhere to go. But why? I often wonder. Who among the 100 million of us were chosen? God? So why does this God do this? He allows us to see the new era in the future. And in the new era in the future, we will experience certain things. No. Maybe. He wants us to witness certain things. But he doesn't really allow us to travel to the future. He just allows us to have a look. Every time we experience an event, he brings us back to reality. But in this reality, he fast forwards forward 100 years. This time it is 100 years. But what about next time? 300 years? 500 years? 1,000 years? What is he for? Is it just casual fun? Lin Xianbai's brows furrowed tightly. I always feel that it's not that simple. We are witnessing history and the future. We are witnessing the future and experiencing history. So I always feel that the 100 million of us extraordinary people who have traveled across two worlds it has a certain mission. A mission that is still unknown. Witness. Li Guanqi's pupils shrank when he heard this. He suddenly thought of something. Emulator. What did he do when he entered the strange world this time? He changed his destiny and changed history. Saving Qin Lubai, Bai Yang, and Wang Yanqing. And saved the 300,000 Lei City people and 10,000 Red Blood Army who should have died like them. Why can Li Guanqi do it? Because he witnessed it. In the simulated world of the simulator. He witnessed the Thunder City incident and the Red Blood Army incident in advance. He saw the process and ending of these people's demise. Because of this, he also has the opportunity and ability to change. He traveled. He saw. He returns. He changes. We may really have a mission. Li Guanqi thought of this, looked at the vast night sky in front of him, looked in a daze, and murmured to himself. We are witnessing history. We are witnessing the future. We are the chosen extraordinary ones. And we walk in the long river of time with a mission. Maybe in the period from 4870 to 5000 years in the old epoch, the world will undergo huge changes. And it may be the real end. The day when humanity truly dies. And we, the 100 million extraordinary beings, will witness this future with our own eyes. Then, return to reality. Fast forward to the reality of unknown time. At a special time point. Change everything with your own hands. Change the future with your own hands. Yes. Maybe that's it. At the end of the sentence, Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked at Lin Xianbai and said seriously, maybe this is our mission. This is the reason why one of our 100 million extraordinary beings were selected. That God wants us to do something in reality to change the outcome of the world's destruction in the future. You? Lin Xianbai was shocked and speechless for a moment. Because Li Guanqi's guess sounded so reasonable. Witness the future of the new era and personally experience the process of destruction. Go back to the old era and do something to change the outcome of future destruction. Maybe it's some God from the future. The future. Li Guanqi frowned and said, a certain God in the future spent a huge price to give us historical figures in the past the ability to see the future. Because 100 million weird worlds are actually not the real future, but illusory parallel worlds. Right? This future God does not have the ability to directly tamper with the past timeline. At most, he only allows us, historical figures, in the past, to see the future. So he created 100 million illusory and weird worlds. Just like the virtual world of a game. Letting us people in and witnessing the future. He hopes that in this way, we can change history. You. Lin Xianbai looked shocked. The well-educated man couldn't help but curse when he heard this. Li Guanqi, what you said makes so much sense. But we are still too weak. Li Guanqi said solemnly. So that future God allows us to experience and become stronger in a strange world. And gives us so-called ending rewards and mission rewards. Hoping that we can grow up and become strong enough to rewrite history. The 100 million extraordinary beings who can travel across two realms are the people in the future who will ask us for help. Lin Xianbai followed his thoughts and said, a very likely inference is that in a long time, at the end of the new era, mankind will be completely extinct. And that was a time when gods reappeared. The powerful gods among them, in order to change this ending of destruction, made this move and asked us for help, hoping that we can do something to change the future. Hey! Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi with a somewhat surprised look on his face. Could it be that we too? No. It should just be you. Have deduced the whole truth by yourself? Hard to say. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. It's all just empty talk and unfounded guesses. The only thing that is certain is that we are still too weak. The strongest person in the new era is a half-stepless demigod. Perhaps. Only after we reach that level can we understand the real truth and do what we should do. Continue to become stronger. Taoist Lin. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and said in a deep voice, I think the 100 million extraordinary beings should just cast a wide net. In the end, there may only be a few fish that are really capable of doing something to change the future. There are only a few top people. Like you. Like me. Clear. Lin Xianbai nodded heavily. However, at the same time as he nodded, the guiding light ball in front of Li Guanqi suddenly changed direction and flew straight to the southwest. What's the situation? Li Guanqi frowned in confusion and controlled the strong wind around him to stop. That's not the direction to the north. The light ball was guided well before, and the direction was exactly the same as the route map to the north that Asuka gave him. Why did it suddenly change? What's wrong? When Lin Xianbai saw him stopping in the wind, he immediately stopped too, stepped on the flying sword, and hovered in midair. It changed direction. Li Guanqi pointed to the guiding light ball beside him. Direction? Lin Xianbai was stunned. I always thought this was your lighting technique. But it turns out it guides the direction? Wait, what direction does this point to? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. With a thought in his mind, Li Guanqi harnessed the strong wind and guided the ball of light in the direction of the light, speeding through the vast night sky. The guiding light ball is a reward from the simulator. It is said to be able to guide him to the dream viewing sanctuary and lead him on the right path. It will never be aimless. Let's follow first. Call. Call. 2 gusts of wind roared past, heading towards a wild mountain in the distance at an alarming speed. The plains below and the foot of the mountain were all crowded with countless zombies. Different blooded zombies have super immortal abilities. Even after 80 years, their numbers have not declined sharply, because neither demons nor cursed spirits will eat these zombies that only have carrion, and they won't beat them into pieces when they have nothing to do. But if it doesn't turn into flesh and blood, even if only one head is left, the zombies of different blood can slowly heal themselves over time until they are resurrected. Again, not to mention these zombies can evolve. Different blooded zombies are more difficult and powerful than those in any movie. Humanity in the wasteland can survive until now only because of the birth and rise of different blooded superhumans before the end of the world. Otherwise, 80 years later, human beings, whether it will become completely extinct is hard to say. Suddenly, flying, Lin Xianbai looked at the shirt on his body that turned into red, and couldn't help but look surprised. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. Behind the thick gray clouds, a round red ball of light appeared. Although it looked very hazy under the cover of clouds, with only a circular outline, the penetrating red light still penetrated the clouds and shined on the earth, dyeing the entire wasteland world blood red. It's the blood moon. Li Guanqi also discovered this bizarre scene, and his expression immediately changed slightly. He had seen this information in Asuka's knowledge chip. It is said that after the blood rain falls, a blood-red moon will appear every once in a while, irregularly, which is more penetrating than the sun's light. It can shine through the thick gray clouds and shine the blood-red moonlight. Earth. The duration is not fixed either, but it always comes up. The people of the Wastelanders call this day Blood Moon Day. There are also Blood Moon Days in the weird world. Lin Xianbai stepped on the flying sword and looked up at the blood-red moon hidden behind the clouds on the horizon with a solemn expression. To this day, there is no longer any doubt about the so-called new era of the strange world, which is the future in the long future. Li Guanqi visited in ancient ruins. Lin Xianbai also has his own story experience and has already established this fact. Under the red light of the blood moon, both Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai turned into 2 red bloody men, their faces covered with blood. I heard something on the road. Lin Xianbai looked at the blood moon in the distance and said hesitantly, It is said that the Blood Moon Day will cause the zombies of different bloods to go berserk, and there is a chance of triggering a zombie tide. Is it true or false? Real. Li Guanqi nodded. The Minghua tribe has experienced a corpse tide caused by a Blood Moon Day before. The mother of the current leader, Asuka, died under that Blood Moon corpse tide. That I should know. Lin Xianbai said softly. What do you know? Li Guanqi looked at him doubtfully. Look at your ball. Lin Xianbai raised his right hand and pointed at Li Guanqi's guiding light ball. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked curiously. The guiding light ball is still a guiding light ball, because it emits white light. Even if the red moonlight of the blood moon shines down, it does not affect its own light. It is still suspended in the midair, rising and falling, emitting white light that flickers on and off. No problem. However, in fact, what Lin Xianbai wanted Li Guanqi to look at was not the guiding light ball itself, but the direction of the light ball. Li Guanqi looked at the light ball, and then looked over. Roar! 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 On the endless bloody land, extremely far away from him and Lin Xianbai, he saw densely packed, countless zombies of different blood gathered together, facing the bloody sky, roaring and roaring, thousands of them gathering. At least 700,000 to 800,000 zombies gathered here, and looking at the speed of gathering, it is estimated that it will exceed 1 million soon. Tide of corpses. Blood moon zombie tide. The hundreds of thousands of zombies with different blood gathered together. After Wang Yu roared a few times, they all marched towards a valley at the end of the horizon. Countless zombies were so densely packed that they looked like ants from a distance, invading that place at an alarming speed. A valley. A wave of corpses invades the valley. The direction that guides the light ball is southwest, which is also the direction of the dark valley. Valley? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. There can't be a human tribe inside. Right. It's too far away from us, so we can't delay any longer. Director Lin, let's get there quickly. Brush, brush. Facing the blood-red moonlight, two strong winds flew toward the valley at an alarming speed, exploding sonic booms in the sky. Chapter 305. Sweeping the tide of millions of corpses. God on earth. Tide of corpses. It's a wave of corpses. Damn it. I already know that bad things will happen when the blood moon comes out. Bring out the psychic guns and cannons, the different blood warriors, and I go to the top of the city. Deep in the dark valley, a walled city hidden in the night and surrounded by mountains on three sides could be vaguely seen. At this time, the walled city was lit with bright yellow fire, and there was even a psychic searchlight on the top floor of a bunker, illuminating the only road in the walled city. And that road was already densely packed with a bunch of zombies of different blood that were already wandering in the mountains. The white light shone on them, clearly illuminating the rotting flesh and blood, and their ferocious roaring faces made them even more terrifying. It is conceivable that there must be countless zombies coming here outside the valley. Tide of corpses. On the top of the wall of the city, there was a man wearing animal skin armor, holding a sword like a door panel in his hand. With a solemn expression, this place is Yuanshan Sanctuary. His name is Yuan Pingqiu. He is the lord here. A third-level alien blood superhuman. Lights on! Lights on! Yuan Pingqiu turned around and roared towards the village. The zombies of different blood will not be more sensitive to the location of the walled city because the lights are turned on, because their vision and hearing are almost non-existent, and they rely on a strange sense to feel the presence of active blood. This is the experience that his father, the founder of Yuanshan Sanctuary, and countless wasteland ancestors sacrificed their lives for. When fighting zombies at night, if humans don't turn on the lights, it will make it more difficult for themselves. Time! 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 One after another psychic searchlights lit up, illuminating the entrance to the walled city brightly. Boo-hoo! On top of the city, thousands of leather-armored soldiers armed with firearms shot out colorful psychic beams one after another, just like a science fiction movie from a year before the extraordinary one. There was no smell of gunpowder, but pure energy body attacks. Under the firepower of thousands of psychic firearms, countless zombies were blown apart. But there are still countless zombies coming one after another, not afraid of death at all. And there is no way to stop them, because they are immortal. Those headless zombies were still running wildly, dragging a headless body. Those without legs used their hands to crawl on the ground. Those whose limbs had been broken could still wriggle on the ground, relying on their only trunks like a caterpillar. Even the zombies with only one head left were rolling on the ground. Only those who have been beaten into flesh by countless psychic beams can feel a little more at ease and stick to the ground. However, even if they are turned into bloody flesh, these flesh and blood are still moving, and they still seem to be alive. Roar! At this time, dozens of zombies suddenly rushed through the fire coverage area and were about to rush under the wall of Yuanshan Sanctuary. Boom! However, Yuan Pingqiu, the big man in animal skin armor standing at the top of the city, opened his big mouth towards them, roared out a sound wave that rippled the air, and shook dozens of zombies into blood. Fog. A third-level alien-blooded superhuman with sonic powers. But Just dozens of zombies. A drop in the bucket. Grass. Yuan Pingqiu looked into the distance with an ugly expression. Not to mention the road in the valley. Even through the valley, he could see countless dense zombies of different blood gathering together in the distance, forming a terrifying zombie tide. Rushing here, hundreds of thousands of zombies. Suppressive fire! Yuan Pingqiu turned around and roared at the more than 1,000 people holding psychic firearms at the top of the city. Don't worry about other places. You are responsible for the fire coverage area, and leave anything beyond the coverage area to us. As he spoke, he and the more than 70 different blood superhumans beside him jumped off the more than 20-meter-high city wall. A total of 78 different blood superhumans. At the third level, there is only Yuan Pingqiu himself. In the second level, there are only 9 people. First level, more than 30 people. The rest are all inferior superhumans of different blood. Snapped! After Yuan Pingqiu landed, he swung his big sword and, together with more than 70 people around him, threw away all the flesh and blood of the zombies on the ground. With their immense strength as different blood superhumans, they could be thrown hundreds of kilometers away from the walled city with a flick of one arm. We cannot allow corpses and flesh to pile up under the city walls. Otherwise, the higher and higher piles of flesh and blood will form a natural slope for those low-level zombies to climb and scale the city wall. By then, the walled city will be finished. Roar! Soon, hundreds more zombies rushed through the fire coverage area, roaring and roaring at the big man and others. Boom! Yuan Pingqiu held a door panel sword in his hand, and with a heavy slap, he smashed these dozen zombies into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Under the resistance of more than 70 different blood superhumans, these hundreds of different blood zombies were quickly turned into pieces of flesh. Although the mincemeat was still squirming, they didn't care. They either slapped their swords or kicked them away, kicking all the flesh away to prevent it from piling up under the city wall. Different blooded zombies are difficult to kill. Only a head, a hand, and a part of flesh and blood can be regenerated and recovered. But their self-healing speed is not fast. At least after turning into pieces of meat, it is impossible to recover within 10 days and a half. Therefore, in the city defense battle of the zombie tide, humans only need to ensure that the different blood zombies have destroyed their combat effectiveness, which can be regarded as a kill, instead of wasting time and energy to chop the zombies into pieces to completely kill them. They don't have this time. There is not much energy to waste. Boo-hoo! Bang! 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 On the city wall, thousands of soldiers held psychic firearms and fired psychic bullets. The beams of different colors formed a dense fire coverage area. From time to time, dozens or hundreds of zombies passing through the fire coverage area would be stopped by Yuan Pingqiu and the more than 70 different blood superhumans who were guarding under the city wall. After being smashed into pieces, their flesh and blood would be thrown away. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of zombies could die in their hands. But the zombies coming from outside the valley still seem to be endless, as if there is no limit. And the most important thing is, zombies are not just those whose strength and speed are similar to those of low-grade alien-blooded superhumans. Roar! Suddenly, a ghostly figure rushed through the fire coverage area like lightning. Those psychic beams hit it, causing sparks to explode, and it was shot away. Shawing! It suddenly rushed in front of an inferior superhuman with different blood, and with a wave of its claws, it split the long knife made of special alloy in the man's hand into 2 pieces. Evolved zombies. Level 1. Boom! Seeing that this first-level zombie was about to kill this person, Yuan Pingqiu suddenly rushed over, swung his big sword, and directly beat the first-level zombie into a blood mist. But this is far from the end. In the zombie tide, there are more and more first-order zombies mixed with ordinary zombies. These evolved zombies are not afraid of the firepower suppression of psychic beams. They basically rush over with force and carry the firepower. At most, they are missing arms and legs. For different blood zombies, this is nothing at all. Roar! Boom! Kill! We can't let them jump onto the city wall. Stop them! In the defense zone composed of more than 70 different blood superhumans, Yuan Pingqiu's roars could be heard from time to time. Although he was a lord, he took the lead, standing in front of everyone, standing among the zombies, wildly waving his big sword. And his personal record was killing thousands of zombies, turning them into mincemeat, and losing his combat power. At this time, Yuan Pingqiu was covered in blood and had long since become a bloody man. There was more and more flesh and blood around him. As time goes by, More and more zombies rushed through the fire coverage area. It is extremely difficult for them to resist the zombies, let alone clean up the corpses. Soon, the flesh and blood of the zombies piled up together, forming a pile of flesh and blood corpses 7 to 8 meters high. The smell of putrefaction and blood was extremely pungent, and casualties gradually appeared. 3 different blood superhumans have already been buried in the mouths of zombies, and were cut into pieces and eaten alive by them. Brush. Suddenly, a black shadow passed by very fast. Yuan Pingqiu wanted to stop him, but was stopped by a dozen first-level zombies around him. Although with his third-level strength, he could shatter them all with just a slash of his sword. But he was delayed for a second after all. 1 second. For some existences, it is already an extremely long time. Such as second-level zombies. Roar! The zombie that was different, with black scales all over its body, rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Its leg structure was bent like a kangaroo, and then jumped more than 30 meters high, directly onto the wall of Yuan Shan's sanctuary. It's coming! Shoot! Shoot the HL! Ding 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 ding! Dozens of soldiers around him quickly turned their guns and fired out colorful psychic beams. However, after hitting the black scales on the second-level zombie, they all exploded with sparks and were bounced away. Can't hurt it at all. Roar! The figure of the second-level black scale zombie flashed, and dozens of humans were torn apart. Blood spurted out, and pieces of flesh were scattered on the ground. The firepower formation of the psychic firearms was destroyed, and the firepower in the firepower coverage area suddenly weakened. For a moment, the number of zombies rushing through the firepower coverage area doubled, and the pressure on the different blood superhumans below increased greatly. Grass! Under the city wall, Yuan Pingqiu's eyes were splitting when he saw this, and he immediately wanted to rush back to the city to kill the second-level black-scaled zombie. Roar! However, just as he turned around, a deep roar suddenly came from not far away, hitting Yuan Pingqiu's heart directly. The big sword-wielding man looked ugly and turned around slowly. Yuan Shan's sanctuary is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. At this time, I saw a slender zombie standing on the cliff edge of one of the mountains. Under the blood moon, his body was covered with spikes. His left hand was like a beast's claw, and his right arm was like a blade. He exuded a vicious pressure. 3 order? This is a third-level zombie of different blood. Roar! The sword-armed zombie raised the long sword on his right arm and pointed at the countless houses inside Yuan Shan's shelter. Then he raised his left hand and pointed at Yuan Pingqiu, hooking his fingers. Then, the third-level zombie turned and left, disappearing into the bloody night. The meaning is obvious. If you don't want me to rush in, come up and give me a beating. The third-level zombies of different blood are enough to evolve the wisdom of others. Damn it! Come now! With a ferocious face, Yuan Pingqiu rushed to the edge of the stone wall. His fingers were like hooks, and he embedded them into the wall. He jumped onto the cliff with a few leaps, facing the blood-red moonlight. He chased the back of the blade-armed zombie and quickly headed towards the forest. Rush away. This is not a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, because this third-level sword-armed zombie can almost be regarded as an old friend, and he will come to the shelter to fight with him from time to time. Yuan Pingqiu originally didn't mind this third-level zombie, who was a bit of a martial arts idiot. After all, there was not much difference in their strength, and they couldn't tell the difference between life and death. But what annoyed him most was that this zombie came to him at this time. And now it's a wave of corpses. The tide of corpses that he, the Lord, needs to resist the most. Grass. But Yuan Pingqiu had to go, because this third-level zombie is not a real friend, and it is impossible to understand his difficulties as a human being. If he doesn't go, this zombie will really rush into the shelter and kill all the humans. Yuan Shan shelter. Above the city, the second-level black-scaled zombie started a killing spree, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers were cut into pieces by him and turned into pieces of flesh. However, due to the chaos in the camp of these soldiers, the fire coverage area of psychic firearms almost collapsed. Countless zombies rushed under the city wall in a swarm. Those second-level alien-blooded superhumans were completely unable to escape, and they could only resist the zombies. The offense is already trying its best. For a time, there were no different blood superhumans who could rush to the city wall to help. No! No! Ah! The terrified wails of countless soldiers pierced the night sky. The second-level black-scaled zombie is like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. No one can stop it. Those psychic firearms pose no threat to him at all. Hey, don't! I've been looking for 2 full days, and finally found a gathering place of human survivors. Don't be wiped out as soon as I arrived. At this time, a man's helpless sigh rang out in the night that was wailing all over the field. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a purple fireball fell from the sky at an alarming speed. Before the black-scaled zombie had time to react, it blasted the second-level zombie into smithereens. Sparks mixed with mincemeat, flying everywhere. Level 2 zombies, die. Flash sale? All the soldiers on the city were stunned. In their unbelievable eyes, a black and gold wheelchair descended from the sky, with a solemn-looking middle-aged man sitting on it. His whole body was supported by the breeze, and the wheelchair was slowly and smoothly placed on the flesh-covered city wall. The extraordinary person who returned to reality. The Liangyang Realm Conjurer. Ranked 768th on the extraordinary ranking list. Shen Hang. Hey! Don't hacking stand there! Shen Hang, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, looked around at the shocked soldiers and couldn't help but shouted angrily. Pick up your guns! The zombie wave is not over yet! Why are you standing there, Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed slightly. What a terrifying spiritual energy aura! Who is it? Shen Hang suddenly turned his head and looked toward the horizon. Boom! The moment he turned his head, a green storm suddenly fell from the sky. In an instant, all the tens of thousands of zombies outside the Yuanshan Sanctuary were blown away and rolled into the air. The wind was like a knife and was cut into countless pieces of flesh. The strong wind swept away flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, a bloody storm raged across the world, sweeping tens of thousands of meters in radius and killing tens of thousands of zombies. In just a few seconds, the outside of Yuanshan Sanctuary was forcibly cleared into a vacuum zone. Even before the bloody storm stopped, it actually moved forward, sweeping through large tracts of forest and rushing towards the tide of corpses outside the valley. It seems that he has to fight against this blood moon zombie wave with millions of zombies on his own. No, not confrontation. With the trend of this bloody storm, it can be called a crushing one. Grass. Shen Hang looked shocked. What hacking level of spiritual power does this have to be? LV30? LV40? Or is it the law of wind? I saw a tall man looming in the depths of the bloody storm. He was tall and tall, with white hair fluttering in the wind, and azure eyes filled with cold murderous intent. This? In the forest on the mountain, Yuan Pingqiu followed the footsteps of the third-level zombies all the way here. But what he saw was not the waiting third-level zombies, but a bloody mess. Died? The third-level zombie just died like that? And it was silent, without any big movement at all. Are you the leader of Yuanshan Sanctuary? A gentle voice sounded. Yuan Pingqiu turned his head suddenly. I saw a handsome man wearing a white shirt and black trousers sitting next to a huge rock not far away. Smiling at him. I know that you. Yuanshan Sanctuary. Gathered humans at the same level as the Minghua tribe. The land is one of the 27 major gathering places in the south. You are Yuan Pingqiu, with a third-level strength. Very powerful. Yuan Pingqiu looked complicated. Sharp? But you easily killed the third-level zombies in an instant. And you were still sitting here. I didn't notice it for a long time. And I couldn't even see through your strength at all. Strong. Strong, sir. Yuan Pingqiu quickly remembered the business. Knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and said anxiously, Please save our Yuanshan Sanctuary. Please. Rescue? The handsome man in a white shirt chuckled, turned to look in the direction of Yuanshan's shelter, and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the bloody storm sweeping the world. My name is Lin Xianbai, and while we are chatting, your Yuanshan Sanctuary should have been saved by a man named Li Guanqi. Oh, right. If you, the Lord, know something about the history of 100 years ago, I would also like to remind you that the man named Li Guanqi was the extraordinary king 100 years ago. Yes, the reason why I tell you this is to ask you to word gets out about this tonight. The more people know about it, the better. And the more mysterious it is, the better. It is even better to let certain bards use their exaggerated and sensational rhetorical techniques to portray the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes as a godlike savior figure. It is a lie to say that he is a god, but his power is real. Do your best to promote it. Yuan Pingqiu, since you are the lord of a place, you should know this truth even more. Lin Xianbai raised his head and looked at the outline of the blood moon hidden behind the clouds in the night sky. His eyes slightly focused. In today's apocalyptic wasteland, Human beings need a spiritual sustenance more than ever. Humanity in the wasteland needs such an existence. A god who walks in the world and is more concrete, visible and tangible than the gods and Buddhas in the sky, a human god. The blood-red moonlight illuminates the heaven and earth. However, this desolate land has already been cleared into flat land at this moment. The millions of zombies in the blood moon zombie tide were all blown into pieces by the knife-like wind and turned into blood mist. Then they were thrown to the horizon and turned into a bloody breeze, spreading over the vast world. The tide of millions of corpses that endangered Yuanshan's sanctuary and almost caused this sanctuary to cease to exist disappeared. Crisis resolved. Just because of one person. Yuanshan's sanctuary. On the city wall covered with blood, hundreds of surviving sanctuary soldiers looked at the white-haired figure surrounded by the strong wind and suspended in the sky. They all looked shocked and couldn't say a word for a long time. Compared to the million zodiac tide that they had at least heard of despite being terrifying, the power of this mysterious white-haired man even challenged their perceptions even more. Kill 1 million corpses by yourself? This unprecedented and unimaginable power is completely beyond the worldview of these new humans in the wasteland. A long while, on top of the city of Yuanshan's sanctuary, among the silent crowd of survivors, suddenly a timid voice sounded quietly in the silence. Is he a god? Chapter 306, Alien Blood Virus. A wasteland era where the physical body has no bottleneck. He must be a god. That's right. I've never seen such a strong person. The legendary 4th level Pumlai King couldn't do this. Right? His wind power directly blew across the land with a radius of thousands of miles. Hundreds of thousands. No. At least more than 1 million zombies were all wiped out. In the Yuanshan Sanctuary, on top of the blood-stained city, hundreds of surviving sanctuary soldiers looked at the white-haired figure floating in the sky. They all looked shocked and kept talking. Among them, Chun Hang, the extraordinary magician who happened to come here, was even more unbelievable to this god, who suddenly appeared. A layman looks at the excitement. An expert looks at the door. He is a conjurer. An expert. He knows better than anyone else that it is absolutely impossible to cast wind attribute spells of the previous level without LD40, or even LD45, or LD46 spiritual power. But he couldn't figure it out. Even the number 1 extraordinary person, the king, is only a 3-level magician and a 4th level alien blood warrior. The 4 elephant level conjurer has clearly not appeared yet. This kind of corpse tide is simply not something you can contend with. The white-haired back in the sky. In other words, Li Guanqi turned around, looked down at the many humans in the shelter below, and said in surprise, even if the 3rd level zombie did not appear, and your lord was not led away, how can you, even a 3rd level alien-blooded superhuman lord, can't resist this tide of more than 1 million corpses? But according to the information I have received, each of the 27 major gathering places in the southern border has a record of resisting a wave of millions of corpses. So it can be ranked as a first-class gathering place. So, how did you block it in the past? Li Guanqi was really curious and puzzled. It's the Lord. At this time, a soldier from the shelter suddenly raised his head and said something, with a look of joy on his face. Everyone immediately looked around. I saw 2 figures appearing on the stone cliff on the right side of Yuanshan Sanctuary, under the bloody moonlight of the blood moon. It was the lords of Yuanshan Sanctuary, 3rd level alien blood superhumans Yuan Pingqiu and Lin Xianbai. Lord. The Lord is back. The soldiers from Yuanshan Sanctuary responded quickly. Well, I'm back. I'm counting the people, collecting all the bones of the dead brothers, and cleaning up quickly. Before Yuan Pingqiu finished speaking, he looked outside the shelter and saw the thousands of miles of land that had been flattened by the storm. It couldn't be any cleaner. The words, cleaning the battlefield, in his mouth were a bit incomplete. This is Yuan Pingqiu, the leader of this sanctuary. The big man stuck the door panel sword in his hand on the ground, knelt down directly towards Li Guanqi in front of hundreds of soldiers, knelt on his knees, and said in a deep voice, I represent the 400,000 people in Yuanshan Sanctuary. Thank you for the help. Sir. 3 talents level body refining realm. Li Guanqi looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought Asuka was a special case before, but you are also like this. Could it be said that all 3rd level alien-blooded superhumans in the wasteland, except for the Celestial Master Army, are like you? Yuan Pingqiu raised his head blankly. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. The spiritual power in the body of a 3-level chi refining realm conjurer is condensed from refined and purified spiritual energy. So the spiritual power that has undergone qualitative change has a very special aura. The same is true for the 3rd-level body refining level superhumans of different blood. No matter whether it is Dao Yuefu or some other blood warrior and demon hunter knight. He changes his name and skin. But what remains unchanged is the qualitative change of his body caused by the body refining method. Just like Li Guanqi himself, he used burning body to complete his body training. Is there any physical training method in reality? Some. Red Xiaoxiao. Qi Xiaoxiao came to reality, and after joining Palai, he took the initiative to give the Qi family's body training method. Of course, it's definitely not burning in flames. This thing is considered an advanced body refining method. It is at the level of the Qi family's secret method. It has secret method restrictions that cannot be spoken or written. Even if you know how to break the restrictions, you must rely on soul transmission. Let's not talk about whether Qi Xiaoxiao knew it or not. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't be able to give it to him. In fact, let alone Qi Xiaoxiao. Li Guanqi, who has a 3rd-level soul, is now difficult to deal with. But although Qi Xiaoxiao cannot give burning body, she is from the Qi family. And the low-level body training method is not a secret to these children of the Qi family. In the Qi family, it is the kind of thing that is placed on the family bookshelf. You can just look at it if you like. She contributed a bunch of low-level body training techniques. Burning body is very advanced. After being practiced, it can greatly improve the physical body's resistance to fire attribute damage. The corresponding requirements are also high, and it requires a fire attribute cave. But low-level body training methods don't have so many requirements. Lin Xianbai didn't hide any secrets at all. He contacted all the known martial arts extraordinary people and distributed all these body training methods. He also made a large number of copied files and kept them in Palai. Physical training is a very important thing. In a strange world, if humans of different blood want to obtain LV30 physical strength, they must use body refining methods to break through the physical bottleneck. Moreover, this kind of 3rd-level physical body that has been refined through body refining methods will exude a similar aura no matter what body refining method is used. This kind of breath is difficult to describe in words. However, superhumans of different blood who have also undergone the body refining method can clearly distinguish it. To them, it is like a smell that is easy to smell. In Daluo, warriors call this body refining breath. But Li Guanqi first met Asuka, and then met Yuan Pingxiu. The 2 new humans in the Wasteland era both call themselves level 3. Of course, it is true that they both have the same strength as the 3-level martial arts warriors of different blood, with physical strength between LV30 and LV34. But they just didn't have any body refining aura at all. In other words, neither of these 2 people have practiced body training. However, in addition to these 2 gathering leaders, Li Guanqi also met another 3rd-level alien blood superhuman in the Minghua tribe. The Celestial Master General, who was killed by him. That guy had a very clear aura of body refining. That Celestial Master General obviously used the body refining method to complete his body refining and obtained a LV30 body. But why aren't Asuka and Yuan Pingxiu there? Li Guanqi also asked about this matter when he was discussing the Hualu matter with Minghua at the Minghua tribe this morning. Asuka's answer is, she had heard of the body refining method. According to legend, before the end of the world, Han Mingyao, the world's first 3rd-level alien-blooded superhuman, who was still known as the Phoenix Queen at that time, practiced a method called Phoenix Body Training Method. But she herself couldn't even find a body training method. There are rumors that the Celestial Master Army has monopolized and hid all body training methods. But I don't know whether it is true or not. Asuka herself just keeps fighting, keeps swallowing the blood of cursed spirits, and keeps eating the flesh and blood of monsters. Day after day, year after year. Finally, at the age of 46, she felt that her body had evolved and was completely different from the ordinary 2nd level. But before that, Asuka had been unable to make any progress for 10 years. If there was a physical training method, she might be able to successfully break through before the age of 40. And without any body refining techniques, she spent 10 years slowly devouring the blood of cursed spirits and the flesh and blood of demon species, and forcibly built her body up to level 30 strength. This is outrageous. In a strange world, if a different blood warrior wants to obtain the physical strength of LV30, he must pass the body refining method. Otherwise he will fall into a physical bottleneck and be stuck at the LV29 level. Even if you feed it with more resources, you can't force it to improve. Even the Ying family, recognized as the world's strongest heterogeneous family, is no exception. The Ying family must also use the body refining method obediently. But now, Li Guanqi witnessed two special cases with his own eyes. Asuka and Yuan Pingqiu. These two people have never practiced body training, but they have physical strength of level 30. Why? It is because the alien blood virus brought by the blood rain in the wasteland era still remains in high concentrations in the world. Therefore, the new humans born in this new era have no bottleneck in their physical strength. They can continue to drink alien blood and eat the flesh and blood of monsters. Can it be improved? And in the new age, thousands or even tens of thousands of years later, this virus has been diluted or even disappeared. So humans of that era must use physical training to break through the shackles? This is Li Guanqi's guess. Stop kneeling. Get up. Li Guanqi put his thoughts back to reality. Walked down from the sky step by step. Came to the edge of the stone cliff. Stood in front of Yuan Pingqiu. Lifted him up from the ground. Looked at him curiously and asked, "How did you break through to the 3rd level? Like Asuka, you kept drinking the blood of cursed spirits, eating the flesh and blood of monsters, and then you kept fighting and fighting. But for some reason, your body suddenly evolved?" "Why, yeah." Yuan Pingqiu nodded, and then asked a little cautiously, "Sir, do you know Miss Asuka? You know him too?" Li Guanqi replied subconsciously, but then he couldn't help but smile. "Yes, you are both the lords of the 27 major gathering places in the south, so there will naturally be intersections." "That's not what you're saying." Yuan Pingqiu scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. "I actually only know the bosses of the other 2 big gathering places. As for Miss Asuka, that's because I once pursued her. But she has a husband." Li Guanqi was stunned. "And I heard from her that she is still a childhood sweetheart. So how did you pursue her? Her man is a loser," Yuan Pingqiu said angrily. "The strong should mate with the strong. How can a first-level alien-blooded superhuman be worthy of Miss Asuka?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "Good guy. I don't care if the famous flower has an owner. I just want to change her flower pot." Lin Xianbai next to her couldn't help but laugh. "Two adults. What's the problem?" Yuan Pingqiu looked at them with a puzzled expression. No problem." Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai looked at each other, both speechless, and tacitly agreed not to discuss this topic again. What era is it now? It's an extraordinary 100-year wasteland era. They, old antiques, from 2 centuries ago, should stop using their own values to evaluate the 3 views of this era. Let's not talk about it anymore. Anyway, I can't catch Asuka after just one look at you." Li Guanqi waved his hand and said to Yuan Pingqiu, "Show me your 2nd-order form." 2nd-level alien blood superhumans, that is, 2-level alien blood warriors, will naturally have a 2-level physical form. He had also made this request to Asuka before, but the woman strongly refused. Women all love beauty, but maybe her appearance is too ugly. Li Guanqi did not force Asuka. Is it necessary?" Yuan Pingqiu looked troubled. Question mark. Li Guanqi looked at this strong man who was more than 2 meters tall, with a puzzled expression on his face. "Hey, don't tell me. You love beauty as much as Asuka, and you dislike the ugliness of the 2nd-order form?" "Yeah. It's not, Sai." Yuan Pingqiu looked at the hundreds of soldiers on the city wall below, lowered his head and sighed, then took 2 steps back and took off his animal skin armor. Then he took off his underwear and pants, and his whole body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was covered with black hair and turned into a giant 3-meter-high a bit like a bear? And although his palms turned into animal claws, the claws were not sharp, but blunt. The most fatal thing was that this kind of animal palm structure made it impossible to hold a sword at all. What's more, there are 2 small tentacles growing on the head, moving slightly, and the tops of the tentacles are emitting a hazy white shimmer, like a lantern fish. If we say that Yuan Pingqiu was a 2-meter-tall man wearing animal skin armor, he was mighty and majestic. Although he is more than 3 meters tall now, he looks like a silly big bear. The 2 small glowing tentacles add a bit of cuteness. And this form is not very practical. I can't hold the sword anymore. Of course, the most important thing is cuteness. What the L kind of man can stand this kind of attribute? No wonder Yuan Pingqiu was so resistant. Puff! When Lin Xianbai next to him saw the scene, he couldn't hold it in at all and burst out laughing. Okay. My fault. Change it back. Li Guanqi also shook his head helplessly. Now it seems that those two-dimensional monsters are pretty good. Although they are ferocious and terrifying, they are still majestic and frightening. At least they are not cute. That said, no problem. Yuan Pingqiu's two-dimensional form has a Yin realm atmosphere full of hostility, and a Yang realm atmosphere that is endless. The different blood superhumans of the Wasteland era are no different from the different blood warriors of the New Age. The only difference is that the different-blooded superhumans in the Wasteland era can break the bottleneck of the LV-30 physical body without the need for body refining. This is worth studying. But Li Guanqi had no time to study. But maybe, at the Guaming Sanctuary, the scientists under Han Mengyao may have figured out the reason? Okay. Last question. Li Guanqi glanced at the modeled walls of Yuanshan Sanctuary, and then looked at Yuan Pingqiu, who had returned to his human form, and put on his clothes and animal skin armor again. All of the 27 major gathering places in the south have resisted the tide of millions of corpses. Record. But how did you stop it? I don't think you have the ability to withstand millions of zombies. Hold on. Yuan Pingqiu's eyes were solemn, and he said in a deep voice. Generally speaking, we only need to block the zombie tide. After beating the bodies of 350,000 zombies, the zombie tide will temporarily recede. I don't know the specific reason, but it is true. This rule, according to the Tianshi army, after the zombies are beaten to pieces and their bodies are damaged to a certain extent, such as when only half of their bodies are left, the poisonous blood in their bodies will deteriorate and emit a special aura. Only zombies can sense it. The Tianshi army calls it zombie qi. The more zombies are beaten to pieces here, even if they haven't completely turned into minced flesh and died, the more zombie energy will accumulate. Zombies hate corpse aura. When the zombie aura around the shelter reaches a certain concentration, the zombies will temporarily leave, and the zombie tide subsides. After the zombie aura dissipates, they will not attack again until the next or even third day. During this period, we will ask for help from the Heavenly Master Army, and then defend the city together with the Heavenly Master Army. Fighting zombies will accumulate corpse energy, and the zombies will retreat. The corpse spirit dissipates, and the zombies attack. If you fight the zombies again, the corpse energy will accumulate, and the zombies will retreat. The zombie energy will dissipate again. Come again, and fight again. After this cycle for 7 or 8 times, the number of zombies basically dropped sharply, and they no longer gathered. Subsequently, if the team is sent out from time to time to clean up the zombie flesh around them, the impact of the zombie tide will be completely over. Damn it! Even though the Heavenly Master Army, ahem. As he spoke, Yuan Pingqiu suddenly coughed violently, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, the Heavenly Master Army is great. Well, in the face of the zombie tide, they always respond to requests, and the support speed is very fast. It's great. I like the Heavenly Master Army very much. We'll always support their decisions. Li Guanqi was speechless. After a pause, he smiled helplessly and said, I'm not from the Heavenly Master Army at all. You don't have to force yourself to say these words. Then, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai beside him, and said in a deep voice, the Heavenly Master Army is indeed not a good thing. But they did do good things, helping the human survivors in the wasteland to stop the tide of corpses. That's too much. Work is work, and I will not deny the good things they have done. But, Daoang Lin, as you said, they are indeed a group that hinders mankind from rebuilding civilization. This is a more fatal problem. For example, the body training method of the different blood warriors. The predecessor of the Tianshi army was Penglai. But back then, not even one of the body refining methods you obtained from Qi Xiaoxiao and stored in Penglai was circulated. Asuka broke through these third levels entirely on her own. However, the Tianshi army's own people had practiced the body training method. Therefore, it is obvious that the Tianshi army has monopolized and hid all the body training methods in the south, only for their own people and not for others. The monopoly of the Celestial Master Army makes it impossible for most second-level humans to use their skills to achieve easy breakthroughs. They can only rely on eating the blood of cursed spirits and the flesh and blood of demons, bit by bit, and relying on the accumulated changes over time to transform their physical bodies. The strength is increased to LV-30. Moreover, the body refining method is the crystallization of wisdom from generation to generation of New Age people, and it is a more advanced cultivation method. This is not some primitive thing that is better than artificial ones. Using the body refining method to break through to the third level body refining realm is stronger than these humans, who rely on time to refine it. And their combat power is not at the same level. And Gu Chao, king of Penglai, is a conjurer himself. He has definitely experimented, and must be aware that disabled people in this wasteland era already have the talent to practice spells due to the influence of nuclear radiation and the alien blood virus. But he did nothing. He did not pass down the practice of magic. Gu Chao monopolized the physical training method and concealed the incantation training method in order to prevent powerful practitioners from appearing in the south. In order to maintain his strength and ensure his dominance in the south, Gu Chao delayed the reconstruction of human civilization. Regardless of how many good people or scum there are in the Tianshi army, at least he, King Penglai, must die. At the end of the sentence, Li Guanqi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 80 years. 80 years of the end of the world. If Gu Chao had not monopolized these things, would the current wasteland era look very different? You have a point. Lin Xianbai nodded, and then said in surprise, but I still have one doubt. I know what you want to ask. Li Guanqi himself was also full of surprise. Gu Chao's heavenly master army dominates the south, so it is normal that he can monopolize the body refining method and incantation method in the south. What about the north? In the north, controlled by the Red Blood Army, Qi Xiaoxiao is the leader. She has a bunch of low-level body refining methods in her mind. The body refining methods in the north should be popular, since in the north, the body refining methods are popular. 80 after so many years, not even one body refining method has been spread to the south? Chapter 307 Han Mengyao's trophy brought back from the strange world. That's weird. Lin Xianbai said softly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, it can be directly explained that once the northern body refining method circulates to the south, it will be found by the Tianshi army at a huge cost, and then kill all the insiders and continue to hide the monopoly method. It can also be explained that in the wasteland era, the north and the south were blocked, and the two sides just couldn't communicate. This can also be said. After all, the survivors in the south really know very little about the north. It seems that both explanations are possible. But Li Guanqi, you should also know that in fact neither of these two is reasonable. Certainly. Li Guanqi faced the blood-red moonlight and looked at the north. He was silent for a moment and then said, the most reasonable explanation is that the north is the same as the south, and the Red Blood Army and the Heavenly Master Army are all conducting operations in order to ensure their dominance. The monopoly of body refining methods is hidden, and the emergence of large numbers of third-level humans is contained. Would Xiao Xiao do this? Lin Xianbai asked softly. I don't like guessing. Li Guanqi shook his head. When we get to the Red Blood Army headquarters in the north, we can just ask him face to face. There is no need to make wild guesses here. Yes. Lin Xianbai was noncommittal. Li Guanqi no longer thought about these things, turned his head, and looked at Yuan Shan's shelter under the stone cliff. Among the hundreds of surviving soldiers, the middle-aged man in a black gold wheelchair stood out. Conjurer, Liang Yang realm. At first glance, he is an extraordinary person who has returned to reality. Well, seeing Li Guanqi, after meeting his gaze, the middle-aged man's body trembled slightly, and his face showed fear. It was as if the scene where Li Guanqi easily killed millions of zombies by himself suddenly reappeared in his mind. However, Li Guanqi actually didn't think this was such an earth-shattering thing at all. It is said that there are millions of zombies, but in fact, there are less than 1/10,000th of them with second-level combat power, and only 1,000th of the zombies with first-level combat power. The rest are all ordinary zombies. So there can only be one physical strength of LV3 LV5. Is it scary? The tide of millions of corpses was so large that it sounded scary. But they are all trash fish. Spellcasters, especially those whose spiritual power reaches LV40. Once they are able to cast large-scale spells in a wide range, the human sea tactic will have no meaning for these beings. After all, these zombies don't know military formations. Hey, what's your name? Are you a transcendent who has returned to reality? Li Guanqi jumped directly from the cliff dozens of meters high, stood on the top of the shelter city covered with blood, and came to the middle-aged man in the wheelchair. Yes, yes, my name is Chen Hang. The middle-aged man replied quickly. Chen Hang? Lin Xianbai also stepped on the breeze and slowly landed on the top of the city. He looked at him and smiled. Interesting. Is that Chen Hang who is ranked 768th on the extraordinary ranking list? Exactly. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair actually stood up from the wheelchair and bowed his head to greet them. Spellcasters in the Liang realm have a bunch of methods, such as functional spellworms or special spells, to restore movement to paralyzed legs. But there is still a price to pay, for example, the continuous consumption of spiritual power. Therefore, for conjurers, at least for conjurers who are only in the Liang realm, even if they can do it, they will not be able to maintain the movement ability of their paralyzed limbs at all times. After all, spiritual power must be retained at all times. In case for need, at most, it can temporarily restore athletic ability under certain circumstances, such as this moment. Facing Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai, Chen Hang did not dare to sit still, because the strength reminders of these two people had already scared him. For elephant-level alien blood warrior, third-level conjurer, for those who practice both martial arts and spells, the system of the strange world will only help remind them of the highest level of cultivation. Among the current extraordinary beings, who is at the 4-image level? There is, and only one. Number 1 on the extraordinary ranking list. The extraordinary king, who ranks as the top of all living beings. According to the record-breaking reminder of the strange world, all extraordinary people know that the king is a magical figure who practices both martial arts and conjuration. He has even achieved the unprecedented coexistence of the 4 levels of martial arts and the 3 levels of conjuration. So, the prompt was, for elephant-level alien blood warrior. But the white-haired man who just used a terrifying super-large wind attribute spell to kill 1,000,000 zombies must be the number 1 extraordinary king. And he also has such a distinctive appearance as white hair and blue eyes. The LV-56 extraordinary king is an unimaginably terrifying powerhouse. His level directly surpasses all the extraordinary beings, and he is 20 levels ahead of the second extraordinary person. There was no doubt about the identity of the tall, white-haired man. What about the 3 talented magician next to him? Among the 100 million extraordinary beings, how many 3-level magicians can there be? How many LV-30 people can there be? Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King, the pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV-56. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV-36. 3. Fist and ask the sky. Third in the world. Level, LV-32. For Christopher, LV-31. 5. Tian, LV-30. The first 5 people are the only 5 extraordinary beings whose comprehensive level exceeds LV-30. Level 30 is not necessarily a 3-talented magician, but a 3-level magician must have level 30. Excuse me. Chen Hang looked at Lin Xianbai hesitantly and asked cautiously, "Are you the Tian? Or the Tao follows nature?" Question mark. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai were both stunned, because after the founding of Chaofan University, Lin Xianbai, as the principal, publicly appeared in front of the national media cameras, saying that he was the second charismatic person in the world who follows the law of nature, and his identity was completely public. That was a national live broadcast. How could there be an extraordinary person who didn't recognize him? Ah, then you must be Principal Lin. At this time, Chen Hang looked at their reactions and suddenly said, "What's wrong with you?" Li Guanqi was a little surprised. I'm face blind. I have facial recognition disorder. I can't tell who's whose." Chen Hang looked embarrassed and a bit ashamed. Lin Xianbai was speechless. "What is the copy of the conjurer's root?" Li Guanqi didn't care about this and asked directly. Chen Hang was stunned. He doesn't understand. Why doesn't this person know the copy of the conjurer root? Could it be that this extraordinary king who practiced both martial arts and spells chose the martial arts route last time? Banshee Rebellion. Chen Hang didn't ask any more questions and answered directly. "I took classes at the Conjuration Academy for 2 months. And then the whole class, led by the teacher, went to a demon forest to hunt. And the target was a 3-level wind demon banshee. The ending of B is to die in a team battle. The ordinary ending is to follow the whole class and kill the banshee. As for the perfect ending, you need to get the teacher's approval after the battle. That is, perform a performance similar to that of team battle MVP. There is also a special perfect ending. Before the battle, he left the team alone and went to the banshee's lair. Before all the classmates arrived, he killed the 3rd-level wind demon banshee alone, shocking the classmates. Well, but no people unlocked this ending." As he said that, Chen Hang glanced at Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai vaguely, with a strange look on his face. He has always thought that a special and perfect ending must have a king. and there must be a natural way with a high probability. It turned out there was none this time. However, how could Chen Hang know that these two people had already left them behind, started an exclusive mission system, and no longer participated in the unified copy? Chen Hang is no longer an unknown person. He is the best among 100 million extraordinary people, ranked 768th on the extraordinary ranking list. But even this kind of person can only look up to Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. These people don't walk slowly. Really not slowly. It's just that Lin Xianbai walked too fast. As for Li Guanqi, his walking speed was even more outrageous. His overall level was 20 levels ahead of Lin Xianbai, and Lin Xianbai was several levels ahead of everyone behind him. Tao follows nature, can still be looked up to. But the extraordinary king can't even be seen by people like them when they raise their heads. It's as high as the clouds. So, Chen Hang, where will you go next? Li Guanqi suddenly asked. I don't know. Hearing these words, Chen Hang's expression suddenly became complicated. 100 years have passed. A whole century. And the world seems to have completely become the apocalypse. There are zombies everywhere. The people in this city are all wearing animal costumes, leather and cloth. I came from Yao City, which was in ruins and full of zombies. The building in my house also collapsed. My wife and children. I don't know. I don't know if they can still survive. Maybe my daughter became a different blood superhuman and lived for 100 years. Or maybe, the two of them have been eaten by zombies long ago. At the end of the sentence, the middle-aged man lowered his head. His voice choked with sobs, and covered his face with his hands, as if he didn't want his gap to be seen by others. Let's go. At this time, Lin Xianbai suddenly used a spell to transmit sounds into secrets, and said to Li Guanqi, there is no need to stay here. If we continue talking, it will only increase our sorrow. Don't worry about him. This is a wasteland. At the 3rd level, you can be the boss of a large gathering place, and a spellcaster in the Liangyang realm. To be respected? Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then looked at the nearby leader of Yuanshan Sanctuary, Yuan Pingqiu, and also used the spell of transmitting sound into the secret, and said to the big man, this guy in a wheelchair can easily defeat a second-order alien-blooded superhuman, and he can also help purify the drinking water in your shelter. As for whether you can keep him, it depends on what your Yuanshan shelter does. Call. After that, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai summoned the strong wind at the same time and flew towards the sky against the blood-red moonlight. Above the vast night sky, the blood moon has not disappeared, and the blood-red moonlight is a bit strange and cold. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai Yufeng fly. Lin Xianbai was much more normal this time. He simply controlled the wind, and no longer dreamed of being a fairy by stepping on the flying sword. Most of our country's extraordinary beings should be in cities now, and we haven't found any existing human gathering places yet, Lin Xianbai said suddenly. But the city has long since become a restricted area for life. Li Guanqi looked calm and replied, with the current level of extraordinary people, although they will not die immediately in the city, but they will not dominate the city. Sooner or later, they will encounter 3rd-level zombies, cursed spirits, and demon species. If they are lucky, it's worse. I'm afraid I'll die if I encounter it. I hope they can be smarter. Lin Xianbai sighed helplessly. Li Guanqi said nothing more. Call. The two rode the strong wind, facing the blood-red moonlight, and kept flying towards the distance. However, after flying for a few minutes, Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something. Taoist Master Lin, where are we flying to? Lin Xianbai's face was full of surprise. I have been flying with you since I came out of Yuanshan Sanctuary. And haven't you been the one leading the way? The two were silent for a while. Grass. Li Guanqi was speechless, and took out the guidance light ball from the space necklace. Buzz. The guiding light ball emits white light, and changes direction. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai immediately changed directions, and followed the ball of light to fly with all their strength. However, after flying for less than a minute, Li Guanqi noticed something was wrong again. Why does this thing feel like retracing its steps? In fact, it is. A few minutes later, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai flew back to the city of Yuanshan Sanctuary. Above the city, the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield raised their heads and stared blankly at the two men as they left and returned. The leader of Yuanshan Sanctuary, Yuan Pingqiu, has long disappeared, but the extraordinary Chen Hang is still there. At this time, he was sitting on his black gold wheelchair, parked at a remote corner of the city wall. looking at a forest glowing red in the distance under the bloody moonlight, with a lonely back. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He knew that it was his previous sentence of "where to go" that caused this middle-aged man, who had almost a 99.9% probability of losing his wife and daughter, to fall into a mental struggle. Yes, where to go? Li Guanqi also lost his parents. But he knew that he still had Han Mengyao waiting for him. That girl took care of his parents in his old age, and waited for him for 100 years. Li Guanqi wanted to see Han Mengyao, and take the girl with him to kneel in front of his parents' graves, and say that this was the girl he chose. This is his current source of motivation. His only source of motivation. But what about Chen Hang, and the thousands of Chen Hangs? As soon as these extraordinary people came back, they saw that 100 years had passed since reality, and the world had changed drastically. It was no longer what they were familiar with. They had lost all their relatives, had no place to come, and no place to return. As long as your parents are here, there is still a place to come and a way back in life. When parents are gone, people are like duckweeds, drifting with no support. Li Guanqi didn't speak. He just walked to Chen Hang's wheelchair, sat on the ground, and looked into the distance with him. Because the guiding light ball was floating behind Chen Hang at this time. He should have thought of it earlier. The guiding light ball is a reward from the simulator, and its only function is to lead him on the right path until he reaches the dream viewing sanctuary. In this case, it was impossible for the light ball to bring him to Yuanshan Sanctuary to help Yuanshan Sanctuary deal with the corpse tide. This was not the function of the light ball at all. The reason why the light ball came here before was simply because Chen Hang was also nearby. Therefore, the person who guided the light ball to bring Li Guanqi here was not Yuanshan Shelter at all, but Chen Hang. Grown-ups! After a long while, Chen Hang looked at Li Guanqi on the ground and said in a hoarse voice, "You? Stop calling me sir!" Li Guanqi smiled and said, "This is not a strange world, and we guys are not from the wasteland era. Don't make the concept of superiority and inferiority so strict. My name is Li Guanqi, Musically, and I watch chess without speaking like a true gentleman. Brother Hang, you are several years older than me. You might as well just ask me to watch chess. At least, let me get back a little bit of the feeling I had 100 years ago." "Huh?" Chen Hang smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, then I'll have the courage to scream. Watch chess." The middle-aged man rubbed his wet and red eyes, and after calming down, he looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, "You have gone and come back. There must be something wrong when you come back. Can I help?" Li Guanqi groaned, and after thinking for a few seconds, he hesitated and said, "You, in the past 2 days, after you returned to reality, did you get any news from anyone?" "Absolutely not." Chen Hang's face was full of surprise. "Yao City is full of zombies. After I came out of Yao City, I kept wandering in the mountains. Until tonight, this Yuanshan Sanctuary was the first group of living people I saw." "What is that?" Li Guanqi asked again. "Have you picked up anything? Is there anything special that is not limited to the real world but the weird world?" No, hey, it seems there is." As soon as he said this, Chen Hang seemed to suddenly remember something. He quickly lowered his head and fiddled with the space ring on his hand. Finally, he took out a solid gold trophy from the space ring. "I got this in the weird world. If there is anything on me that has something to do with you, it would be this. It has a word from your name on it." Originally, Li Guanqi didn't know why Chen Hang gave him this trophy. But when he took the trophy and saw the inscription on the trophy base, he understood everything completely. Guan Yao, the word Guan, the word love, and the word Yao. "Yao!" Li Guanqi held the trophy in his left hand, and the index finger of his right hand gently brushed the mottled mark. He saw that it was an old solid gold trophy, with a complicated expression. "Watch Yao. Is this a coincidence?" The guiding light ball brought him here, so it was definitely not a coincidence. This trophy is definitely related to Han Mengyao. "Championship trophy?" At this time, Lin Xianbai from behind saw this scene and said in shock, "Is this the championship trophy from Chaoran University?" Li Guanqi turned around in surprise. "Do you know this?" "Certainly." Lin Xianbai nodded, walked to him, took a closer look at the trophy, and then said firmly, "This is the championship trophy of Chaoran University. Before Chaofan University started, I discussed many things with a group of school leaders within the college. These include year-end competitions and competitions. Whoever is the strongest will be the campus champion, and will receive many rewards and a trophy. Among them, the appearance of the trophy was designed by me myself. Yes, the one you have in your hand was designed by me myself. There can be no mistake. And look at the words on the base. Guanya. It's certainly possible that this line of writing is a coincidence. After all, you are not the only couple in the world with these two words in their names. But coupled with the appearance of this championship trophy, it is 100% not a coincidence. This is you and Han Mingyao. Watch Yao. Watch chess and love Mingyao. What kind of trophy can be engraved with such words? This is definitely the trophy I designed. The more Lin Xianbai said, the more decisive his tone became. Because this is also a plan I proposed. Let the campus champions choose what words to be engraved on the trophy according to their own wishes. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked down at the trophy in his hand, looking at the very old championship trophy that was covered with mottled marks. He hesitated. So, Han Mingyao captured this for you while we were away. Lin Xianbai pointed at the trophy. If you don't believe me, turn it over and look at the bottom of the base. The year is definitely engraved on the bottom. Li Guanqi immediately followed suit. After the trophy was turned over, the words, Extraordinary Year, were clearly engraved on the bottom. Look! That's right. Right. Lin Xianbai folded his hands on his chest, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, This is the championship trophy of Chaofan University. And it happens to be the first year that we left. The first year that Chaofan University opened. And it is also the first championship of Chaofan University. Trophy. Han Mingyao was the campus champion of that year. After winning the trophy, she asked to have your and her words engraved on it, with a love heart in the middle. This was obviously to commemorate your boyfriend. Is this love? Gee, that's really enviable, huh? As he talked, Lin Xianbai couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that Li Guanqi's face was not pretty. Not at all the successful silly dog he imagined he should be. Hey, your girlfriend loves you so much and misses you even after you disappear. But what's your expression? Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi, confused. Because you said, this is the year of Chaofan. The campus championship trophy won by Han Mingyao at Chaofan University. Li Guanqi looked at the old trophy covered with mottled marks in his hand, gritted his teeth, and turned his head with complicated eyes to look at Chen Hang, who was sitting in the wheelchair. But this trophy was brought back from the strange world by brother Chen Hang. This trophy with the words, Guanyao, engraved on it must be of great significance to Han Mingyao, and she will definitely keep it close to her. So, under what circumstances will it be left outside? Chapter 308 Haoqing. The Extraordinary People Who Stick Together. Han Mingyao's Diary. Brother Chen Hang, how did you get this championship trophy? Li Guanqi looked gloomy, holding an old trophy covered with mottled marks in his hand, and turned to look at the middle-aged man sitting next to him in a wheelchair. I got it from a third-year senior at Nanjiang Main School. Seeing his expression, Chen Hang suddenly felt a little uneasy. Well, that's right. I often study alchemy and have a good relationship with that senior. We often communicate with each other. So once he heard that I was short of money, he casually gave this trophy to me. Gave it to me. He said it was pure gold and could be sold for some money. According to him, this was something that the boss packaged and gave to him in order to calculate a discount when he was shopping at the market in Gu City, when he bought sacrificial vessels in a sacrificial vessel store. According to the boss, this was sold to him by a traveling businessman decades ago, saying it was excavated from an ancient ruins. Which sacrificial shop in Gu City? What's the name? Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice. No, I don't know. Chen Hang winced. That senior didn't tell me in such detail. Li Guanqi frowned. He looked down at the old trophy in his hand and the words, Guanyao, engraved on the base. His eyes twinkling. Ancient ruins. This was excavated from an ancient ruins. If the trophy can be left outside, it means that Han Mingyao is no longer around. Everyone dies. Lin Xianbai stood aside and said calmly, even the gods of the old era are no exception. Even if Han Mingyao lived until the heyday of the old era and survived in that mythical era where gods were everywhere, she would not survive the new era when the gods died. Era. So, don't worry too much. We will die eventually. Maybe this will only happen after Han Mingyao dies in a long time? Maybe. Li Guanqi was in a bad mood and didn't talk about it anymore. After putting the championship trophy into the space necklace, he nodded lightly to Chen Hang. Thank you. No need. Chen Hang waved his hands quickly. Consider this as a thank you gift. Li Guanqi casually took out $1 million ticket and handed it to Chen Hang. So much! Chen Hang's eyes suddenly widened. Gold in the weird world can barely be regarded as hard currency. But in fact the price of gold has never been high. A pure gold trophy can be sold for less than 1,000,000 gold coins in the weird world. Even trophies excavated from ancient ruins will not bring what value enhancement. Selling a solid gold trophy for 1,000,000 gold coins is a huge profit. As for the money tickets Li Guanqi received from High Priest Emosia, the total amount was actually about 31.2 million. Now that he has spent 1 million, it is exactly about 30 million. I also like doing business with you. Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. I just think Mingyao's trophy should be more valuable, Li Guanqi whispered to himself. Turned and left. Oh! Lin Xianbai suddenly realized. This guy isn't buying a trophy. But Han Mingyao missed him. Let's go! Taoist Lin! After Li Guanqi walked more than 10 meters, he took out the guidance light ball and looked at it flying to the north again. He immediately summoned the strong wind and sent himself up to the sky shrouded by the blood moon. Wait for me! Lin Xianbai quickly harnessed the strong wind, rose from the ground, and turned into a storm, following closely behind. The next few days were quieter. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai followed the direction of the light ball and continued to head north. They also encountered several wasteland tribes along the way. As time went by, more and more extraordinary people also found these human gathering places. Within those tribes, the aura of magicians gradually appeared. It's just that neither of them stayed. They only stopped occasionally to recover their spiritual power before continuing on their way. Until the 8th day. According to the map Asuka gave Li Guanqi, he and Lin Xianbai were very sure that they had arrived near the Huaihe River in the Qinling Mountains. The Huaihe River in the Qinling Mountains has been the dividing line between north and south since ancient times. To the north of the Huaihe River in the Qinling Mountains is the northern region. But just when Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai were about to cross the dividing line, the guiding light ball suddenly changed direction and flew straight to the southeast. What's the situation? During the day in the wasteland, under the thick gray clouds, the world still looked dark and oppressive. Lin Xianbai stepped on the strong wind and was suspended in midair. He looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. Your ball flew away again. That place is not in the direction of Qinling Mountains. Just go along. Li Guanqi didn't say anything more. He rode the strong wind and flew straight towards the guiding light ball. The guiding light ball is never misguided. Last time, the ball of light led him to find Han Mingyao's trophy. What about this time? The answer will be revealed soon. 10 minutes later, led by the guiding light ball, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai finally landed in the ruins of a city. Like Yuqing, this city has not been affected much by nuclear bombs. There are still outlines of high-rise buildings there, but they are almost in a semi-collapsed state. Cities in the wasteland era have long become so-called life-forbidden areas, full of different blood zombies, cursed spirits and demon species, all of which are powerful monsters wandering around. There are many people who are not good enough to reach the 2nd level, and even the 3rd level ones may have double digits in a city. 100 years have passed, but neither humans nor monsters practice very quickly. Over the city, 2 strong winds roared past. Lin Xianbai said softly, perhaps it is because the concentration of spiritual energy has decreased over the past 100 years? It has made it difficult for humans and monsters to practice. Even the 4th level is legendary. But we're back. Li Guanqi also frowned. Since the return of our 100 million extraordinary beings, the speed of spiritual energy recovery has become much stronger in the past 7 days. It is even richer than in the weird world. And the spiritual energy recovery is still accelerating. At this rate, level 3 monsters will probably appear in a massive explosion. And of course, humans will as well. Let's find a time to pay it all. Lin Xianbai glanced at the depths of the city, where there was a smell of 3rd level zombies. After we find Han Mingyao and deal with Gu Chao's heavenly master army, we will come to these cities and clean up all the 3rd level monsters. We have to do these things. It's our responsibility. I don't really like killing trash fish. Li Guanqi was quite helpless. But if you give this matter a title of saving mankind, maybe I can feel a sense of accomplishment? Huh? Lin Xianbai just smiled. Buzz? 3 minutes later, the guiding light ball finally stopped. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai also came to the outside of a large shopping mall and kept touching the windows as if they wanted to enter. This shopping mall is quite well preserved. Even after 100 years of wear and tear, it still stands and maintains a certain degree of structural stability. For elephant-level warriors? 3 talented conjurers? At this time, Bursts of exclamations from men and women came from the shopping mall. How can this be? Human beings are so strong now. How can the city still be occupied by monsters? Is there a possibility that they are also extraordinary people? How is that possible? A 4-elephant level warrior. Do you think that guy is a transcendent king? That's right. Look at that tall one with white hair and blue eyes. Who else could he be if he wasn't the extraordinary king? And the one next to him. Isn't he the principal? Principal Lin. Hack. Finally found the organization. Woo woo. No. The organization found him. Chaotic conversations arose one after another. Boom! Li Guanqi waved his hand and sent out a wave of air, shattering a window on the 9th floor of the shopping mall. This is a floor dedicated to selling furniture, with many exquisite furniture and large beds. At this time, there were at least 700 to 800 people gathered on this floor. All of them were different blood warriors. Even though the shopping mall on this floor was very large, with so many people crowded together, it still looked a little crowded. Li Guanqi glanced at it. Basically, they are all at the 1 yuan level. There are even 3 at the 2 level. And they are all from the underworld. Some wore modern clothes. Some people are wearing Daluo clothes with a strong antique charm. Nearly 800 people. All extraordinary people. That's right. Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. Li Guanqi also nodded slightly. That's how it should be. In the Wasteland era, there are no survivors in the city. But many extraordinary people who have returned to reality will appear in the city. With the density of extraordinary beings, once they return to reality, they will definitely soon be able to find traces of other extraordinary beings in a city full of monsters. Then stick together and survive in the city. As for people like Chen Hang, after returning to reality, he couldn't find anyone in the city for a long time. It was simply due to bad luck. Of course, the main reason was that the extraordinary people in the same city were too stubborn and didn't make any noise at all, resulting in each other not knowing each other's identity. But this city is different. For 800 people to gather peacefully, there is clearly a leader. Hello, I'm Lin Xianbai. In the end, Lin Xianbai took the initiative to walk into the 9th floor of the shopping mall with a smile on his face and started negotiating with these people. Headmaster. At this time, several young people came out excitedly. It was obvious that they had all been members of Chaozhou University before. Hello. Lin Xianbai smiled and nodded at the few people. This city should be Haoqing. Right. Are you the only extraordinary person left in Haoqing? It's impossible. Although our Haoqing is not big, we are not the only ones with more than 800 extraordinary people. There must be people in other districts. One of the boys replied. However, we should be the only ones in Huiyang district. Another girl also nodded. We have been searching Huiyang district for a long time in the past few days. I think all the people who are not dead should be here. As for the outside of Huiyang district, we haven't had time to explore yet. Principal. A slightly fat girl looked anxious and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. What's happening now? Why are there zombies everywhere in the city? But what about other places? My neighborhood collapsed. And I don't even know where my parents are. Lin Xianbai's eyes were complicated, and he didn't know how to explain to these young people for a while. After these extraordinary beings returned to reality, they have been staying together in the ruins of the city. They have no contact with the outside world and have never seen the new humans in the wasteland. They probably don't know that 100 years have passed. It's really hard to explain to them. But let's leave this kind of matter to Taoist Lin. Li Guanqi considered himself to be an eloquent person. So he probably said, "It's been 100 years now, and all your family members should be dead. This is too much." So, he followed the direction of the guided light ball and slowly walked into the crowd, arriving next to a large Simmons bed. On the big pink bed, there were 3 young girls sitting together, all wearing Daluo's martial arts uniforms. At this time, seeing Li Guanqi approaching, everyone around him, including the 3 girls, looked excited. Many people wanted to say hello, but were a little uneasy. Please, are you the extraordinary king? Finally, a girl couldn't hold herself back any longer and took the initiative to ask Li Guanqi a question. It's me. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. You can call me Li Guanqi. Wow, it's really him. So handsome. Really handsome. He's tall, strong, and handsome. Without the ice mask, he looks like an idol. Yes. Wait a minute. He is the Li Guanqi from Yucheng. Let me tell you, How could it be such a coincidence that the extraordinary king appeared for the first time in Yuqing High School? And that Li Guanqi was so similar in height and shape to him. And he just happened to appear. Li Guanqi is the extraordinary king. Really handsome. It's also really strong. The chirping and cheering sounds all came from the weakest of the young girls. To be fair, Li Guanqi's face was just sunny and strong. But he was not very handsome. At least it was far from the handsome Taoist priest Lin, who looked both male and female. But his height of 1.98 meters, white hair, blue eyes, and fair skin really add a lot of points to his appearance. And this special appearance attracts the attention of young girls. Even after 4 baptisms in this strange world, the lively characters of these girls still seem to have not changed much. Of course, the main reason is that they do not know the fact that hundreds of years have passed in reality, and their families have long since died. Unlike the young girls, the boys and the older women in their 30s around them didn't make much noise. Although these people looked at Li Guanqi with admiration in their eyes. But this is not about appearance at all, but respect for the strong. In this strange world, the strong are respected. These extraordinary beings have long since adapted to this law, and have become adherents of this law from the bottom of their hearts. And Li Guanqi, the extraordinary king of LV56, is undoubtedly the first extraordinary person. Absolutely powerful. Buzz. Li Guanqi released his right hand, and the white light ball slowly floated up, flew to Simon's big bed, and hovered in front of a pretty girl. 1 yuan level different blood warrior. Hello, what is your name? Li Guanqi walked up to her, squatted down, looked at her level, and asked softly, Zhang Xiaoxiao. The girl was obviously a little nervous. Li Guanqi recalled the exchange with Chen Hang, then looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, pointed to the guidance light ball beside her, and said hesitantly, Hello. My name is Li Guanqi. This light ball is following you. Which means you are. Is there anything related to me? Have. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Immediately afterwards, the young girl took out a yellow diary from the space ring on her hand. She first glanced at the white ball of light beside her that had been flying around her, and then carefully handed the diary to Li Guanqi. This must be what you want. Li Guanqi took it with both hands and looked down. This is a diary with a very childhood feel. The cover shows a collection of Marvel superheroes. And it also comes with a simple password lock. It's basically a diary that was used after 2000. Superhero. Li Guanqi gently brushed the yellow diary cover with gentle eyes. What that girl likes most are these superhero movies. Is it Han Mingyu's diary? Password? Li Guanqi fiddled with the combination lock and found that he could still press it. 8-digit combination lock. 0, 6, 1, 2, 0, 7, 0, 1. Click. The first time I tried, the password lock turned on. Huh? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. This is his and Han Mingyu's birthday. The reason why he knew about Han Mingyu's birthday was because he secretly learned about it after the Lugui village incident came to an end. But how did Han Mingyu know his birthday? Oh, yes. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. Han Mingyu is taking care of his parents for him, so he will definitely know a lot about him, including his birthday. Thanks. Li Guanqi nodded to Zhang Xiaoxiao, then stood up with his diary, walked to the stairwell of the mall alone, and sat alone by the wall in this remote corner. No one dares to come close. No one dared to disturb the extraordinary king at will, especially Li Guanqi, whose face was extremely cold at this time. Call. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the diary. There are not many written records. Han Mingyu is not someone who likes to use diaries to record daily life. The diaries she writes are actually more inclined to express emotions only once in a while. The first dozens of pages are Han Mingyu's diary when he was a child, writing about various major life events. For example, I learned to ride a bicycle for the first time. Although I fell and got injured, I was very happy. The first time I learned to swim, I drank water until I vomited, which was very annoying. And so on. In addition, 80% of the diaries are about her parents taking her to watch superhero movies. Li Guanqi quickly understood. This should be a simulation of the Lugui village incident. He attended Han Mingyu's funeral, and the diary given to him by Han Mingyu's parents. Wow! In the quiet stairwell, the sound of turning pages only occasionally sounded. Li Guanqi read slowly, carefully understanding every detail of Han Mingyu's childhood. But people will eventually grow up. Gradually, the figure of another man broke into the records of this diary. Li Guanqi lowered his head and carefully wiped the black spot on the upper right corner of the page with his thumb. But there is no way to erase it. The date is blocked. I can only barely make out the 16th. Sunny, in the last paragraph. Chapter 309 Han Mengyao and Evil Phoenix. The Battle for the North Pole. 16th. Sunny. The stray cat I often feed can actually talk. Sure enough. A pure black cat with green eyes is extraordinary. Black Cat told me a lot. And I realized that the world was not what I thought it was. I met a very scary monster in that alley. The black cat blocked the knife for me. Later, a kind uncle helped me block it for a while. Finally, Li Guanqi suddenly appeared. He was very powerful and defeated the monster directly. He even took me home. I cooked him a bowl of noodles. And he said it was delicious. Fortunately, he learned how to cook from his mother. Should I tell him? When I first met him in the supermarket, I pretended that I didn't know him very well. What can I say? But I really want to tell him. I wanted to tell him that I had watched him play when he was a child. Sitting on the sidelines and watching. He was only 13 years old at the time. And he was already almost 1.8 meters tall. He was running around on the court, and I couldn't see him. He knows basketball. But he is very handsome. Is this considered a secret love? Later, I suddenly saw on the internet that he had given up the invitation from a foreign high school and wanted to study at Yuching No. 1 middle school. Many people said that his move was unwise, saying that domestic NBA seed players could not be cultivated, and that the basketball environment abroad needed to be better. Well, he also said that if he had a chance to go out, he should go out early. I can't understand this. But I'm so happy, because the high school I was admitted to was Yuching No. 1 middle school. Later, when I saw the class schedule and saw that he and I were in the same class, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep for several nights. But I was happy for a summer vacation in vain, because he failed his studies and didn't come to school at all, and outsiders were not allowed in the arena where they trained. So I couldn't even peek at him. For the occasional public basketball games, I bought a ticket and went in so I could watch him from a distance. Thinking about it, the closest I got to him seemed to be the final exam of my sophomore year in high school. I happened to be sitting behind him in the exam room, and I kept looking at him without him knowing. Oh, by the way, just because I kept looking at him, I failed that exam, failed in math, and was scolded by my mother for a long time. So annoying. The more I write, the more annoying I get. Will I ever see him again? I really want to see him. But his family is so rich, and the neighborhood is so high-end. I heard that his parents are doing business abroad. Isn't that the second generation of super rich people? Can you like me? Wrong. He is not an ordinary person at all. Can these people with superpowers like ordinary humans like me? This ends this page of the diary. Li Guanqi held the diary and remained silent. Only then did he realize that his fate with Han Mengyao did not start in the alley that night. As a child, even as early as when he was 13 years old, he and that girl had already been connected by a disconnected destiny thread. When he was playing on the court, there was always a girl silently paying attention to him off the court. You should have told me. Li Guanqi's eyes were soft, and he gently turned to the next page. The black spots in the upper right corner of the diary seemed to be blurred layer by layer. Not only the page just now, but also the following pages. The date in the upper right corner cannot be seen clearly. Fortunately, it's in the upper right corner. It doesn't hurt to cover up the date. At least the content is complete. 25th. Cloudy. I have so many things to write about. But when I picked up the pen, I didn't seem to know what to write. There's so much going on. I still haven't calmed down. He stopped playing basketball and returned to school. We experienced zombies, and he saved me and all the teachers and students in the school. Later, that bastard named Gao tried to push me out to block the knife. Fortunately, he arrived in time. He was wearing an ice mask and couldn't see his expression. But at that time, his blue eyes looked so scary. Was that the murderous aura written in the novel? Probably. Because he really killed someone. Did you kill it for me? Was he angry because Gao Anyang wanted to harm me? So he killed Gao Anyang? I don't know how I feel now. Should I be scared? After all, he killed someone. But I don't know why. But I feel like there's nothing wrong with me. And I'm even a little happy? Am I too cold-blooded? Not really. Because Gao Anyang himself is not a good person. Did this bastard deserve to die? I have no idea. Anyway, I don't think he did anything wrong. No matter how people on the internet scold him. I will support him. Well, I will support him. Oh, right. I seem to have superpowers and have grown a lot taller. Uh-huh. And it's gotten a lot bigger. I no longer have to envy the Gaiching Mosi Cup. I'm now a full 36D. Well, he is 1.98 m, and I am 1.78 m. Standing next to him. It should be a good match. Right? On the 27th. Heavy rain. School is closed. And those of us who drank alien blood are all quarantined at home. What is he doing now? 29th. Yang. I added him as a friend. But he doesn't seem to like talking to me. 5th. Yang. Charin University has finally started. Can I become as powerful as him in the future? 8th. Yang. Lu Gui Village. He saved me again. I just realized that my grandma was so bad, and so bad, that she drugged my mother to induce labor. It would be better if such a person should be put in jail. On the 15th. Heavy rain. It's that voice again. How many days is this? I have been hearing that woman's voice for several days. Who is she? 7th. Yang. He's back. A month later. He finally came back. He told me a lot. It turns out he likes me too. Hee hee. I'm really holding him back now. But it doesn't matter. I have Sister Xiaowang's help, black line. Crossed out. She wouldn't let me write about her, black line. Crossed out. She said that only fools write diaries and expose secrets for no reason. What she said makes sense. I won't write anymore. Huh? I really don't want to write anymore. Li Guanqi flipped through several pages in a row. But they were all blank. Li Guanqi closed his diary and sat by the wall, frowning. So, who is the Sister Evil Phoenix written by Meng Yao? After establishing the Dream Guan Sanctuary, Han Meng Yao became moody, sometimes gentle, and sometimes bloodthirsty, calling himself Evil Phoenix, Chow. Li Guanqi scratched his hair irritably, his face looking a little ugly. This kind of thing is easy to guess. It's nothing more than Han Meng Yao eating the heart of a phoenix. And then the remaining soul of the phoenix recognizing her as its master. The question is, does it really recognize her as its master? Li Guanqi, who has experienced incidents such as Wei Mo and Yi Sin, has become accustomed to using the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. No matter who or what happens. Think of the worst first. Isn't it possible that Mingya's body has been taken away? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. In other words, caught in a fight for the body? Sometimes it's Han Mengyao in control. Sometimes it becomes the remnant soul of the phoenix? She must be found quickly. Li Guanqi lowered his head, carefully arranged the yellowed diary pages, and prepared to put it away. However, just by sorting it out like this, the middle page of the diary fell off slightly, revealing a corner with writing. Huh? There's more? Li Guanqi flipped through the diary and discovered the record behind it. It turns out that, after Han Mengyao said, I won't write anymore, before, she started writing her diary again after dozens of pages. And because there are dozens of pages apart, those black spots and stains can no longer penetrate this far. The dates can be clearly seen in these diaries. Extraordinary Year 1. June 18th. He was gone for a long time. I miss him so much. Extraordinary Year 1. September 21st. I miss you so much. A large stain stained by tears. Extraordinary Year 1. September 25th. There is a second-generation soldier chasing me, which is really annoying. If he were still here, he would definitely help me get rid of him. Right? Extraordinary Year 1. October 6th. That bastard was so crazy. He actually touched my thigh in the cafeteria. I ripped off his right hand on the spot. If it weren't for the people around me, I would definitely drag that bastard to the demon area to feed the bloodthirsty dogs. Damn guy. It was obviously his fault. But I was punished. Fortunately. Although that bastard wanted to use family power to force me to submit. Luckily Sister Lian came and made the bastard kneel in front of me to apologize. And the bastard's father also came over to apologize. It's so funny how the father and son talk down to each other. Guanqi. If you were here, even his father would not dare to raise his head in front of you. Right? Sister Lian said that she, like me, also misses someone who has disappeared. I asked her who she was. She didn't answer. I think Sister Lian must love that man very much. Extraordinary Year 1. December 28th. I defeated everyone and became the first extraordinary champion of the Extraordinary University. The championship trophy can be customized with words. I want them to write Guanyao on it. Hee hee. Extraordinary Year 2. January 1st. Today is New Year's Day. Almost a year has passed, and you have been gone for a year. I miss you so much. When exactly are you coming back? A large stain stained by teardrops. Extraordinary year 2. March 5th. I haven't written in a diary for a long time. Nothing to write home about either. No more writing. Extraordinary 3 years. January 7th. Watch chess. It's snowing heavily today. Extraordinary 4 years. May 21st. Guanchi. I brought your parents to live with me. Do you know? They asked me who I was. Ha. I said. I am your wife. A large stain stained by teardrops. Extraordinary 8 years. March 5th. Li Guanchi. 8 years old. I really miss you. You must still be alive. For sure. Right? A large stain stained by teardrops. 10 extraordinary years. November 27th. Looking at chess. I have become so good now. I am the best in the world. They all call me the best in the world. This title used to be yours. I really miss you. The handwriting is skewed. A large stain stained by teardrops. Extraordinary 15 years. May 21st. After watching chess, I became the president of Yuching Chaofan University. You know, your parents said today that when you come back, you must pamper me well, or they will break your legs. Ha. A large stain stained by teardrops. Extraordinary 18 years. December 12th. I have been watching chess for 18 years. I can't hold on any longer. The evil phoenix has a growing influence on me. Her kindness to me is true, but I can't give her my body. She and I have to finally come to an end. Guanchi. I asked Sister Lien to take care of your parents, and gave this diary to her for safekeeping. I don't know if I can come back. What's more, I don't know if the person coming back is still me. I want to go to the North Pole, where the ice-based spiritual power can help me suppress her power. And you also have ice powers. Bless me. Watch chess. I love you. This is where the diary ends. Li Guanchi held the yellowed diary in his hand, lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. However, all the extraordinary beings in this building, those warriors of different blood, clearly felt that the air conditions were changing drastically. And those spellcasters felt even more clearly that the spiritual energy in a radius of hundreds of meters was rioting crazily. It was not until nearly half an hour passed that Li Guanchi's mood stabilized slightly. He took the diary, stood up slowly, and turned to look at the exit of the stairwell. Lin Xianbai folded his hands on his chest and leaned against the door frame. He didn't know how long he had been waiting there. I have to find her. Li Guanchi's voice was hoarse. Yes, and we're close. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly. And this. Li Guanchi walked up to Taoist Lin and showed him the last few pages of the diary. Lin Xianbai took the diary. He was confused at first and didn't understand why Li Guanchi showed it to him. But after he saw the content about Sister Lien, his expression became exactly the same as Li Guanchi's, both with complicated expressions. It's not just me who has Han Mingyao, Li Guanchi said softly. Taoist Master Lien, have been waiting for you. Don't mention this again. Lin Xianbai put the diary back into Li Guanchi's hand, turned around with a gloomy face, and walked straight outside, leaving only a lonely figure of Li Guanchi and a dull voice. Her full name is Lin Qinglian, and she is my half-sister. Li Guanchi was stunned. Damn it! By the time Li Guanchi recovered from the shock, Lin Xianbai had long disappeared. He quickly opened the stairwell door and walked back to the mall. At this time, Lin Xianbai was sitting on a large European-style sofa, listening to what some people around him were saying, and their expressions were still very solemn. Li Guanchi didn't care about this, and walked straight to the previous Zhang Xiao. Hello! Li Guanchi looked at the young girl, shook the diary in his hand, and asked seriously, Thank you for giving me this diary. Where did you get it? A traveling violet merchant. Seeing him approaching, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and whispered, I died in the frontier battlefield dungeon when I entered the strange world last time. I was directly resurrected in Qingshan City and started the Qingshan Market dungeon. Plot. Not long after I entered the city, I saw a traveling violet merchant selling things. I joined in the fun and went over to take a look. And then I found that among the things he was selling, a diary with the cover of a Marvel hero suddenly appeared. Then, in this strange world, it must be strange to see such a diary. What he was selling was, it was not expensive. So I bought it. I asked him where it came from, and he said he didn't know. It might have been collected together when sorting out ancient relics in the past. He couldn't remember the specific situation. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the 100 million extraordinary beings, there must be many who have obtained ancient relics due to various coincidences. By coincidence, 2 items related to Han Mengyao actually appeared. Of course, if the guiding light ball hadn't brought him here, Li Guanqi would never have been able to find Chen Hang and Zhang Xiaoxiao in his life. What happened in Qishan Market? Li Guanqi no longer thought about these things. While putting the diary into the space necklace, he asked Zhang Xiaoxiao, "Is this a unified copy of your martial arts? What's the plot?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded lightly and said in a very soft voice, "I just joined some martial arts sects in Qishan City and competed in the ring. If you are honest, you will act chivalrously. The villain just kills and sells goods." Half a year later, there was a big fight between the good and the bad factions. The one who survived was the he ending. The one who died was the B. And the one who killed the opponent's sect leader was the perfect ending. As he said this, the girl looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. In her mind, aren't these things that can be seen during the final review? These ordinary extraordinary people don't know that there is such a thing as a mission system in the world. And they don't know that those who unlock the mission system will no longer see the ending review of the unified copy. Okay. Thank you. Li Guanqi glanced around. There are too many extraordinary beings around. Zhang Xiaoxiao gave him Han Mengyo's diary, so of course he would repay him. This was the principle of Li Guanqi's life. But there were too many people around. Even if you give this girl something, such as money tickets, 2nd and 3rd level alien blood, etc., there is no guarantee that she will not be coveted. A gift from the extraordinary king. Do you think it is ordinary different blood? I don't believe it. Take out all your things and let me take a look. If this really happened, wouldn't it harm this girl? Li Guanqi always habitually thinks of strangers as bad people. Let's try it. Li Guanqi forced out a drop of his own blood essence from his fingertips, controlled it with spiritual power, and floated it in front of Zhang Shishu's eyes. This is a drop of blood essence belonging to a 4-elephant level different blood warrior. It is of great significance to people who are also different blood warriors. I feel that your cultivation level has reached the peak of the 1st Yuan level, and is very close to the Yin realm of Liangyi. In this way, if you cut a wound and put my blood in it, if you are lucky, it should speed up your breakthrough to the Yin realm of Liangyi. The time of H.L. Really? Really? Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled in surprise. It mainly depends on yourself. Li Guanqi smiled and said, "You are not far from the underworld. Even if you are lucky, you will only speed up. I won't be of much help. Anyway, give it a try. There is no harm in it." Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded quickly, then cut his arm neatly and blended this drop of Li Guanqi's 4-elephant level blood essence with the blood in his own body. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a violent and ferocious aura erupted from the young girl's body. The breath of the underworld. Zhang Xiaoxiao is already at the peak of the Yuan level, and is not far away from the Liangyi Yin realm. It can even be said that it is actually very close. At this time, under the stimulation of Li Guanqi's essence and blood, she speeded up the process and directly touched Liangyi. The gate to Hades. Call. Li Guanqi casually cast a black mist spell and enveloped Zhang Xiaoxiao. Girls may not like their own underworld form. What's more, once the underworld form appears, there is a high probability that the clothes on the body will be torn. Girls must care about privacy. About 3 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had changed into a brand new green dress, walked out of the dark mist with a face full of joy. She bowed deeply towards Li Guanqi and said, "Thank you. Thank you very much." She never expected that the diary that no one wanted and bought for 8 gold coins would directly help her reach a new level today. Liangyi level different blood warrior. The Yin realm of 2 rituals. Among the 800 extraordinary beings grouped together in the shopping mall, the 4th was a 2-level person. I told you, you are not far from the Yin realm of Liangyi. I just helped you speed up, Li Guanqi said calmly. Hey, watch chess. At this time, Lin Xianbai suddenly shouted something in this direction. Li Guanqi turned around immediately. I saw Lin Xianbai surrounded by a group of people, and the group of people held a hand-drawn map in their hands. I gave them a map. If 800 extraordinary people form a group, as long as they are not too unlucky, they can basically leave the city safely and go to a nearby human sanctuary. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, "We still have our own things to do. It's time to continue our journey." Chapter 310, the leader of the Red Blood Army, is not Qi Xiaoxiao. After Li Guanqi got Han Mengyo's diary from Zhang Xiaoxiao, the guiding light ball resumed its guiding direction and continued to fly towards the north. So, he and Lin Xianbai set off again. 9th day. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai came to the territory north of the Huaihe River in the Qinling Mountains, which is commonly known as the North. It also looks like a wasteland with countless zombies wandering around. Under the guidance of the light ball, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai quickly found a wilderness tribe in the north. This is a human gathering place located deep in the forest, and the terrain was chosen to be surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The level of this small tribe is somewhat average, and even the city walls are only made of the simplest wood, stone, and soil. This 10-meter-high earthen and wooden city wall makes it hard to believe that it has any practical defensive significance for evolved zombies. And there is no 3rd-level aura in the entire tribe. There is only 1 2nd-level superhuman with different blood. Apart from this, there is only 1 extraordinary spellcaster in the Liangyang realm. This tribe is special, because its leader is not a human from the Wasteland era, but has become this transcendent who has returned to reality. This time, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai did not make any fanfare. Instead, they used invisibility skills and sneaked into the tribe in a swaggering manner. They walked through the tribal streets full of wooden houses and came to the largest earth and stone house. They came to this extraordinary person in front of the leader. It's been a pretty good life. Li Guanqi did not unlock the invisibility technique. Looking at the scene in the room, he couldn't help but smile. The main house of this tribe is very spacious, somewhat similar to the house structure of ancient nomads. In the center is a huge bonfire. Behind the bonfire is an exquisite throne, covered with bearskin and decorated with some animal teeth. At this time, there was singing and dancing in the house. A total of 8 women in cool clothes swayed their slender waists, singing and dancing in the room. On the throne, a young man dressed in black was half lying on it, holding a tall woman in his arms. A conjurer in the Liangyang realm. What is worth mentioning is that the tall woman in his arms is the only 2nd-level alien-blooded superhuman in this tribe. Maybe this woman is the original tribal leader? But now he has thrown himself into the arms of this extraordinary magician. Hello! At this time, Lin Xianbai took the lead in removing the invisibility technique. Li Guanqi also appeared immediately. Ah! Who? The 2 big men who suddenly appeared out of thin air frightened the dancing girls, and they immediately panicked and ran behind the SD-level conjurer like frightened little rabbits. But in the arms of this 2-level conjurer, the tall 2nd-level woman reacted quickly. She quickly stood up from the man's arms and neatly pulled out a long knife under the throne, pointing directly at the tip. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. Hey! Moo! Put down the knife! The conjurer stood up in astonishment, pressed the knife in the woman's hand, looked at the 2 of them, shocked and surprised, and finally said in disbelief, Principal Lin? There are also 4 elephant-level warriors, then. You must be rank no. The king of 1? The extraordinary king. Hello. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. My name is Li Guanqi. I am Zhou Xiangming. The conjurer of the Liangyang realm quickly straightened his back. Ah, Zhou Xiangming, who is number 825 on the extraordinary ranking list. Lin Xianbai smiled and said, It's interesting. We are so lucky to meet another outstanding talent who is among the top 1,000 in the world. Principal Lin was joking. Zhou Xiangming scratched his head and smiled. By the way, Li Guanqi looked around, then at the beautiful women hiding behind Zhou Xiangming, as well as the 2nd-level woman holding a long sword beside him, and asked curiously, Did you directly occupy this tribe? It's not occupation. The woman whom Zhou Xiangming called Moo suddenly became anxious and glared at Li Guanqi. How do you say that? It was Master Xiangming who saved our entire tribe. He is our savior. How could you use occupation in such a bad way? The statement makes Master Xiangming sound like a robber. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiangming's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This stupid woman. Zhou Xiangming quickly pulled Moo over, covered her mouth, and then looked at Li Guanqi with a worried face. Sir. It doesn't matter. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. Besides, this is not a strange world, and we are not wastelanders. Don't be so stubborn about the concept of hierarchy. We are all fellow villagers 100 years ago. Don't be too formal. Just be casual. As for what she just said, don't worry, I do not mind. Thank you. Sir. Zhou Xiangming looked grateful. When facing strong people, People like Zhou Xiangming have become accustomed to calling them Sir. After all, extraordinary people who can really adapt to the weird world and get along well in the weird world will have a concept of the strong is respected, imposed on them in their bones. There is no way around it. What's going on with you in this tribe? Lin Xianbai asked with a smile beside him. That's it. Save them. When Zhou Xiangming mentioned this, his expression was a bit complicated. I am from Tianping Village. Of course, Tianping Village is long gone now. As soon as I returned to reality, I was buried underground. Fortunately, I am a Liangyi level conjurer, and he can still use earth-bending technique to escape. Otherwise, sigh. Then I walked blindly in the wilderness for several days, and suddenly felt a strong aura of a demon species. I followed it, and found that the 2-level demon species was attacking the tribe. I took action and killed that demon species. Then, Moo Moo. This one. Her name is Su Mu. She is the female leader of this tribe. She insisted that I stay, saying that she wanted to marry me and make me the leader of this tribe. And then I stayed. After Zhou Xiangming finished speaking, Su Mu held a knife in one hand and hugged his right arm tightly with the other. He looked at Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai warily, as if he was afraid that his man would be snatched away by them. Zhou Xiangming's appearance is not bad. Not to mention that in the Wasteland era, power is the most important bonus when choosing a mate. It is not surprising that Su Mu can fall in love with him. Speaking of which, although this guy is a conjurer, his body doesn't look damaged in any way. Li Guanqi didn't care. Maybe it was an internal disease, or maybe a special method was used to regenerate paralyzed limbs or broken limbs. There were too many possibilities, and he was not interested in asking these insignificant things. The hero saves the beauty, and the beauty pledges her body to him, becoming the leader of a tribe and protecting the human survivors. Lin Xianbai couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. This story is simply perfect, and stories like this are still happening in the Wasteland. Li Guanqi also echoed softly. There are many small tribes in the Wasteland, and a Liangyi level transcendent is enough to be their leader. But whether it is a savior or an airborne tyrant depends on one's personality. There was a pause. He added, This Wasteland era, where order has collapsed and there is no law, is a paradise for all the strong. No rules, no standards. Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly. If the civilized order is not rebuilt, the development speed will never be faster. Maybe some people will like this era very much, but we must eventually change it into the era it should be. At least, ordinary people, and should have the most basic human rights. Principle. Hearing this, Zhou Xiangming's expression suddenly became complicated. Do you want to restore order? How? Lin Xianbai glanced at him with a half-smile but not a smile. Can't you bear to live the life of a local emperor like yourself? Can't bear to live a happy life with a harem of 3,000 people? Who can give it up? Zhou Xiangming did not deny it, but was very calm. I am not an ordinary person, nor a weak person. I am a conjurer in the Liangyang realm. Anyone with some strength will like this era. Right. It makes sense. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly. I know that many people will think like you, but I am Lin Xianbai, and I inherit the will of many ancestors. I must fight for the rights of ordinary people to be human. I want to think about them. Okay. Let's talk about these things later. Li Guanqi waved his hand, and then took out the guidance light ball from the space necklace. Buzz. The guidance light ball flashed white and hovered in front of Zhou Xiangming. He looked at the ball of light with some confusion. Zhou Xiangming, Li Guanqi asked seriously. This light ball is following you, which means you have something. Maybe an item, maybe a message, that we need. Now let me ask you for the message first. Your Majesty, please ask. Zhou Xiangming also straightened his expression. I told you there's no need to scream. Oh, forget it. Li Guanqi was quite helpless. This is the North. Are you being managed by the Red Blood Army? Yes. Zhou Xiangming nodded. Where is Qi Xiaoxiao, the leader of the Red Blood Army? Li Guanqi asked again. Has she been staying at the Red Blood Army headquarters? Oh? Zhou Xiangming was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Su Mu beside him. After receiving the other party's affirmative look, he turned back to Li Guanqi with some hesitation. But, the first half of your sentence is wrong. The leader of the Red Blood Army is not called Qi Xiaoxiao at all. Li Guanqi frowned. Lin Xianbai's eyes also became serious. That's the former commander of the Red Blood Army, Su Mu, a native of the north. took over and explained. The former leader of the Red Blood Army was indeed a woman named Qi Xiaoxiao. But since last year, Qi Xiaoxiao suddenly disappeared. Instead, another powerful man suddenly appeared. He was a 4th-level superhuman. He was said to be Qi Shishia's uncle of the same race. He also had red hair and red eyes. Same race. Uncle. Li Guanqi's heart sank. And he suddenly had a bad idea. What is the name of this new leader?